What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, January 8th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock this morning. Plenty to get into this morning. The NFL playoffs are set. What a weekend it was for the two Texas teams, the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans, both picking up wins and also winning their division in the process. We'll talk about that and preview the NFL playoff field. We've got some college football to get into, some decisions made by Texas football players, who's staying and who's going. We'll talk about that. Plus, the Longhorns have themselves a new linebackers coach and co-defensive coordinator. We'll weigh in on the Johnny Nansen hire. Plus, Texas basketball opened up Big 12 play over the weekend with a dud. We'll recap what went wrong for the Longhorns against the Your Markers at Moody Center on Saturday, and we'll have plenty of fun as well. We'll give away an Academy gift card before we get out of here. We got a ton of giveaways on the channel coming your way this week as an extra thank you to you people for all of your support. We've got a lot going on this morning. We've got a lot going on all day and all week long right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on, Buck?
I am doing fantastic, BK. How you feeling this morning?
I'm great. How was your weekend?
Weekend was spectacular. Got some things done. And, today is one of those days where it's drizzly. And, I did not give you the rain forecast, but it will rain today. How's that?
Oh, has it already started raining?
It started raining last night. Lots of wind, lots of rain. Good morning to Ruse and all the great people out there. Good morning to the soldiers, of course, at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. We'll always appreciate it. To you and your families, please be safe out there. And yes, it started to rain and the wind was blowing like mad, uprooting some of the furniture on my back patio last night, which caused me to reach for my protector,
Your piece?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're going to shoot the wind?
It just was a little sketchy the way things were blowing around last night. So, and of course the dogs who would not go outside last night, they were in the garage last night. They're like, dude, it's cold out there and it's only going to get colder. We've got next week where we're going to be in the 30s. And I see one day where it says 17 degrees. So
what?
And next week it's a coming.
Next week or this week?
Not this week. You're going to be okay this week, but towards the end of the weekend into next week, look out.
I'm seeing a low of 19 degrees next Tuesday.
Yeah.
You're in Austin.
Yeah, there's like back-to-back days. So that's all we need here is if we get 3 in a row, look out for your pipes and look out for your electricity. But I got my generator put in.
There you go. So you're ready.
I'm getting ready, and I've got to pick up some more equipment from Granger. Folks over at Granger are taking care of me. I got to wrap my pipes with some warmth. So I'm ready to go.
Is that an innuendo?
Yeah, I'm always wrapping my pipes with some warmth, that's for sure. But other than that, it's been a good week. It was good watching some football this weekend. But it just feels like that Monday where, you got stuff to do, but I'm thinking I'd like to get back in bed and sleep for like 2 more hours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, when it rains, you don't want to leave bed, right?
No.
When it rains and when it's cold, those are the days. Look, for me, I never want to leave bed, but especially when it's wet and cold outside, those are the days where it's like, God, I wish I could sleep for another couple of hours.
Yeah, I got to get to cleaning up the shed for the golf tour for the Mullet Open. I've got to start putting stuff in there and getting prizes ready to be, but I got to clean out the shed first. And I don't want it to be wet outside when I'm cleaning the inside up. You know what I mean? I want some sun out there. So I actually played golf on a Sunday at Lake Cliff yesterday.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Played a lot against the wind, but not really heavy winds. And it was warm enough to play golf. It was beautiful yesterday. Beautiful out there. A lot of people played, which was nice. A lot of people played early because they wanted to go and see those football games later on in the afternoon. So we got out there about 11 o'clock, got out of there pretty good. And the wonderful folks over there said to say hello to you. And everything is okay. The water's still there. I did not find the water yesterday.
There you go.
I did. Well, no, that's not true. Number 18, the lake around number 18. I had a cutter in there and just kept cutting.
Splash.
Yes, and we had we had Richard get hit with a ball yesterday.
Oh, in midair?
Oh, in midair. Oh, it sounded like somebody had gotten shot with a gun. That is a loud sign. When a golf ball hits you in the chest, you got him in the chest.
Oh.
Steve was back behind him. Richard has that tendency to go out in front of you by a couple 100 yards and think he's okay, but he's in your path. Well, I hear the club being hit way back. Couldn't even see where he was behind the hill. Next thing I know, I hear this thud, and I'm like, oh! And he goes down to a knee.
Wait, it was friendly fire?
Oh, it was friendly fire.
Someone in your group hit someone else in your group?
Oh, yeah. And the first thing Steve says is, hey, where did my ball go? Did it go in the water? Richard said, he started cussing him out. Said it hit me. So Steve doesn't say like, hey, are you all right? He goes, where the hell is my ball? He said, did that ball go in the water after it hit you? It's not like he didn't. He said, are you okay? I mean, the thud of that ball hitting him near the shoulder, the higher part of the chest, that was loud, man. That thing makes a loud sound. That thing must be moving when it hits you. If that hits you in the dome, you got a problem. I know with my dome, yeah. Or if it hits you in the nose or the face, it'll break your teeth.
Yeah,
man.
Oh, Texas cheater on Texas cheater crime.
Oh man.
Wow.
Well, some people have a tendency to pull way out in front of you when they play. Not me. I'm way to the side or behind you. I don't like to get out in front. After hearing that yesterday, I know I'm not getting out in front of anybody anymore.
You're not a pull-out guy?
No. I'm over to the side. I'm a side angle guy. Man, oh, man.
Well, that serves Richard right for all the cheating that he's done over the years.
That hurt.
Stealing y'all's money every round.
The sound of that, it had to hurt.
Dude, that's never happened to me. I've had a couple of close calls, but I've never hit anybody on the golf course, and I've never been hit by a ball on the golf course. Thank God. Yeah, that is hilarious. Yep, shout out to
it. Like the thud of the Texas Longhorns basketball team on Saturday. My goodness, were they that bad?
Yeah, well, we could start there. Actually, before we get there, I do need to give you some love. I mentioned at the top of the show that we've got some giveaways for the people.
I gave the people something already.
Of this week. This is one of our giveaways. We've got an Academy gift card in my hand. $50 to Academy. This will be given away this morning before we sign off at 10 o'clock.
Okay, the randomizer.
The randomizer is back and better than ever.
Oh, better in 2024?
Even better in the new year. All you have to do is leave a comment on YouTube or text us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. You do one of those two things, and you are entered to win this $50 gift card from our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Yes, indeed, Jason, the right stuff, the right price. I don't know if they use that slogan anymore, but that was their bit way back in the day.
That was their bit, yes.
But you gave the people 25,000 units.
Yes, I did.
You had 4 Gold Star locks, 3 of which were for 10,000 units. You hit all 3 of those. You had a 5,000 unit play in there. You did not hit that one.
Sad.
Yeah.
Just a dumb play.
He, for some reason, bet on this iteration of the New England Patriots, like one of the worst teams in football and the worst Patriots team that I think I've ever seen in my entire life. You bet on them, and they did not win. But your 3 10,000 unit plays, you had the Bucks.
Yeah.
They won in an ugly game over the Panthers.
Baker.
Moneymaker. You had the Green Bay Fudge Packers, who needed to win to make it to the playoffs, and they did. And they will, of course, play the Cowboys in the wild card round this Sunday. And you had the New Orleans Saints.
Wow. Yes, they did. And they ran it up, too.
Yeah, they did. And Arthur Smith's final moment as the Atlanta Falcons head coach is bitching out Dennis Allen in the post-game handshake because he was mad that they ran up the score. That was it for Arthur Smith, who got fired last night. But all 3 of those hit. Yeah, all 3 of those hit. Well, I don't know if you heard Dennis Allen, the coach of the Saints, is like, yeah, I told them to knee, but the players went rogue and they wanted to run up the score. They did that on their own.
Yeah, they said they wanted to get the running back a touchdown. What the hell is that? What, has he never had a touchdown in his career or something?
I don't know.
What is he, like a little Pop Warner kid or something?
Everyone's saying Jameis Winston made the call to go for it and run it up on the Falcons.
Said that's what the team wanted to do. Okay. Now you
Division
got that
rival,
with you.
the Dirty Birds. Come on, man. Got to do it to them. That was hilarious. But congrats to you. 25,000 units this weekend. That is far and away your most successful weekend of the football season. And because you were up 3,000 going in to the weekend, you are now up 28K for the
What
football.
can the people say? What can they say? They can only thank me.
That's it.
You're going to suffer. You're going to suffer a little bit, but at the end, hey, we're not done. We've got we got a natty tonight.
We do have a national championship tonight, and unfortunately, we're not in Houston getting ready to watch that national championship. That's going to suck, having to tune into that one on TV. Always hurts watching the game after your team loses, and we'll watch because, it's college football, and we love college football, and it's the national title, so of course. But, yeah, it's going to sting watching those two teams take the field at NRG.
I've got a feeling that the Wolverines will have a sack tonight. They will pressure Michael Penix. They will sack him. They won't pretend that they'll just pressure is enough. They'll sack that dude tonight.
Yeah, well, Texas couldn't do it this year, and they couldn't do it last year against Michael Penix Jr., and obviously this year's game and a whole hell of a lot more than last year's did, but Texas lost by one score each time around. You feel like if they could have gotten to Penix Jr. at least once, they could have maybe found a way to win, but not the case. Yeah, Michigan a 4.5-point favorite. Okay, well, let me ask you this right off the bat. Do you have a gold star lock for the Natty tonight?
I do, and it's Michigan. Michigan is going to run the ball. They're going to run and run and run and run, and they're not going to stop running. They're not going to get cute. It's just going to be physical football, and I think they can do more than pressure the quarterback. They're going to sack. By the way, they're better in the secondary. I don't know how much better they are, but they've got to be better than what the Longhorns are in the secondary. So
they are.
They are.
That's a low bar to clear, but yes, they are better than Texas in the secondary.
Yeah, I expect them to win by 10.
Okay. Yeah, I lied to you. You asked me what the line was before the show. Last time I had checked, it was 4.5. It's actually up to 5.5 now. You still?
Yeah, I got to believe it's a touchdown to 10 points. Better. Yeah. I just think they're going to control the clock by running the football. If they have success running, which they have had the last 3 years on everybody, just about, except for TCU, I got a feeling they're going to go to their run game, and they're not going to give up on it. They're just going to run it and run it. They're going to run clock. They don't want Michael Penix on the field.
Yeah, and I got a hunch their running backs aren't going to fumble either. Those guys are a little bit more experienced. They've been there, done that.
Sure.
And, yeah, I mean, Blake Corum's been one of the best in the country the last few years. Donovan Edwards has been a stud in his Michigan career. And you're right. Like, that's where Michigan can kind of learn from the Texas game last week. Like, that's the biggest play calling complaint I think most Texas fans have from last Monday night was the fact that Sark didn't run the ball enough in the first half. Like, he tried in the second half, and look, the game was tied at halftime, so it's not like the first half play calling completely killed Texas, but you felt like if Texas put more of an emphasis on running the ball early to keep Michael Penix Jr. and that Washington offense on the sideline, then maybe the Longhorns would have had a lead at recess instead.
Yeah, couldn't do it late because they kept fumbling the ball away and giving it to Washington. So
yeah,
you got to try to play catch up at some point, and you weren't going to run the ball to catch up to them.
Nope. So I'm with you, man. I feel like a lot of people who watch Texas Washington are picking Washington to win or at least cover the 5.5 tonight, but I think Michigan's the more talented team. And look, I'll be rooting for Washington, which is rare for me. Like I usually root against the team that knocks my favorite team out of the playoffs. Like Miami, who beat Texas in the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. Dude, I was hoping they were going to lose to UConn by 100 in the Final Four, and they lost by close to 100 to UConn in the Final Four. And I was celebrating that. Like usually I get petty, and I'm like, I don't want to see the team that beat my team win it all or even win another game. And some people will be like, well, it makes your team look better if the team that knocked you out is the team that wins it all. Usually, hogwash. I don't want to see that shit at all. But yeah, I think I am rooting for this Washington team tonight. Likeable bunch, man. Like they were the better team last Monday, as much as it sucks to admit. Michigan's a bunch of cheaters. I don't ever root for Michigan. It's been a while since Washington won one, and they're good. They're talented. and I think I'm pulling for the Huskies tonight, but I tend to agree with you. I think the Wolverines will find a win, and I think they will end up vacating this championship within the next 5 years too.
I do too. That something's going to come down with what's going to happen. They're all the Big Ten, as I said. They just after Michigan, after they started to really investigate it, they said, "Hey, we're done. Okay, we're fine. We don't want you spreading any. We don't want you to tell the truth, but the truth is going to come out.
You would
And
think
it's not going to be pretty, but they'll do everything they can to keep their coach, but their coach is going to be looking elsewhere. But if he wins the Natty, the Michigan Wolverines will come out of the woodwork for their coach. They're just going to. They're going to do everything they can to keep him. They're going to. It's going to be hard to outbid some of these NFL teams, but they're going to give it a hell of a try. The Michigan alums are going to do everything they can to keep that dude, and they're going to back him all the way to the end. Like even if they try to take those, because they're going to say, nope, we're champs. Champs are champs. You can take it away all you want to, but they're going to, even if they get exposed for losing a bunch of money, losing a bunch of games, they're not going to want that coach to disappear. They're not going to give up on him if they win the national championship. If they lose, though, who knows what's going to happen? I want them to win because I want to be playing against the national champs next year.
Yeah, that will be fun.
The national cheats.
We'll see if Jim Harbaugh is the coach. I think he's gone regardless. Now,
You know?
Michigan has already reportedly offered a big money contract extension to Jim Harbaugh. Like there were reports about that a month ago where they wanted to make him the highest paid coach in the country. And obviously if he wins the national championship tonight, then they might up that offer even more. And like you said, they're going to do even more to try to keep him around. But I don't know if it has to do with the fact that, Harbaugh could be worried that something's coming down the pipe. Remember what Pete Carroll did at USC when he realized that he could be getting in trouble if he stayed with the Trojans? Well, he bolted for the NFL. That move's obviously worked for him. Jim Harbaugh has already been a successful NFL coach. He made it all the way to the Super Bowl one time as a head coach, so he knows he can win. If he's worried that, the NCAA might be coming down on him and or his school, then he's probably bolting.
And people close to Michigan football, I think they understand when your university just backs the way you backed him and then you backed away from the table a little bit at the end there, saying, no, don't bring that up. Stay away. We'll deal with that later. There's so many people in that Michigan, alum base know exactly what went on. They know how bad it really, really is. They're going to do everything they can to keep them, but I think they understand what's about to come, win or lose. It's about to come down on Michigan. As you said, it may not be next year, it may be the year after, but they're going to get them for what this is all about. So, but they'll try to keep them. They'll try.
They should. Like this is the most success they've had in decades, and they've beaten Ohio State 3 years in a row. They made it to the playoff 3 years in a row. They finally got their first playoff win, and they're 5.5-point favorites in the national championship game. So, no, I mean, Harbaugh, it took him a while to get things rolling, and I don't think it's much of a coincidence that they started having a bunch of success after they brought Connor Stallions on the staff, but they've got things rolling right now, and it seems silly to try to do anything to end that train that they've got rolling on. Go to text line says, screw that, I'm petty. I got folks rooting for Michigan tonight. That's fine. I'm not going to be like standing up cheering when Washington scores, but I think I'll be pulling for them tonight in this game.
Texas versus the Cheaters next year.
Week 2 in Ann Arbor.
Wow.
You going to that game?
I don't know. That's one of those games, I don't go to the ones even at home, but that's a game that, like I said, I've been to the Big House. There's not a thrill there, but I've never seen the burnt orange in the Big House. So that's a special. That's two blue bloods just getting together there. I mean, that'll be just a mob scene there, but it's not a loud place. It's just so open there. All the sound goes straight up into the air there. It's like a coliseum,
Yeah.
But traditionally, it's just, and it's hard not to want to be at that place for that game.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And I would love for Texas Sports Unfiltered to be there, but I feel like we needed to book our hotel rooms before we even started Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like that.
We can stay in Detroit. There's always a room somewhere to stay in Detroit.
How far is Detroit from Ann Arbor?
Somebody give me that one. I'm going to venture to say hour 15, hour and a half, something like that.
Just fly in there, stay there, and then make the drive to Ann Arbor?
Oh, stay there. Ooh, casinos there.
Uh-oh. Right? That's why you want to do that. Hold on.
No.
Now. Stay at 8 Mile?
there'll be some people underneath the bridge there too. Believe me.
Oh,
They've
sure.
been there forever.
Yeah, we're used to that though. And you'll try to interact with them, and one of them will try to come rape you again, like New Orleans. You've got experience with that, so
I
you'll
got
be
experience with them. Yes,
ready for it.
absolutely. I'll be ready. I'll be engaging though. Believe me.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. We got to talk to Chip because Chip's from Michigan. Maybe he's got the hookup for.
Oh, he's got to. That guy's been back and forth to that place forever.
Sure he has. So, yeah, week 2, Texas at Michigan. The Longhorns could be facing the national champs in the second game of the 2024 season.
And Washington moves on to play in the Big Ten. How's that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have they announced the Big Ten schedule? Like, obviously, they released the SEC schedule. I don't know if they've – I guess there's a chance Washington and Michigan play next year, right?
Could be.
I mean, they'll definitely play within the next 2 or 3 years with those teams sharing a conference starting in 2024. So, yeah, you're right. I guess we could get a rematch of that game as well later this year, funny enough. All right, Buck, some more Texas football here, and we'll get to the NFL. We'll get to Texas basketball. We are jam-packed on a Monday. But a couple of Longhorns made their announcements since the last time we spoke to the people. A couple of good announcements and a couple of sad announcements for Texas. A few guys announced that they are coming back to Austin for another year. Barron Sorrell announced that he will be back for one more year. Jake Majors announced that he will be back for one more year. I think those were the two big ones over the weekend who took to social media to say that they are coming back for one last ride. Your thoughts on Sorrell and Majors?
Well, I think for Sorrell, he needs another year of college football if he wants to be a professional football player. And you know what? He can really help this football team out too. I mean, another year under his belt, understanding what he really, really needs to do if he wants to make it to the next level and bring this team to another level is he's got to be the sack master. He's got to be that guy who we can look around and say, well, we're going to get it out of him. And I think we'll find out early next year about him. Well, we'll find out things in the spring. Has he gotten better at being a pass rusher? But I think he's fine at the point of attack against the run. I just don't think he's a polished pass rusher yet. And another year will help him. I mean, if he went off to the pros, I think it would just be learning. And I'm not saying he wouldn't be he would be an okay pro. I mean, it would take him a couple years to understand what it's all about, but he just needs another year. He needs another year of polished pass rushing at any level. So I'm glad he's coming back. Jake Majors, and there's no doubt about that guy as a leader. I don't know if they'll be looking to try to get rid of him. They may just have him back with open arms, period. Yeah. Just happy to have that dude come back for another year for this offensive line, who I thought just got better and better and better as the season went on. I mean, this line should be top 3 next year in the country, period, for what they return. I mean, Christian Jones, I mean, he kind of took a step back at the latter part of the season.
He's gone. Christian Jones is the only offensive lineman who is leaving, but they'll get the other 4 guys back, which
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, this was an offensive line that was expected to be one of the best in the country this year. They had some ups and downs, but for the most part, they were really good.
This is a good run offensive line for sure.
Yeah. Jake Majors is really good. I mean, the only game that Texas lost in the regular season was the game where Jake Majors got hurt and missed like 95% of it. So, the offensive line really struggled at the Cotton Bowl, and I don't think that's just happenstance. Like, look, credit Oklahoma, they're good, but I think a lot of that had to do with, Jake Majors wasn't there. Not only is he a good player, but he's also the leader and the head communicator of that offensive line. So not having him made a big impact on Texas in that game. And, he's really good. You're right. Early in his career, it felt like people were trying to find his replacement. But at this point, I think every Texas fan and, more importantly, the Texas coaching staff is welcoming Jake Majors back with open arms. And for Barron Sorrell, there was no decision.
I didn't think there was.
I'm sorry. Like, if that sounds disrespectful to the kid, and I know Mr. Sorrell watches our programming for a while, and we love and appreciate that. But, I don't think Barron Sorrell would have been a draft pick if he left. Like, he could have made a team. He could have gotten a roster invite. He would have gotten a roster invite. But, maybe he would have been a 7th-round pick. Maybe. But to me, more than likely, he would have been a UDFA. And why would you leave college when if you could come back for another year, you could play your way into being a draft pick. Like Barron Terrell's got the size and measurables to maybe be a day 2 pick if he comes back and has a really, really good season. So, yeah, to me, it was a no-brainer. I'm pumped that he's coming back. But,
I'm
like
excited,
this one felt like super, super obvious to me, right?
Oh yeah, I thought from the beginning when there was just a thought of him going, I was like, he's not ready for that level of football yet. He'll go there and get his brains knocked out by those tackles, the NFL type of tackles, even some of the bad tackles. He just needs another year of prep, and that's fine. And he's going to get it, and he'll get better. And and they need him.
Yeah, well, I think this edge group is going to be significantly better next year than it was this year, right? I mean, Barron Sorrell coming back is big, and you'd like to think he's going to take another step next year. Ethan Burke, obviously coming back. Hopefully he's able to stay healthy. He was playing through a couple of injuries this season, but once again, you'd think he'd develop.
Another year of strength development, yes.
Yep, obviously Trey Moore, the transfer from UTSA who had 14 and a half sacks. So that guy's already proven at the college level. Big step up in talent for him going from the AAC to the SEC, but still feel like, okay, that's an upgrade over anything that you had this year. You've got Colin Simmons, the 5-star edge out of Duncanville, who, you never want to rely too much on a true freshman, but if that guy is all that he's cracked up to be, then he could be an impact player for Texas coming off the edge. We'll see where Anthony Hill ends up, right? He kind of bounced back and forth between edge and off-ball linebacker. We'll see what this coaching staff has in store for him, but he's going to get better over the offseason. So, yeah, now you've got just about everybody coming back in that edge room, plus reinforcements, both from the high school level and the college ranks coming in. Texas, and they're going to need it too because they're losing Sweat and Murphy on the inside. But this edge group, Buck, should be better next year, which is great news.
Yeah, and then now they've got to protect that off-the-ball linebacker area too now. I mean, they're losing pretty big-time linebacker and got a brand-new linebacker coach. So a lot of things have to change in a hurry. These guys, well, will they be the same? Will they get better? But players that you lost are hard to replace. They got a linebacker they got to replace that was pretty daggum good. So I'm hoping that the young kid that played outside as a rush becomes a really good inside linebacker where he can go boundary to boundary, make plays, understand, gap control, and when he can go underneath and make plays because he's got great speed. He can tackle. He's an aggressive player. But they moved him around a little bit last year. I think maybe he stays inside. Maybe he becomes a blitzer from the inside and puts that pressure on running backs that have to pick him up. So that should be fun to watch. It really is. His growth will be important.
Yeah, I wonder where Texas deploys Anthony Hill next year, right? Like, do they feel like linebacker's more of a need, so they put him at linebacker? Hell, maybe they feel like he's better there, so they're going to put him there. Or do they say, nah, like, this guy could be a major factor for us coming off the edge, and you can never have too many good edge rushers. I mean, if you have 4, 5, 6 edge rushers that you can rotate in and out to keep them fresh over the course of 60 minutes, and all of those guys are able to hit home on opposing quarterbacks, then that's
they couldn't. It didn't seem like they could play him out there a lot this year because I don't think he would hold up to the run as a freshman. I think they would have teams would have attacked him in the run game. Pass. I mean, we just didn't see enough of him out there. He had to help inside. I'd really like to see him stay inside and be that guy who can really get it done. And these other guys just started to mature, and the young freshmen that they bring in, Burke. I mean, guys that can really, that have played that position. Now they should be getting used to that position or have some experience at that position. I'd like to see that happen. So I'm excited for what's going to happen. And plus now they've got they've got another voice there. They've got a linebacker coach in there who's, is he the assistant?
He is the linebackers coach and the co-defensive coordinator.
Co-defensive coordinator.
Yeah, same role that Jeff Choate had. Jeff Choate obviously left.
A money title, yes. I got it.
Yeah, Jeff Choate had left to take the head coaching job at Nevada, so Texas had to replace their linebackers coach, and they ended up, hiring a guy who's going to be the linebackers coach, but also the co-defensive coordinator for this team.
Yeah, so that's these some of the early changes, and we'll find out if there will be other staff changes, after this football game this week, or maybe not even then because there's a lot going on in the NFL. There are a lot of coaches that are will be moving. A lot of guys getting fired. A lot of guys will be moving around. So we'll see if they make any changes. This isn't making a change. This guy took a head coaching job. So, he had to go. This was what he got into coaching to do, is become a head coach. So it's not like they weren't happy with Coach Choate. I mean, they were really pleased with him.
Yeah.
But will they make other changes? That's what's going to interest me a little bit. I didn't think they would make a lot of change. You're coming off of winning the Big 12 championship. You're in the Final Four. Some people would say change them all in the secondary. This is, to me, is a wait and see. If you can get a better coach, you get a better coach. That's all there is to it. That's not firing everybody, which Austin Bowie would say. I mean, that's not firing. You're getting, if you can get a better coach, that's what you do. That's what you do when you make the Final Four. That's what you do when you have an opportunity to win a natty. You don't stay pat if you can find something that's better. That's just the way it goes. So, but if not, I don't think Sark is changing for the sake of changing. I mean, there's no pressure for him to change, I don't believe.
So you are open to staff changes?
I'm always open to staff changes if you can find a better coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if your team is moving up, don't your players deserve somebody that's better?
Right. Look, I think a lot of Texas fans would be in favor of some changes to this coaching staff, and namely the secondary coaches, right? Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon. Those guys were criticized a lot throughout the year. The secondary was the biggest problem for this Texas team this year, and obviously it cost them in the Sugar Bowl loss to Washington last Monday. So, on the other hand, you had your best season since 2009, and you made it to the college football playoff. You won your first conference title in 15 years. Do you really want to upset the apple cart and mess with things, or do you try to run it back next year?
Dude, you ain't messing with anything in that secondary. You're not messing up anything. That thing is messed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like you're – it's almost like, can you get worse? That's what it feels like at that position. To me, it's like you can only get better.
Right.
But I would understand if the coach didn't make any decisions. Like you said, what are you going to do? You won out of all the talk of how bad they were, they're Big 12 champions.
Yeah. I don't have any sourcing on this. I just don't think that Sark is going to make those changes to his coaching staff. Like you said, he had to make one. Jeff Choate left for a better job. We wish him all the best. He did a great job. But I just don't think Sark's going to make any other moves.
But if he did, to me, that's not making change just to make change. That's for the betterment of the team.
No. And Sark did say, I feel like I'm having a conversation with myself right now and taking both sides like a politician. Sark said a couple of weeks ago, he's like, you can't stay the same.
Right.
Like you can't be complacent. You've got to get better. Otherwise you get worse, right? You're not stagnant in this sport. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. So, some people might look at that and say, well, if Sark is true to his word, then he's going to do something to fix the secondary, and maybe bringing in different secondary coaches can fix the secondary. So you look at that, maybe you're reading the tea leaves and you're like, oh, no, maybe Sark was actually hinting towards doing something. Maybe it's not firing either of those guys. Maybe it's just bringing in somebody else to help those guys.
Well,
right?
I know one thing he did. He when the receivers couldn't catch the year before, he did something about that. He made a decision on what he was going to do with his wide receivers. They were an integral part of what this offense was all about, and their ability to just do some of the simple things like catch a football this year when bringing in an NFL guy, that worked. That worked for Sark. I mean, I don't think there's anybody can say that his decision to bring the guy from the Jacksonville Jaguars didn't work. It was they were going to be good anyway. No, I think that guy made a decision. I mean, I think that he made a difference in what happened for this wide receiver group.
I agree, but different scenarios, right? Texas has had 3 wide receivers coaches in Sark's first 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
The first guy was Andre Coleman. He got fired. Well, a lot easier to fire somebody after 5-7 than after 12-2 in a conference championship.
Right.
Sark felt like we can't go 5-7 again. I'm going to lose my job if this is my record next year. So a lot more pressure on him to do something at that point. And then Brennan Marion was the wide receivers coach last year. He left to take an offensive coordinator job. So Sark had to replace him. So it worked. Believe me, I agree with you. Chris Jackson was great, and I'm happy he's here. That was an awesome hire by Steve Sarkisian. But yeah, like the one change, the one firing Sark has done to his coaching staff came after 5-7. He didn't fire anybody after 8-5.
No.
So it's like, does he fire anybody after 12-2? And one name that keeps getting talked about, Buck, I see Daryl with the comment. I saw CB bring it out earlier. Dwayne Aquina. I think every Texas fan remembers Coach Aquina. He was an analyst at Arizona last year. And the guy Texas just hired, Johnny Nansen, was the defensive coordinator at Arizona last year. So you've got that relationship there. The legendary DB coach at the University of Texas could be an option, whether it's in an analyst role or if it's, once again, to get rid of Terry Joseph or Blake Gideon. There are a lot of Longhorn fans and former players. I think I saw when Michael Huff, somebody was tweeting out over the weekend about bringing Coach Aquina back. That could be an option for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he also had a fantastic year, at the end with Arizona. Arizona plays some pretty good football. That guy's been out there for a while now. Now do you pick up your family, come back to Austin? I mean, he's not like this young bird. I mean, he's got older family now. If his kids are up and out and gone, maybe, if that's what they want to do. But you're going to have to pay him some money. He's probably getting a pretty good check at Arizona right now.
Yeah, well, last year was his first year at Arizona. He was the DB coach at Stanford from 2014 to 2022 with David Shaw. And then, when that coaching staff got let go, Dwayne Aquina needed another gig. So he's only been at Arizona for 1 year. Yeah, I'm sure they were paying him some decent money to be there because he's got some skins on the wall as a defensive mind in college football. But it was Quentin Jammer, the lifetime Longhorn, who was tweeting about bringing Aquina home over the weekend. I'd be in favor of it, even if it is an analyst role. Like, just that guy is one of the most, maybe the most successful DB coaches this university has ever had. He's 67 years old, so right around your age, Buck. You think you could get back into coaching?
Dude, I could coach when I'm 90 if I needed to.
Who's hiring you right now?
Nobody.
So where are you going to coach?
Nobody.
Where are you going to coach then? The local Pop Warner League?
I'm just saying, even with my bad back, I still have enough skills to go out there and coach him up. Believe me.
Dude, you're going to be like Hugh Freeze coaching from the hospital bed.
No, I would be good. Don't worry. If I ever needed to coach, I could coach. I'm not that part I was never worried about. I'd be never worried about that from a mental and get yourself fired up and get guys going standpoint. I would be just fine, even at my age.
Yeah, I believe that.
But you got to be. But you do have to be somewhat, fit to go out there. The rigors of being a coach and running around and doing some stuff. It's hot around this place.
Yeah, it is.
In the summertime, it's hot around a lot of places in the summertime.
You got to go recruit again. Would you be up to do that?
That would be the one. I'd be like, you don't want to come? Screw you.
Our donuts, where are you?
Oh, I'd have a blast. I have an NIL and money, cash money. Come on now. Cash only, no credit cards. I don't do cards.
Oh, you're allowed to do that stuff now. You know that.
What?
You don't have to just give the players cash in JanSport backpacks anymore.
What?
It's now illegal. Yeah.
What happened to all the fun?
The times they are a-changing.
Man, oh man. No, I just think that I'm like you. You don't change for the sake of changing when you win a championship. You roll with it. If you have to make the change next year, but you give it some long thought. As you said, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. If you're just sitting back and saying, you know what, we were not good in the secondary, it'll be better next year. Just saying that, I don't think so.
Yep. No,
those are hard decisions.
You're right. I don't know if Sark needs to fire either of those two guys because they did a tremendous job on the recruiting trail too.
Although they're both really good recruiters.
Yeah, but bringing in analysts, bringing in somebody who can help that secondary, that feels like a good idea because
it does.
You can't be in the 80s or 90s in terms of secondary rankings next year and expect to win an SEC championship.
No.
You've got to improve in a big way in your defensive backfield. And, I don't know if you can just stand pat and hope that the two coaches that you had this year are going to make it happen. You got to at least consider bringing in another mind or two who can help coach up those guys back there.
And when it comes to that secondary, we've been preaching for a month. I knew it, you knew it, and the American people knew it. That this secondary, if anything cost you, it was going to be because of one position, and that was all those in the back there. We knew that. We knew that if the team lost the game, where it was going to come down to. It was going to come down to not enough pressure on the quarterback because that guy can really get the ball off, or those guys couldn't hold up in the secondary. And it just happened to be what everybody's nightmare was, and that was the secondary.
Yep, it was why Washington was such a bad matchup. That's why I was so scared about that game for the last month. And the number one passing offense in the country, they took it to Texas's secondary.
But you can't leave out the fact that those guys are fantastic recruiters. And if I don't want to give up a recruiting edge that this group has. As I said, the month of June is not that far away, and they own June, and they bring in some remarkable players. And I expect them to do the same again now. There's going to be guys in the portal that, have to graduate from places that want to graduate, May and all the stuff that happens during that time. This group can recruit not with the best of them. They are the best. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to lose that. That's an edge you never want to lose. But you can't be losing ball games and losing opportunities to play in the Final Four and championships because your secondary is as bad as that group was this year. They were not good. Sorry.
Yeah, the QBs in the SEC next year are a lot better than the QBs in the Big 12 this year, right? Yeah. Jalen Milroe will be back at Alabama. Carson Beck at Georgia. That's a guy you'll have to see. Some of these teams aren't on Texas's schedule, but Jackson Dart is still in this league. Brady Cook is in this league. You've got some dudes in the SEC. And if you do make it to a conference championship game, you're going to be playing a quarterback significantly better than Alan Bowman, who Texas saw in the Big 12 title game this year.
Let's not forget, he's back.
7 years, baby. That guy is living my dream.
Man. He's living every college player's dream, I believe. Most of them. I get to stay another year.
Another year for free.
For free?
And he's at his third stop, so he's ran through co-eds all over the country.
Wow.
The guy is a legend, dude. An absolute legend.
You would like it to go from place to place to place. You wouldn't want to be stuck for 8 years in one place, would you?
Well, the beauty of Texas is there's like 50,000 students here. So
it'd take you a while to run through them all in 8 years.
Yeah, plenty to go around
here.
Sure. But no, I mean, that guy started at Texas Tech. They got some women out there now. Not the brightest bunch, but they've got some lookers there. Then he went to Michigan. Midwest hot. Not the same. And those girls are pretty smart, but it's a big school. There's good-looking women in Michigan. I know good-looking women who went to Michigan.
There you go.
And then, Oklahoma State, good party school. Decent crop there. Smart move. I think I would have maybe gone with a couple of different schools than Alan Bowman, but hey, 3 big schools, Power 5 conferences, plenty of options.
Power 5 women, yeah.
Now he's the old guy. Women sometimes like the older guy. Now he's the older guy.
Oh, he's definitely the older guy.
Yeah.
Should be running for Senate. I mean, what the hell? Get to stay for as long as you like, dude.
McConaughey and Dazed and Confused.
Wow.
He's got that bit going for him. So, all the folks who took to Twitter last week to call Alan Bowman out, hey, get a job. Maybe football's not for you. Go work at Enterprise, you piece of shit. I don't know if anyone called him that. That'd be mean. It's like, nah, you're just jealous that you didn't get free college for 7 years.
Oh, because I am. The one guy who's trying it for his 9th year, that still is. I mean, it's. When are they going to put a stop to this madness?
Never.
It's only going to get better when they get the flu year.
The flu year's coming next.
That's next.
You'll have the chickenpox year. You'll have the syphilis year. You'll have.
It's gonna they get to stay as long as they like.
And it sure feels that way in today's college football, but who knows? Yeah, that Miami tight end Cam McCormick is his name, applying for his 9th year.
I mean, really? Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. I'm going to stay for another year. Oh, that's good, son. You won't come back to live with us since you've got room and board again.
Yeah, that's like Ron McKelvey. Ron McKelvey walked so all these guys could run.
Wow.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, I'm as I said, I don't want anybody to lose their job. I just know when you do what Sark is doing, when you're going in the direction he's going in, if you can get the best, you get the best. If somebody's better, then you hire them.
Yeah.
If you have the means to hire them, the university has all kinds of money. And if you can hire somebody that's better, or even you bring in a guy who's an analysis, I mean, it's worked for them. You brought in Gary Patterson. That worked.
An
I think that's been a
analyst?
part. Yeah,
What
a
is an
guy
analyst?
I mean, somebody who can analyze what you're trying to do at your position, not only scheme wise, but players. It's going to help you, put guys in the right position in a better spot. So they did it with Gary Patterson. I thought they did a great job with Gary Patterson. I think that if they have an opportunity again to do it, if Dwayne Aquino would do that, Dwayne Aquino would like to be a hands-on guy, even at his age. That dude wants to be out there. He wants to be talking. He wants to be visiting with the players.
You can
It's
do
not
that.
just, huh?
You can do that as an analyst.
I guess you can. I don't know I didn't know if you had to be behind the scenes, or I didn't know if you were allowed to be out on the field actually coaching and messing around. So
Messing around.
yeah, just out. I didn't know if you could, how many could be at a practice, how many could be on the field at one time. What do you have to do on game day? Do you get to be down there with the team? Do you get to be talking with the team, or do you have to stay up in the booth? There's a lot that goes into there because there's a lot that the coach would like to do. And those guys, it's not like those guys make $200,000 or whatever it is to do that. I mean, those guys, I think there's like a limit of like 25 grand or something like that. Unless there's NIL money back there too.
There you go. He was an analyst last year, which gives me hope that there's a chance he'd be willing to be an analyst again this year.
There you go.
And he's been a position coach in college football for a long time. So I think he's made plenty of money, and he's 67 years young. So hopefully he's done a good enough job saving that money to where he's not coaching for cash at this point. But no, I mean, Texas, if they got to open up the pocketbook a little bit
they can do that.
Bring Coach Aquino back to Austin, they absolutely can do that. I love how you called it an analyst instead of an analyst, though. That's what I was giving you grief for a moment ago.
Oh, I didn't say the process. I generally say the process.
You say it wrong because there's no AH in there. It's PROCESS. What do you call them? Professional athletes?
I don't call them profits. I call them profits.
There's no AH in that either. We're going to move from college to professional sports because all of you people know how to speak English, apparently, out there.
But first, English-speaking people, those people.
We got to, before we talk NFL, we'll get to Texas basketball, and we'll talk more about Johnny Nansen, too. We'll talk more about, the addition Texas made to its coaching staff over the weekend. We do have to give some love to some of our great sponsors, Buck.
It's 2024, and Dr. Greg Eckert is at it again with his all-star group of professionals doing everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. My teeth feeling good, looking good, going into year 7, thanks to Dr. Eckert. And he can give you that smile, too. He can turn a frown upside down by getting you dental implants. Find out if you're a candidate for 2024 by giving him a call today at 512-345-3166. Got sleep apnea, but he's also doing general dentistry, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, tooth loss solutions. And if, like I said, if you're interested in dental implants, if you think that's the way to go, check out Dr. Eckert because he is doing a bunch of them, and he'll be doing a bunch more in 2024. Now everybody's got their dental insurance. Jan 1st, over with. You got new dental insurance. Let Dr. Eckert help you out for sure. And he wants to give you that smile that you've been looking for. I got the smile that I've been looking for years. Got these veneers. I'm very happy, and you will too. As I said, give him a call at 512-345-3166. And if you've got a problem with the dentist and you're scared, IV sedation may be the way to go. Knock you smooth out. Come back with a great smile. Over 28 years of service, over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. He's our guy. He should be your guy also.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Dr. Eckert. Also, shout out to our friends at SendTexTickets.com. If you're looking for tickets to anything, football, basketball, baseball, whatever sport, whenever, wherever, they've got them for you online at SendTexTickets.com. If you're trying to get up to Dallas for the Cowboys playoff game this weekend, SendTexTickets.com. If you're trying to get down to Houston for the Texans playoff game this weekend, SendTexTickets.com, a local company. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and it's so easy. You can buy them from your phone or a computer. The tickets will show up in your email just like that. It's where I bought my World Series Game 5 tickets. Oh, yeah. I'm not letting the people forget who won the most recent World Series.
That's right.
No chance that will ever happen. But all the tickets you could ever need, concert tickets, Broadway shows, whatever event, they've got it for you on site at SendTexTickets.com.
And BK, I couldn't be happier. My back is feeling good today. I played a little round of golf yesterday, and I got right back in my relaxed the back chair this morning early. just sat in it, touched my toes, did all those things to loosen up a little bit just for a 2-hour stretch with you. But boy, I have missed this. I have missed this chair. I really did. We're in New Orleans and didn't quite have the chair that I needed to. Yes, I always talk about bringing my roadie with me, but we had a packed couple cars. We couldn't bring the road chair with me, but I've got the chair that I deserve and my back deserves for sure. My lumbar area, my thoracic back, which I had surgery reconstruction done. And folks, you can do the same. If you've got problems with your back, you need to head over to our good friends at Relax the Back, with their 2 locations at BK at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and of course in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, just like the Buck in 2024 with Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of 2 locations, our friends at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment, they've got 2 locations to best serve you, and they just opened up a new spot. They moved. They're down in Buda right now, 200 Trademark Drive in Buda. So you folks in the Buda-Kyle area, or San Marcos, or San Antonio, or in Austin, wherever you are, go check out the brand new Top Gun store. They still have the spot in Anderson Square up north, but if you've got something you need to tackle before it gets really cold outside, make sure your home and your property, I said that one right, is prepared for the freezing temperatures we might have coming our way here in Central Texas. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. It's in the name. You can rent stuff if you only need it for a couple of days, or you can buy it. They'll sell it to you. They've got the biggest selection, all the best brands, and great service to boot. TopGun.net, that's the website. Once again, Anderson Square up north, and then the new spot down south in Buda. Go check them out. TopGun.net. We will shoot you straight. Buck, let's talk some NFL, shall we?
Yes, sir.
What a weekend it was for the 2 Texas teams. Both the Texans and Cowboys had opportunities to win their divisions going into the final week of the NFL's regular season, and both teams did what they needed to do. And in the case of the Texans, they got the help that they needed to get. We'll start with the Texans because they played first Saturday night. Win and you're in, lose and you're out. The Texans in Indianapolis taking on the Colts, and the Texans found a way to get it done. A massive 4th down stop, really a 4th down drop by the Colts, preserved the win 23-19. And Buck, in DeMeco Ryans' first year, the Houston Texans are playoff bound.
Yeah, and it'll all come down Coach of the Year for this game next week versus the Browns. Who's going to be the Coach of the Year? Winner of that game they're going to be the Coach of the Year, I got to believe.
Well, it's a regular season award, so
that's what they all say.
You'd like to think. I don't know when the voting happens. Maybe the voting happens this week to prevent playoffs from having any sort of bias into that award. But yeah, it is kind of funny because those do feel like the top 2 Coach of the Year candidates. DeMeco Ryans in Houston and Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. Does feel kind of fitting that they're playing each other in round 1 of the playoffs. Yeah,
and yesterday, and the game Saturday was just, I thought, was incredible because of all the different guys that were hurt for the Texans. I mean, it was just a game that you had to have, and they did everything they could with the especially at the wide receiver position. I mean, CJ Stroud is a special kind of player, and they've got a special coach right there. That these guys, you're talking about guys that play together. I mean, they don't have overly talent. I love the secondary. I love Petrie. I love those guys in the secondary. I think they're going to be fantastic over the next couple of years on this defense. But the defensive line has played well too. They all have played well. It's not just that secondary and the linebackers where, DeMeco was a linebacker. I mean, this whole group has played well as a group. I never thought the Texans would look like this. Remember, this is one of the worst defensive groups over the last 2 years in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, the Texans won 11 games combined in the last 3 seasons.
Yes.
3 wins, 4 wins, 4 wins in the last 3 years. In DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud's first year, the Texans won 10 games and won their division. There's no argument to be made in favor of Kevin Stefanski over DeMeco Ryans. People were picking the Browns to win the division this year. Like, their Vegas over-under, I think, was 10.5, and they won 11 games. Now, look, Deshaun Watson got hurt. Nick Chubb got hurt. I'm not saying Kevin Stefanski didn't do a great job this year. He did a tremendous job.
But they have other good players. They have some outstanding players in their football team.
That might be the most talented defense in the NFL.
Yes.
Like, that roster is – that's why they gave up all that they gave up to get Deshaun Watson. They knew they had a Super Bowl-ready roster. They just needed a quarterback. Like, that roster is loaded. Go back before the year and look at all of these like roster rankings. All of these websites do roster rankings. Who's got the most talent? Who's got the least talent? And Houston's bottom 3 on all of those lists. Like, you're right. It's one of the least talented teams, and they were decimated by injuries. They didn't have talent when they were healthy.
Yeah.
And they lost a bunch of key guys. A lot of them for the season. Some of them they didn't play with in week 18, right? John Grenard, the sack leader, was not there Saturday. Noah Brown, one of the receivers they brought in free agency, he wasn't there on Saturday. Tank Dell, who was one of the good players the Texans had, he's obviously missed the last couple of months with that season-ending leg injury. And the Texans, they've been the laughingstock of the NFL for the last 3 years. They were expected to be the second worst team in the league. They had the second lowest Vegas win total going into the year, and they won their division. Come on. That's coach of the year right there. It's not even close for me.
Yeah, I had that group picked for 3 wins at the most this season.
I mean, I had them at 6 wins, and there were people who thought I was crazy with that. And yeah, they won 10 games this year. And that defense, like you said, it's been the worst in football the last 3 years. They couldn't stop the run at all. And I know Jonathan Taylor had a good day rushing the football on Saturday, but still the Texans had a top 5 run defense in the league this season after being bottom 3 in that category in each of the previous 2. I mean, it's amazing what DeMeco Ryans has done. And obviously you give a ton of credit to CJ Stroud too. Like, the coach helps, but you got to have the quarterback right. And it goes to show you, Buck, in this league, if you get those 2 positions right, I don't want to say it doesn't matter what else you have, because you need other stuff around you. But if you get those 2 right, you could change your fortunes pretty damn quickly in the NFL.
Yeah, it's like those Cowboys, because they got their coach right.
Well, they got a fat guy.
Come on, man.
The Cowboys, they've been good, though. Like, I'll give McCarthy some love. 3 straight 12-win seasons. That's not easy to do.
That's pretty good.
That is not easy to do. Before we get to the Cowboys, though, let's hear from CJ Stroud on the field after the Texans' big win in Indianapolis on Saturday. Here's just him talking about how it feels to be in the playoffs.
Man, it's a blessing. I can't do nothing but just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry. I put a lot of work in. My team has. Everybody counting us out from the start. So, man, it's just special to see the city of Houston just on the come up again. And I'm just blessed enough to be the vessel that Christ picked to lead this great franchise. So I can do nothing but just thank the Lord.
He's been very, I mean, they're fortunate, boy. That whole thing of Lovey and all that stuff, what a great job by Lovey Smith.
Yeah. Really. They should erect a statue of Lovey Smith for winning that Week 18 game last year.
Because that group was getting ready to take the other little guy from Bama. They were going to take the little guy. They
1,000%.
all were going to take him.
Yeah, and they talked about trading up. They almost traded up. They had a deal in place with the Bears to move up from 2 to 1 so they could get Bryce Young. And they thankfully pulled the plug on that, and they end up getting CJ Stroud to fall to them. And boy, it's funny how life works sometimes. Yeah,
this group is only going to get better. I mean, they still got some offensive linemen they want to seal some deals with. They want to get better on that defensive line, and of course they're going to always be looking for a wide receiver to help this kid out. And Dalton Schultz, them getting Dalton Schultz for that year deal from the Cowboys was huge for this kid to have the security blanket that he has now. And now Nico Collins out of nowhere having the year that he has had is remarkable too. But you have to have the guy who can get the ball down the field to him, and they've got the right guy now.
Yeah, he's a great leader and obviously a great quarterback as well. He's going to be a unanimous Rookie of the Year selection. Sure. Hell, the Texans might have Offensive Rookie of the Year with C.J. Stroud. They might have Defensive Rookie of the Year with Will Anderson Jr., and they might have Coach of the Year with DeMeco Ryans. Just a tremendous season. And you're right. Yeah, Nico Collins was amazing. He had 195 yards on Saturday against the Colts. All of the other Texans receivers, tight ends, and running backs combined had 69. Very nice.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting the way they play this deal now from this point on, though.
You give them a chance against Cleveland? Browns are favored. There's one road favorite in Super Wildcard Weekend, and it's Cleveland. They're a 1.5 to 2 point favorite in Houston. These two teams played on Christmas Eve in Houston, and the Browns beat the brakes off the Texans. But, huge but, CJ Stroud did not play in that game. So, obviously, that guy makes a pretty massive, massive difference.
Yeah. What is the line? Did you say 4?
No, it's like 2.
2. I was thinking 1.5, maybe.
I'm seeing 2.5 right now, actually. So early money's coming in on Clee.
Yeah, the Cleveland defense is ridiculous. I mean, that thing is loaded with talent.
Yeah, best in football this year. One of the best in football in the last 10.
This will be the best secondary that they'll see.
Yeah. Now they 36-22 was the final in that Browns-Texans game, but that score is a little bit deceiving because at one point it was 36-7 at the start of the fourth quarter. Yeah. Cleveland pulled a bunch of its starters, and Davis Mills was able to chunk the ball down the field and pick up some garbage points for the Texans when he was playing quarterback. So, yeah, it was a beatdown. It was less than a month ago, but once again, CJ Stroud, the straw that stirs the drink, was not in that matchup for the Texans. So, Joe Flacco, the old guy, against the young guy, CJ Stroud. What a matchup there.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a fun matchup.
I'm with you. So the Texans, they got the win. They also got help, right? Like the win on Saturday just got them into the playoffs, but they needed Jacksonville to lose to win the division. And what a collapse by the Jags, Buck.
Yeah, that's tough. That's not just about quarterback play right there. That's just that was a collapse. You know, the last 5 games at the end of the season, that you're talking about collapsing. Wow.
They were 8-3 at one point, and they finished 9-8. So what? They lost 5 of their last 6 games. I mean, they had that division locked down. They had like a 97% chance to win the AFC South, and they blew it. Lawrence got hurt, missed a couple of games, but even when he did play, he wasn't the same.
Nope.
And just everything around him fell apart. And
ATN, he never got going till the latter part of the season with about 4 or 5 games to go. He just wasn't the way they needed him to be early in the season. They needed those games early. They got to be able to run the ball better.
Yeah.
And they can't have their quarterback taking off for his life and running. I mean, he can run and maneuver, but he's one of those guys. He looks different than, Buffalo's quarterback when he runs with the ball.
Yeah. Nobody's Josh Allen. That guy's.
Well, I'm just saying he looks like the guy. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is a big guy, but when he gets hit differently than the other dude gets hit.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen's like 230, 235.
Almost 240.
Trevor Lawrence is 220. They're both tall as hell, but Allen's more built. And look, Lawrence deserves some blame. He had the same injury that Quinn Ewers was dealing with, and he was playing through it. Like for most of last week, there was a thought that Lawrence wasn't even going to be able to play today in Tennessee. So he was bad yesterday. He had some awful overthrows and a couple of bad interceptions. But I think he was playing banged up. So it was like what we saw with Quinn Ewers, where it's like, this dude clearly ain't the same Quinn Ewers. I think that's what happened with Trevor Lawrence, and it was a perfect shitstorm for the Jags to blow it. But hey, it helps the Texans.
Yes.
So good job, DeAndre Hopkins with the Titans, helping the Texans win the division. That was cool to see. Cowboys now, Buck. Much easier situation for the Cowboys. All they had to do was beat the 4-12 Commies, and they were going to win the NFC East. It's a struggle early. Commanders actually led 10-7 in this game, but the Cowboys scored the last 31 points and ended up routing Washington 38-10, the final.
They're just so much better.
Yeah. I mean, they were 13-point favorites for a reason. Hell, 13 proved to not be nearly enough.
Yeah, Sam Howell against that defense, that wasn't going to work.
No, Sam Howell against any defense, probably not going to work. The Commanders, they locked up the number 2 pick. They're going to take a quarterback next year.
With a new coach and a new staff.
Yeah, Ron Rivera. I don't think it's official yet, but the writing's been on the wall for that dude. He's gone. How do you feel about the Cowboys, man? Like you've talked about it for the last couple of months. You felt like the Cowboys needed to win the division and get some games in Arlington to have a chance to make a deep playoff run. Well, they did their job. The Eagles completely fell apart, and they got boat raced by the Giants yesterday. So Philly obviously is reeling after their 10-1 start. They lost 5 of 6.
They can beat anybody coming to Dallas. They can beat anybody at home. They just can. Because you can't cover. He's uncoverable. CeeDee Lamb, nobody in the league can cover him. And there's not a group that's found out a way, since midway in the season to stop him. They can't scheme ways to stop him. They find a way. Dak Prescott finds ways to get him the ball. You know, that touchdown when Dak was moving around yesterday and got him in the end zone, I'm thinking he's going to throw this ball across his body and get this thing picked. And there was CeeDee Lamb, hit him right dead smack in the belly and was clean as could be. But that was a tough throw across his body there, BK. You could see him rolling a little bit. And I'm going, oh, no, Dak, don't do this. This is not the time to go Dak on us and throw it across your body, get it picked in the end zone, give them momentum. And he threw a strike.
Yeah. Yeah, Dak was awesome yesterday. Had one interception, but not really his fault. It was a ball that was tipped at the line of scrimmage. But outside of that, he was damn near perfect. And you're right, CeeDee Lamb, 8 straight games with a touchdown for him. How about this? Amongst NFL wide receivers, he led the league in touchdowns, led the league in receptions, led the league in scrimmage yards, led the league in touches. That guy has developed into one of the 3 best receivers in football. I mean, you can make a case that this year he was number 1.
Well, I think he is number 1 this year. Yeah.
Tyreek Hill had a spectacular year. Did drop a few last night, though, for the Dolphins. Tyreek Hill is obviously awesome. Jamar Chase is great. Justin Jefferson's great, although Jefferson missed a lot of time with injuries this year. But, yeah, you could make a strong argument that CeeDee Lamb right now on January 8th, 2024 is the best wide receiver in the world. And he is uncoverable. Good teams, bad teams, home, road. Like the Cowboys have obviously been worse against good teams. They've obviously been worse on the road this year. But CeeDee Lamb has been damn near consistent every week for this team.
He certainly has. And and at home, he's really unstoppable at home. He's big yards at home. Because then at home, they scheme him to do everything. They scheme him to run the ball, quick screens, the whole works when they get home. And I think you're going to see a lot of CeeDee Lamb in the playoffs, especially these home games. He's going to be a part of – that dude's liable to throw for a touchdown.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
You know?
Is Dak Prescott your MVP?
As of now, yes.
Well, there's nothing that could change. The season's over.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Like Lamar Jackson, still your Vegas favorite.
Yes, he is.
The Ravens didn't need to play anybody yesterday. They'd already wrapped up the 1 seed. And Lamar Jackson, quarterback on the best team in football. Sometimes that's how it works. But Dak's numbers are better than Lamar Jackson's. So Dak led the NFL in touchdown passes. He was 3rd in passing yards.
Yeah, somebody's going to give Lamar Jackson. Somebody's going to give him the edge in the voting that, hey, the guy's actually playing in the playoffs now.
Right, that helps.
They're going to give him credit for making it through the playoffs. So,
yeah, Lamar's been an MVP before. I don't know, man. This might be my Cowboys bias showing. It probably is.
It is.
Cowboy. Well, you're not a Cowboys fan, and you said Dak is MVP.
No,
so maybe it's not.
I think he's been the most consistent quarterback this season.
Yeah, I do too, man. I think he'd have my vote right now. There are arguments to be made for some other guys for sure, but Dak should very much be in the mix. Here's Dak after the game with Aaron Andrews talking about winning the NFC East for the 2nd time in 3 years.
This is huge. It's been a great year. Obviously, as you said, battled the last 4 games, finished the right way, and then just getting to go back, have the playoffs be in AT&T. This is huge. Great to win the division. Proud of these guys. Proud of this guy. Awesome year, but we're damn sure not done.
He's damn sure not done.
That was the mantra for Dak after the game. I mean, he was all business. All of his teammates were wearing the NFC East champion hats that they gave out. Dak didn't put it on. He's like, we're playing for more than this. So that's the mindset you have to have. I mean, look, the Cowboys have been here. Once again, like Dak's won the division a few times. The Cowboys have been a high seed in the playoffs a few times. Once again, this is their 3rd straight season of winning 12 games. So regular season success has not been the issue for the Cowboys. It's the playoffs that have been the problem. So Dak's mindset is, hey, this is great. Cool. We won the division. Awesome. We wanted to do that. But no, our goal is to actually win in the month of January. We'll see if they can do it.
I thought he would be handcuffed a little bit because remember this time last year, Dalton Schultz was his main weapon. You know, they were having trouble getting the ball to CeeDee Lamb, and he would always find a way to get it to Dalton Schultz. He did not have him. Michael Gallup has not returned to be the Michael Gallup that we thought he was going to be. He's okay, but he has not returned to the quickness that he was the year before he had that injury. You know, he's really kind of struggled still. I don't think I think they'll always now be looking for a number 2 and not your guy, Terry Tolbert or whoever the hell he is.
What about Cooks?
Yeah, I mean, he's done
great.
Well, I mean, he's taken of the other guy that went to the Texans, Brown. I mean, Cooks has been there for a lot of years. I mean, he's been an exceptional receiver for a lot of years, and I still think they'll be looking for another wide receiver to go along with that, because I don't think they're going to get. I think Michael Gallup is just one of those guys that just with an injury is not ever going to be that same guy. You know, sometimes it just doesn't happen to guys, and I think he's going to be that dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't argue against that. Michael Gallup hasn't been the same player, and it's like, oh man, if you had 3 years ago Michael Gallup with
my goodness,
this CeeDee Lamb and this Brandon Cooks, that'd be huge. But no, the Cowboys have 2 really good receivers. Brandon Cooks had 8 touchdowns this year. Ferguson's been great. Like I think Ferguson's better than Dalton Schultz. That was a risk the Cowboys took, letting Schultz walk in free agency, and a lot of people were like,
it worked out for both teams.
And it worked out. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Schultz has been great for the Texans, and the Texans are in the playoffs, and Jake Ferguson has emerged into a really nice weapon for Dallas in his first full year as a starter. So, yeah, we'll see. Cowboys-Packers. Boy, talk about exercising some demons, dude.
Wow.
I mean, I hate the Packers.
I know you do. You hate this game, don't you?
And the Cowboys, Dak's rookie year, Dallas won 13 games. They were the 1 seed in the NFC. They got the first round bye. And Green Bay came into town and broke their hearts that season in the playoffs. Now, different quarterback. You don't have to deal with Aaron Rodgers.
This dude's playing well now.
Jordan Love's having a very, very solid year 1 as a starter. The Packers.
And his young wide receivers are the ones that are getting it done, too.
Yeah, that is the cheapest offense in the NFL. That's not like I'm calling them out. No, they have less money invested in their offense than any other team in football. Mm-hmm. And yet the offense is the strength of that team. Like the receivers, a bunch of young guys have played well. Aaron Jones hasn't even had that great of a season. He's battled injuries, but his production has been down this year. It's been first-year quarterback and a bunch of young receivers who have kind of carried the weight for Green Bay, and they got them into the playoffs. So, yeah, not Aaron Rodgers on the other sideline, which is a good thing. But still, Green Bay, a solid team, and they've had Dallas.
I just don't know how they stop. I don't know how their defense will stop the Cowboys. I think at home the Cowboys play at a different speed. They're up tempo. It just seems like, and they play it for 4 quarters when they're at home. They're still trying to score. They're trying to go New Orleans Saints on you in the 4th quarter. They're looking for more points, and I think they'll need some against this group because they're going to, they are going to try to run the ball. Green Bay's going to try to run against this defense with their 2 big backs. I just think they go at them that way. But as I said, the quarterbacks really played well. The wide receivers have played well, and they're just starting to reach. They're starting to hit their stride right now, Green Bay. But for the Cowboys, it's at home, and I don't care who they're playing. I don't care if they're playing San Francisco if they get home. I mean, which they're not, but they're just so different at home the way they play. I think they would have crushed the Commanders yesterday at home. They looked kind of sluggish. The Commanders were in the game, They were leading the game in that, the beginning of the 2nd quarter. But BK, if that was at home, they'd have won that game by 5 touchdowns probably.
Yeah, well, they won it by 4 on the road. But you're right.
They won that by easy 5, and it's not even close.
A little slow out the gate, but Dallas turned it on, and they ended up getting to bench their starters midway through the 4th quarter. I was yelling at my TV, like, get Dak out earlier, please. I don't know why he played as long as he did, but no harm, no foul. Thankfully, everybody stayed healthy. Cowboys get a win. Dallas, a 7.5-point favorites against Green Bay. We'll preview this game more over the course of the week, but
the hook.
Hate the hook. Yeah, you always hate the hook, but early lean on that line.
Cowboys.
You would take the Cowboys to cover?
Yes, because I mean, they're at home. Like I said, I don't care who they're playing. I take them, most teams except for San Fran, by 10 points at home.
Yeah, Cowboys the 2nd biggest favorite of Wild Card Weekend. Buffalo, a 9.5-point favorite against Pittsburgh. What big win for the Bills
That's
last
not
night.
Enough right there for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that one. I don't have much faith in Mason Rudolph in Pittsburgh. But hey, they won 10 games. They kept the streak alive. They won 10 games and they lost to the Patriots and the Cardinals this year. So Mike Tomlin, once again, doing a bang-up job despite not having a quarterback this season. Impressive work by them. All right, reminder, we are giving away a bunch of stuff this week. Chip and Zay are going to be giving away Cover 3 gift cards every day this week. $50 Cover 3 gift cards every
nice.
day between the hours of 1 and 3. So make sure you're listening all day long because the other shows will be giving stuff away too. Once again, we are giving away this $50 Academy gift card before 10 o'clock. All you have to do to enter, comment on YouTube or text in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. More comments does not get you more entries. Just leave a text, leave a comment, and you will be automatically entered to win this Academy gift card, and we will mail it out to you. But we've got all sorts of giveaways on Twitter, on Instagram. Make sure y'all are following us on both of those spots. I'm in a good mood this week, Buck.
Very nice.
Cowboys won the division, and they haven't blown it yet. So I'm in a good mood for right now. And we want to take care of you people who help take care of us. Speaking of people who take care of us, Buck, how about some shout-outs to some more of our sponsors?
How about our good friends over at Covert BKs? Love the folks at Covert BKs. Since 1909, the Covert family has been selling cars, trucks, and SUVs in Central Texas. Now, they've got a dealership out in Hutto. That's Covert Ford and Chevy. And, of course, in Austin, they've got Covert Ford and a Lincoln. But out in Bee Caves, beautiful Bee Caves, Texas, USA, America, I love that folks out there because they've got Buicks and GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram out there in 42 acres as I went by yesterday. The lot is still packed with cars. There's no empty spaces out there, and they've got them for you for 2024. The sales are awaiting you. All you have to do is go out there and purchase one of those beautiful cars, trucks, or SUVs. Go to covertbcave.com to find out more information, and they will be having sales for sure in the month of January. Say hello to Dan Covert. Say hello to Mike, Stacy, and the whole gang out there. And nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
It's impossible. It just can't be done.
Can't be done.
Cannot be done. Our guy Tom McKay is listening. We'll let you hear from Tom in a second. But he says Bucky needs to pull his head out of his ass. 7.5 is way too much. He's siding with the Packers, at least with the points on Sunday.
Does he understand what I've done for the people? I've made the people wealthy like he is, okay? Yeah. So he needs to come off. I have helped people. I've helped support their children. Some of their kids are going to have a nice second semester. They're able to go back to college where mom and dad were going to have to fight for the money. They didn't because Uncle Buck took care of them. That's right.
You did. You went up 25,000 units. And now it's gotten to the point where I almost want you to put units on the Cowboys because you've been so hot lately. It's like, damn.
Yeah, that's right. You want me you want me on that wall now.
I want you on this wall now for the first time all year, but you've been on a heater lately. So fade the buck. If that was your strategy for like 90% of the football season, you got rich. But if you've been fading the buck over the last few weeks, you've given all of that money back.
That's right. Don't do it. Don't fade me right now. I'm on fire right now.
As Gregory says, don't underestimate Bucky.
I'm ready to go now. I'm feeling it. And right now, I'm not feeling it for the Texans.
Oh.
It's just Monday.
It's Monday. The Texans are back in their rightful spot. Every year the Texans make the playoffs, they get that Saturday afternoon game. It's like clockwork. It's so funny to me and probably annoying to them. But at least that game's not
able to beat that old man getting off his couch.
Yeah. He's been good this year, that old man.
Boy, has he, man.
What'd you say? He's been getting off on his couch?
Getting off the couch. That guy was on the couch, and they called him up. He was watching like One Life to Live or something like that. General Hospital. He was watching soaps.
Yeah, he spent time watching the 60-year anniversary of General Hospital last week.
Come on, man.
I watched that shit.
Did you?
I've never watched General Hospital in my life, but
You had never seen it before?
It was on after something last week. And so I just watched it, and they had like all of these people over all 60 years of that show.
They didn't have Luke and Laura, did they?
Maybe.
The two blondes?
Yeah, no, they were there.
Really? They're still alive, Luke and Laura? What's Laura looking like?
Well, there were two blondes. I don't know if it was Luke and Laura.
The female Laura, what does she look like?
I figured it was a female. Her name's Laura. Thank you for that.
Okay, it could be Laura Lauren or whatever. Who knows?
How many
By the way,
2024.
2024. Right. Let it rest. Just let it rest. I'm glad I wasn't flying in that airplane. Let's go. At least my Delta flights don't have the doors that open up in midair.
Oh, yeah. I got a picture of that Alaska Airlines flight from over the weekend that had to make an emergency landing because the door fell off midair.
Oh my God.
How does that happen?
You're talking about a guy who would have shit all over himself. Wow.
I'm amazed that nobody got hurt from this thing.
Boy, 16,000 feet. No, I mean, that cold air coming in there, man.
Apparently there was nobody sitting in that seat right next to that overwing.
Aisle seat only for the Buck. That's what I beg for, aisle seat. I'm not a window seat guy. I know people like to be by the windows looking out. No thanks. Not on an Alaska airline. You don't want to be near the window.
I'm a window guy, but
are you?
I don't need that extra leg room. I don't need to be by the door.
I'm at the one right outside. See the ones that are still looking like they're together? That's me.
If a window breaks, that would suck, but you're not going to fit through that window. You're not going to fly out the plane and die if the window next to you breaks. But if you're sitting next to that giant door, yeah, obviously you could be in some trouble if something like this happens. So, I mean, this shit looks made up. What a picture.
That frightens Captain Sully right there just to see that.
Yeah, oh God, how terrifying would that be? What would you have done if you're on that plane? Are you walking around trying to steal people's jewelry?
Give me your jewelry. Give me your wedding ring. You're probably not going to make it. I am. Somebody said the dude that was in the middle or whoever got his t-shirt ripped off by the air. I guess I'll take that.
Yeah, I think a guy lost his shirt there.
Really?
Not his life.
Man.
Yeah.
That's a long fall. When are you dead? As soon as you're out that plane, you're dead?
Yeah. 16K. You hope you died from some sort of pressure before you hit the ground. But if you hadn't died, yeah, you're cooked because you don't have a parachute there. And I don't think you have enough time to grab the life preserver underneath you.
That's not going to do very much, no matter if you hit the water or not.
Yeah,
you're not making it. Everything in your body's breaking.
Oh, thankfully we can laugh at this because this could have been like a great tragedy.
Oh, just bodies just being sucked out of that door.
Oh my God, how terrifying would that be if you were on that?
Don't think that I'm not going to have my seatbelt buckled at all times now.
Oh yeah. God.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. Hey, by the way, it wasn't Delta.
No, it was Alaska Airlines responsible for that one. Yeah, it was like early in the flight too. Like not even 20 minutes in when that door flew off.
I think they generally get up to about 20,000. That would have been a little bit different, I believe.
Oh, I feel like they get higher than that, don't they?
I thought 20. Most of the times we're reaching 20,000.
Oh, the average flight altitude. I just did a Google search. 33 to 42.
Ooh.
Yeah. So if they were up there, then it could have been a lot worse.
There have been legs and arms stuck on there. Oh, yeah. Awful.
All right. I promised that we would let you hear from Tom McKay, and he's playing the maracas.
Yes, he's done with the piano.
And a little harp action, too. Here's a word from AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Well done. Like the maracas. Sounds great.
That?
Yes.
Man, that guy is a jack of all trades playing like 4 different instruments there. Impressive.
Oh, my goodness.
Shout out to AV Consultations. And also, shout out to our guy, Ashish.
Yeah, man.
Saw Ashish in the YouTube comment line earlier today. Ashish over at 7-Eleven owns and operates 3 different 7-Elevens here in the Austin area. Some love to Wendy as well. She owns and operates another 7-Eleven. I know she's a big listener of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we're big fans of 7-Eleven.
Absolutely.
we're there all the time. They've got everything you need. If you need a little Monday pick-me-up, they got the coffee there. If you need a little Monday pick-me-up, they've got a Slurpee there. All the breakfast, the donuts that are fantastic. Of course, they'll have the pizza out, the rollers out, the great prepackaged snacks, the little Debbie treats that Buck loves so much. All the drinks, all the food, gas for your car. I'm telling you, just everything you need is at 7-Eleven. I've been going to 7-Eleven since I was a kid growing up in the Metroplex. I still go, and that will never change. You'll love them when you go as well. Download that 7-Eleven app too. Cash in on that 7 rewards program that they've got as well.
I grabbed myself some Olipop yesterday while I was out at HEB.
There you go.
Cave, yeah, because they have the wonderful display. They have all the flavors that you're looking for. Because I really, my wife's out of town. I really haven't been good to my body. I've been actually averaging a pint of Bluebell a day.
A pint?
Yeah, man. Just a pint
a day?
Not a gallon since she's gone. Just a pint.
Those are still pretty big.
They're big enough. They're big enough to get your toes taken off and stuff, If you keep that up. So
but you're averaging 1 pint a day?
Oh,
so that means some days you've had more than a pint?
Well, yes. Some days I've had a pint and a half. Well, I refuse to get the gallon in there because I can't get caught with that gallon jug of ice cream in the freezer when she gets back. That freezer has to be cleaned out of junk.
Huh.
And, chocolate chip cookies from Whole Foods, because they're really healthy for you. They got a lot of nice butter in them. So I've had to be really, really careful. And I've got to make sure that all this stuff is in a trash can that's not on my property. You got
to walk to the neighbor's place?
I got to walk to somewhere. I got to go to see a sheesh where the dumpster is because I got to dump some stuff before my wife comes back to town. But I've been drinking water.
There you go.
I've been drinking a lot of water. I've had, I've immediately go 8 ounces the minute I get up before I even take any of my pills, my baby aspirin and stuff like that, my gummies. But I got to get rid of some of that stuff. It can't be in the trash can because she's going to open up the trash can. She's going to look and she's going to rummage around in there to see the shit that I've been eating.
Yeah,
she'll rummage like a hobo. She'll get in the can and say, "Oh, what's this?" I'm like, "It's in the trash can. Why are you rummaging around in the trash can looking for evidence?" I mean, what is she going to do? Put me in
bare hands? She's going to raw dog your trash can?
Yeah, she's going to put her hands in there and move things around just to see what I've been eating.
Ugh.
Well, generally all she has to do is look in the front seat, the passenger seat, and she can find anything she wants to. But that stuff is going to be clean. Cars going to the cleaners. I'm cleaning up all my stuff. Nothing is left behind. There is nothing going to be at the scene of the crime. This is going to be one of those. This is a cold case. You're not going to catch me.
A pint of ice cream a day,
dude. I have had butter pecan, Oreo cookie, cherry vanilla is delicious. Bluebell, and then I add a banana in there. I take a banana and stick it in there and smush it all around.
That's healthy.
It's delicious,
man. God, yeah. Back in my college days, I probably downed 3 or 4 pints of ice cream a week. Like,
yeah, I can't. I got to stop. I'm on the stop train today.
My big stoner days. That was like I would get some chips or some hot fries, those Andy Capp's hot fries.
Oh yeah,
and I'd get a pint of ice cream. Like almost, that was just a regular occurrence for me, 3 or 4 times a week, and I would just down that and go to bed. And it was good times. I can't down a whole pint of ice cream in one sitting anymore. I don't know how the hell you're doing that without.
It goes down really good, man. It goes down great. And then, my candy bar of choice is usually a Snickers. I've not had any Snickers, but I had those Reese's, the white chocolate Reese's. I've been tearing those things up.
White chocolate Reese's?
Oh, yeah. I've been tearing it up, man. Just tearing it up. I'm going to lose a limb. My wife's telling me, you're going to have no toes left. Seriously. And she worked in the medical field, and she used to tell me about the people that would come in, the people with diabetes, and they would have like toes and stuff in the refrigerator because they had to amputate the toes. She said, with you, they're going to take off kneecaps and everything. She said, you don't have to worry about that fake knee of yours. You won't have a knee. Really? That's not the way we want to go. We want to find out some good things that are in ice cream. There's got to be something that's good in there, right?
There's milk in there. It's dairy. Strong bones.
There's pecans.
Yeah, I guess there's nuts. And you do like those.
Jeez. But there's
these nuts.
there's got to be something that's good in there. I mean, they can't be just saying ice cream's not. I've been eating ice cream all my life. When did it become bad? Now getting ready to hit the old 69er, you know.
Your whole life it's been bad.
It has. Even when I was a kid, it was bad.
Yeah, I mean, it tastes great, but it's not good for you.
Well, how comes our parents let us eat ice cream? How comes we had the birthday parties when we ate ice cream and cake? Yeah. What do we need to be doing? Do we need to do like Trey's kids have to do? Eat spinach and broccoli for their birthdays?
Well, special occasion, the birthday is worth celebrating, so you'd always get to eat more ice cream.
Hey, every day is a special occasion for me now, so I'm doing what I need to do. I'm drinking water, okay?
There you go.
Doing that stuff. I'm getting up 4 times a night to piss because I'm in this water thing now.
It'd be better for the show if you lost an arm, like that would bring more awareness to us. So if you want to sacrifice one of your limbs for the betterment of Texas Sports Unfiltered, then all right, man, keep eating that ice cream. Come on now.
Oh, you think that really can do it? You think that's how you lose a foot? Or they just say that?
It would take a long time for you to get.
What I need to eat is that sign that's behind you, good stock. That's what I need to eat.
That's the stuff.
Yes, I'm gonna go down and see Perry here sometime this week, or maybe this weekend coming up, and get myself. Yeah. I needed some ribeyes. I love the ribeyes there.
There you go.
And I can cook a ribeye. It's hard to mess up a ribeye. Now that big tomahawk, you can mess that up. You got to know what you're doing. But it's hard to screw up a ribeye, I got to believe.
You could screw up a ribeye.
You could?
Yeah, anyone can.
Don't overcook anything. Always undercook it.
How do you like your steaks?
Medium. I don't like to see a lot of blood. I mean, I'm not, that's why I had trouble with chicken. Now, and my sister's listening. My mother always had bloody chicken, like blood on the bone. I was like, I couldn't take it.
Is that why you won't touch chicken even now in your 60s?
Yeah, I won't put my hand on the chicken, no.
Yeah.
I don't even choke chickens. Don't choke him. Don't do anything to him. No. So I don't, yeah. But, I couldn't take that from my mother. But you know what I ate that my mother made great? Liver and gravy. Brown gravy and liver. I could eat liver back when I was a kid, but I couldn't do the blood on the chicken, but I could do the blood and the liver because it mixed well with the brown gravy. So
you can eat liver, but you can't eat regular chicken?
I can eat chicken. You've seen me. You saw me at the original.
Yeah, you're right. You ate Raising Cane's with a fork and a knife.
And it went down good. It was delicious. And there's a Raising Cane in this city, huh?
There are a few of them.
Now you're talking.
Come on, man. There you go. All right.
I'm out there discovering right now.
They're discovering right now.
And everybody, I tell you what people are discovering. They keep saying, what am I got my Texas Tech outfit on today? Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into the basketball game in a second. That was a disaster. We got more Texas football to talk about as well. Once again, we are giving away an Academy gift card within the next 30 minutes. So
nice.
Keep the text and comments coming. All you have to do to enter, text in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or leave a comment on YouTube. And reminder, giveaways all week long on air, but also on social media. If you don't follow us on Twitter and Instagram, you're missing out. And really, you're missing out on your chance to win some more prizes that we'll be giving away this week. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. But also, make sure you're following us on social media for more great content and more opportunities to win some free stuff. Buck,
we got a couple gift cards to the Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. Speaking of great weekends and lunches and brunches, they've got that for you. So we've got a couple cards to give away this week.
Yes, we do. Shout out to Olipop, by the way. Tom McKay texted in. He tried the strawberry vanilla flavor and loved it. We had Double D say he tried strawberries and Bucky's cream flavor.
Oh, yeah. I had that. That's my it's like a creamsicle. It's good. But I'm still the grape ape. Love it.
I have no follow-up questions. Yeah, I went to Target. I have like 3 Olipops in my fridge. I'm mad at myself. I didn't get one before today's show, but that's cool. It means I get to drink them later today, which is always a good thing.
I always like to see when you have your All-Stat, when you drink that early in the morning.
There you go. We'll do another drinking show at some point.
Another testing.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if the Cowboys win the NFC, we might be doing 2 weeks of drinking shows between
there you go.
NFC title game and the Super Bowl. I might be so freaking happy if that happens. But they got Olipop at H-E-B, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. So if one of your New Year's resolutions is to be a little healthier, well, this is the way to do it. You love soda. Everybody loves the taste of soda. You get that with Olipop, but you don't get all of the BS that is in soda. This is actually good for you. They've got 9 grams of fiber in every can, helps with digestive health. They got a bunch of unique ingredients that will keep you feeling good. And once again, the taste is absolutely right with Olipop. Love having them on board as one of our great sponsors. Okay, Buck, you brought up Texas basketball. I've been trying to avoid it because
can we avoid it for just another quickie? One of the guys, we're talking about players staying and going. JT Sanders is gone, huh? Gone.
JT Sanders, yes.
That's not a surprise to you, though.
No. Yeah. It was a surprise to me that so many people thought
that he would come back.
Yeah. And look, it's wishful thinking. I get it. You want to be optimistic as a fan. You'd love to have Jatavion Sanders back. That guy is a beast. But Mel Kiper Jr. has him as his number 2 tight end in this year's class. So I don't know if he's a first-round pick. Like maybe if Sanders came back for another year, he could solidify himself as a first-round pick. But like at the latest, I think he goes in round 2. I mean, we saw a million tight ends fly off the board last year. This year's class, not as good as last year's class, but there's clearly an emphasis on tight ends now.
And they're playing early too.
Yep. Pass catchers in the NFL, huge, right? Teams are spending more on receivers and tight ends than ever before. So, no, the iron's hot for JT Sanders. Sucks that he's leaving, of course, because I wanted him back selfishly, but no surprise at all. And, yeah, I think, like, he didn't want to let this fan base down, right? Like, at every turn when he was asked, he's like, I'm still considering coming back. And maybe he seriously was considering coming back until he made his announcement, but I feel like the writing's been on the wall for that dude for a while. So, yeah, we don't know what A.D. Mitchell's going to do. I kind of feel the same way about him as I did Jatavion Sanders, right? Like there are some Texas fans and insiders who are leading you to believe that, hey, there's a chance this guy wants to run it back in Austin for another season, but Mitchell's going to be a first or a second round pick too if he goes. So my guess is at some point this week he will announce that he's gone. So that's, Sanders gone, Worthy's already gone, Whittington's already gone. I think Mitchell is probably following suit. So it's expected.
I wonder if Mitchell has those conversations with Quinn Ewers. I wonder if he has talked to him. What are you really going to do?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll think about coming back. If you decide you're coming back, I know you don't do that. I mean, that's your business is your business. I mean, if the iron is hot, you got to go. And I don't know, A.D. Mitchell coming back for another year. Boy, he caught an awful lot of balls this year. I'm not saying he would next year. He probably catches many. I mean, he's just a good football player. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have the right guy throwing to him. And to start out, if he was starting out with a new quarterback, that's got to be in his mind too. But if Quinn Ewers said, I'm coming back, there's really a thought that I may come back for another year. Love for you to be my guy because I'll get you 120 balls next year, 130 balls. And I'm thinking, that's not bad. There's a difference between being a mid second round pick than a late first or middle first round pick as a wide receiver. Wow.
A.D. Mitchell had 55 balls this year.
Yeah.
I'm saying 120?
Yeah, why not? You're the guy.
That's incredible. He's setting records if he does that in a college football season. That'd be spectacular. Maybe that's playing into his decision. And we'll know by this time next week because next Monday, January 15th, is the deadline for players to declare for the draft. So I think Quinn's coming back. If I had to guess, I would say that. And if I had to guess, I would say Adonai Mitchell is gone. Nothing official from either of those two gentlemen yet, but that to me makes the most sense. I think Quinn Ewers has a ton to gain if he returns. I think A.D. Mitchell could improve his stock, right? If he has another great year for Texas, then he could be a first-round lock because once again,
that dude has stayed healthy. There's no reason to take another chance.
Yeah, I think he's borderline first or second round right now. So if he comes back and has 1,000 yards and a bunch of touchdowns again, then okay, yeah, surefire first-round pick. But
and have we heard anything official from Jonathan Brooks other than hearsay?
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Is he gone?
Yeah, I think last Wednesday or Thursday he posted on social media that he's out. So yeah, a lot of guys leaving. I think the list right now is Brooks, Worthy, Sanders, Whittington, Sweat, Murphy, Jalen Ford. I don't think has said anything official, but I think his mom basically said that he's gone. Ryan Watts announced over the weekend that he's going pro. And there's probably one or two more that I've forgotten, and there are definitely one or two more that will make a similar decision over the next 7 days. All right, Texas basketball.
Oh,
I know we tried. We tried, people. We made it an hour and 41 minutes into the program before getting to that disaster at the Moody Center. Only the second ever loss for the Longhorns at Moody Center. And this one was ugly. Texas Tech 78, Texas 67.
they look more athletic to me. Texas Tech looked just like they had better athletes on the court.
Yeah.
And it's a big team that plays big. Texas can look big, but they play small to me. They just don't hit the boards hard enough. You know, they have more finesse players. Texas Tech had some dogs. I mean, they just got after them.
Yeah, they were the better team.
Yeah.
And it's concerning if you're a Texas fan because the Longhorns were 6.5-point favorites in that game. And you're not going to be 6.5-point favorites in this league very often.
No.
And we talked about it last week, Buck. Like, Texas has a relatively easy, all things considered, because nothing's easy in the Big 12, but Texas has a relatively easy start to conference play. Home against Texas Tech, who's got a first-year head coach, not expected to be that great this year. At Cincinnati, first-year school in the Big 12, obviously. At West Virginia, who's awful.
BYU, Cincinnati.
And then home UCF. Like, those are 4 games that you felt like Texas should win because the Longhorns were picked to finish 3rd in the Big 12 this year. And it's like, well, you're playing 4 unranked teams in a row, and you've got a couple of the worst teams in the league with West Virginia and UCF on your slate. We said, like, it better be 3-1. If it's anything less than 3-1, it's a problem. But you felt like 4-0 was very attainable for Texas. And then, because right after those 4 games, they have 4 games against ranked teams back to back to back to back. And for Texas to start with a home game against a team, once again, that doesn't have high expectations this year, they got a first-year head coach in Lubbock. For the Longhorns to lose by double digits in that one.
And as I said, they play small. They are small. Those guards, I mean, Hunter's tall, but he's tall and thin. And Asmus is a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's not going to do much for you on the defensive end. He doesn't go to the rack. That ball goes into like the black hole when he gets it. Look out, it's going up. So he's not a big assist guy. He can score. When he scores, he can score a lot, but he takes a lot of shots.
Yeah, you know? Well, he's the best offense for this team right now.
Yes.
But you're right, defensively. I mean, we've talked about it. We talked about it in the offseason. Like, Max Asmus was brought here because he can score. He's the leading active scorer in college basketball, but he is a liability on defense because he's small. And, teams go after him. I don't know. This team has size, though, like Caden Shedrick and Dylan DeSue. That's a pretty good 1-2 punch on the front line. Texas
just doesn't feel like they play big. They're not getting off the guys at Tech, the 6'5", 6'6" guys are getting off the floor, getting to the rim. Now, there was something just missing. It's supposed to be a good defensive team. They weren't good on defense the other night.
No, and Tech, I'll give Tech credit. They made some tough shots. They shot 53% from the floor. They shot about 45% from 3. Give credit where it's due. But you're right. They had some good looks. Texas defensively has not been very good, and that's a Chris Beard staple was defense, right? Like his team at Texas Tech and in Austin were known for defense. And this team,
and Brock Cunningham can't cover these guys that are 6'6", 6'7".
Brock Cunningham, he should not start. He should not start. I don't know why he's still starting. Like, as soon as Dylan DeSue came back, he should have been inserted into the starting lineup. And okay, if you wanted to ease him back in for the first game or two and have him come off the bench, okay, that made sense. But no, now Dylan DeSue needs to be a starter, and Brock Cunningham needs to be that spark plug coming off the bench, playing 15 to 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He can't be playing 31 minutes. And he fouled out. He had 0 points in his last game. Like, that guy's gone back and forth with Tech fans for years, and Tech fans hate that dude, and they are loving that. In Brock Cunningham's last game against Texas Tech in Austin, he had 0 points and fouled out. Like, Brock Cunningham cannot be playing that much. He's gotten better over his 18 years at Texas, But like that guy starting over Dylan DeSue is a joke. A joke. He cannot be getting 31 minutes while DeSue gets 17. That's silly. So that's got to change. And yeah, like Grant McCasland, first-year coach, coached circles around Rodney Terry. Like every time out of a timeout, Texas Tech had something good drawn up and they would score. Texas looked like they had no clue what to do. And this game was close. Like you look at the final score, 78-67, and you're thinking, oh, maybe Texas Tech had a double-digit lead and they were in command throughout. No, this game was like pretty close for the most part.
Yeah, most of the times it was like a 6-point lead by Tech and Texas was still within range of turning it around. But Tyrese Hunter, he doesn't touch the ball enough for me. Asmus can't be the guy who's starting your offense because he's not an assist guy. Hunter has to touch the ball, and he has to be in control of what goes on in that offense. They can't have like 3 guys in control.
Well, Hunter was good. I mean, he had, I think, 14 in the first half and only ended up with 20, so he didn't do as much in the second half. But I thought he and Asmus played pretty well offensively. Turnovers were an issue for Texas. They had 14 of them. And they couldn't get stops when they needed to get stops. And down the stretch, the Texas offense stagnated, and Texas Tech was able to get big buckets. So
are they trying to do something with Mitchell? I mean, are they trying to make him a focal point of what they do offensively? I mean, what is their goal with him offensively? I mean, I don't know. Is he still the jump around guy that makes plays with his athleticism, or are they having something that's really solid for him as an offensive player? Are they trying to run the offense through him at any time?
Not at any time, but there are times where that's part of the offense, and he played okay.
He was just okay the other night, I thought.
Well, they got nothing from Caden Shedrick. They got nothing from Brock Cunningham. Literally, he had 0 points. They got very little from Dylan DeSue. And nobody else on the bench did anything for the Longhorns.
They weren't very aggressive the other night.
Yeah, it was Hunter, Asmus, and Mitchell were the offense. You can't have just 3 guys providing all of your offense. And it was bad. It was bad. And like you want to be patient. First conference game. You never want to overreact too much to any one game, especially the first game in league play. But there are Texas fans asking questions now about Rodney Terry. And this, we touched on it before Saturday. Like, Texas hasn't played any above average teams this year. They've played 2 awesome teams in UConn and Marquette, and they lost both of them. And then they played a bunch of crap teams in the non-con.
Mm-hmm.
Like LSU is not above average. LSU is average at best.
Yes.
Texas won that game. It was close. LSU made it way more interesting than anybody wanted. But like, the Big 12 is full of, I mean, there are obviously some national title contenders in this league with Kansas and Houston and maybe another team or 2 that you could throw in there. But this league is full of above average teams. And if you can't beat those teams at home,
right,
it's a scary thought, wondering, okay, what's going to happen against the great teams at home, but also what's going to happen against those above average teams on the road. So it's like, yeah, with what we saw from the Longhorns on Saturday, it's hard to feel good about this being a tournament team. Now, they could go out, they could win the next 3 games going into that tough 4-game gauntlet, and then we could be having very different conversations. But right now, I mean, hell, Joe Lenardi, maybe he'll drop a bracketology this week. I'm not sure. But he had Texas as one of his last 4 teams in his field before the weekend. And Texas lost by double digits to Texas Tech. So my guess is if Lenardi released a bracket right now,
they'd be out on the outs.
Yeah, and that's after being a 2 seed and playing in the Elite 8. To be out right now, that's bad. So I'll be patient. I will be patient with Rodney Terry. I think everyone knows my thoughts on the hire, but I'm not saying can the guy right now or anything like that. I'm going to give him a shot, and plenty of basketball left this year. But that was a disheartening / discouraging showing.
Yeah, and the thing about it doesn't look like they're right there. It looks like they're a ways away, you know? I know it's early. It's just the beginning of conference play, but hell, by your conference play, you want to look like you're there, like you belong. They didn't look like that the other night.
No, they didn't. They
As
did
I said,
not.
with Brock Cunningham trying to cover guys 6'7", 6'8", athleticism, he's going to hack them. He's not going to be able to cover those guys.
No.
And they just didn't rebound well. They weren't laxed on defense. They just couldn't defend.
Right. They couldn't get stops when they needed to.
Yeah.
And once again, this game was close for most of it. But just down the stretch, Texas couldn't get stops on defense and they couldn't score on offense. And that's, you're going to need to be good in these final 5 minutes because there are going to be a lot of close games in this conference. And
this team looks like they're going to play a lot of close games.
Yeah, I think so. Pop Isaacs led Texas Tech with 21 points. Big controversy about whether or not he should have been on the floor. I don't know if you heard this, Buck, but
yeah, I heard last week something. Yeah, I mean, the fans are on him now.
Yeah, came out on Friday that there were allegations against him for raping a minor, and we found out after that, or the belief is at least that the minor was one of his teammates' sisters, and that teammate has entered the transfer portal since this story all unfolded. There's no charge yet, and I'm a believer of innocent until proven guilty. But interesting that Pop Isaacs was on the floor on Saturday. You know, Texas Tech's biggest game every year is against Texas, so maybe no surprise there. But yeah, missed opportunity by Texas, by the way. Like, I'm mad about Saturday for a lot of different reasons, but whoever was in charge of the scoreboard at Moody Center whiffed. Because, they do the starting lineups for both teams before every game, right? They'll do the road team first, and they'll mention everybody's height and where they're from, and then they'll say their name, and then obviously they'll do the Texas pregame video and the Texas intros. But there was a chance here when the PA guy was announcing the starting lineups for Texas Tech, and when he got the Pop Isaacs, this is the video that should have been shown on the screen.
Come on out, you rapist!
Wow.
That's what we needed to see right there. That would have gotten the crowd going. That would have gotten in Pop Isaac's head. Maybe
Did you say you believe in innocence before proven guilty?
Yeah, I do, but I also believe in comedy, and this is comedy.
Come on out, you rapist!
Wow.
If they dropped the Vince McMahon, come on out, you rapist, when they introduced Pop Isaacs on Saturday, boy, you talk about.
They were all over him every time he touched the ball.
Yeah, he was getting booed, and I mean, rightfully so. Look, we'll see if those allegations are true. Once again, innocent until proven guilty, but still, you can boo that guy with those out there. That's fine. But I'm telling you, man, just a chance. It would have been great for Texas basketball. You talk about a home court advantage. You start doing stuff like that to get into the other team's head.
Hit him out, you rapist!
God.
Doing that and then running a score up like the New Orleans Saints did. Oh, we just wanted to take a knee. Oh, we just wanted to get our guy a touchdown. Game was well in hand.
Yep.
That was bad. That was bad. When the coach says that my team went rogue on me, hey, lots of respect to you, coach, huh?
Yeah, that's
How is that
weird.
possible?
If I'm Dennis Allen in the post-game press conference, I'm saying that was my decision. I'm not like saying, no, I didn't want to do that, and the team.
But my players don't listen to me. They don't care what I say.
That's a bad look for that dude, isn't it?
I thought so. I'm like, what do you mean?
It's also kind of throwing your team under the bus too. Like, you're the coach. You're supposed to have your team's back. Like, instead, he's like, no.
You gave the command to take a knee, and they said, screw you as the coach?
Yeah, that was bad by Dennis Allen. I mean, I don't think he's a good coach at all. Anyways, I know the Saints won yesterday, and
yes, they did, and they made the people some money.
They did. Yep, the Buck had 10,000 units on the Saints against the Falcons, and New Orleans got the win, and Atlanta's coach lost its job. But yeah, weird ending to that game, and obviously weird post-game press conference.
Yeah, I felt bad for Bijan Robinson going to the Atlanta Falcons when that all happened anyway. I know they're on the ball, but they got no quarterback. They got nothing going on there.
Yeah, they need to bring in a quarterback, and they need a coach who's actually going to give Bijan the ball. As simple as that. Like, they finally started to give Bijan the ball late in the year. Hell, he had a 71-yard receiving touchdown yesterday, I think. That guy's awesome. He's a stud. We know that. I think everybody knows that. Like, even if you don't like Texas, you know how good Bijan Robinson is. And it was a joke how little he got the ball this year.
I know.
Like, Arthur Smith probably could have saved his job if he just fed Bijan more, because they could have won another game or two, and that would have.
I think the fans were like, why are we taking this guy so early in the draft and we don't give him the ball? What are we doing here?
Stupid. So, yeah, hopefully they get a quarterback for Bijan, and hopefully they get a head coach who actually realizes just how damn talented he is.
Jim Harbaugh. Why not?
Yeah, Harbaugh, he might have some choices now. And the Chargers could be in the mix for Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, yeah.
Who else is going to fire their coach? Washington. and they'll have the number 2 pick in the draft. That could be appealing to Jim Harbaugh. Like if he really likes Drake May, or if Washington's considering trading up to number 1 to go get Caleb Williams, maybe that could lure Jim Harbaugh to our nation's capital. I don't know. He'll have some options, though.
He's going to have some big money options, some huge money options, even right where he is. He wins the Natty, and as I said, they're going to go to bat for him now. They'll come out of the woodworks now. They backed away. They kind of backed away from the table and said, you got some really, really nice things against us. We need to shut up and just let this play out. But now if they win the Natty, they're going to go to bat for that guy.
Yes, they will. I think they will either way, but especially if they win tonight. All right, let's give a few more shout-outs to a few sponsors, and then we will announce our giveaway winner, Buck.
How about our friends at Texas Orthopedics? If you're looking for that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at Texas Orthopedic. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Our good friends, Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton, are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into great health and give you that quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Go to txortho.com for more information. That's txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Shout out to Altstat Beer as well. We were talking earlier about drinking on the air. The Buck won't be doing that.
No.
I might be doing that. Last time I did drink on the air, it was Altstat Beer, because that's all I drink. On the air, off the air, it does not matter. It's my go-to beer here in Central Texas. It was my go-to beer when I was living in Houston. And if Altstat existed when I was growing up in Dallas, it would have been my go-to beer up there too. Actually, no, I wasn't 21, so I would not have drinking it. Those are the rules.
So
kids.
You say, yeah.
Aren't out there. Altstat, all over the state, the best beer that you could find. They've got a bunch of different brews, too, for every beer drinker out there. And Altstat is clean, too. If you're trying to treat your body a little bit better in 2024, Altstat is brewed without preservatives, without additives, without unnecessary sugars. You look at the back of some of the packaging on some of these other beers, there's going to be some ingredients that you don't want to find. Altstat, not the case. 4 simple ingredients, no filler stuff, and you can taste the difference and you can feel the difference the next day. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. Word for Woods Comfort Systems.
Man.
You're set for the winter, right?
Yes, I am. I am so set for the winter. And hopefully my system will not kick off. There won't be any electrical problems. I know there won't be with the system that I had from Woods Comfort Systems, because it is A-OK. Been inspected, ready to go. I'm ready for the winter when it comes next week, although winter has been here since the 17th of December, but it's really coming next week. So you need to be prepared too. If you want to get a system that's going to be there for a lifetime, get Woods Comfort Systems. 67 years.
67 years. They've been around almost as long as the Buck.
Almost.
Actually, almost half as long as the Buck. Try to get that right. WoodsComfortSystems.com. You probably see their TV commercials too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're the very best at what they do. And also shout out to Cover 3. They were one of our travel partners for our Sugar Bowl trip, but they've jumped on as a full-time sponsor.
Nice.
My favorite sports bar in the city. Amazing food too. When you think sports bar, you're like, they'll have TVs, but will they have good food? Cover 3, the answer to that question is yes. So much to choose from. And they do have the great TVs, the full bar, the great atmosphere, great service. Everything you want in a sports bar, you can find at Cover 3 or Cover 2. They've got 3 different locations all throughout Austin, and you're going to love it every time you go. All right, Buck.
You spinning that wheel? Wow.
The randomizer is doing its work right now. Wow. Okay. This is really? This is shocking. Shocking work by the randomizer.
The randomizer has chosen BK.
Oh, yeah. I need a new jacket. Thank you very much. I will be pocketing this gift card. No, we've got a text line winner today.
Very nice.
On the Coda text line. I'm not going to read the entire number, but a 512 number with the last digits of 3415 is our winner. I will text that person, or if they're listening, they can text us. But they texted in at 9:16 a.m. 2 simple words. Love y'all. That was the entry.
Very nice. Thank you.
And we love you too. and you were getting rewarded with a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you didn't win, don't worry. We're giving away tons of stuff all week on this show, on some of the other shows, on Twitter, on Instagram, on everywhere. So do not fret. You will have plenty more opportunities to win this week and every week. We give stuff away all the time right here.
We're heading towards 10,000 now. We passed the 7,000 mark.
Yes, indeed.
Ready to fire away in the spring here.
Oh, my God. Yeah, y'all spread the word, too, because we'll be giving away a TV when we get to 10K and a bunch of other cool stuff as well. Speaking of cool stuff, Chaos Theory. That's cool stuff. Double R.
I'll give away something.
Gentlemen.
Wow.
Can I contribute?
You got something to give away?
I will give away a code to either FIFA or Madden for anybody that wants to contribute to the game that you're playing or just show love that you've been showing to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Love
the randomizer. The randomizer. You should have heard it working back there.
What up, CB?
Ding, 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 ding. I mean,
it's like Wheel of Fortune. That thing spins around, you know.
That's what it is.
Where's Vanna White? We got to get Vanna White in here, man.
She's at work, man. If you're talking about my Vanna White, she's at work. So
nice.
Good save there.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing this morning, man?
Doing great, man.
Did you enjoy your all's football? A little preview of the football playoffs? Because it felt like Week 18 was actually relevant somewhat.
Very.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed the games that I watched. You know, I helped to make people some money because I'm on fire right now. I'm on fire.
What'd you pick? What colors did you go with today or this past weekend?
BK, tell these two what's going on here.
Yeah, the Buck had 4 Gold Star locks this weekend. He had 3 10,000 unit plays and 1 5,000 unit play.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
He hit all 3 of his 10,000 unit plays. He had the Bucks, he had the Fudge Packers, and he had the Saints.
The Saints know how to pour it on too.
So, dude, and we're going to talk about that. Arthur Smith, cry me a fucking river, man.
Yeah, see where that got him. Big Arthur Smith.
That didn't get him anywhere, did it?
How'd that work out for him? Hey, say, Bucky, so one of the things that I was noticing yesterday, you know, I know when you get to Week 18, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, they're going to pack it in or whatever. These guys are professionals. I mean, they get out there, whether it be spoiling somebody's season, you want to go out with something good, right? And that was kind of the cool thing, unless you're Philadelphia, and I love that. That was great.
Well, you don't want to get hurt. If you're going out there at a certain speed and these other guys are going full speed, that's when a guy gets hurt. Right. You know, if you just play the game like you're used to playing it, most likely nothing will happen to you. But when those guys get in that quit mode at Week 18 and the other guys are going full speed, that's when something happens, you know?
Yeah, you pull up half-ass, man, you're going to get cocked.
Just like something happened on the golf course with my boys yesterday. One of my guys got hit by a golf ball. One of the guys hit the other guy. Rodney, Wags, it hit him in the chest. It sounded like somebody shot him with a gun.
Was it your ball?
No, it wasn't mine. I was
okay.
I'm off to the side. I'm away. When those guys start swinging, but this came from distance. It was probably 150 yards back, but you could hear it. It came in like a missile, like, and then when it hit, it was like a thud, like it hit a tree.
Is he okay?
He went down, but when the guy came over,
is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right. But when he went down, the other guy comes over to him and goes, "What happened? Where's my ball? Did it go in the water?" And he said, "The ball," and he started cussing him out. "Did this to me. It did this to me." But the dude's like, "Did it go in the water?" That's all I care about.
He's concerned about the ball. He's concerned about his stroke. That's all he wants. So, hey, let me ask. Well, wait a second. Could you see these dudes hitting up on you? Because that's against code, man. That's against like
Well, don't get in front of the guys that are behind you. Don't get in front of them. Go off to the side. Don't get in front of a guy. I don't care if you're 100, 200 yards out in front. If you know, and these are your boys you're playing with, you know they're not that accurate. You know, if most likely, if you're not standing in the fairway, you're going to get hit because they never put it in the fairway. It's when you're off to the side. So this thing hit him in the chest, and the thud of that ball hitting him in his chest. If that thing hits you, I almost had a ball that almost hit me in the nuts. I was standing at a par 4 when it was Lost Pines Country Club, and there was a guy back on the tee box. It was a par 4, and we're waving him, you know, to come on up and hit. Because and he's not going to drive the green. Well, he hit a ball that came and it went between my legs. I got my legs spread, my hands like on my hips, he hits it, and you can hear this thing coming down. It lands between my legs and bounces on the green to the back of the green. If
God
that
is
thing
with
is up
you, good
another,
sir.
if it's up another 2 feet, it hits me in the package, and I'm not the same man that I used to be or ever wanted to be.
You ain't
These nuts.
anymore.
Thank you.
These nuts. That's about it. You ain't laying down in those flowers anymore, dude.
Oh, I would have went straight
Well,
down.
And to the other point, man, a couple for your friend, just like a 1.5 foot up higher, he's fucking dead.
Oh no, that's what I'm thinking. If that ball hits him in the head, that'll kill you, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially like strikes you in the temple, you're done. Or I would like to assume that you're done.
Dude, if that ball would have hit me in the chest, I would have been done. I'd have rolled on the
Probably
ground. I'd still
an
be
audible
laying out
stop.
there.
An audible stop for the Buck,
Hey,
man.
So guys, in my short golfing career, we talked about that, Bucky, over at the compound that we were in there in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So one of the times towards the end of my golfing career, I went out and bought some really fancy golf balls, the expensive ones, and we go out to one of the really cool courses, and we're out there, and I tee off. And there's like a pool party going on. You can hear the kids and everything playing. So I tee off, and it shanks straight left, and I hear a kid crying, and I'm like, I got to go get my golf ball. And my buddy's like, we might just
I want to check on the kid first.
Yeah, you might want to check on the kid. No, you might want to leave that golf ball.
No, don't check on the kid. You leave. What are you talking about? If you hit a house, you don't go up to the house. Oh, sorry, that was me.
Hey,
you bolt.
Give me
You
my
immoral sons of. I'm not even going to say it because I love Marcy, but you immoral person. Are you serious? You don't check on the kid?
You just run like hell.
Just kept
F
on
them
going.
kids. I
We
didn't
just
hit that
drove.
kid. Somebody else hit that kid.
I went and dropped one further in the
Nice
fairway.
guy. You're
and kept
absolutely
on
right.
going.
Nice guy.
That's
You
what I
keep
did.
on going.
Yeah, that kid
Hey.
just kept on going.
The golf course was there before them kids, right?
You damn right.
There you
Get
go.
out of the way.
all
Hey,
around.
get out of the way of
I
my
don't believe
golf
you
ball.
guys. You
Get
guys
out
are
of the
full kids.
way
You
of
guys
my
would definitely
golf
go check
ball.
on the kid.
It's
I
like-
know both of y'all. Y'all would both go check on the kid.
The nerve of them having a damn pool party while I'm trying to play golf.
That's what I'm
Get out of my
saying.
seat here. Come
This
on.
guy.
That's like people that build their houses on the golf course. Hey, when you build a new house on the golf course, that's your fault. What do you expect? It's a golf course.
That I
I'll
agree
put
with.
it here
Don't build
before
on the
your
court.
house.
I
People
totally-
complain about, oh, he hit my car with his golf ball. Well, why is your car there? The golf course was there before your car in your house.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I agree with that.
There you go, Wags.
That's why all the car race tracks close down, is because they build them out in the middle of nowhere, and then there's houses everywhere, and it's like, I hate the noise. Well, we were here before you.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, boys, have a good one.
Slam
Later.
it.
Right on. Slam that
You
thing
guys-
down. Boom.
There he goes. What's going on, Double R? How you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. How about you? Oh my goodness, look who's checking in right here. Oh,
Tracy.
what?
There she is. There she is. She's only checking in to see me. You know
Stuff
that.
right here.
I'm kidding, man. You checking
Yeah.
in to see the old hubby hub. What's going on, my guy, man? Did you have a good weekend?
What do you think?
Yeah,
right here?
I mean, I'm happy for y'all.
hey,
I'm
dude,
happy- you know what?
I
You know
was-
what's frustrating? Real quick, and welcome everybody into the show. We love everybody. Hello. We'll say our hellos. I just got to get this off my chest real quick because it's so frustrating being a damn Giants fan.
Yeah.
Of
Hey,
course
you
we
won.
would win. Yes. Of course.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course
you.
we would win yesterday.
In dominating fashion. I hate Philadelphia. Thank you.
I kind of hate the Giants.
No, you don't.
Like, why the hell are you going to give me hope at the end of the season? Right?
Wags.
Why are you gonna worsen your draft pick? You've put us through misery and mediocrity.
Lovey
and gave
Smith.
us, a quarterback for 160 million. Why in the hell are you going to do this to us? Saquon Barkley's probably leaving, and if you don't bring him back, you're a fool because he went. You've seen the kind of specimen he can be. Oh, and by the way, guys, Cowboy fans, if you guys want a running back, Saquon Barkley is available, and he's got a lot of gas in the tank. Sure, he might be a little bit injury prone, but with that split back session between Barkley and Pollard, I got goosebumps, and I shouldn't have goosebumps thinking about Barkley on the Cowboys, but my God, that would be sexy, and that's something that Jerry Jones might actually entertain, just because it's a lot. It's a blockbuster kind of deal. Maybe you can get Barkley
Get him on the cheap
or something like that. I mean, and you've seen the type of running back that Barkley is. Barkley this year said, you know what, screw it. I don't even want it. He gave a little bit of a hiccup or pushback with his contract or whatnot, but he's like, you know what, man, let's just play football. Like I just want to play football. He doesn't even like confrontation. So if that's something that Jerry Jones wants to welcome on his roster, I think Barkley's a team player. I don't know how in the hell the Giants would want to let this dude walk away, but if you don't want to pay him the money, somebody else will. That's for sure. Somebody else's trash is another person's treasure, and I don't think Barkley's that much trash. That's for sure. But no, I mean, same type of back. He came in the same year as Ezekiel Elliott, but it feels like even though Barkley's been banged up a little bit more, Barkley's got a little bit more spark and a little bit more I guess energy in his tank, or gas in his tank a little bit more, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
but anyways, I think it would be a good get for Dallas. But we welcome everybody to the show. CB, we've already seen you pop off here. Ruse, what's up, Ruse? Michael C, what's going on? Longhorn Bear, good to see you as well. Tracy, you're already popping up beautiful as ever. Double D, Michael C, we've already said hi to you guys. And, of course, everybody listening on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, you can follow us on our socials. I'm on Twitter at Not The Fake Wags. Double R's on Twitter at The Rodney R. And on the gram at the _ Rodney R. And then on Instagram, I'm on the Wagner Wire. So, and all other platforms.
Well, and here we go, rolling into Black Monday, my friend. Arthur Smith already has
what's up,
all the 7 and 10 seasons he has gone. Ron Rivera, Riverboat Ron. I found something really interesting. I mean, all of the years that Ron Rivera has been a coach, it's only been like 3. I think he's been like a head coach for 13 years. He's only had 3 seasons over 500. So
really? He's a decent quarterback. Like I would argue that Cam Newton's probably his best quarterback.
I think so too, man. I think
but
so.
How far did they get with Cam Newton? They got to the Super Bowl, right? They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they got to the Super Bowl.
They did. I believe they did. But I mean, that's part of the shakeup right there with everything happening with the Commanders is that they've gone in, and I want to ask you this. So making the change right there, and I know that they've gone out and they hired Bob Myers, who's going to be a part of this. And Bob Myers is actually the guy that helped construct the Golden State Warriors, with the 4. Yeah. So they're bringing that dude in that's going to be a part of player personnel and so forth. You've got Eric Bieniemy on that staff. Is this going to be something where Bieniemy's going to go out with everybody else, with Ron, or is this going to be where he gets a legit chance to become a head coach?
I was thinking maybe Bieniemy might be able to slide in there and get the head coaching position, right? If Washington's trying to, establish a different type of identity, why not do it with a brand new coach that hasn't had a job yet, right? As a head coach, give Bieniemy his first shot. Boom, in DC, in the nation's capital. And by the way, I think with Hal, you have a really good quarterback. You just got to kind of polish him a little bit to where he's not, one of the interception leaders, right? Because you've seen the dude slinging, right? He can air it out like one of the best in the NFL here. He just needs to kind of polish it a little bit better to where he's not actually throwing the ball away and giving the opposition more opportunities to score. So if he can do that, I think Bieniemy's got a pretty, some decent toys in the chest there to work with. It'll be, if the hypothetical goes down to where Bieniemy gets the head coaching position in Washington, I think it would be a challenge like a mofo, but you've seen what Bieniemy can do, right? Like he can scheme better than or just as well as anybody in the NFL, man. He was great with Andy Reid. Couple him together with another defensive coordinator, another defense coordinator, and maybe an offense coordinator right underneath his tutelage or whatnot, so to speak. Some of the same philosophy. I think it would work out well. It's a tough division. I mean, you're delivering in one of the toughest divisions in NFL, or traditionally one of the toughest divisions in the NFL.
That's the whole thing, and nobody can win it back to back. So there you go. I mean, that's where
it never happens, man. Even this year, when you thought it was going to happen, it didn't. So Dallas still does it.
Philadelphia shit the bed, and I'm very glad they did. But the other thing looking there with the Commanders is with Sam Howell. You mentioned him. I mean, I think that's a guy like we've talked about, Wags, to where you can go in. I mean, the dude has proven himself to be an adequate starting quarterback, and I think that's where you go. I mean, the Commanders are going to have a very high draft pick. I mean, depending on what happens with that number 1 pick, I mean, maybe you can go get Caleb Williams. You're going to bring that dude in, let him sit behind this guy because I think is that
what you're doing though? You bringing in a quarterback to sit behind Sam Howell, or would you kind of shore up some of the spots that are vulnerable for Sam Howell? Maybe even bring in another toy for Sam Howell. I mean, I don't think I would bring in a quarterback for, or maybe I'd try and, I don't know. I wouldn't trade Sam Howell either, because you got a guy that can give you
Serviceable.
a decent run. You might have a franchise quarterback. You just got to put some pieces around him. I don't know if I draft Caleb Williams.
I agree.
If you're drafting Caleb Williams at Washington, you're getting rid of Howe, or you're benching Howe, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a thing where you could, I mean, if you're the Commanders, I mean, that's something where you could move yourself back, kind of stack those picks to where you start building around whatever the future is going to be. Maybe build back to the middle of the first round, or kind of drop down a little bit further and get Michael Penix or somebody like that you can bring them in.
Do you need a quarterback though?
Man, I think you do. I really think you do.
So you don't think Sam Howell is the guy for Washington? I think Sam Howell is.
I don't know if he's going to be, dude, in that division. I mean, because that's the whole thing you're talking about right there with Philadelphia and Dallas and your team. I don't know what's what's going to happen.
Hell, I'd take him on the Giants.
Yeah. I mean, he could be, but the whole thing is, like you're talking about, I think you got to build around whoever it is. I mean, because there's a lot of other problems in there right now that you got to go in there and fix. And here's the biggest thing, where if you're a Commanders fan, I think the whole change in ownership is the biggest thing. I mean, you've gotten kind of the black eye out of the way with Danny Snyder out of the way. So you actually go in there now, you're going to build and you're going to fix the organization, because that's been the biggest problem with that group, dude, is they just, God, what a mess. I mean, we laugh about FedEx Field. I mean, that's just part of it. And I mean, it starts here and it just trickles downhill, shit runs downhill, all that theory. That's what happens with Washington. So hopefully now with this new ownership group, now they're going to try to put their stamp on it, kind of like what the Cowboys did back in the, with Jerry Jones and all that, to where you go in and you fix some of that stuff. So I hope they don't fix it too quick, Wags, because they're going to be competing against our teams. Yeah. But with the NFC East, I mean, don't be surprised if you get something with the Washington football team or Commanders, whatever they're called, if next year they turn around and they're decent, because that's what we've seen with the East, over the past 19 years.
Well, I picked, the Giants to be in the bottom of the division. And, I think they're 2 games out of it. I think there might be 1 game or 2 games better than Washington. I don't know the damn score or the standings here for bums. And that's what these 2 teams are, 2 bum squads. But anyways, like Washington and in New York are kind of in the same category with this, right? They haven't been able to win. Well, I mean, the Giants have, and I guess around 2012 is when it started to really decline for that franchise. And when you brought in, God, I can't even remember the dude's name. I can't even remember the head coach's name. He sucked so damn bad. He was there for like 1 year, maybe 2 years. Kind of like what Dable's doing right now, man.
Oh, yeah. That was old, what's that dude's name?
He tried to look like Tony Soprano or whatnot. Mm-hmm. I can't even think of the guy's name.
Yeah. What was that?
Some Giants fan I am, right? Damn. How about that? Anyways, but the Giants are just in the same damn category as Washington. Just really bad front office moves. So you want to talk about quarterback play, you want to throw away Sam Howell? I'll take Sam Howell over here in New York. That's for sure. I might jump off of New York. I can't do this anymore. I can't be it's hard to be a New York fan, man. It really is. It's tough. They can't even lose right. They can't even get a good draft pick right, man. It's terrible. It's really bad, Rodney. You laugh, but it's really bad, my friend.
Well, hey, so Wags, let's go to it. I know you messaged me yesterday. I'm looking for it. I lost it right here. So that whole thing, and now Arthur Smith is unemployed. Obviously, like it says there, Longhorn Bear.
Let's set it up first, right? Let's talk about how. First off, you want to talk about how you have vision. There's a reason why you're probably getting fired, right? You drafted arguably what could have been the best offensive rookie this year, but you chose to not utilize him.
He used him yesterday. Did you notice that yesterday? It's like, why didn't you do that all season? I mean, every time he turned around, it was a Bijan highlight.
Using him, he schemes for like two drives, and then all of a sudden he doesn't know how to adjust off script. It's the same type of shit, which is mind-boggling, because when he was with Tennessee, it was just run, Derek, run. It was That's how King Henry kind of got his going, was Arthur Smith just kind of running the wheels off of Derek Henry. I thought for sure you'd see that off of Bijan Robinson. I thought maybe you take a little piece of that recipe and have a little bit of success there, but no, man. And also, he just all throughout the year, very indecisive with your quarterback play. Do I want to play Ritter? Do I want to play Heineke? Make a damn decision and go with it, man. If you're wrong, you're wrong, but ride the damn decision out, man. You can't be wishy-washy and move back and forth, or else you're not going to know what the hell you have in the first place, right? You're going to have a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and not really a whole piece of what the notion is. Go with one and stick with it, man. Stop switching back and forth. I hated when Spurrier used to do that shit too. It drove me nuts, and it never worked out well for Spurrier either. I don't know why people continue to do that. And just you want to talk about, going back and forth, go back and forth with your running backs. That seemed to be successful somewhat. And, I know I was just sitting here saying utilize Bijan Robinson, but hell, if that's the thing that you're going to do, the NFL needs, kind of a running back by committee anyways, but you had a chance. I mean, there's no reason why Bijan Robinson should not have had 1,500 yards on the ground this year. And he barely eclipsed 1,000. It drives me absolutely ape shit that you don't know how to utilize your personnel, man, and you're a head coach in the NFL. There's other people out there. We just talked about. Give Eric Bieniemy the Atlanta Falcons and see what he does with them.
Yeah. And that's, think about that. That could happen. Depending on what happens right there. But that was the frustrating part all year to me about Atlanta. And let's take the whole thing out of, with Bijan playing here at Texas or whatever, when you have that kind of weapon and you didn't utilize him more. And the whole thing is, go back and watch Bijan highlights from this year, the ones that you can find, because there aren't many. There should have been a hell of a lot more. But every time, it's like when we talk about, with the Texas offense, where it's like, okay, run the ball a little bit more because it seems to be something that's working. Go back and look at what Bijan did, and he's multi-dimensional, Wags. That's where you can pull this dude out, send him out in the flat, send him out on the outside, set up a screen or do something like that. He's a
nightmare for linebackers, Rodney.
Absolutely.
No linebacker can cover this dude.
Can you imagine? Imagine this guy. Imagine this dude on a formidable team. The impact that he would have had, and this is where it goes back to, with the NFL, with Arthur Smith, and hopefully that Arthur Blank and everyone there in Atlanta has finally realized, which I think a lot of the pushback from Arthur Smith was, that's not the guy I wanted to draft. Okay, well, you're out the door. We're going to build around this dude. We're going to build around him. Because the NFC South, dude, is for the taking. Look what we just fucking saw yesterday. The Saints are this far off. The Falcons are that far off. Hell, Tampa Bay's that far off. By the way, congratulations, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I'm a Baker. You know what, man? I'm gonna catch shit for this, and rightfully so. Because I'm a Longhorn. But I'm a fan of Baker Mayfield.
So am I.
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he wins.
All he does.
He looks awful in doing it, but he wins. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Somebody explain it to me, because where he walks on, not only does he make the damn team, but it becomes a damn Heisman. Did he actually win the Heisman? Yeah, he won. Yeah, he's a Heisman.
Oh yeah,
he's in the Heisman Trophy house.
Walking on twice. Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. I think a lot of the frustration around here with folks is, wow, he's a Sooner. He's a whatever. Well, you know what? I like him because he's a Lake Travis guy. I watch this dude play high school football.
Well, there you go.
I watch this dude play high school football, and all he does is win. And the whole thing is, yesterday he was all beat up. He's all jacked up and hurt and whatever, and he still willed that team to find a way to get into the playoffs. Are they going to win a playoff game? Shit, I don't know. But the whole thing is, they've won the South again 3 times in a row. And this was supposed to be a year, Wags, where it's like, okay, we got to get a stopgap in here because the GOAT has left.
Honestly, I thought Atlanta was going to be Atlanta or the Saints, right? I thought Atlanta or the Saints would be the team to emerge out of the South.
Yes.
Man. And the Saints played fantastic. We're on it, and we'll go back to the Saints in Atlanta here in a second. But the Saints in Atlanta here in a second. But to your point, dude, he's hard. I don't know. Maybe he's easy to hate if you are a Longhorn fan, but for me, he's hard not to like. And maybe because I feel like I'm the same type of character. I talk a lot of shit. I do. When I play basketball, even when I'm playing rec league hoops or adult league hoops, I am talking and I'm having like a trash game. I'm talking so much shit in your ear. Why? Because it's going to help motivate me to get me a little bit better. Like, even if I'm playing like dog shit, or one, it's also good. It might throw you off your game a little bit. I don't know. I've always been a trash talker. I just enjoy that part of the sport. And I love when someone else can do it great, like Baker Mayfield. And damn, he wears it well, man. Somebody spoke about Moxie in the chat line, Rodney. He's got a lot of it, sir.
Well, that's the other part of it. I mean, it's one thing, you get a lot of guys that talk shit and then they fall on their face. But everything this guy does, Wags, from the get-go, he always backs it up. I mean, the dude always backs it up. I mean, the whole thing, you know, planting the flag at the 50-yard line, well, they had won that game. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know that it's a lot of sore memories for us, and for whatever reason, people don't like him. But I mean, he just backs up what he talks, and that's and for a society these days that embraces people that talk shit. I embrace Baker Mayfield because he talks shit and backs it up, Wags.
Yeah,
because yeah, hey, I'm just looking right now. Chip Brown at Chip Brown 2247 right here. Breaking news. Yeah, no, I wish I had the other computer hooked up. We could play it. AD Mitchell expected to announce he's entering the NFL draft after catching 11 TD passes, including a TD pass. Yeah, no.
It's breaking, but it's not surprising. You know what I mean?
Go make that money.
I'm telling you, hey, look, it's a really good sign to have this many student athletes get into the NFL draft, right? But here's the one bad thing about it. Hopefully the succession plan's already there and you can reload immediately, because that's what Bama and that's what Georgia's been able to do. Their programs have looked great, being fruitful and having, you know, all their players and all their kids and students go to the NFL, but they've also had that supplement plan in place, right? They've had an ability to get fresh talent back into those positions immediately, so that they're not having a drop off into their program. I hope there's no drop off in our program next year.
Well, and that's the other part. And
I don't suspect there will be. We've been pretty active in the portal already, and well, you know, the recruiting's there. So
that's the point right there. You know, I know you and I don't hammer on recruiting, you know, a whole lot, but I mean, it's one of those things where recruiting was always the byproduct to get you into a better spot now. But you know, with the portal and all that, I mean, how the hell did you get AD Mitchell? You went and got him out of the portal. So. And that's the other part of that, you know, where it's like the success that Texas is about to really start feeling in the portal. I mean, when you're winning a lot of games, when you're playing in college football playoffs, and you're, you know, at the forefront and you're back to the standard that you should be at if you're the Texas football program, you're going to draw those guys that want to come here.
Right.
And that's what's going to happen. And I mean, we're already seeing it. I mean, we're getting you've got
this, Rodney, we got a lot of this.
Golden's coming. I mean, I think that's a dude that's gonna make an immediate impact. People want to come here, and look, all the success to these guys. JT Sanders, man, I wish we'd have had him one more year, because I think that was just success right there. That was waiting to be had, that we didn't utilize. But look, good for him. I mean, he's going to go off and make a lot of money in the NFL.
Yep, 100%, my guy. It's going to be tough to reload, but we'll talk. We got, you know, a whole season to talk about the reload, man.
Right.
We were talking about a little bit about the New Orleans Saints and Atlanta Falcons and how Arthur Smith got fired.
This guy
yesterday. Talk about his superior running backs, right? Yesterday, Bijan Robinson, 11 carries, 28 yards. Longest carry, 7 yards. Algier, 6 carries, 24 yards. Longest carry, 8 yards. Cordarrelle Patterson, remember that guy? He was pretty good a couple of years ago, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the wide receiver converted into a running back. 5 carries, 20 yards. Longest carry, 7 yards. They can't get anything longer than 8 yards on a run, man. They can't break anything off when they got 2 successful studs, or at least I think they got 2 studs in the backfield with, you know, Robinson and Algier. That speaks a little bit about me, you know, to your line, continue your blocking downfield, right? Yeah. Or, you know, trying to get to the second wave, getting into those linebackers and blocking a little bit down further, just to allowing a cutback or whatnot, right? None of that was happening. You did see mismatches And again, let's keep in mind that the Falcons were playing from behind most of the game, so they were in passing mode. Hell, they even had to switch quarterbacks because they just couldn't figure out their passing attack, right? So to me, there wasn't really a lot of opportunity for the running game, but you saw the breakdown in the running back scheme, right? I mean, why not allow a running back to get at least 16 carries to try and get a feel of the game? Why do you have to distribute that much between or have dispersion between three different running backs, or distribution between three different running backs like that? I don't know if what you're trying to keep off balance with the Saints. I mean, hell, they're not really gonna scheme too much around Bijan Robinson, I don't think. And then when you have Ritter that's got so many weapons like London and Pitts and still not able to utilize them, you have a recipe for awfulness and failure, right? And that's what Arthur Smith did. And then to add insult to injury, he went out to midfield. And this isn't exactly how our society is, but I feel like this is where we've gotten in the past 2 years, right? And you're starting to see it come on national television in the National Football League. And I've seen other coaches get sour and shit. And maybe Arthur Smith had a leg to stand on, because how the Saints did score their last touchdown in like a sneaky fashion was kind of like shitty, right? It was kind of shitty, but still, man, expect to be scored on. Don't go out there expecting that the offense is just going to lay down, right? And that's kind of the position I'm taking here, man. Nothing's given to you, right? And then you're going to go out there and complain about it. No, your job, Arthur Smith, was to coach your guys up and say, hey, man, make sure you're ready for anything, because they're not just they might not just be gentlemanly here and courteous and lay down. It is a rivalry game, man. And then also, the head, it's eluding me, man. The head coach for the Saints,
Dennis Allen.
Thank you, Allen. Allen, you really apologize?
Yeah, fuck
you
that.
Apologize on in your post game, right? Immediately after that, you say you're sorry because the coach had a bad reaction. No, man, fucking own up to that shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Be a Dan Campbell. Well, one, I don't think Dan Campbell would have done that and ran, stuffed it down the third. I think Dan Campbell would have probably taken a knee. But if you do that, you don't see the mercy killing that. Don't come out there and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did that to you. I guess I really shouldn't have done that. No, you own up to it. Be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it again next year. It's your job to stop it, man. Double down on that shit.
Man,
I'm so tired of having a weak cloth in the fabric of our society. I really am. Like, I really and I'm not telling people, I'm not preaching to be mean. I'm not preaching people to be calloused up or anything like that. You should be considerate, right? But also you should know the situation at hand. You were trying to play it's professional football, man. You're trying to not trying to hurt people, but you're trying to beat the opposition, man. You're trying to embarrass the opposition. That's how I take the game. I don't want any room for failure, man. It's called message to Garcia. You leave a little bit of air in that messenger's lung, he's got a chance to come back and kill you or whatnot. That's the message that's the lesson that I got from a few stories that I read in the military. Don't ever give the opposition a chance. Don't ever give them mercy. Never show mercy, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you're in the wrong damn sport if you have that type of mindset.
Yeah.
And I'm done.
Yeah. Hey, first, Kirsten, congratulations winning the Academy gift card right off of the Coda text line. Look, man, I get it in high school football. You and I have watched a lot of high school football around here. I totally get when a game is out of control, you do the right thing. You don't score. When the game is 50-3, you don't score. I mean, that's what you do when it comes to high school football. I mean, maybe even sometimes in college football, where you have that little bit of respect right there from whether it be the opposing coach, whether it be the program, whatever the case is. You are in the fucking National Football League. You are a paid professional. You are getting paid a lot of money to go out. You know how you don't get scored on? You stop them.
Right.
That's what you do.
Right.
I don't give a damn how they did it. I don't care if it was in victory formation. I don't give a damn what it is. And you got to remember right here, Wags. I mean, this is the Saints. I mean, there's a way for them to get. I don't understand all these tiebreakers. I know it was like, okay, if so and so and so and so, the Saints can get in if this, the Falcons can get in. But you know what?
You're playing for point. You're playing for anything at this point, Rodney. You don't even know. You know the point. You know point difference, point differential. You don't know what's going to be taken into consideration.
You never know when they start going down that olive branch to where it's going to come to a matter of points. And not to fucking mention, I mean, in my opinion, for the New Orleans Saints, I mean, you and I both thought that the Saints could probably win this division or should probably win this division. Look, they're turning in their pads today. They're turning in their helmets today. What do you want to do? What do you want your lasting memory to be? Go fucking punch it down somebody's throat.
Well, now it's apologizing.
Right.
Somebody,
and for Arthur Smith to get out there when we've just documented for the last however many minutes how he's kind of shit on this team and not utilize the weapons that he's had 3 seasons at 7-10. Don't be mad at that dude for going out there and scoring. And I mean, for New Orleans as well. I mean, yeah, for him to come on out, man, I sure am sorry about that.
I mean, like you're a competitor, man. You're an alpha male. Like everybody, most of us, dude, who compete, you all feel the same damn way, man. Beat the living shit out of me. Seriously, but do not show me like if I'm in a boxing ring or whatever, I'm expecting to go in there and whoop somebody's ass, man.
Right.
I don't get into a fight thinking I'm going to get my ass kicked, man. I've never said that.
Right.
But I mean, my God, it's the same thing. The same thing translates over to football, right? Or to any other sport, right? Play like it's supposed to be played, my guy. That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
And if you go out there and you're expecting a little bit of mercy or whatnot, that is 100% an insult to the damn game. That's all I'm saying, right? As a true competitor, I do not want any mercy at all. If I see a team go out there and take a knee because they don't want to run the score up on me, oh my God, that is a bigger insult than scoring on me. We don't belong on this field. You're telling me you don't even want to break my heart. You don't want to hurt me mentally. You think I'm too mentally fragile to handle you scoring on me? Get the hell out of the league. Seriously.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And the whole thing is, I mean, this is a great point here by Rob. That was not the play call. The players did it on their own. You know what? Good for the players. I mean, what does that tell you? I mean, that tells you the competitive fire that none of that dies. And 48-17 ends up being the final score right there. But like you said, Wags, this is a divisional game. I mean, there's still a lot on the line right here. You don't know what's going on with any of the other stuff. I mean, you've got a 9-0 game going on over there. I mean, if anything, this emphatically gets your team moving forward into the offseason. I mean, you in that way. I don't know. It's I just don't get it. And the whole thing is really, if you're Arthur Smith, you have had all season. If you're going to be this pissed off about that, you have had all season to put yourself in a better spot and put this division away. You shouldn't be over here in a must-win against the Saints where Tampa Bay's got to lose and lose to the worst team in the league. If you're that fiery, where the fuck you been all year?
Yeah, good riddance,
right?
Good riddance, Arthur Smith. That's and I'm sure most of Atlanta fan base feels the same way. Like you said, man, very not even mediocre seasons, just very disappointing seasons of 7-10 the past 3 years. So again, voila, which is French for you're gone.
Yep.
Okay. And so are the Saints. So the Saints didn't get in. The Steelers. My God. And hey, man, Ike, if you're listening. You almost had it, man. And I almost had my damn pasta bread bowl too, dude. I'm telling you, man. Nuke Hopkins almost hit the trifecta. He's got his touchdown. He got his incentivized money for receptions, but he did not get the prop bet for yards, which I believe was 65 yards. He only got 45 yards, man.
Hey, man.
I think the prop might have been 7 as well. Might have been 7 receptions. I'm not sure of that. Anyways, man, Nuke Hopkins had a pretty damn decent game. And it sucks that it might have been the last game for Derrick Henry, dude, because I don't know if I can imagine Derrick Henry in another uniform but the Titans, dude. I know we flirted with the idea of him coming to the Cowboys. And again, maybe that's where Derrick Henry winds up next year, man. There's a lot of good talent that's going to be available, and especially I can't imagine these teams not inking these running backs back on their locker room and letting them walk. I just don't see the talent like Barkley and like Henry around the league. I'm sure there's going to be some talent coming out of college or whatnot, but damn, man.
Hey,
they still got. It's not like I don't think Derrick Henry's declining either. That's the thing. Like, I don't think he's nowhere near the back he was 2 years ago, but I don't see a steady decline. He might have had a little bit come off the shelf, but he's still leveling out, right? He's not. It's not trending downward.
Well, and I think a lot of that is, Wags, to where we talk about he would fit so well in the Dallas system is he wouldn't have to be the workhorse. I mean, you could go back to the Zeke and Tony Pollard thing to where they could complement each other. And I think that's where Derrick Henry is at this point. I mean, I don't think he's obviously not the, 30, 25 yards, 30 carries a game
I think
anymore.
20 totes a game is still good for Derrick Henry. I don't know how long he can do that for, but I think that's when he's more at his strength is when he's getting about 20 totes a game.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's where he falls into a really good system right there to where he could be that complementary. And I know a lot of that. Yeah. I mean, well, I think there maybe he'd be more the workhorse. And I think that's where it's kind of weird for running backs now, because with the running back market the way it is, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, think about Zeke. I mean, when he goes to New England, he's going to be complimentary to where you've been, like you talk about the alpha, you've been the alpha, and here you are. You're going to be the other guy. Or you're going to be 1A or whatever it is. And I think that a lot of these running backs, that's where they've had to shift that mindset to where that's the NFL now. That's the way that you are as a running back. Because, man, you get your ass killed. I mean, look at some of these guys. But talking about the Steelers, hey, Wags, I told you, Rudolph, the red-nosed quarterback, plug that dude in, and here they man, that was
got so lucky, guys. They got so lucky.
Them and Houston, it's like, holy smoke. I mean, and how about the stuff for Houston? I mean, for them, way to go, Texans. Way to go out in prime time and shine. I've always been the one, you want to watch the Texans? They're always on at noon. They plop them in here at prime time in a road game, and I'm like, they're going to shit the bed right here. Man, CJ Stroud, dude.
I had my whole theories, or not my theories, but my whole playoff scenarios mixed up. So I thought that the Texans needed win and help to get in, but they only needed a win to secure it. So it was the Steelers that actually needed the win and help to get in. So, all right. Yeah. What do you, Browns didn't really perform yesterday, but again, they weren't really, I mean, they said it before the game, they were resting their players. So, even though they had that lethargical performance, I still think the Browns are one of my favorites in the AFC to make a push at this thing to compete against the Ravens. I can't believe I said it on the Wagner Wire yesterday. I can't believe I'm dismissing the Chiefs so quickly. But it appears to me that the Browns and the Ravens are the two legit teams out in the AFC. Maybe I'm very fast to give roses to Cleveland when they are on, their fourth starting quarterback of the season, but still, I love that defense, man. I know they just got torched, but again, that's not, you saw a shell of what that defense really was, or a skeleton of what that defense really was throughout the year. I think Cleveland's got to, if I'm going to take a flyer on this thing, I want to see the odds. Like, again, I got to check out the odds real quick, see if they're updated after this week, but I want to see the odds on Cleveland. I might throw something down.
Dude,
I'm throw something down on Cleveland, man.
I've been pretty high on Cleveland, but I got to tell you, man, with Buffalo, I mean, just everything that they've done right here, and they come out last night, and not really surprising that they do what they do. But I mean, you got to look at the turnaround since week 10. I mean, we talked about, with Ken Dorsey, they were 5-5. They released.
Josh Allen still looked terrible last night, Rodney. I mean, you can say that Joe Brady has great tutelage, but I mean, the way that Josh Allen played last night, there's a damn good chance that he could have got Joe Brady fired.
Well, but that's where we go back to that. That's kind of where we go back to, with Texas and with Dallas, to where it's like they could have found a way to lose that.
By the way,
but again, they're playing Miami.
I'm not disagreeing with you that Joe Brady isn't a better play caller than Ken Dorsey. I think Joe Brady is a better schemer than Ken Dorsey. I'm just saying,
Just a better understanding.
I don't think Ken Dorsey was the problem. I think it was Josh Allen's inconsistent play, and thankfully it didn't come back and bite him in the ass last night against the Fish.
Yeah. I will tell you one thing, kind of sitting there talking about the Browns and their game against the Bengals. Can I just say that when it comes to, if we're going to be, I know Taylor Swift wasn't around this weekend because she was at the whatever those awards were last night, but I think that possibly Mr. Browning's lady has taken the mount as the favorite girlfriend in the NFL.
Was it that cold there?
Yes, sir. And look at that outfit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Look at that. Watch it. Go in there and watch it in full speed where she's actually moving.
I was reading that.
Oh,
pull that back up. I was reading that.
Oh, man. I was going to send you that yesterday as all that shit was going on. Hold on. We're going back over here right about there. There it is right there.
Yeah, hold on. I'm reading the.
That's all right. Yeah, go ahead. That's
the outfit
Brownie.
did its job. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Right on. She seems fun. She does seem fun. I'm just reading the comments. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Now we can get back. Sorry.
We'll get rid of her. But so I think that she may have, after yesterday, surpassed Ms. Swift as the favorite girlfriend of the NFL players.
I'm sorry, Miss Swift was never my favorite girlfriend. I was always, I don't know why I was annoyed with so much coverage of Taylor Swift, and I guess it's great for the NFL. I mean, to have her showing up to all the damn games or whatnot, but still, like, I'm with Al Michaels. I agreed that it took away from the damn game. The sideshow should not be the show.
I agree, man.
To quote, Al Michaels, man. And I'm not saying that Taylor Swift is a sideshow, but when you show up to the damn NFL event, you are, you're secondary. You're not the main event. No. You know what I mean? And shame on the NFL for giving her so much publicity and trying to make it all about her.
Yeah. I heard
Swifties take. I ain't the Swifty version of the NFL. I ain't got time for your Swifty shit.
I heard some comedian was doing a monologue last night at the whatever those awards were, and made a comment about that you won't be seeing her on the screen all night long like you do at the NFL. It kind of pissed her off. So I don't know. She seems like a nice lady. I don't know. I've never met her. She does make some good music. She writes her own shit, so that's good. But I like Jake Browning's.
How about Simone? Give me more Simone Biles coverage, man. Give me some of her.
Oh yeah, Green Bay. We'll get to see her. We'll get to see her at AT&T this weekend as the Dallas Cowboys, who will play the Green Bay Packers.
I would rather look at Simone Biles 10 times more than Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
100%. You know what? I am a Simone Biles fan, man. Just imagine.
Rock solid, that lady is. Very rock solid. Built like a brick shit house.
Can't even dance. Taylor Swift can't even dance.
Well, she's a good person, though. I mean, she is definitely
you're a Swiftie, though. You're a Swiftie. I'm not a Swiftie.
I wouldn't say I'm really a Swiftie, but I do.
I live those lines. I would say that you supply stuff to the Swifties.
Well,
you're in the Swiftie camp.
I live with a lot of Swifties, and yeah, she's all right. But you know what I do like is Covert BK. Because I mean, we can talk about all kinds of cool stuff. We can talk about homegrown. We can talk about local. Well, since 1909, the Covert family has been serving Central Texans. I mean, generations of Central Texans with great new and pre-owned vehicles. Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands out there in beautiful bee caves in the hill country. Take the ride out on 71, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. And, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets up north here in Hutto, and the Fords and the Lincolns. Old school Research Boulevard, 183 is what we call it in the old days. Covert BK also services all makes and models of your vehicle. You didn't even have to buy it from them. If you need your service done, 86 service bays out there, in and out the door. You're not going to spend the day at the dealership getting all of that stuff done. CovertBK.com. Check out the latest specials each week. I know we're past New Year's, we're past Christmas, all of that. But if you log on right now, I guarantee you're going to find weekly specials happening right now at CovertBK.com. Get a hold of my man Dan, Stacy, Mike, Mr. Washington. Get a hold of them or at CovertBK.com, or just go out there and check out all of the cool stuff at that state-of-the-art dealership. You got to love them. It is Covert BK, covertbeecave.com. And of course, as I always say, nobody beats a covert deal. Not now. And sure as hell, not ever. What happened over there, my man?
I was taking a drink, and this asshole made me laugh, and it came out of my nose. So
Which one?
DJ.
Fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's
Spinner.
I guess
Old
that's
days.
his reference to Simone Biles, man. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about the playoffs here. We got a scenario now, man. We got all the teams lined up. Let's go through the AFC, man. Let's walk it down. Your biggest surprise. Who was your the team that was the biggest surprise for you to actually get in?
I mean, honestly, does that include the Texans? I mean,
I don't know. Are they a surprise? Because we thought I felt like the past 2 weeks, honestly, I don't know. I kind of got a little bit, shaky on that thought of them going to the playoffs when there was no CJ Stroud. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I still think that they were a formidable team to get in. The Steelers are the most surprising team for me to be in the damn playoffs, honestly. And I'm surprised that Jacksonville isn't in. That's the two biggest surprises of the AFC, that Jacksonville didn't get in and that Cleveland got in.
And that's really
Philly or Pittsburgh got in.
The biggest thing for me, because a lot of folks, at the beginning of the season, before we ever started, all the prognosticators, whatever you want to call them, I mean, they had Jacksonville, that possibly in the AFC Championship game. And it really, with Houston, yes, what a job. And I think one of the things that I saw the other night, and I had heard this, with kind of the turnaround there with the Texans, Hannah McNair, which is the wife of Cal McNair, there in the Texans brass, she was actually one of the ones in this draft, before the season when they didn't want to hire DeMeco Ryans, that kind of walked some of that staff off the ledge to go and get DeMeco Ryans. So I think she deserves a lot of credit right there. But with Jacksonville, it's like, man, the division kind of came back to Houston. So your thoughts, Wags, speaking of Jacksonville. So what does this do with Trevor Lawrence? I mean, he was supposed to be the transitional, the God-given talent.
I think he's the quarterback.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. But do you think that this season, with the expectations, with the fact that they missed the playoffs, do you think that this kind of stains a little bit where maybe he's not, he's good. He's definitely good. He's definitely an elite quarterback, but maybe not up there with Pat Mahomes and some of those guys. Do you think that maybe stains that a little bit?
Did people have him up there with Pat Mahomes already?
Well, I don't think they did, but I think that they said that he could be.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, hell, it didn't. I mean, look, we're seeing Jared Goff, start playing some of the best football that he's played in his career. And he was under the tutelage of McVay for a while too. And we marvel at how well McVay can run a damn offense or scheme an offense, right? Sometimes it's just not a good fit for the dude. Yeah. Maybe, and we talked about Trevor Lawrence's first 2 years in the NFL, man, very inconsistent in trying to find a little bit of continuity, right?
Yeah.
This was, maybe going into next year, if he, has continued success from this year to next year, that's his first sign of continuity in the NFL. And then you'd like to think maybe from there on, it kind of gets a little bit better and kind of grows from there. And then he might be able to fall into that tier of a Patrick Mahomes type of quarterback. I didn't project him to be in a Patrick Mahomes type of class. I don't know if somebody said that I said that or what. I don't know.
No. Just kind of talking just in general.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
not you. No, I wasn't pointing that at you at all. So
no. I think he will be a decent quarterback. I just don't know when he'll reach elite status. And I don't think Jared Goff is elite at the moment yet, but I think he's making strides. And the only reason why I'm saying Jared Goff is because I used him as a comparison.
Well, and he's in the right system. That's one of those things where we talked about kind of the change of scenery was going to be good for both of them. I mean, for Stafford and for Goff. I mean, I think that trade right there, when you look at the perfect NFL trade, that worked out well for both of those dudes to where it got them to the place that they need to be. So I'm curious to ask you. So in the NFC, I mean, you got the Eagles taking on Tampa Bay a week from today. So with that game right there, Tampa Bay, we talked about it. We didn't think that Baker Mayfield could will this team into that. Philadelphia's kind of fallen off the ledge here in the last 5 or 6 weeks right there. In that game right there, dude, do you think that Philadelphia's going to get knocked out in the Super Wild Card weekend?
mean, they got a damn good chance. I mean, AJ Brown seems a little bit banged up.
I love it.
Since I don't think they've won a game since week 12. Or no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. But since week 12, it's been off the damn
been horrible.
The scales for the Philadelphia Eagles, man. They got to right the ship somehow. You'd think maybe playing against the Giants in week 18 would allow them to get their pieces back together, but it looks. I mean, there's a lot more concerning stuff than what's on what appears to be just on the surface or on the gridiron here that you're seeing on Sundays, right? There seems to be a lot more going on. Hell, I just saw a picture of Jalen Hurts flipping somebody off. Or maybe, I don't know if that was, generated, AI or CG generated these days. I don't know what the hell is real anymore, man. I live in a damn simulation, I feel like. But I feel like what I did see was a realistic picture of Jalen Hurts flipping the sideline off. So again, of course, the picture's framed to where you can't really see out of the other context than that. I need more detail on it, but it doesn't look like everything's going down the way that it should be for Philadelphia, and it's the wrong time to be happening too, because you need to make sure everything's galvanized going into the playoffs. And it is definitely not, man. You're losing to the Giants. There's a lot of things wrong with you, my guy.
Well, and I got to tell you, for one,
to answer your question, I think the Buccaneers are going to knock out Philly. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I, for one, am glad. I know a lot. I saw a lot of, before they ever really started playing real games, it was going to be, Philadelphia, Kansas City. They were both going to be the class of their divisions once again and playing the Super Bowl and so forth. I'm kind of glad that we have what we have right here, because there are a lot of really cool stories right here, with Baker Mayfield. I mean, with the Texans, with the Browns, with all this shit.
Sorry to interrupt you, Rodney, but that's probably why he was sticking his finger. He broke his middle finger.
He really was. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so he was sticking his middle finger up because it was broken. I got you.
No,
all right.
That's all right. Well, he was flipping somebody off, I'm sure. He's probably flipping his team off. But no, I like the way this is all shaking itself out. I like this layout. I think this is going to be a fun super wild card weekend that's coming up. Hey, Wags, and for all these games, for all these games, how can people check these games out? What's the
audio-visual consultations? 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Make sure you guys are checking them out. We got the national championship tonight too, and we need to talk about as well. And the best way that you can watch that is with audio-visual consultations. You go to any one of the fine bars that are partners with us, and you'll see audio-visual consultations set up in their restaurants too. So 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. You'll see the gallery of projects over the past 35 years. Proud sponsors of Texas Sports Unfiltered, proud sponsors of the Wagner Wire, man. They are the best in the business, setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. Make sure you check them out. It's audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678 at avconsultations.com. All right. Yeah. Like I said, we could talk about NFL all day, but we also got to talk about the national championship, which is tonight as well. There's some rumors that there might be a special commercial, or something might be getting introduced during the college football national championship. So
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've just heard rumors about it. I don't know if it's actually going to happen or not. But
does this involve you?
No, not me.
Oh, okay. Not
me.
Maybe the Wagner Wire was going national or something.
No, we're not going that. But there could be a commercial involving college football during the national football game for college football. I don't know. It's something you might want to check out. And you guys know the industry that I'm in. I don't know. You might want to. That's just a rumor. I heard it yesterday on my show. Until yesterday, I had no clue that it was actually going to come to fruition. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, hit me up, because I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Wags, is this it for Jim Harbaugh? I know I'm hearing Patriots. So
I think it is. I think we do see Jim Harbaugh in the NFL. I'm not sure if it's going to be next year. Maybe he needs a year of a buffer year or a transition year. But I do think it's his last ride at Michigan. And Sharon, I mean, he's led the Wolverines all damn year basically anyways, man. He's the offense coordinator. I think he's right for the job. The kids love him. The kids respond to him. Who's victorious tonight in the national championship?
I think Washington this is kind of playing in really well with everything that Washington has done this year, to where they're being undersold. They're kind of the underdog. And hey, man, Penix is very impressive to watch. And the whole thing is, I think if that offensive line, which is a much maligned at times offensive line there, when it comes to size and so forth, you got a really good Michigan defense across the way. I think if they can give Penix a little bit of time right there with that fleet of receivers that he has right there, your running back is supposed to be playing. I don't know at what percentage, but I really think Wags at Washington is gonna take this, and I hope they do.
Favored.
Yeah, I what is it, 5.5? The
last 5.5, 5.5 is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe a touchdown wins this for Washington. Either that or they're going to get boat raced real damn fast. One of the two. One of the two. Close game or boat raced. One of the two.
I don't think it will be a blowout, and I don't like if Michigan. The only way that Michigan wins is if Michigan scores first, I think, and is able to set the tone. If Michigan, if Washington goes down and scores, and then Michigan goes on their drive and doesn't get in, and then Washington gets the ball back, and then Michigan finds themselves 14 to nothing, it's going to be tough for Michigan to come back from that. I don't think McCarthy's equipped with the skill set that Penix Jr. is to be able to will your team back from a 14-point deficit. I just don't. And also, you don't. I know Michigan's got some of the best talent in the league, but the best wide receiver room is the Washington Huskies, man. They got 2 wide receivers over 1,000 yards. They know how to sling it, man. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup, man. Jerome knows how to scheme pretty damn well, and so does the Bauer. I mean, Caleb knows how to scheme too. So it's going to be a pretty damn. You know what? I'm sour that the Longhorns aren't in it, but I'm happy that we're able to see a fun matchup. I actually think Michigan's going to win this thing. I think it's going to be the Corum show tonight. He will ride off into the sunset as Michigan's leading touchdown scorer. For I think he's got one already over Thomas, but I think he'll, maybe get 2 or 3 tonight, man, and it will be the Blake Corum show, dude. I'm pretty excited about it, man. You got Washington, I got Michigan, man. And maybe it's just because Washington left a salty taste in my mouth. I would love to see Washington win it to say that, oh, you know what, we lost to the national champions, so that's a little bit better. But still, man, I think Michigan's. I've liked Michigan all year long. I don't know. I'm not even buying the whole cheating thing.
Yeah, so. The whole thing about that is, I mean, when it comes to the cheating thing, I mean, since that came out, I mean, look what they've done since then. I mean, they've gone out, they've won every big game since that happened. I mean, it was stupid. If they were doing it, because we don't know, innocent until proven guilty. If they were in fact doing all that, which it appears they were. I mean, that's dumb. But I don't
even care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't either. I mean, what I look at with Michigan, I think one of the if Michigan wins the national championship tonight, to me, one of the coolest things is obviously going to be that they won the national championship. But I think that Jim Harbaugh went head to head with Professor Nick and outcoached him in the Rose Bowl. And I think that's one thing, when it comes to Harbaugh, how he's continuing to cement how good of a head coach he really is. That right there is just an amazing feather in the cap. Take all the controversies out, take all the other shit out of there. I mean, the fact that you went head to head with, I mean, arguably one of the greatest to ever do this, and you outcoached him. And I mean, Saban said it himself. He didn't say it.
Yeah, he did. He said it.
He didn't say it in blunt words, but he kind of alluded to the fact that some of the play calling right there at the end of the game wasn't conducive to them winning the game. So he kind of admitted it. But for Harbaugh, I mean, yeah, I think he's going to jump ship, win or lose right here, because there's going to be a lot of suitors, dude. There are a lot of people knocking on that door. That Chargers job is one towards.
Well, what is the most enticing or most attractive job for Jim Harbaugh in the NFL, do you think?
I would think that it is the Chargers job, because he's got the quarterback in place right there. He loves being on the West Coast. The time there was Stanford and all the different whatever. I think he's comfortable on the West Coast, and plus all of that is in line right there. I mean, I've seen Belichick thrown into and that's where, to me, Belichick would be a good fit.
What about Washington? What about Washington? I mean, we talked about Bieniemy. There's a good chance that Bieniemy could move down to Atlanta, or hell. You want to talk about a good fit for Harbaugh going in and teaching young men, right? Young men just transitioned from college football to the NFL. He's got a very young, or he would have a very young group in Atlanta with Bijan Robinson, Pitts. I don't
Well,
think they stay with Ritter. Ritter's just not it. I'm sorry.
No,
he makes some plays, but then again, so does Heineke. And that was just the problem with Atlanta this year. You got mediocre quarterbacks. I mean, not to quote Tom Brady or whatnot, but that's what it really was, man. It was some pretty mediocre quarterback play from the Atlanta Falcons. When you can't even complete passes to like London and Pitts and whatnot, when you have and they're studs. Like you guys, like these were highly talented picks out of their draft class, and it just hasn't been able. Maybe if one doesn't show out, you think, okay, you missed on one. But if both of them are producing, that's quarterback play, guys.
Well, and this is where I think when it comes to the Commanders situation right there for Harbaugh, I mean, if he wants to go in there and build his team, I mean, obviously we just talked about, the changes that are happening right there with Rivera out the door now. You got player personnel folks that are coming in. That can be something where he begins to build and maybe have the success of like what we saw with Houston, where it's more immediate. Where like with Belichick, depending on what happens with him this week, I know that he and Kraft and they're supposed to have their postseason meetings and all that. What's going to happen right there? I think if I'm Belichick could be a better fit for the Chargers, because I'm not sure that Bill Belichick is in the rebuild from the ground up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think Belichick wants to go through this stuff again, man.
He's
I don't know if he's willing.
Right
I don't know if he's willing to do it. I think that he would acquiesce and allow another GM to come in there to help him, stagger the load a little bit, but or I guess to cross bear the load, if you will, whatever adjective you want to use there. I just don't think he has the patience to want to go through a rebuild again, man.
Yeah. Plus, Wags, he's done it. He's too old to be doing that. He doesn't.
The body language yesterday, from what I was watching again. I mean, dude, he didn't even pull his.
He was done.
I mean, he was ready. He was. Bro, he was ready to get the hell out of there. And if that wasn't a sign of man. I mean, at least I don't. But that's not Bill Belichick, though. He's not going to wave to the crowd. He's not going to wave to the fan base. He's not going to give you. And I didn't tune into any of his post pressers or anything like that. I wish I would have. I'll probably go back and watch him when I get some time today. But
if he's done, was that not a more fitting way for that to end in a snowstorm?
No, I mean I would imagine a victory for Bill Belichick.
Well, for to end on a bad note.
To lose to the Jets?
Snowstorm. Yeah, lose to the Jets, where he was a part of that. When he was with the Jets right before he came.
Oh, I know. He screwed the Jets over. He screwed
the
Jets over to come to New England. So
That's right.
We'll see. What's up, guys? How we doing?
Wags, as a Cowboys fan, I want to thank the sorry-ass Giants for showing up in the last game of the season.
Well, as a Giants fan, I want to shit on the Giants for not even knowing how to tank right. So.
And as a Cowboys fan, I want to say, way to go.
It really is, man.
Hey, you guys want to know something? Jordan's not old enough to know about the guy I'm fixing to mention, but Wags, Rodney, you guys will 100% know this. You know when I realized that things might not be all on the up and up at the Sugar Bowl last Monday?
What was that?
And Chip Brown can confirm the story.
Oh, I thought
Chip
you meant
and I
Chip
and Eric
Brown's
Henry, we're standing on the sideline, and we're pregame. It's about to be that time where they're going to kick the press box media back upstairs and kick us off the sideline, which is totally fine. That's not what the point of the story is. See, this guy walked by me. This dude, he's like 6'4", he's like barrel chested. I'm like, man, it's a big dude. But look at the name tag. It was Merton Hanks.
What?
And as a lifelong fan of the Dallas Football Cowboys, I'm supposed to be biased. I'm supposed to be, take the emotion out of it. But seeing that neck in that suit, man, there was some kind of just aggravation conjured up inside my football loins that I ain't felt since I was about 12. And I suddenly got some kind of pissed off. I was like, dude, I locked eyes with Merton Hanks. And I'm just looking at him like, you have no idea if I'm in an alternate universe right now, how much I would just love to just deck you right here on the 20-yard line at the freaking Superdome. So
the emotional anguish that you caused me growing up.
Damn, that dude has a long
Merton Hanks.
Oh,
look that up, Jordan. All you need to know about Merton Hanks, longest neck in NFL history. I don't know if they measured it or not, but dude, the guy had it's like a giraffe out there playing.
6'6" and it had about 5 inches of neck.
Yeah. It's all neck and then shoulder.
Crazy ass neck. Anyways, gentlemen, y'all have a great show, man. Happy Monday to y'all, and hook 'em. We're out of here.
You guys.
Have fun, boys. Enjoy the game tonight.
Yeah, here's spoiler alert. We're not talking a ton of Michigan, Washington on the show today because I got other stuff I want to talk about. And Jordan, I don't really want to talk about a game that Texas probably should be playing in. Had some things gone differently last Monday, and I'd be broadcasting from Houston right now. So I don't think I want to talk too much Michigan, Washington today. Plus, we got a full plate of stuff, man. You just got back from the All-American Bowl. First off, good to have you back after a week.
Yeah, happy to be back. Happy to be back in Austin and not in San Antonio anymore, and in my own bed and everything.
Did you get some churros while you were down there?
No churros. Man, I forgot the place we went. It wasn't Palenque, but it's a place Mike and Gabe go to every year, and they took us all out there. It was only like 5 minutes from the hotel, but they had us in a new hotel this year. They used to keep us at the Grand Hyatt, like right downtown by the Alamo Dome. But apparently this year some convention came along and booked all those hotels. So they had us out at the Hill Country Hyatt, like 20, 25 minutes from the Alamo Dome, which sucked. Like having to drive every day, but
man.
Vibes are much better. It was like a whole like resort. It wasn't like It's not like a hotel. It's more of a resort on like land and stuff. And
yeah.
It makes it a lot harder for the kids to go out and do stupid stuff like get hit by cars on scooters.
Man, hey, I didn't pay attention. If nobody got sent home from the Alamo Bowl this year, there were no Oklahoma or Arizona players that got suspended during the week and got sent home. It might be the first time that's happened at the Alamo Bowl in a long ass time, because every year, man, those teams stay on the Riverwalk. By the way, the Riverwalk, in my opinion, it's the most overrated tourist attraction in the state of Texas. It hands down. Like there's not, I can't even tell you what's a close second. Dude, somebody's gonna go out to one of the bars, stay out late, do something they're not supposed to. Somebody's ass from one of the two teams is getting sent home. Like that's a given. I almost wish I could, dude. If I bet, Jordan, if I was a gambling man, I could prop bet that, dude. I would take the over wherever they're going to set Alamo Bowl week suspensions. I'm taking the over just because somebody's going to get into something. But I digress. Now, good week for you at the All-American Bowl. I definitely want to thank again Chris Dukes and Eric Henry. I want to thank those guys. They were awesome. Thank them for everything they did to their bodies last week so we could get this show on the air. Jordan, I got some stuff. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm in kind of a salty mood today. So I got some stuff that just grind, and Peter Griffin, it's grinding my gears. I do want to start off though, real quick. Give me one or two things top of mind for you coming off of All-American Bowl week, whether it's a 2025 or 26 prospect, anything Trey Owens, Ryan Wingo related. I don't know if you got to see Michael Kern punt at all during the week, because let's be honest, man, this is no shot at Michael Kern, but Justin Tucker and some other guys have been there. All-American Bowl week for specialists, it's like pretty much grab ass week is pretty much what you're down there to do. You're down there to rock the jersey, do what you need to do in the game, but during practice, it's grab ass 101 is what you're majoring in. Anything top of mind for you really sticks out though coming off All-American Bowl?
Not really with the 2024s. Trey Owens, I'm not gonna lie, he played a lot better, or not a lot better. He played better than I thought he would throughout the week. I knew he was good, but I've always looked at him kind of because you have to. When I try to look at kids and I guess evaluate them, I always try to think like, okay, what's his situation going to be in college?
Right.
Yeah. Trey Owens knows he's going to have to sit 2 or 3 years if he wants to play at Texas. He knows that. So I've always kind of looked at him as more of a long-term guy. But, man, like getting to be with those guys for a whole week in practice and, like, be on the field during practice, like, he just made some throws that I didn't think he could make. And,
nice.
Props to him for that. I don't want to speak for the scouting team. We have him as an unranked 4-star right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up, at the back end of the top 247 after his week. But again, I don't want to speak for the scouting staff. I don't know how they feel, but that's just my opinion. But besides that, there wasn't really anything with the 24s that surprised me.
Hey, real quick on Trey Owens though, just looking at some of the photos, some of the measurements, his body structure is more impressive than I probably initially gave him credit for. Like What did he weigh in at? Was it like in the low 200s?
So he used to be about 205, and I was actually working the height and weight station for a check-in day, and when he was getting on the scale, he's like, I put on some weight and was smiling, and he was 238. So
damn.
Not all that is good weight, if I'm being honest.
No.
Like he still has a little bit of a stomach that he's always had, but I mean, again, he's got a long time before he has to play at UT. So, Torrey Beckton and everyone in the strength staff will get him right before his time comes.
He could be, yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Like looking at his frame, dude, he could be like a good rock solid, like 230, and just be a dude that can just, for lack of a better term right now, I don't have my scouting cap on, but a dude that looks like he can, quite frankly, rip the piss out of the football. Like that's the kind of guy Sark is going to recruit, man. Like different coaches based on what they how they want their offense to function, they're going to recruit their guys. Like Tom Herman wanted dudes that had a little toughness to them, a little bit of edge, could run a little bit. That's why some guys didn't really fit. That's why it's really weird to think like, okay, how did Quinn Ewers fit into that equation for Tom Herman? And I guess you're just taking the talent, but dude, Sark and AJ Milby, like they want dudes that can, 5-step drop and just rip the piss out of the football. So that's what they got with Trey Owens, Jordan. So good on them.
Yeah.
You like that? You should tell Ivins and Gabe and Hudson to actually put that on like a questionnaire for quarterbacks at the combine check-in next year, or like whenever they go. Like question number 1:
Can you throw piss missiles? Question mark.
Can you rip the piss out of the football? Yes or no? Yeah. Circle 1.
Yeah, no, kids would figure out a way to mess that up. The amount of kids.
That's a quarterback. That's a quarterback I want, because dude, that means you're overthinking. You're eliminated. Next.
Yeah. No. There wasn't the combine is more loaded on paper than it has been in past years, but it's still, it's a national event. It takes place in San Antonio, but it's kids from all over, and only a handful of kids for Texas. Like, if I'm being honest, like Tiki Hola, 2026 Bastrop D lineman, he was there. Jabari Mack, who's a 2026 receiver from Destrehan in Louisiana, he was there. Floyd Guidry was there. Outside of that, I can't really think of any of the guys that had offers that were there. It's just, it's mostly an event for a lot of these guys that don't have any offers or exposure yet to kind of gain that or start the traction for that. So,
yeah. By the way, Jordan, can you tell me, probably there might be one, but maybe the most famous alum to play football at Destrehan High School in Louisiana in the greater New Orleans area?
Is that Justin Jefferson School?
I was thinking that would be more Edward Reed would be probably the most famous
that's right.
Of Destrehan. Destrehan.
Yeah. You know who happened to coach at Destrehan from 2003 to 2006?
Who would that be?
Terry Joseph. It's the second coaching stop after he started. His first one was at Archbishop Shaw, where I believe he actually went to high school.
That's why you give him New Orleans, greater New Orleans, as his area. Yeah, there's been some Rondell Mealy played at LSU, as a Destrehan guy. Ed Reed, like I just said, probably the most well-known guy. I went down to Destrehan. Jared Wilbon got Texas Tech in 2016. Jared Wilbon was a Destrehan guy. So spent a little time over there. Anyway, so there's the combine. By the way, real quick, Tiki Hola. Very rarely, Antoine Davis was a move-in, but very rarely in my lifetime of doing this, and we've been able to talk about a kid from Bastrop. Alfred Collins of Cedar Creek, so what people over in Bastrop County would tell you, it's two very different parts of town. But seriously, a kid from Bastrop, and it sounds like Bo Davis already done some early legwork on this one.
Yeah. So he actually debuted in our 2026 rankings in August. He's like our number 80 player or something like that, or 86. Interior D lineman from Bastrop. He only holds about 9 offers right now, but like half of them are like UT, Tennessee, like Georgia. Like he's already got a lot of the big ones. And it's early for him. He has 2 seasons left of high school, but the schools standing out right now are UT and Georgia. I think Texas actually has a lead, if I'm being honest. He likes how close it is to home. I don't want to stereotype, but he's Polynesian and admitted how he has a huge family that's, spread all over the Austin area. So he highlighted, how big of a deal it would be for him if he got to stay home and play in Austin, because, one of my Yeah, Desai Monroe. He actually has a developmental program now that he's working out of Bastrop.
I'm sorry. Wasn't Bernard Blake a Bastrop guy also?
Yeah, he was. He was Bastrop High, and it's funny. The coach that was actually his head coach at Bastrop High, or no, it was the DC. Is
Todd
now
Patman.
Yeah, he's now the head coach at Doe Valley.
Good dude, by the way, Todd Patman.
Yeah, his son's a great prospect too. His son's this 25 like hybrid linebacker safety that I actually happened to find a few years ago.
Well, his other son Tyler played in the NFL for a minute with the Cowboys. I don't remember who else he might have got a cup of coffee with, but I know he was with the Cowboys for a minute.
Yeah, he was. But I guess back to Tiki. I think Texas is in a great spot right now. More offers are going to come his way because again, he only is 9. I'm not gonna lie, he wasn't super impressive at the combine. But at the same time, like, man, so many of these kids when they're young and they go to the combine or showcase and don't perform well, like I always tell myself, like, man, Tiki Hola doesn't have anyone teaching him how to swim move and in 5-on-5 and t-shirts, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't have that. But raw power he has it, and you can't coach it. So that's a big part of his early offers. He's also started for 2 years already at Bastrop, which for those who don't know is a 5A D1 program. So third highest classification you can play in public school Texas ball. And the Bastrop staff, actually about half the Bastrop staff happened to coach me at Lake Travis whenever I was growing up, and they speak very highly of him. And
nice.
Talking to him, interviewed him about 5 minutes and talked to him off the record probably about 10 minutes. Just really, really good kid. Really like the kid and excited to get out to Bastrop to see him and my former coaches. They actually happen to have a 2027 quarterback named Weston Nielsen that I thought about including in the Stampede, but I didn't end up including him. But I think Weston Nielsen might be the first I think he could be the first quarterback since K. Klubnik to come out of the Austin area that actually gets a legit look by Texas.
Nice. Nice.
Klubnik was 2022. This kid's a 2027. So it's been a big gap. 23. There wasn't really anyone in the Austin area. They also obviously got Arch. Novosad is the only guy, but as much as a fan of Novosad as I was, he never really fit what Sark looked like in quarterbacks, even if we took Arch Manning out of the equation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
25, there's no one in the city that has a Texas offer, regardless of any position in 25. And then in 26, the only guys are Tiki Hola with offers.
You think, real quick, I don't want to belabor the point too much. You think Will Hammond was worthy of a Texas offer? Like if they really did, if Sark and AJ really did their scouting work on that? I was impressed with what I didn't see a ton of him. You saw way more of him than I did. But
so Will, this is actually a funny story. So Will actually played 7-on-7 with the program I work with, Juice. So I got to see him more than probably anyone. And he got his tech offer in a camp going into his junior season.
Mm-hmm.
And when he got it, us in the group chat were like, wow, that's good for Will. But, we kind of thought it was really early. We thought he could be really good, but, it's like a switch was flipped his junior year. Because he committed to Tech like right after his junior season. I don't think he had
early,
I don't think he had any other offers. And whenever I found out he was actually committing to Tech, I texted a coach at Baylor who liked him a lot. And he was like, really? They're going to take him now? And, I talked to some other people that had also seen him in their 7-on-7 program. And a lot of them were also like, wow, like Tech's taking him right now. And we were all kind of like, I mean, I guess, we're going to see how this gamble pays off. And then he went on to throw like 100 touchdowns this season and all that. So great job by Tech and seeing what they saw early on and believing in him and following through with it, because not a lot of schools have that confidence in themselves and their scouting team to be able to bet on a prospect like that, especially at a position like quarterback, where you can really only take one every year.
Right. Right. And to your point about the 2023 quarterbacks,
mm-hmm.
I don't know that any other quarterbacks would have gotten a long look at Texas, because if Texas, in an alternate universe, if Texas misses on Arch, there's a decent chance Dylan Raiola is the quarterback tech for Texas in 2024. I know they were Dylan and his family. They were, and Mike Roach was on with us right before signing day talking about it. Like the Raiolas were fired up about Sark and everything he does with quarterbacks, and they liked it. But the minute Arch committed, it's like, well, okay, who else are we looking at now? So it's they kind of understood the deal. That's where they were with Texas.
Yeah, and if it wasn't Raiola, it probably would have been Sayin, who ended up at Alabama.
Exactly. There's another one like Texas. Hey, Texas lost out on two really good quarterbacks, Julian Sayin and Dylan Raiola. But dude, you ended up with Arch Manning. You can't.
Yeah,
it's hard to bitch about that. And dude, to your point, like we were talking about earlier, man, I feel along with the numbers that he put up as a senior. Jeff Miller, the head coach of Cy Fair, is a guy that I've known a long time. Know what he demands of his quarterbacks. Kind of the mental toughness you got to have to play for him and lead that offense. So it's all that stuff with Trey Owens, on top of the fact that the measurables were, you were there, Jordan, and you've been around Trey, but compared to what I was expecting, the measurables to me are off the charts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like the laziest comp you could have, but he's literally Mac Jones. Like he's Mac Jones, where Mac Jones is obviously ranked higher than he was, but they're both 4-star white pocket passing quarterbacks that, none of the fan base was excited about and they committed. Like, let's just be honest, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh, good, a quarterback. All right, cool.
Exactly. Mac Jones made the most of the situation and like kept his head down and ended up going number 10 overall or number 12 overall, whatever he went to the Patriots originally, out of Alabama after only starting one season. It was one season, right? It was one
season. The funniest picture though is I don't remember if it was after the SEC championship game or the national championship game, but that Alabama picture in the locker room where they're standing around smoking cigars, and it's like Najee Harris, a couple of the guys, and Mac Jones. It's like there's a bunch of dudes that ended up being first round picks in that picture. I'm like, all right, which one of these things is not like the other? Because like Mac Jones from a physical standpoint, like dude looks like a 6'3" Major Applewhite. Like he's kind of pudgy, and dude looks like he's about, like a 10-year-old kid playing football, trying to put the uniform on. Just doesn't look right. But no, I totally get what you're saying. I want to talk about from a Texas standpoint though, because we did have, man, the news just will not stop over the weekend, man, with the Texas, that portal deadline coming and going for Texas. They got 5 days after the end of their season for guys to decide whether they want to go into the portal or not. Which, Jordan, let me be upfront right here. This is kind of where some of my saltiness comes in today. It's portal stuff, not with any decisions that have been made. But like the Juan Davis thing, nothing Juan Davis did. The Juan Davis thing kind of pisses me off just because he goes into the portal, and then seriously, like 10 minutes later, according to portal sources, it shows no, he's withdrawn from the portal. And everybody that was waiting for that, I thought Sark said if you went into the portal, you couldn't come back. If you went into the portal, you go into the portal, we're not going to play that game. Like, people, like, reach down until you feel your head of hair, pull till you hear a pop, and remove your head from your rectum, and understand that context is a very, very important thing to have here. What Sark is talking about is they're not going to be held hostage by somebody that wants to use the transfer portal for leverage. In other words, if Jordan is my starting tight end, right, and Jordan goes into the transfer portal, he puts his name in the portal and says, hey, if you want to pull my name out of the portal, that's going to cost you $25,000. At that point, Sark and Jeff Banks and anybody else that has a say-so would probably tell you, guess what? Go get your $25,000 somewhere else. That's the game they're not going to play. The Juan Davis thing could have been anything from a clerical error to a legit change of heart, whatever it is. That's not what we're talking about when Sark says, if you put your name in the portal and come back, we're not going to play that game. The first thing I'm talking about is what they're not going to do. And no coach in their right mind would want to do that, where a guy goes into the transfer portal and uses it as leverage, which, Jordan, honestly, we've heard over the years. And look, we can name names at this point. Like we heard about that with Xavier Worthy. I heard about that at one point. There were schools coming after Jahdae Barron, where Jahdae might have entered his name into the portal, but he never did. Guys very rarely do you see a guy actually enter the portal for leverage, but the carrot of possibly entering the portal, hell yeah, that's been used for leverage. And if you're a guy that has that kind of leverage, why wouldn't you use it? It's just once you cross that line and then go into the portal and then decide, hey, yeah, now if you want me to pay me, no. Go, whether it's the NFL draft or somewhere else, go get your money somewhere else, because that's the game Sark and those guys are not going to play, nor should they.
Yeah, and even like Jeff, you know who my source for Cam Ward is. The people watching this obviously don't. That draft, the NFL draft decision was had very much a lot to do with NIL money, not the whatever they said. Same thing there. Like,
did Cam Ward see where he was on Mel Kiper's big board and suddenly have a change of heart?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like, leverage. They need to figure something out with NIL. I know we say this like once a week, but like regulating it or whatever. You can't put a cap on it because you can't tell someone how much money they can make. I don't think that's the right way to do it. But like, it's just I don't. How do you govern that? You know, how do you govern it? Because like you have coaches like the Florida linebacker coach who waited until the day after the signing period closed to announce he was going to A&M, you know, stuff like that. Like, that still happens all the time. It still happens all the time. So all these coaches are bitching and moaning about players having leverage and threatening them, hold them out for more money so they can go in the portal. Like, if coach has not been leaving for years.
Yeah, the player thing to me, it's kind of like a married couple. If you threaten divorce, that's one thing. But it's a very different world between threatening it or suggesting it in a heated argument to like actually going and filing the papers and getting ready to serve your significant other with divorce papers. Like, the other thing is walking right up to the line without crossing over. Serving the other person with divorce papers, that is, you're beyond the point of no return at that point. That's what entering the portal is at that point. So yeah, it's out of control. The only thing that's going to change it, Jordan, to be honest, like there's no point in talking about the NCAA doing anything. Like we're way beyond that. Like toothpaste is out of the tube on that deal. It's going to take the power conferences, however many there are at this point or will be down the road. It's going to take those 64-ish odd schools, basically football breaking off. Like, I love Chip Kelly's idea. I don't know why, I know why people won't do it because it makes too much sense, but whatever the number ends up being, those schools breaking off. And then you've got like a commissioner, you've got, rules and things like that. It's just like, there are things you can't do in the NFL. You can't tamper. You've got to fit within a salary cap. I don't know if you'll ever have a salary cap for college football in an NIL world, but at least give it some semblance of structure. To your point, there's no semblance of structure with NIL right now. It's just, ready, shoot, aim is the approach with NIL right now because nobody really knows what to do. Nobody knows who is the judge, the jury, or the executioner on this deal. Is it the states? Is it sure as hell not the NCAA? Is it the conferences? Is it this soon to be possibly governing body over big time college football? I don't know, and I don't think anybody else does either.
Yeah, and one thing that I found really interesting that I guess while we're on the topic of the portal, I feel like is worth saying is, dude, in San Antonio over the weekend or over the course of the week for All-American Bowl, you run into a lot of people who work in the NIL space or the sports marketing space. And, every year you ask them, like, who are you trying to represent in this game or who do you have in this game, woo stuff like that, right? Man, like 9 out of 10 guys I talk to are like, I don't have anyone. I'm all portal now. Like, I only work in the portal now. And I'm like, what? Like, you don't want anyone in high school, like out of high school, even these 5-star guys who are going to play in the NFL one day, you don't want to talk to them to think about maybe representing them. They're like, no, dude, I'm only portal. That's where all the money is, in the portal. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, because they're still getting their 15% off the high school deal, off a portal deal. But in terms of the money that's getting paid to the actual player, the portal is 10x what it is for high school. Because you've already proven you can play.
Can I ask you a question? I feel like I feel like we should have transfer. I feel like we should have NIL for dummies. Like one question, and we need to get like, I don't know, if there's a tax service or somebody out there that wants to sponsor this, go ahead and hit us up. Hit up Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hit up BK. We make this happen. But Jordan, here's my NIL for dummies question for you today. I know this is taxable income for these guys. Is the fact that it is not straight up pay for play? Because like in the NFL, if you're a salary, if you're making a salary, whether you're making the rookie minimum or you're Patrick Mahomes, wherever you play, you have to pay taxes to that state, right? Because your game check is coming from that state. I'm guessing the fact that it is not strictly a pay for play deal. That's not what it's called. That's what's preventing guys that make NIL money from having to do that same stuff in terms of taxes. That's the one thing that I worry about, honestly, with the NIL stuff. And it's really weird that this is like the one area where I'm really concerned, but then I know this income is taxable, but like somebody's going to end up getting themselves in trouble by not
with
the IRS or states or whoever it is, because you didn't give somebody their share of it, of your taxable income.
Yeah. And like, not only that, there's also going to be like, dude, this is like, it pisses me off so much, like boils my blood. Just because I know I have so many connections in the actual professional sports marketing world where I know how these guys need to work and how these kids need to be treated. But the amount of guys like who have no experience in NIL and are just good with the camera, or just the player's uncle or the cousin, or he coaches at his high school, or he's his trainer. These guys don't know their dick from their ass when it comes to NIL and marketing. They don't. And it screws over the kid at the end of the day, because think about all the opportunities the kid misses out on. And like, have we seen, a lot of people have seen it. Have y'all seen the Broke 30 for 30 documentary?
Yeah.
Like it's just going to start 4 years earlier in college now, because a lot of these guys just have their buddy managing their money or whatever. Like I hate it, dude. Like I hate anything that's taking advantage of kids. And like, there's so much of that in the NIL world, and these sharks just coming in once they see this kid has 20 offers or whatever and trying to manage their recruitment too and become a handler. Like that shit pisses me off, and I can't stand those guys. And those guys are really going to screw over some kids when it comes to taxes, because a lot of them don't even know like that you need a media credential to be able to be on a field for a game. Yeah. So like coming to taxes for NIL deals, hell no, they don't know how to figure that out. Like, I mean, I don't, but I'm not out here trying to represent players, So.
Yeah, it's the crapshoot too. Like, this is the deal. Like Vince Young got himself in trouble with Major Adams and probably a bunch of people that, granted, and I'm talking about like the stuff that everybody knows, like not trusting somebody that you probably should have hired somebody that's used to dealing, especially at the time where there was no rookie wage scale, hiring somebody that's used to negotiating a rookie signing bonus and a contract for a quarterback picked in the top 3 in the draft. Like, go back and look at Ricky Williams' first contract. Like when Ricky got with Master P and Leland Hardy's doing the deal, it was one of the worst contracts anybody's ever signed. Like, I understand Ricky's heart was in the right place. He needed a seasoned pro. And look, lo and behold, Ricky ends up getting with, I think it was Lee Steinberg was Ricky's agent. And yeah, there's a guy that knows what he's doing. There's a guy that's negotiated dozens and hundreds of contracts. So, but that's kind of where you're at. Like these dudes in the portal or whatever, these high school kids, they're not getting a representation from Lee Steinberg. That's why when I hear stuff like I know the first year of NIL when Bijan was starting to get some of his NIL deals, like, like if you looked at the Texas roster at the time, you're like, okay, yeah, he's going to have a lot of NIL stuff to go through. But when I heard that David Mulligetta was helping manage his affairs, I'm like, he's got his stuff together. Like, I don't worry about Bijan being, and I think, who did he end up signing with? I can't remember off the top of my head. It wasn't David Mulligetta. Who's Bijan's agent? I forget who Bijan's agent is.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I believe he ended up actually dropping Mulligetta during his time at Texas. That's another thing. Being an NIL guy sucks because these players, like, yes, they sign contracts to the agents, but they can back out of it any time.
Yeah.
Like, for example, we know all of us know well about Xavier Worthy, and I don't know, maybe I guess you could say bit of a flaky guy. He's had about a dozen NIL agents in his 3 years at Texas. I'm serious.
There is
like they can drop him and go get a new guy. Some of them have 2 guys. Some of them will have 2 guys that work for different agencies that work together on his NIL. It's a shit show.
I'm gonna button my mouth on the Xavier Worthy stuff before I say something that's gonna get myself or somebody else in trouble. But yes, I can confirm the nuanced selection process of getting with people in the financial realm. Yes, thank you, Daryl. Nicole Lynn, he beat on something with Clutch. I was trying to think of the agent. Why could I not think of freaking Clutch Sports? It's like it's LeBron's freaking agency. Like, why could I not think of one of the biggest sports agencies on the planet? But I think we talked enough NIL, and I kind of went down the tax rabbit hole a little bit and all that stuff. When we look, Jordan, at the guys that are coming back, the guys that are moving on, I'm not surprised by any of the guys. I haven't been surprised by any of these moves at all for Texas. The one where it was probably more wishful thinking on my part was thinking that does Jatavian Sanders really look at this and say, maybe I've got a chance to come back, be Quinn's number 1 guy, leave Texas as the most statistically prolific tight end in school history, solidify yourself as a first-round pick. Could Jatavian Sanders have come back? It would have made sense. He was the only one to me that it made sense for him to come back. But now that he's since announced that, we reported this over the weekend, citing sources, and now all these guys have come out with statements. I don't know if AD Mitchell's made a statement yet, but we reported this morning that he is expected to announce that he's going into the draft. Am I wrong, man? JT was the only one that made sense if he would have come back.
Yeah, no, I agree. He obviously had a better, I think, statistical year last year compared to the 2023 season. And I think the biggest thing that scouts probably want to see is getting better at blocking. Because, I mean, dude, I couldn't tell you the amount of times, like, it's a Texas running play that got blew up for like a 3-yard loss. And it's like they show the replay, and it's like, how the hell did they get in there? And it's like someone literally just like putting JT Sanders on his heels.
Yeah.
He had a lot of moments like that, I felt like, this year where either it was effort or he's just simply not strong enough to push NFL tight ends. I mean, or push NFL.
Part of it too, Jordan, part of it too. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I think he played probably most of the year on a bad ankle. Like, true. It's one of those deals. Like, I appreciate his effort in the Oklahoma game. Somebody needed to save him from himself and be like, I appreciate the effort, but you're hurting us more than you're helping us right now by being on the field. And that's not a knock on him, but you could tell, dude, to say he was at 50% the day of the OU game would have been generous. I mean, I was shocked that he played based on what we heard he did in practice that week, which was pretty much nothing. I was shocked he even tried to play, let alone played as many snaps as he ended up playing.
Yeah. Byron Murphy was the one I thought would return. Byron Murphy, I hate to rain on your parade, but Byron Murphy was like the most obvious one for all of us. Just because, so a lot of people actually don't know this. So he's been at Texas for 3 years. He actually he graduated. I don't know if he's walked the stage yet, but
he walked. So he did. He got permission to do spring commencement last year while he finished his degree in the fall. Yeah, sweet. Probably because he was expecting this, not being necessarily being around for fall commencement.
Yeah. So Byron. He went to DeSoto High School outside of Dallas, and DeSoto U, they always do this, like Miami, and they call it DeSoto U. A lot of people don't know why that actually is. It's because, give or take, I don't know, 6-8 years ago, whoever it is that can do this or whatever started crediting DeSoto as an early college where their high school students can take college courses. For example, we had this at Lake Travis High School. We would take ACC classes where I could have only 3 years left of college if I did enough classes in high school where I could leave and basically have 1 year of college experience. That's what Byron Murphy did. He got ahead of the game, took a bunch of college courses in high school at DeSoto U. That's why it's called that, a little history lesson. And graduated, came to Texas basically like academically as a sophomore. He was a sophomore. So he's actually able to graduate early. And whenever we wrote our story a month or two ago about it was our first time writing about the guys that have the chance to come back or not. We did percentages. I made a bunch of calls to a bunch of different sources, and every single one of them said Byron Murphy's gone because he's graduated with school and he's not going to do another day of it.
And then I think right after we released that, might have been a couple days or a week after, is when he accepted his Senior Bowl invite. And it's like, all right, I don't know what else we can say at this point to spell this out for you. And it's like I told you, because you, me, Chip, Hank, like we all had like group conversations about this based on like pooling sources and what we're talking about. And somebody brought up Byron Murphy, like, well, could he? I don't remember who it is, but like, just kind of hypothetical, like, could he come back? I'm like, dude, Byron Murphy, whether he comes out this year or next year, he's still going to be a 6'1" defensive tackle. Like that's not going to change. So
that too.
He might as well go ahead and cash the lottery ticket now, coming off an All-American year where he's Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year. It helps Texas win a conference championship, get into the playoff, et cetera, et cetera. Might as well cash that thing now.
There's also the thing, like, I'm not trying to discredit Byron Murphy, but so much of Byron Murphy's game is having T'Vondre Sweat on the other side to take away. And it's also T'Vondre can say that as well for having Byron on the other side. Yeah. But man, T'Vondre's gone no matter what. If you're Byron and coming back, you don't know what the hell Alfred Collins is going to look like week to week. You have no clue. Jamari Caldwell could possibly, that could possibly be done in the next few hours. You don't know how he's going to do compared to T'Vondre.
Shoot, man, bro. Have you seen
Vernon Broughton? Like those guys, you don't know how they're going to play compared to T'Vondre. And you're also going into the SEC. Like, there's a very high chance you have a worse year than you did the year before and your stock plummets.
That's what I said about Deshaun. There are a few guys. Byron Murphy's one of the few guys that, like, Vince was different because I think even Vince was coming back until he crossed the goal line on 4th and 5 against USC. But there's seriously only a couple guys that I said, yeah, he needs to go right now, doesn't need to come back, and I would disagree with him if he did come back. Byron Murphy's one because, like I said, he's a 6 foot plus defensive tackle now, next year, or whenever. Deshaun Elliott in 2017, 2018, because he needed to cash the lottery ticket. Like, dude, you're not going to have another year where you have, you tie, Nathan Vasher, Noble Dawson's school record for single season interceptions. You're a Thorpe Award finalist. You're probably not going to repeat that the next year. So go ahead and cash the lottery ticket, take your chances. Dude, and the other one who I was floored that he came back was Roy Williams, 2002 going into 2003. Jordan, you want to have a fun game to get in the Wayback Machine for, kind of a throwback game. Go pull up film January 1, 2003. It was 21 years ago. The Texas Cotton Bowl against LSU. It's the Roy Williams had probably the single greatest non-quarterback big game performance I've ever seen a Texas player have. Like, on a field, and dude, that's a Nick Saban, Will Muschamp LSU team. Jimbo Fisher was an assistant coach on that team. Like a bunch of dudes that went on to be college head coaches. LSU won the national championship the next year. Like Marcus Spears, who else? Cat that play. Why can I not think of his name right now? Corey Webster, cat that ended up playing for the Giants, helped them win a Super Bowl. Like LSU was loaded with future pros. Dude, Roy Williams was watching him torch that LSU defense was like. It would have been like if Garrett Wilson would have scrimmaged the Lake Travis JV. Like, imagine what that would have looked like. But that was him doing that to LSU in the Cotton Bowl that day. Like, it was, I was like, dude, there's no way he's coming back. Like, it was friggin' insane. And he came back and, and it still ended up being the 7th pick in the draft. But I'm like, dude, he probably could have gone like in the top 5, maybe even the top 3 coming off of that friggin' Cotton Bowl, man. But those are the guys. It was Deshaun Elliott, Roy Williams, and Byron Murphy are the 3 guys that I'm like, dude, go now. Like, just go. Cash that lottery, young man.
There was actually a lot of and Jeff, you know this, but there's actually a lot of buzz about Jonathan Brooks coming back. In fact, literally the week before his injury, I spoke to a source who told me that he had been telling people on the team that he wanted to come back for his last year at Texas because he wanted to leave Texas considered as like the greatest running back to ever go through Texas. The source told me that.
Did JB, and I love JB, did he look and see how many yards he would have had to go on to catch Ricky Williams? He would have had to be Barry Sanders and then some next year to catch Ricky.
That was about a week or two before the injury is what I was told. Or when I was told that. So yeah. And whenever the person told me that, I was like, really? like, hey man, as a guy who works in the Texas market, I'm all for them, being good again next year. But, for the sake of someone who wants what's best for Jonathan Brooks, he needs to fire whoever the hell is in charge of giving him advice.
Dude, I remember
because they sucked.
Dude, you remember?
Obviously, they did a good job. He declared, but I was like, man, if he came back like that, quite possibly might have been the worst financial decision I've ever seen in my life.
Like it ended up being one of the worst / best things because the fact that Deontay Foreman was legit entertaining coming back to Texas for his senior year, but the combination of Charlie Strong and Sterling Gilbert giving him 51 freaking carries in that Kansas game, on top of the
dad tweeting it.
On top of the fact that Tom Herman basically not paying it. Basically, Tom Herman was Tom Herman in his interview with Deontay, where Deontay left that thinking man, I guess this is what I was told. Is I guess this guy doesn't want me here. So, all right, I'll see you guys later. I'm off to the league, which ended up working out pretty well for him. Deontay Foreman's had a pretty friggin' remarkable career. But you remember and I'm sure he'll talk about it on his show today, but Chip got one of those. We were talking about that with AD Mitchell, where even Chip got one of those. It's why would he come? Why would AD Mitchell come back? He came to Texas under the auspices that this was a one and done deal.
Yeah.
Outside of some kind of Isaiah Nayer situation happening where you blow a knee out or something. But dude, he did it. AD Mitchell did what he came to Texas to do. Go get paid. Somebody on the board. This is another thing that was kind of chapping my ass a little bit too, Jordan, is people well, couldn't so-and-so benefit from another year? Yeah, all these guys, technically you could benefit from another year. Jatavian Sanders is the only one that I thought really had a decision to make. But someone on the board was wait a minute, you mean Jordan Whittington could have had an extra year to use? I'm yeah, he could have used his 6th year to come back, but there was no way he was ever going to do that. And I forgot what the response was. And I'm Jordan Whittington gave everything he possibly could to Texas and then some in 5 years. Jordan Whittington gave more to Texas in 5 years than some people give to a cause in a lifetime. That's Jordan Whittington's body will never be the same. There's going to be a day when he's in his 50s trying to play with his kids and the knee or the back or whatever, it locks up on him, and that's going to be because of the God knows how many surgeries he went through. Jordan Whittington did that for you, Longhorn fans. He doesn't know you anything else. Let the man go on and live his life and earn a living doing this if he can.
Yeah. The Charles Wright entering the portal was kind of interesting to me because it was now you wait to enter the portal.
Can we get I don't know if Wags or anybody's back there. Can we get a sad trombone? Because when I saw that, I'm oh, Jordan's gonna be crushed when he finds out this guy
Rest
Charles
in
Wright.
Peace, Chucky left. Yeah, no, let's get a new hashtag going on Twitter. People think he died.
Jeez, we don't
rip
need that.
Chucky left. No, I'm playing. Sorry.
You know what though? Here's the interesting thing about Charles Wright going to the portal though. Remember we had this conversation. I think you and I did. I know Chris and I did, and Eric and I did. There's always that topic of, do you get a quarterback as an insurance policy? And if you do that, and any quarterback you recruit, if Sark and AJ Millie went into the portal right now and tried to recruit a quarterback for insurance purposes, for them, it would kind of be like last year for women's basketball when Vic Schaefer went into the portal trying to recruit a backup point guard. Then any point guard was why the hell am I going to go to Texas and sit behind Rory Harmon when she's going to play damn near every minute of every game? That's stupid. Why would I do that? Quarterback's going to do the same thing. And my counter to that is well, if you're looking for just a good, solid veteran who's kind of, I don't want to say content with where he is, but understands that's what his role is, I'm isn't that kind of what Charles Wright is?
Yeah.
But now you don't have that. You don't have that anymore. Maybe now that's what you don't have that anymore. Maybe that's what Cole Lord is. Maybe Cole Lord is that guy.
Yeah, the good thing is that I really don't think the staff would have let Charles Wright leave if the Quinn Ewers guy, y'all know him pretty well, the Quinn Ewers guy, if they didn't think he was coming back. That's just my 2 cents.
Did you see Quinn's Instagram where he was over the weekend, by the way?
Yeah, hunting.
He got him a good kill, looked like, man. I don't know. It looked like it was double-digit points. I couldn't count all of them because my eyesight was a little blurry at the time, but
I don't know. I'm from I didn't grow up hunting at all, so yeah.
I didn't either, but I grew up in Florence, Texas, America. I got a little bit better feel for it than you do, even though our hunting experience is about the same.
Quinn is from Pleasanton, which is like, if I'm not mistaken, am I totally tripping here? Is that like maybe bird hunting kind of?
Yeah, well, no, territory? You go deer hunting Pleasanton. Yeah, you going down to South Texas.
Bird hunting. Am I totally wrong? I have
no idea what you're talking about right now. Are you talking about like
hunting? Yeah, like I don't know, doves or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you can dove. Yeah, you can dove hunt. I don't know when dove season is. I don't keep track of when the seasons are, but yeah.
Got it.
But no, is that where Quinn goes to hunt? Is Pleasanton?
No, I know that's where I remember whenever he transferred to Texas, I almost say committed. Whenever he transferred to Texas, he did a big story with, I think it was Texas Monthly or something like that, where he talked about, because I didn't know this until then, but he talked about how he lived in Pleasanton outside of San Antonio for a few years, and then his dad literally picked South Lake Carroll for them to move to because like they were producing quarterbacks then.
Yeah, see,
and his dad had master planned this whole thing for Quinn from when Quinn was like this tall. Julian Lewis's dad did the same thing. It blew my effing mind.
So it's like, so basically, Curtis Ewers is like Marv Marinovich, but he's not a raving psycho lunatic that like wouldn't let his kid have cake or Big Macs or anything like that.
That we know of. Yes.
The late Marv Marinovich. But you ever seen the Marinovich Project 30 for 30? Jordan?
I didn't, but I read the book he wrote. Pete. Well, I don't know if he wrote. He probably did it with the author, but I read
Todd
that
Marinovich book.
Yeah, it went all in on how Pete grew up and everything like that, and him being on his roof and saying aliens come get me or whatever the hell he said, and he lost his mind the first time or the second time. I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, you want to know the weirdest Todd Marinovich fact though was when he was in the Arena League. And he was like on a heroin bender trying to play a game and basically sharded through like 3 pairs of game pants to where like at halftime the equipment guy was like, this is the last pair you got, dude. So, it's like all that. I guess when you get on a heroin bender and then go play a football game, there's some level like fierce toxins that are going to vacate your body. So I don't know nothing about that, but apparently it happened to Todd Marinovich in the Arena League. So there you go. Yeah, Daryl, that's what we're talking about. Quinn. It was McCoy, Texas. I have no idea where the hell McCoy is. Hey, CB, I mentioned Jordan mentioned Pleasanton. Don't you have family from there, CB? Like Crystal City, somewhere down there, South Texas. CB, if you're still with us, I'd appreciate if you could prove that I'm not an idiot and imagining things. I think he's got family. I'm looking up where McCoy, Texas is, Jordan, because I have no freaking clue where McCoy, Texas is.
Man, it just got dark as hell outside in like the last 10 minutes.
Oh, McCoy's right down there. It's just south of Pleasanton, so it's like far. Yeah, so
okay,
kind of south of San Antonio. So
word.
There you go. Yeah. But no, yeah, dude. None of these. Crystal City's your mom's hometown. Thank you, CB. I knew you had family ties to that part of the state. So Quinn still hasn't announced a decision yet. I think Quinn and Jahdae Barron's kind of the two guys we're waiting on right now. Jordan, you heard anything new on Jahdae or still just a formality?
I haven't even checked because I assumed it was just a formality. I mean, him and Andrew Makuba are like this and have been like this for a long time. And maybe that's why he hasn't announced it, but I don't know. Like, I would be very, very surprised if Jahdae Barron comes back.
I would too. I'm just trying to think of like what the only thing I can think of is his draft stock is just not where he thought it would be or would want it to be. And maybe that's why he comes back.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Like,
yeah. Everyone in Austin is saying how dark it is outside. Yeah, because like it's dark as hell in here. Because usually all my lighting comes from this window I have like right there, but most of it's coming off this monitor. Just because like it's dark as hell.
Man, it's still sun shining down here in San Marcos. I'm a little further south. Man, I'll tell you what, as Trey
San Marvelous.
Yeah. Trey. Real quick before I get to Trey. Jordan, we got anything on Jamar Caldwell real quick? I didn't know that I just assumed that he had withdrawn from the portal. And then we heard about him visiting. And then it's like, not only has he not withdrawn from the portal, but Texas is probably where he ends up at this point.
Yeah. So, my source said before the portal opened, it told me he was going to enter as long as Brian Early isn't retained. Brian Early wasn't retained originally, like less than an hour after the news broke. He entered the portal. Only for about 2 days later for Houston to be like, oh, hey, we fucked up. We need to hire these coaches back because everyone there was under the old regime is leaving and no one wants to play for Willie Fritz. So they went and hired Brian Early back, and they're like, hey, we didn't mean what we said. We want you back. They try to get Caldwell back. My source of Jamar Caldwell told me that straight up, like, he's going back as long as Early's there. It's a done deal. It's happening. Time goes by. I assume he's just withdrawn from the portal. He hasn't. I call, like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Like, I thought he was going back, and it's like, yeah, that's still the plan, but things are being worked out. Like, he still hasn't withdrawn his name. I was like, oh, okay. And I kind of left it at that. And in San Antonio, I wasn't chasing down portal stuff because I was driving every day and at practice all day or the combine with All-Americans, so I couldn't really chase it down a ton. But I do know that this past weekend he had visits scheduled for Texas and Oregon. I've yet to confirm if he made it to Texas or Oregon. I haven't tried to confirm it yet, but
yeah.
I think something's happening in the next few days. You know, classes are starting up soon, so he only has so much time. So because of that, I mean, we should know in the next few days. But Hummer posted on a board, and I was working with him on it last night and talking to my source about it. But the potential for Caldwell to return back to Houston and play for Early is now completely off the table. Like that's not happening. And those at in Houston tend to lean towards Texas over Oregon.
Right.
And you know, that's kind of where we're leaning as well.
It's good stuff. Trey, I was going to ask you, are you an allergy sufferer at all?
That's a hard question to answer, Jeff, because I've pinned a lot on allergies over the years, including in the COVID era where I may very well have had COVID, but I choose to believe it's allergies. It's the whole Bucky Godbolts, I never had the flu, I'll never have the flu mantra.
Yeah. And didn't Bucky get COVID like 3 times?
What's that?
Didn't Bucky get COVID like 3 times?
I don't know how many times Bucky had COVID. I only caught it once as far as I know. Again, I've been pinning a lot on allergies since then. But no, I don't suffer cedar fever like a lot of people do, strangely.
I did. And I tell you what, I almost had to call BK and be like, dude, I think I'm going to have to wave the white flag on this one today. Went to the doctor this morning, though. Got a steroid shot right in the ass. And, man, I feel great. I feel like a new person.
So you're this channel's Barry Bonds for this week then, huh?
Dude, I am, yeah. They told me it was B12. But you know what? Here's where I can vibe with Barry Bonds. I didn't give a fat rat's ass what was in that syringe. I'm like, I'm tired of feeling like my face is in a vice. Shoot me up with whatever you got and send me on my way. And I feel fan-effing-tastic right now compared to
Fortunately, Justine has dealt with pretty bad allergies since we moved here. Maybe it's because I was exposed to it previously and moved away. So when I came back, it wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is just been miserable for much of the last month. She also caught COVID too, even though she was dealing with the allergies initially. She was dealing with allergies and then she caught COVID. And now she's finally starting to get over everything.
I avoided the Rona, and then I went to New York, and that's when I got it. Was in New York in this. That would have been December 20. Yeah, so last December.
Yeah, I
was
never.
was that for the basketball game?
Yep.
Yeah. I never ever tested positive for COVID, but like I'm pretty sure I've had it at one point or another.
Pretty much everybody has at this point. And if you haven't, boy, you've led a pretty miserable existence in the last 4 years.
BK, you'll appreciate this. The day that I was suffering from COVID the worst, it was a Sunday into a Monday, and that was when all the Chris Beard stuff happened. So imagine me like waking up from literally a fever dream and looking at my phone and seeing like mug shots, and I'm like, I'm going back to sleep. That's just weird. That's not happening.
Yeah. Chris Beard down bad.
Boy, was I wrong.
Speaking of that New York trip, Jeff.
Yeah, exactly.
And saying no more about that.
Jeff, we got to get you to the dish for some BP this week. See how many bombs you can hit with your new steroids.
Hey, I still got the video of your last round of BP at the dish. You want me to send that to you?
No.
Ooh, please send that to me.
It's been posted on the internet before. We don't need to bring it back. It's all right.
That needs to live in perpetuity, BK. It's the only way that thing needs to exist. As a matter of fact, whenever we solicit advertisers on this show, I need you to play that for me and be like, if you still want to advertise with us after watching this video, then you're exactly the kind of business we want being associated with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
BK has some pretty rotten baseball highlights out there because there's the first pitch. What was that from the Sugarland Skeeters?
Yeah, I've thrown two. I threw one for the Express the first time I lived here, and then one for the Sugarland Space Cowboys down in Houston. And neither were good. And both guys that I threw them to either got cut or traded within a week after my first pitch went awry.
Don't feel too bad. I threw a dead red strike to Drew Robinson, who then tried to off himself a few years ago, but lived through it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good time for me to go. So.
As dark as the Austin skies, guys. Great job.
Yeah, it looks like it's hell out there for you guys. It looks like it's heading this way for me. So everybody be safe out there today. Milling about our fair bird. All right. See you guys.
See ya.
Great show, boys. It's only an hour.
I could have gone. Drew Robinson got called up to the majors a week later and hit a home run, I think, in his very first at bat. I don't know why I went where I did. My apologies to Drew. It's actually become a strangely inspirational story of him realizing a mistake and seeking help and making it back to baseball. I think he's retired now, but my apologies for the I was going to say stray fired at Drew Robinson, but that would have not been good to say.
Because he did that to himself. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Tough
Not
scene
just digging
there.
a deeper hole, BK. My apologies to everybody.
No, not a good start for you this week. That's all right. We'll bounce back. And if Jeff plans on sending the video of me taking BP at the dish to all of our potential advertisers, then this company will fail within 2 months because it was not pretty. Once the camera went on me, I lost it.
Was there a lot of swings and misses? Is that what you're saying?
No swings and misses, but there's a foul or two. She can't have that in BP. And weren't as many line drives as I would have liked.
I mean, I jumped into a batting cage last year for the first time in, I don't know, like 15 years. If you're not doing that regularly, it's not going to look good.
No, and I think I had Zeke throwing to me too. Like I got a legendary pitcher throwing BP to me. How am I supposed to hit that shit? That guy's won a World Series before. Okay.
Yeah. What's up, Troy? Bad start for me today. You and I are going to be in touch soon.
Because of your bad start or because of something else?
No, something else. Remember, Troy is the guy who was the drone racer who came into the studio for the old radio show.
Yeah.
He I think he did some stuff for Hornbash too, maybe. Well, he and I reconnected over the weekend. So we're going to get together to talk to see, one, to catch up, but two, to see if there's maybe a way for us to help one another out. Because he started his own company and they're just freaking crushing it right now.
Sweet.
Yeah, going to get a conversation with him on these airwaves at some point. But yeah, we're also going to talk. We both live out here in the Avery Ranch, Cedar Park area. So we're going to get together to discuss that. His company is Quad Standard Labs, by the way, for anybody who is interested. They sell drones themselves, and I think they do some freelance work too in terms of shooting for people.
There you go. Love that. All right, where do we want to start today? The news has dropped within the last hour that Adonai Mitchell is reportedly headed to the NFL. Now, he has not made his own official announcement, but our own Chip Brown, who you'll be able to hear and see from 1 to 3 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, broke the news a little bit ago that A.D. Mitchell is taking his talents to the next level. We could talk about that. We could talk about some of the other Texas football news. We could talk about the NFL. We could talk about Texas basketball crapping the bed in its conference opener. We'll hit all of those stories today and tomorrow, but Trey, I'll give you the option of where we begin a Monday show.
I'm glad the Texas basketball team is allowing me to care as little as possible about college basketball this year. It's a sport that Kevin was first on this many, many years ago, and I am certainly on it now. It's a sport that is just a shell of itself. So outside of Texas hoops, I don't care a whole lot. And now I just am being forced not to care a whole lot about Texas hoops. I actually had some optimism that this could be a decent team this year, but I say all of that to say we don't need to start by talking Texas hoops because that's just a waste of a lot of people's time. Let's talk about what people care about most on this channel, BK. That would be the Texas football team and the latest round of guys who have made a decision on their future. 3 names in particular from over the weekend, and then, of course, AD earlier today.
You can't say what you said and not let me ask a follow-up question.
Okay.
Are you done? Are you giving up on Texas basketball this year?
No, I'm not giving up, but I will be completely honest with you. I don't have easy access to LHN, so I haven't been able to watch most of their games this year. So I've watched a handful of games, including the game on Saturday. I was flipping back and forth between the Texans Colts game and then the Texas game, and I got to keep it on the Texas game, I guess, through halftime, and then watch the end while flipping it back to the third quarter of that contest. So we can certainly get to that here in a little bit. So I've only watched the Louisville game, which was a win, the UConn game, which was an L, the Marquette game, which was an L, and there was something going on to where I didn't get to check out the LSU game. So right now, the games that I've watched closely this year for Texas hoops, they're 1 and 3. It may be better off that I'm not tuning into these games the rest of the year. I'm still going to because I like Texas basketball as much as any college basketball program, of course, but I'm very inspired by what I've seen in those contests against decent competition.
Give yourself some credit. They're 2-2. They did beat LSU in that game.
I didn't see the LSU game. I only saw Marquette, UConn, Texas Tech, and Louisville. I did.
Texas Tech was the 4th game. Okay. Yeah. Well, then stop watching. I'll do the watching for this show then, because all 3 of the losses that Texas basketball has this year are games that you have watched on your television.
Look, dude, you and a lot of other people. We all understood why Rodney Terry got the job at the end of last season. Texas had made it to a point that they hadn't in a long time. He did a great job of riding the ship with the fucked up shit that happened with Chris Beard midway through the year. Rodney Terry seems like a really good leader of men. I've actually enjoyed his in-game coaching, at least last season I did. But the big question is can he construct a roster like is necessary to be successful in college basketball in this current era? And there are a lot of new faces on this team, and some guys that you're excited about. There's some carryovers, of course, guys like Hunter and Dylan Dessou, of course, who was hurt for the start of this season, but it doesn't seem like it's coming together so far like it needs to. Now, they just played their very first conference game in what is a pretty good conference, so they're going to have plenty of other opportunities to prove themselves over the next 2 months. But I feel like everybody who was exhibiting a sort of cautious optimism and was still very much in wait and see mode, you're starting to see some things play out that people were concerned about with Rodney Terry taking over on a full-time basis here.
Yeah, this team's 11-3. They're still ranked in the new AP poll. They are ranked number 25, so they just stayed in after the loss on Saturday, but a discouraging start to conference play for sure. And it's a relatively easy start to Big 12 play for the Longhorns this season. They've got 4 unranked teams to begin Big 12 play. So you're thinking, all right, well, let's go 4-0 here, or at worst 3-1 before our schedule really picks up towards the end of the month. And instead, you lose a game at home where you were a 6.5-point favorite to a team that you didn't lose to Kansas or Houston. Like, you lost to a middle of the pack Big 12 team with a first-year head coach. And oh, by the way, you lost by double digits. So discouraging. I'll be patient. I've made my thoughts on the Rodney Terry hire very known at this point, but I will give him a chance. And it's one conference game, and this team is still 11-3, and they've got a ton to play for the rest of the way. But yeah, disheartening start for this team in 2024.
It just feels like they haven't won any of the games this year that are either truly toss-ups or maybe they are a little bit of a dog in.
Dude, Lenardi, I mean, he's not doing bracketology every day like he does when we get to late February and early March, but his bracketology from last week had Texas as a last 4 team in, which leads you to believe after the loss on Saturday that, like, if Selection Sunday was this Sunday, it's not, of course, Texas wouldn't be in.
Yeah.
Like, to go from a 2 seed that made it all the way to the Elite 8 to maybe missing the tournament altogether, I don't think there's any realistic scenario that would cause RT to lose his job after 1 year.
No.
But if this team misses the tournament, they're there are already people asking questions after Saturday. If this team misses the tournament altogether, then you talk about do or die. Like next year, that, the guy who replaced Chris Beard in Lubbock made it a year and a half. And that guy was a huge piece of shit. And he got fired not only because his team sucked, he also was using like old Bible quotes talking about slavery to his players. And he was also banging his dead brother's wife. So, Rodney Terry's not doing that. You can at least feel good that you've got a good guy running the program. But maybe important to note that the guy who replaced Beard at his last stop, who wasn't qualified for the job, who got it because he was a part of Chris Beard's staff, made it a year and a half. I don't know how long of a leash CDC will have if things go awry, but I hope this is a waste of time. I'm being patient. I'm giving this thing a chance, and I hope we can look back at this Tech game and laugh because Texas ends up as one of the best teams in the Big 12.
Look at that. We ended up starting with college basketball, even though I tried to say that we weren't.
That's my fault. All right, let's go to college football now. That's enough Texas basketball. Longhorns back in action tomorrow, by the way, at Cincinnati. Please win. We'll go backwards then. We'll go with Adonai Mitchell before we talk about some of the other players who made their decisions over the weekend for Texas football. This one shouldn't surprise anybody. I know Texas fans were hopeful, right? Like the longer a guy takes to make a decision like this, the more and more hope and optimism that you have that he might make the decision that you're hoping he makes. But we're talking about a guy who put together a tremendous season. We're talking about a guy who could be a first-round pick. At worst, he'll be a second-round pick in April's NFL draft. A guy who's put a bunch of skins on the wall, both at Georgia and at Texas in his college football career. This seemingly makes sense. He would have loved to have had A.D. Mitchell back for another year. That goes without saying. But no surprise that he's gone. And the top 3 wide receivers now have made it official that they are all leaving. So that wide receiver room is going to look very different next season.
And when you throw JT Sanders in, it's your top 4 targets from the 2023 season. But here's the good news, I guess, if you can consider any of this good news. This was all expected. So there was already a contingency plan being made. Like, you could look at Ryan Watts announcing that he was going pro and say, oh, that's a little bit of a surprise. That was one that we thought might happen, but there was a chance, especially if you would consider playing safety, that he could be back here next year. Those 4 guys leaving was what was the likely outcome even a month or 2 ago, when a lot of these guys were showing up in the first rounds of mock drafts, with Jordan Whittington just being out of eligibility, of course. So these Texas coaches have already started making those plans, a combination of guys who are currently on the roster, guys who will be coming in as true freshmen, and then guys like Matthew Golden, the former Houston Cougars wide receiver, who looks to come in and really take over that Xavier Worthy role in 2024 and perhaps beyond. So it sucks to lose talent, especially when they have eligibility, but that's the name of the game in college football. And the sign of a healthy roster and the ability to be successful from year to year versus having a season like what Steve Sarkisian and this football program just went through is not a flash in the pan, is roster management and being able to anticipate the moves, both good and bad. And they're doing a good job of that right now, to where, while I'm bummed that these guys are leaving and we don't get to watch them in a Longhorn uniform again, and especially not getting to watch them in a Longhorn uniform one more time tonight because of how last week's outcome went. These coaches are making sure that there's not going to be a significant drop-off next season. The biggest question right now, BK, with regards to what this passing attack looks like next year is what Quinn Ewers ultimately decides to do. If Quinn Ewers decides to go pro, which seems unlikely right now, that's going to be the one that feels like more of a gut punch than any of these other wide receivers or JT Sanders, the tight end.
Yeah, they're all big losses, but you just got to replenish and reload, right? You can't rebuild anymore. We spent 15 years rebuilding this program. Well, now it's built. Now you've got to reload. That's what Alabama does. That's what Georgia does. That's what Ohio State does. And that's obviously where Texas is trying to be, right? Those have been the most consistent programs in this sport. Think about it. Like Ohio State, I'll go to the wide receiver position. Like 3 years ago, they had Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave and Jackson Smith and Jigba in the same wide receiver room. All right, well, they lost all those guys. What do? They reload. They get Marvin Harrison Jr., they get Emeka Ibuka. They're going to lose those guys. Well, they're going to reload. Like that's how it goes. That's the sign of a healthy program. If you're losing guys to the NFL, that means you're doing things right. And Texas clearly did a lot of things right. They won the Big 12. They played in the college football playoff this season. So, you've got to reload. This sucks. Wide receivers, pass catchers in general are more important now than they've ever been in the history of football. So losing any of these guys would hurt. Losing all of these guys really hurts. But you trust that Steve Sarkisian and his coaching staff knows what it's doing. Jonte Cook was a 5-star last year. DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett, highly touted recruits last year. Obviously, you brought Ryan Wingo in this year. You mentioned Matthew Golden as a transfer. I wouldn't be surprised if Texas is in the market for another transfer wide receiver as well. So they have more proven experience in that wide receiver room for Chris Jackson in 2024. Yeah, it's a sign of a healthy program. Those guys are going to be missed. They are a lot to be replaced. But if Texas does this thing right, you shouldn't see too much of a drop-off from the passing game. And you're right. If you get Quinn Ewers back, you should still feel like this can be one of the more effective passing offenses in college football next season.
Yeah. As far as Ryan Watts is concerned, the news came out last week that whether or not he played college football in 24, it wouldn't be at Texas. So I guess it's not too surprising that he's going to try his hand at the NFL draft. My advice to Ryan Watts is, if the idea of coming back to Texas to play safety was that big of a turnoff, you'd better open up to the idea a little bit more at the NFL level, because I don't know how much of a future he has at cornerback. Like, he may start out there. It's just a matter of the length of his career if he remains at cornerback at the NFL. But whatever team drafts him is going to insist that he start to take reps at safety, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you would think, right? He's probably not going to get a whole hell of a lot faster, and speed was kind of his issue. I mean, he's a physical guy, and I think there's a place for him on an NFL roster. But, at times he looked slow going up against college receivers. You don't need me to tell you that NFL receivers are bigger, faster, stronger than what Ryan Watts saw on Saturday. So I hate that his Texas career ended the way that it did. Yeah. We touched on this last week, and I know you don't want to talk about the game anymore, but like he fell victim to Michael Penix Jr. and Rome Odunze being amazing last Monday. Like, he was in position, and everyone's like, oh, he didn't turn his head around. Like, sometimes the other guys are just really freaking good.
Yep.
And Washington has those two guys who are really freaking good. So I hate that, like, there are Texas fans who think, oh, Ryan Watts sucks. He blew it against Washington. Like, nah, he had a solid Texas career. Wasn't perfect. I'm not telling you that he's Nathan Vasher or Quentin Jammer on the outside. But he did some things at Texas. Happy he was here. He helped this team a lot this season, and we wish him the best of luck. But nothing that's happened has surprised me to this point. Like, I think Jaron Thompson hitting the portal surprised some folks. That, with all that Texas is bringing in there, and with the way Jaron Thompson's season went for the Longhorns, like, him wanting a fresh start, that might have been a mutual decision. Or like the Texas coaching staff is like, or maybe Jaron Thompson just saw the writing on the wall himself, and he's like, something's not clicking with me and Terry Joseph and me and Blake Gideon, and I got to go somewhere else to try to salvage my NFL career, because that guy got worse this year. So even him deciding to go somewhere else, not a huge shock. There really hasn't been anything that's happened to this point that has caught me off guard when it comes to decisions about guys leaving or staying.
Yeah, David says Ewers losing all of his targets. The odds of him splitting are going up. David, I've said that for a few months now, that if there is any one thing that may sway Quinn Ewers a little bit more, it is that he is losing all those guys. But he could also look at it like this. One, it's a deep quarterback class in this year's draft. And two, he can prove to a lot of NFL scouts that as good as his receivers were this year, he was as, if not more important than any of them, in being the straw that stirs the drink that is the Texas passing attack. So I could see that one going either way, but you certainly understand, especially with Xavier Worthy being a guy that he has thrown the football to a lot over 2 years, how he may be a little bit reluctant to want to return to have to reestablish that rapport with those wide receivers. But Quinn Ewers, he's a competitor. He's not afraid of a challenge like that. And if he thinks he's better off sticking around at Texas for one more year, NIL money certainly helps with that. I think if NIL weren't there, Quinn Ewers would be gone. With NIL, a possibility to help out, on top of him really looking and seeing what this year's quarterback class looks like versus next year's, I think ultimately we do see Quinn Ewers return to Texas when an announcement is made over the next week or so.
Yep. He's got a week to make that decision. January 15th is deadline day for guys to declare for the NFL draft. You can hit us up on the Coda text line, by the way, 512-222-9328. Yeah, I think it makes sense for Quinn to come back because right now I think he's a mid to late day 2 draft pick. If he comes back, has a great year in the SEC. And look, there are some Heisman odds out there that have him as the favorite to win the Heisman next season. So not just burnt orange Kool-Aid drinkers who think there's a chance that Ewers can come back and have a great 2024. If he does that, he'll be a surefire first-round pick next season. So that right there could be enough incentive for Quinn to return for one last ride in Austin. What about Barron Sorrell and Jake Majors? Both of those guys took to social media to announce that they were coming back for another year.
Oh, I hadn't seen Barron Sorrell. That's good. I know we had heard rumblings that he might decide to turn pro. I think this is a smart decision for him to really be more of the guy next year. Well, also, I think needing another year in college before he's truly ready for the NFL. And that's no slight on Barron Sorrell, but I think he made the right decision here. Jake Majors, I didn't realize he had another year of eligibility. So it's cool that he is coming back too. You want as much continuity, especially on the lines of scrimmage, and maybe even more the offensive line and the defensive line as you can get. So it looks like right now, Texas is they're only losing one guy off of this year's offensive line. For a group that struggled for a long time within this program, really from the mid-aughts all the way up until these last couple of years with Sark and Flood coming in and really riding that ship. That is an excellent piece of news with regards to this offense not missing a beat next season.
Yeah, Christian Jones, that one guy who's gone, and you feel like you have a guy ready to take over in Cam Williams at that right tackle spot next year, and hopefully he can be that dude, but they've recruited well on the offensive line and built that thing into something pretty special. So everyone's got an extra year of eligibility, Trey. Those are the rules in college football now. I mean, Alan Bowman's going back to school for another year. Everybody can go back for another year.
Is this the last year that guys can claim the COVID year? Like I don't even know what to do with that anymore.
They said this year, like this current season that ends tonight, was the last year, but it appears that was not the case.
Well, Texas benefits, so cool.
Yeah. I like that Sorrell's coming back. To me, there wasn't much of a decision to be made here. Like I don't know if he would have been drafted. So like he would have gotten an invite to camp, but for him to come back, he puts together a really good year in the SEC. Then I think he could be a second or third round pick. Like if everything clicks. But right now he's maybe a sixth or a seventh. I don't even, if he'd have to have a good combine. If he got invited to the combine, he'd have to have a good combine to do that. So I'm glad he's coming back because this edge room is going to be good. Bucky and I were talking about this morning, Trey. I mean, you've got Ethan Burt coming back. You've got Barron Sorrell coming back. You've got Anthony Hill coming back. We'll obviously see where he plays next year. But, of course, Trey Moore and his 14.5 sacks from UTSA is coming in. Colin Simmons, the 5-star from Duncanville, is coming in. Colton Vasek still here. Like, you've got plenty of guys on the edge. That was a hit-or-miss position for Texas this year. That could be and should be one of Texas's best position groups on the football team in 2024.
That's the hope. It's slowly been getting better, and it feels like it is about to be healthy along the lines of that interior line starting next season.
Yeah, both interior and exterior. I think Texas should be set up for success, and you need that. We saw how important that was this year. It gets even more important in the SEC. Okay, let's give some love to some sponsors here before we shift gears and talk some NFL. We've got plenty of NFL to get into after the wild final weekend of the regular season. Trey, how about a word for the chair that you're sitting in today?
Relax the Back. Folks, I have been a customer at Relax the Back for nearly 20 years now. It started with all of the massage tools that I started acquiring years ago from Relax the Back to deal with my old man back, even in my 20s. It was a bummer to have to come to terms with at the time. Thankfully, there was a place like Relax the Back to help out. All these years later, yeah, I'm getting furniture from Relax the Back too. They're that damn good with things. I will eventually get that stand-up desk whenever Bucky hooks me up with this guy in B Cave. But in the meantime, I've got this awesome Relax the Back chair that was won at a Mullet Open a couple years ago. My brother charged me a couple $100 for it after he won it. Best $200 that I've spent. It's got lower lumbar support, really easy to adjust as well, not only in terms of up and down or getting that lumbar up and down, but also leaning back too. When I'm not on the air, when I'm not on camera, I kick back, put my feet up on the desk here, and get work done with the laptop in my lap. That's because of this awesome Relax the Back chair. Find out for yourself. You can see all the products that they offer at Relax the Back and find the location nearest you here in Central Texas by going to their website, relaxtheback.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Shout out to our friends at Covert BK as well. The Covert Auto Group, been in business here in the Austin area since 1909. Covert BK, their newest dealership off of 71. I say dealership. They actually have 3 state-of-the-art dealerships out there featuring 7 different brands. So if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see them. Plus, they've got service out there too, 86 service bays. So if something's wrong with your car, or you just need regular maintenance done, they'll take care of you. And they know you don't want to wait for hours to get your car worked on. Once again, 86 service bays. They'll get you in, they will get you out and on your way. Go to their website, covertbcave.com, for more information. More importantly, go out and see all of our friends out there. It's Covert BK. Nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Trey, get your maracas ready. It's time to hear from Tom McKay.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah. No, make love to your wife from Tom in that one. And now, whose wife am I supposed to make love to? I don't know what to do anymore.
It's a very mellow read from him. The person that you're supposed to make love to, well, find another somebody's wife.
I need his advice though. He's got to tell me to make love to your wife. Like that's what I hear.
Make love to yourself, perhaps. In the meantime, while you're waiting for his next piece of advice on who to make love to?
Is that going to be in his next read? Hug your kids, make love to yourself, and call us.
Maybe make love to yourself before you hug your kids. So that's not in your head as you're making love to yourself. I don't know. I offer parental advice on this channel from time to time. There's a piece of advice right there. If you're going to make love to yourself, just do it before you make love to your kids so things don't get weird.
Oh, don't make love to your kids. You meant hug your kids.
Ah, shit. Now God damn, I've been stepping
advice.
In the show today. All freaking show. I try and be cute with it, and I end up making a verbal faux pas like that.
Make love to yourself before you make love to your kids. There is
Make love
not
to
Brad
yourself
Kellner.
before you hug your kids. Make love to yourself before you hug your kids. That's what I meant.
Clean up in between, please. Not Brad Kellner's parental advice of the day. That's Trey Elling's parental advice.
Put like an hour plus in between when you make love to yourself and when you hug your kids, please. Like an hour at least.
At least. All right. NFL. What a weekend for the two Texas teams who both got wins and both won their divisions in the process. The Texans needed a win on Saturday night, and they needed some help yesterday. They got it. Texans 23, Colts 19. The Texans defense with a massive fourth down stand. Really, the Colts with a massive fourth down drop on that final drive of the game. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars call up Reggie Miller, an all-time choke job. They start 8-3. They drop 5 of their last 6, finish the year 9-8. They lose to the Titans yesterday, and they missed the playoffs altogether. But because they lost, the Texans end up winning the AFC South in the first year of D'Amico Ryans and the first year of CJ Stroud. What a tremendous season for the Texans, and it continues into the playoffs.
Really happy for that franchise and their fans. That's a cool story. You felt good about the hire, and I know there were some questions about CJ Stroud, but the Texans clearly had a game plan in place with drafting CJ Stroud like they did, also moving up to get Will Anderson, and both guys have exceeded expectations in year one and seem like cornerstones for their respective side of the ball. And the proof is in the pudding, at least in their very first year with the Texans, not just finishing above 500, but to win that division again, in part because Jacksonville stumbled so badly down the stretch. You know, Trevor Lawrence was hurt for part of that. Christian Kirk missing the last chunk of the season with the injury he suffered several weeks ago was a pretty big boon to them. But Jacksonville also were losing games, even with some of those things that they had no business losing. That loss to the Titans yesterday, I don't know. If and when Doug Peterson is eventually fired from Jacksonville, I'm not saying it's going to be this offseason. When he is eventually fired, though, that's going to be one of those games that they point back to where it's just like, you had it made. You had a lame duck Titans team. They were starting Ryan Tannehill one more freaking time. Derrick Henry looked like Derrick Henry of old, but he has been far from that throughout much of 2023. All you had to do was win that game, and you were in the postseason once again, and you couldn't do that. Damn shame.
Yeah, they kept turning it over, and Trevor Lawrence dealing with that air conditioner injury, clearly not 100%. He was underthrowing guys. He was overthrowing guys. It was a disaster of epic proportion by Jacksonville yesterday, but yeah, for the Texans, I mean, you're right. They might have the offensive player of the year. They do have the offensive player of the year. CJ Stroud's probably winning that unanimously. They might have the defensive player of the year with Will Anderson, and they should have the coach of the year. I don't think they do. I think the coach of the year is going to be Kevin Stefanski, who, funny enough, the Texans will see this weekend in the first round of the playoffs. But to me, D'Amico Ryans is easily the coach of the year in the NFL. The Texans won 11 games combined in the last 3 seasons. They've been the laughing stock of the league. And they won 10 and won their division this year. And that's one of the least talented rosters in football. And for D'Amico to do what he did this season, remarkable turnaround. It feels like the future is bright as hell for the Texans because, once again, this is just year one for most of their key players. And they had a ton of injuries this year, too. Yeah. For them to get to this spot, remarkable. Nobody did better. Like, people were picking the Browns to win the division this year. I know Deshaun got hurt. I know Nick Chubb got hurt. Not taken away from what Stefanski did. Deserves a lot of credit up there. Nobody did a better coaching job than D'Amico Ryans this season.
Yeah, you may very well be right about that. I will say this, though, about the game on Saturday night. Indianapolis, they blew that game. They had a chance to go down and take a lead in that game, but they got way too cute at the end there. They called a very unnecessary timeout, even though they needed to go for it on 4th down. I mean, I guess you give yourself some more time to come up with a play. And to their credit, I guess for that timeout, they did come up with a play and just couldn't execute when it was all said and done. But that's not to say that CJ Stroud wouldn't have been able to lead the Texans back down the field for what would have been a game-winning field goal or potential game-winning field goal. But Indianapolis also handed that game away at the end, too.
Yeah. Everyone's mad at Shane Steichen for that 4th down play call because, the ball was thrown to like a 3rd-string running back, and it's like, well, your season's on the line. It's 4th down. Why are you doing that? It was a perfect play. The guy just has to catch that. Like, if you're mad at the coach for drawing that up, what are you doing here?
Well, I would also argue that it doesn't even take a perfect play in that situation if you keep that the first of 3 timeouts, because you still have the ability to get the ball back relatively quickly if you don't convert there. But as soon as they use that timeout, it was like, all right, here we go. You have to get this right here, or the game is effectively over. And sure enough, that's what happened. The Texans, they run the ball like they should have the first 3 downs. They have the punter run out of the back of the end zone for the safety, and Colts didn't have much of a chance to return that safety punt for what needed to be a game-winning touchdown, the final play of the game.
And I'm still waiting for the announcement from the Texans on a date where they will erect a statue for Lovie Smith for winning that meaningless Week 18 game last year that cost the Texans Bryce Young. And it turned out to be the best gift. I mean, I did radio in Houston all last offseason. That was all we talked about, was how much Lovie Smith effed over the organization by winning that game, and how much the Texans blew it by trying to win that game. Blessing in disguise. And Houston football fans deserve it, because they've been through some rough shit over the last few years.
Including a return of people wearing old school Oilers stuff all over the place. And that now that's being thrown in your face on a weekly basis, many of which are actually Titans fans. Fuck you, Titans fans. Get your own old school apparel, you motherfuckers.
Agreed. Texans Browns, early thoughts. We'll obviously talk more about that game and the rest of the wild card games later in the week. The Browns, the only road favorites this weekend. These two teams played right before Christmas. CJ Stroud did not play. The Browns beat it was 36-20, I think, but at one point it was 36-7. The game was never close, but no CJ Stroud that time. He makes a big difference.
Cleveland's defense is ridiculous, and for whatever reason, Joe Flacco has been worth a shit again in Cleveland, despite the fact that the last 5 years that he was playing in the NFL, when he would start games, it was embarrassing. I know they have decent weapons on offense. Amari Cooper, boy, I know the Cowboys are good again. That was a really dumb deal by them in the moment, but certainly in retrospect. I'm not going to be surprised to see the Texans win this game, despite the fact that they are underdogs at home. I think the Texans have a lot of momentum right now, and they've shown the ability to step up to the challenge a lot of times this year. People are going to point to that first matchup, but they need to make mention that CJ Stroud did not play in that game. That was a Davis Mills, or was that a Case Keenum game? Regardless, it wasn't CJ Stroud in there. And I think that was a game after they had lost Tank Dell too, and Nico Collins may not have been playing in that game either. That was a seriously hindered Texans offense that day. The Cleveland Browns are going to be facing a different team this coming weekend. They are still really good, like I said, especially defensively. So it's a tough task for the Texans, but I'm really excited to get to watch this one play out, to see what the Texans are made of this season.
That's the first game of Super Wild Card Weekend, Saturday afternoon. The Cowboys will play Sunday afternoon. They took care of their business. They needed a win in Washington to win the division and get the 2 seed. A little dicey at first. A little sluggish start. Washington led 10-7 at one point in the second quarter. Then the Cowboys turned it on, scored the last 31 points of the ball game, and cruised to an easy victory.
Part of the story is the Cowboys winning the East. Congrats to you guys for doing that, BK. You are a Cowboys fan. It's a big step forward for y'all to get home field advantage for the first couple rounds of the playoffs. The only team that you may be on the road for is San Francisco, and boy, talk about tough tasks. That is going to be a tough task for you guys. But you feel good about your ability to potentially make it to the NFC Championship game, because you were able to come from behind to win that 2 seed. It felt like Philly was in the driver's seat, and talk about a team that has completely fallen apart over the last month plus now. Philadelphia is likely going to be a first-round out in these NFL playoffs, despite the fact that they play a pretty mediocre Tampa Bay team in the first round on Monday night. I know people are excited that there's a third day of NFL playoff football. I wish they would have just put all of these games 3-3, Saturday, Sunday, but instead we get a Monday night football game, and it's a shit game too. So that's one that you typically either put in the beginning or just shoehorn into the middle of a good 3-game slate, or a good 2-game slate, I should say. But yeah, Philadelphia is in a bad way right now. A.J. Brown's likely not going to play on Monday night. Jalen Hurts is going to be injured. I'm not sure what Devontae Smith's status is. He obviously didn't play yesterday either. And that Philly defense is complete dog shit now too. So that's like a cherry on top of this successful end of the season for the Cowboys is the Philadelphia Eagles are crashing hard.
Yeah, they were 10-1. They had the best record in football into December, and they lost 5 of their last 6. And their only win was a nail biter against the Giants, who they just got boat raced by yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's a disaster, man. Like the Bucs might win that game. I think everyone was just assuming that, whoever gets the 5 seed between the Cowboys and the Eagles is going to go on the road and beat the NFC South champ because that division's been so bad. But Philly only a 2.5-point favorite. Tampa's won 5 of their last 6 to get here. I know they didn't play great. They didn't score a touchdown offensively against Carolina yesterday, but obviously they did enough to win the division. Just betting on Philly right now feels tough. Defensively, they've really been bad all year, and it's finally catching up to them. But offensively, injuries, but also just they are not the same right now. So I love it. I'm really enjoying watching the demise of the Philadelphia Eagles, and I will be pulling for Tampa Bay on Monday.
Considering their history in the postseason, are you worried at all that the Cowboys are squaring off with Green Bay in the first round?
Dude, the Cowboys could be playing Austin High, and I'd be worried because it's a playoff game. Like that's where I'm at right now. Like Dallas should beat Green Bay, and they're 7.5-point favorites. Green Bay's been a great story. Amazing that they're here, considering what they lost and just how it's the youngest team in the NFL. Like it's impressive that they're here. They have invested less money into their offense than any team in football. And that offense has actually been their best part and why they're in the playoffs right now. And I know the Packers Cowboys history, but I should not be worried about this game, but because it's the Cowboys in the playoffs, I am scared shitless. And what makes me feel even worse about this game, Trey, I've got a wedding on Sunday.
Wedding on Sunday? What?
Because it's Dr. Martin Luther the King weekend.
Okay.
A holiday weekend. So I guess that's why they went with the Sunday bit. But I'll be on the left coast in San Francisco. So I'll be taking plenty of outdoor shits, which is exciting. So it's 1:30 out there. It's 3:30 Central Time, 1:30 out there. I think the reception starts like 4:35. So I might be off the hook, but I also might be sweating out a fourth quarter of a Cowboys playoff game at a wedding in which I will probably be recreating the Allstate Mayhem commercial. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not going to help ease my nerves on this game, the fact that I've got to get ready for and then attend a wedding while it's going on.
So are you going to be in San Francisco proper or like the wine country?
I think proper San Francisco.
Good luck with all that.
I mean, I've been looking into doing some more heroin. That's one of my New Year's resolutions. So I feel like this is a good way to start.
More heroin. Yeah, there are a lot of things that you're not used to doing that you can get involved with in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been, and I can't imagine it's gotten any better over the last few years since I've been.
Well, considering that Chinese President Xi Jinping doesn't have any plans to visit this coming weekend, yes, I'm sure it has returned to its usual state, which is feces infested, hobos all over the place. Although hobos is being too kind to the San Francisco homeless. There are a bunch of lazy fucking bums there who are just looking to break into cars, steal people's shit.
Our guys are hobos here in Austin, but they're bums out there in SF.
I don't know. I guess it depends on the hobo. Hobo implies a level of work, though. I was corrected about this when we were in New Orleans last weekend. Can't call all bums hobos because hobos have a work ethic. Bums are the lazy mofos who are just laying around, just hitting people up for money on street corners with a handmade sign that's usually telling some sort of lie.
Bums. Underrated insult, calling somebody a bum. I like that one. Yeah, I don't know. I like San Francisco, but there's a lot of that to deal with.
I used to, and then unfortunately the lawmakers there and the leaders there just let it just fall into complete disrepair. And the deeper you allow that hole to be dug, the harder it is to get out of it. It's why it was so important a few years ago when progressive Austin, the ballot was passed thanks to the effort of Matt Makoviak and some others to get enough signatures on a petition to allow voters to decide whether we could just allow our hobos and bums to put down shop, put down tents, put down sleeping bags, and sleep wherever the fuck they want to. Now, a version of that has started to crop back up again, but the Progressive Austin voted to return things to the normal ways, which is a homeless camping ban.
Yeah.
So it's up to the city to continue enforcing that, which they have slacked off on, I feel like, over the last 6+ months or so. But Austin was heading down the road of a San Francisco or a Portland or a Seattle. And guess what? People in those places are sick of how terrible things have gotten too. It's just some people in Austin had common enough sense to let the voters decide. Unfortunately, they made the right decision.
Indeed. How you feeling about Cowboys Packers? I mean, I'm worried because, once again, Cowboys in January, but you as an unbiased watcher of football, any reason for the Cowboys and Cowboys fans to be nervous this weekend?
Green Bay's been a weird team this year. Jordan Love has shown signs that he can be the guy going forward, but ultimately, I think Dallas is playing so well right now, and how good they are at home this year, I'm not too concerned for you guys. It would be a pretty big shock if Green Bay were to come into Arlington next weekend and win that game.
It'd be Mike McCarthy's last game if that were to happen.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, some Cowboys fans, myself included, feel like McCarthy's got to get to the NFC Championship game to keep his job because this is his third straight year of winning 12 games. This team's been great in the regular season. 1 year, they won a playoff game. That was last year. And then they lost in the second round. 2 years ago, they lost their first playoff game. Both of those were to San Francisco, of course. The next step feels like get to the NFC Championship game. The Cowboys haven't been there since they last won the Super Bowl. They've got to get that monkey off their back. Obviously, they want to get to and win the Super Bowl. That's everyone's goal when you make it to the postseason. But, God, just please get to the NFC title game. Not a lot of shame in losing at San Francisco. Like, that team's awesome. That's a successful year if you make it to the Final Four. And, all right, well, you got beat by maybe the Super Bowl favorites in their house in a conference title game. Can't call that a bad year. But anything short of that, you're the 2 seed right now. You're going to be favored to win these 2 playoff games, assuming you get 2. Anything short of getting a third, let down.
I'm excited at the possibility of Detroit and Dallas playing again in short order, assuming that Detroit can get past the LA Rams. Boy, some really interesting storylines with regards to these first-round matchups and previous histories. Obviously, Mike McCarthy has a history with the Green Bay Packers. These 2 franchises have a history with one another as well. The fact that the Lions and Goff are going to be playing against the Rams and Stafford, I think is a really cool storyline too. But I'm looking forward to that second round matchup if it does end up being Cowboys and Lions.
Yeah, could be fun. First one was fun. Lions tried to cheat at the end. Refs got the call right. No controversy there. I don't know why people are still talking about that. A couple of texts to get to on the Coda text line before we hit where we at in society. Here the dog says CPS is at the door. I think that has to do with your comments from earlier. A 254 number says, Trey, don't be on the Epstein list, buddy. 512 number says, San Francisco is fine. Oakland is effed.
Oh, look, it is all relative, and Oakland is more fucked than San Francisco. San Francisco is fucked, too.
I think I'm flying into Oakland, too.
What's that?
I think I'm flying into Oakland.
Yeah, look, as long as you're just flying in there and you're getting in an Uber and driving to your hotel on the other side of the bridge, then you should be okay. And there are a few okay areas in Oakland, but you need to be careful wherever you're walking around in those 2 cities. But that is even more so the case in Oakland. In San Francisco, there are touristy areas and you're walking around and all of a sudden you cross a street and it's like a freaking movie where the sun no longer is shining on the street. Everything feels dark. All of a sudden you're seeing people in doorways, either sleeping or masturbating or looking to throw something at you. And then you get through that block and cross another street and it's sunny again. And it's another touristy area. You just have to have your head on a swivel, much like the city that we were just in with New Orleans. Of course, you got a decent primer on dealing with the homeless in San Francisco with our experience in New Orleans, and especially with our friend Bucky Godbolt making the very poor decision to go give away some promo Texas Sports Unfiltered shirts to the New Orleans homeless and nearly getting us all killed in the process.
I think I'm going to Seattle in a couple of months too. Like, I guess my New Year's resolution was to go to every homeless tent city in the country because I'm checking all the boxes off right now.
Yeah, just get to LA and Portland, and you have the quadfecta taken care of on the West Coast.
Amazing. All right. Quick shout out to Altstat beer, the best beer in the world. The only beer I drink. It's the only beer you should drink. If you're drinking something else, you're wasting your time. Altstat beer available wherever you buy your beer. H-E-B, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go. When I'm not drinking Altstat, I'm drinking Olipop. I've got a couple of cans in the fridge. I should have got one before the show. Instead, I'll drink one after the show. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. So if a New Year's resolution of yours is to treat your body a little better, Altstat beer is cleaner than most of the other beers out there. Olipop, way better for you than any soda that you could possibly drink. It's the good stuff right there. Trey, you want to go live or recorded for Pest Wranglers today?
Let's go recorded with our buddy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter and Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
Thank you so much to Pest Wranglers for their sponsorship of our daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, as us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out, but sadly, today is not that day. Real quick, by the way, on the subject of the NFL, since we were just talking about that, BK, thank you to the Cowboys, Bills, and one other team who I'm not recalling right now for helping me to regain a lead or gain a lead in our short season football picks bets. I am now up 2 games on you after you took a very temporary 1-game lead on me.
I faded myself and it didn't work. We had 3 different picks and I missed all 3 of them. So, yeah, we should have been even this week. I faded myself because I haven't known anything about football all season long. And now I'm back, baby. Now that I know how football works, I'm trusting myself. I'm coming back and you're in trouble. So just brace yourself for that.
Well, good luck with that.
Who else talks shit after an 0 weekend? Nobody. That's who. But I still will.
But to your point, if you had just gone with your normal picks, then I would have gotten – we would have tied this week because I got the other 3 games wrong. Therefore, you did as well. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Headline. Ooh, let's play an impromptu edition of Guess That State. Nude man nabbed by police after cannonball plunge into giant aquarium at Bass Pro Shop in blank. Guess that state.
I saw this, but I didn't see where it happened. I just saw the video of this.
Oh, shit. Is there a video? I don't even have the video in this AP article.
Oh, it's fantastic. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And I'll drop an NSFW disclaimer, even though it's kind of far away, so you can't see a lot, but you could tell the guy is definitely nude. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, boy. Well, this is great content, isn't it?
Let me go ahead and share the details of this story as you're looking for the video. Do you have a guess for the state, by the way? And don't look at the YouTube comments line because Orlando just ruined it.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at Twitter right now trying to find this video, which that also might lead me to the state. Do I have a guess on the state? Bass Pro Shops. Those are everywhere, so that doesn't eliminate anything. You wouldn't ask me if it was a Florida man story. Sure. I don't know. This feels South-like.
Yeah.
I'll go with Mississippi. Yeah?
No, it's Alabama. You were very close. I feel like you may have accidentally seen the answer and you tried to play the game honestly. So
I promise I have not seen the answer, but I appreciate you appreciating me almost being right.
All right, here's the details. Hopefully, we do have a video that follows this as well. So, a man crashed his car outside a Bass Pro Shop in Alabama, stripped down to his birthday suit, and plunged into the giant aquarium inside the store. The ordeal happened Thursday, and this would have been last week. So, it would have happened last Thursday in front of a shocked group of shoppers in the town just outside of Birmingham. This is in Leeds, Alabama. The 42-year-old man did a cannonball leap into the aquarium and then stood under a waterfall. He left the water to yell at two officers, then dove back into the aquarium. The man eventually climbed over the side of the aquarium and fell to the concrete floor below. Police then apprehended him. He faces several charges, including public lewdness, I'll say disorderly conduct, and criminal mischief. The man was in the water for about 5 minutes before officers arrived.
All right, we're going to need a follow-up tomorrow because apparently the wife has commented on what happened.
I thought the wife's comments would be in the story. They're not. Plus, we typically have to record these things ourselves to get them, or at least on my end, to play the audio on our channel. So yeah, we will have the wife's comments tomorrow. Oh my goodness, that was pretty. Boy, oh boy.
I saw a video where the guy actually jumped in. This video just has him in the aquarium tank. Must have been cold in there. I guess he was in the pool, right? That's the Costanza excuse. I was in the pool.
Look, that's legit. Okay.
It's a real thing. Shrinkage is real. Absolutely. But that thing literally shrunk like inside of him.
He does look like he has a vagina right there. I'm not gonna lie.
Not an ideal look for
this. Oh, here
guy.
it is. I got the video. Let me stop your screen share and I'll get the plunge here.
Okay. The actual cannonball into the tank. This guy crashed his car outside, and then his solution to solving that problem was to just bang.
All right, here we go.
Oh, he yells too.
Pretty good cannonball. Oh, and then he dove. He did multiple jumps into this pool. I think he's blurring that out. Nobody needs to see his man behind them. Can you hear that audio?
I'm muting the audio because you talking over the audio is not good. So I just muted your share screen.
Okay.
So now people can hear you.
We can maybe play the wife's comments too.
If you haven't pulled up.
Let me see. Bass Pro Shop Aquarium wife. All right, here we go.
Oh, nice.
Whoa, she's kind of attractive for a guy who did that. All right, here we go. I'm going to shut up now.
Today we took the kids to Bass Pro Shop so they could get their picture made with January 6th Santa. And while we were there, my husband decided to get into the swimming pool. And it is a swimming pool. Aquariums have tops on them. If you don't want us to get in it, you put a top on it, or else it's a swimming pool. Apparently somebody took a video of it and put it online, and I have been seeing some nasty comments. And I just have to say, if you're at Bass Pro Shop and you see a grown man take off all his clothes and get butt ass naked in the swimming pool, you need to mind your business. If you're looking at his penis, you're a pervert, and you should be looking at God's penis, because yes, God is a man, and yes, he does eat meat. In our house, we like to say he might not have the biggest part, but he does have the biggest heart. No. His earthly penis might be small, but his spiritual penis, the one he'll have when he gets to heaven, is massive. And it's always inside. And if anybody from Bass Pro Shop is watching this right now, I just want to say we should get our January 6th Santa photos for free.
Okay, that was a bit, but that was funny.
Awesome bit.
That was a bit, but that was funny.
Sensational. Are you kidding me?
Who is this? I need to give her a follow because she has earned a follow from me. I don't follow many people these days. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Blair Erskine, she gets it. Oh, she's a writer for Jimmy Kimmel Live. That's a shocker because that show's not that funny.
Yeah. Wow, that was spectacular. That's the funniest thing a woman's ever said, I think. Sensational. Good job by her.
Oh, man.
Wow. Good bit. Good bit. The spiritual penis is huge. The January 6th thing was, well, all of that is just tremendous, tremendous comedy. What a story. Way to go, Alabama. Thank you for giving us that one. All right. It's going to do it for Where Are We At in Society, which means we're done, which means it's time to bring on Chip and Zay with a little Chip and Zay. Fellas, how we doing?
What's going on?
What up?
Did y'all see the video we just showed before we brought y'all on?
Yes, that was clever.
Did you see the nude guy jump into the fish tank aquarium at the Bass Pro Shops?
Well, I must have turned away at that point.
Oh, that's cool. I can show it real quick.
Of course you can.
Boom. Cannonball. Then he gets back out, does a full dive into the aquarium. Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
And BK showed the non-blurred version of that video. That dude, and the water was probably cold. I get it. That dude had a straight up mangina. He was his junk up against that glass.
Are you sure it's not like a George Costanza shrinkage moment?
That's what it is, but it shrunk so small it looked like a vagina.
Oh, man. It did look.
I hope he got a lot of money
to
do that. I hope his buddies paid him a princely sum.
I don't think so. I think he was just twisted on moonshine or something because he crashed his car into the Bass Pro Shops before he ran into the store and started doing that.
It looks like a product of the New Orleans homeless that we encountered when we were there last week.
Little
Still don't think I've got.
BK was just getting a primer for his trip to San Francisco next weekend.
Okay. Yeah. San Fran, great city, bad homeless.
I still don't think I got
a great city, unfortunately. Used to be a great city. Now it's a shithole.
Oh.
I still don't think I got a full rendition of the story about Bucky being assaulted by some.
No, us three, we were assaulted. Bucky's the reason why we were basically assaulted.
Yeah. So what happened?
Buck was given shirts to the homeless that we had left over, doing a good deed. There was another dude walking with a hood on, very dangerous looking man.
I've nicknamed the Angel of Death.
Yeah, that's what Trey keeps calling him. I'm not trying to stereotype here, but anybody would see this guy and run the other way. And the dude chased us probably 100 yards to where we were staying, but we were in the car already, or in the GMC Yukon already. Trey was driving, BK, Ryan passenger, me and Buck in the back, and he banged on the back of the window, and we peeled off.
So you had arrived back at your place where you were staying?
Yes.
This was not on the drive home.
Back to Austin. We were about to drive back to Austin, and Bucky thought it would be a good idea to deliver a handful of Texas Sports Unfiltered promo T-shirts to the tent city that was right next door. Gives them to one of the homeless people there. Well, another homeless person pops out seemingly out of nowhere, which is possible because it was the Angel of Death after all, and starts following Bucky, who's like shuffling his way back across the street to the Airbnb and to the Yukon. And Bucky gets in and they start telling this story. And as they're telling this story, I'm looking through the rear view and I'm like, wow, that person kind of looks like somebody who's really scary, that if they were behind Bucky, I'd be worried too. And that's turned out who it was. And they give a loud couple of bangs on our back window. And I'm like, I turn to the guys. I'm like, is there any reason for me to not just punch it right now? And everybody's like, go, please.
Go, 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 go.
Except for Bucky, who was like, I don't know. Maybe we should see what he's all about.
That was the beginning of the drive home.
Beginning of the drive home.
And it was a rough drive home too. That was forewarning.
We were really lucky that the Angel of Death did not catch up to us in Baton Rouge because we were stuck on I-10 there for an hour and a half.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, he looked like a crackhead version of Floyd Mayweather. It was crazy.
Oh,
He was small, but looked like a dangerous man.
Yeah, he looked like he could dodge a punch for sure.
Yeah.
All right. We know y'all got a lot to get to. Chip, congrats on the break this morning. I'm sure that's what y'all are leading with. So we'll be locked in, boys. Have a good show.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us. Chip and Zay, 1 to 3 on a Monday, reacting to the weekend and to the sort of non-stop stay or go news involving the Texas Longhorns. And Zay, over the weekend, Ryan Watts announces he is moving on. He will take his talents to pro football. Hopefully, Jake Majors announces he is returning. So the veteran center, 3-year starter, will return. Baron Sorrell is returning. But this morning, I wrote that A.D. Mitchell will be announcing soon that he will be entering the NFL draft. That is probably not a surprise to many. And Jahdae Barron hasn't really said what he plans to do, but everyone tells me he's still 70-30 leaving. And Quinn Ewers has not announced yet that he is returning, but that's the sense by a lot of people close to the program. So, yeah, what's up, CB? What's up, Fungo Master? Whatever that means. But
I know what that means, but appreciate you listening.
Appreciate you listening, baby. So, Zay, A.D. Mitchell, I mean, I've said all year, this guy was like a gift from the football gods. He finishes up a second run for a national championship at Georgia, jumps in the transfer portal, transfers to Texas without ever taking a visit, and then the dude is all you could have ever asked for. Big play guy, 50-plus catches, 11 touchdowns, every big moment, more red zone targets than any other receiver on the team. Caught a touchdown pass in 5 straight college football playoff games. Had a chance to catch a pass there on the final play of the Sugar Bowl, and that would have been something. And so, A.D. Mitchell, this is a huge loss for Texas. Xavier Worthy has already announced he's going to turn pro. JT Sanders is leaving. So Texas is going to be replacing its top 4 receivers heading into the 2024 season. Your thoughts?
I mean, we kind of saw this coming. That's kind of why we talked about it all year long for this 2023 season. You better make the most of it because a lot of guys would be leaving. And now that the season's over, a lot of guys are leaving. So Adonai Mitchell, I'm right there with you. I mean, what a good get coming from Georgia, 2-time national champion, and having him transfer to the University of Texas. Like, you needed all of his 11 touchdowns this season. And I don't think we talk about the touchdown that he had in the Sugar Bowl game just because we're so busy talking about the one he didn't catch at the end of the game that Quinn Ewers threw. And that catch where he was in the air, it seems like he had Jordan like hang time because he was in the air so long. I don't think Quinn threw that at the right time, and he was still able to come down with it to shrink in the lead a little bit for Washington. And he was making plays like that all year long. I mean, again, always say this about him, but to be 6'4" and to be just that smooth in his routes and stuff, I know it's a very deep wide receiver class in this NFL draft. I understand that, but he's going to be a steal for someone. Like, you can't tell me that guys that he'll go higher than guys like Puka Nacua. And Puka Nacua, he probably would have been rookie of the year if CJ Stroud wasn't out here winning the division for his team. So, yeah, you can fit into the right spot depending on who drafts you. And Adonai Mitchell knows that. He's very family, just, he's very thick with his family and, loves those guys to where he came back home for his daughters. So that means a lot to him. And yeah, he's just, this 1 year, it's been an amazing year for a player of his caliber. And yeah, wish you had him longer, but I think he's going to do big time things, even though he was here for only 1 year. He's a Longhorn for life. And yeah, I'm not surprised that he's entering the draft one bit.
Yeah, you look at his highlight reel. Heck, even from his one-handed grab in the spring game, he kind of announced his arrival in that spring game. And then against Alabama, the 2 fourth quarter touchdown receptions, the 39-yarder, the 7-yarder, blowing kisses to the Alabama fans whose hearts he stabbed in the national championship game in 2021 when he caught the 40-yarder over a defender. It was an unbelievable catch to give Georgia the lead, the go-ahead touchdown midway through the fourth quarter. The touchdown he caught against Ohio State with 57 seconds left, the game winner in the semifinal last year, and then almost pulled off the game winner in, the Texas Washington game. Like I said, if that's a back shoulder ball instead of a high point fade ball, he comes down with it. There's not a doubt in my mind. And the 3rd and 12 from their own 13 against TCU, where they had a 26-6 lead, and now they're clinging to a 29-26 lead with 2 minutes left, 3rd and 12 from their own 13. And Quinn Ewers throws a 35-yard fade, and A.D. Mitchell comes down with it, and that allows Texas to run out the clock. So every big moment, it seemed, they turned to A.D. Mitchell. Again, he had 18 end zone targets this year, more than the next closest was half that. And so the guy just came through at every turn, and what a easy guy. He just fit right into the locker room. He didn't try to Bigfoot anyone. He wasn't a me guy. Hell, in interview, you wanted him to talk more in interviews. He's a very, he just gives you kind of the bare minimum. We know he's funny. We know he's a big personality. Hell, his dad was a stand-up comedian on Def Jam Comedy. He was just everything you could ask for.
That's what I'm saying. Like, somebody on the Coda text line 512-222-9328 is trying to clown me for giving him the lifetime Longhorn title. If you don't think Adonai Mitchell's a lifetime Longhorn and he doesn't have, I guess, I don't know, every time he comes back to Austin and every time he goes and eats at a restaurant, somebody's going to pay for his meal if they notice him, you've lost your rabbit-ass mind for all the things that you just said, Chip. Like, he came in, wasn't a me guy. All he did was produce, and it showed that he loved playing at Texas. Like, he was talking about before the season how this team had a chance to get to the college football playoff and potentially win a national championship. He bought in to Steve Sarkisian's culture that Sark's been building for the last 3 years. So hell freaking yeah, Adonai Mitchell's a lifetime Longhorn. If you don't think so in 1 year, then hey, it is what it is. Kevin Durant was here for 6 freaking months. Is he a lifetime Longhorn? Get the hell out of my face. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, that's ignorant to say. Like, look what the dude did. Look what he provided. The Texans wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for Adonai Mitchell. They'd be in the Alamo Bowl again. If that. So, yeah, that dude's a lifetime Longhorn. Absolutely. I might throw that around. Hey, say what you want about that. But Adonai Mitchell, every Texas fan that comes within his graces, needs to shake his hand and tell him thank you, because that 1 year that he had, 2023, very special. And now when he goes off to the NFL and when he does, the Sunday night Carrie Underwood game where all those guys say, oh, they say their name, then they say their school, I think he's going to say Texas before Georgia. He might say both, but he's damn sure going to say Texas. So, hey, that dude, he had a lot of pride coming there. And he's a Houston kid, Chip. He's a Houston kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, he understood what the front of the jersey meant all season long. Yeah, man, get out of here. Y'all tripping. Y'all trying to get my blood going today. I feel you. Keep it coming, though. 512-222-9328. I appreciate you guys. All of you. Adnan Mitchell is a lifetime Longhorn. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Jalen Ford has just made it official. He tweeted at 1:06 that he is moving on. So Jalen Ford, you can add Jalen Ford to the list of stay or go guys who are going. And I misspoke. Texas will lose its top 5 pass catchers from last year because Jonathan Brooks was number 5, and he is moving on to enter his name in the NFL draft. So, it's funny, Zay, because I've been talking to guys who are like, why would Quinn come back when he's got to break in a whole new receiving core and his stock is plenty high. So, this is going to be interesting. Because look, you got Matthew Golden coming in, you've got Jonte Cook, you got Ryan Wingo, who everyone says is a freak, and a guy who might be able to catch on quickly like Xavier Worthy did. Xavier Worthy's best year from a yardage standpoint and touchdowns was his freshman year.
That's right.
He never reached those numbers again, but defenses started to adjust to him. His life got a lot better this year with Adonai Mitchell in the receiving core, but he still didn't get to 1,000 yards. But this is going to be fascinating because Quinn Ewers, and obviously he's been in practice with Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore and Ryan Niblett and all these guys. But it's a lot of production that is walking out the door from a pass receiving standpoint.
Yeah, and I don't really think Quinn Ewers has many options. I mean, he's not the guy, or at least the type of guy, in my opinion, to transfer. So I don't think really a lot of GMs are going to be making that call like, oh, this Quinn Ewers guy, we got to get him on our roster. I think if he'll enter, he'll get drafted, but he'll be a second and third round day to where next season in 2025, the quarterback class is not going to be as thick. Even if you're bringing in guys like Jonte Cook and Matthew Golden from U of H, and we know Ryan Wingo, as you said, he has a lot of hype, and I expect Ryan Niblett and DeAndre Moore to get a lot of love next season too. All those guys are very unproven at Texas, but I think Quinn Ewers, that's his best shot. I mean, he'll get better. He'll get more mature. He's seen more defensive looks. And if he could have a good season with those wide receivers that we just named and all the ones that you just lost, then, hey, that's going to turn a lot of heads in the NFL, and you'll probably potentially be a first-round pick. So, yeah, I think Quinn Ewers still his best option is coming back, whether, Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, Jonathan Brooks, JT Sanders, Jordan Linton, they all gone, man. That hurts. That hurts, man. That's a ton of production. And all those guys, leadership too. I mean, Sark, this might be one of Sark's toughest jobs as a head coach, even going back to USC and Washington when he had less talent coming into this first year in the SEC. So, hey, it's Texas. It shouldn't really be rebuild. It should just be regroup, and we'll see if the Horns can do it. But, yeah, you just got to salute all those guys that put their name in the draft right now. I mean, you worked hard to get to the college football playoff. Some guys, you got to strike while the iron's hot. I know some people are still questioning, Jonathan Brooks, why would he do this? Because of his, ACL injury, should come back and rehab and stuff. No, Jonathan Brooks, especially what the value is for running back, it's best for him to go to the NFL because unlike wide receiver and quarterback, the running back class isn't as thick. So he's capitalizing on that right now and taking advantage of that as he should. But yeah, Xavier Worthy, JT Sanders, Adonai Mitchell, like they've done enough these last 3 years or Adonai this last 1 year. And yeah, now it's time to go. That's what you want when you get to the college football playoff and have the success that this 2023 team did. And that's how you bring in more recruits and more transfer portal guys because they see the development from the coaches. They see the results from winning games and having over 10-win seasons and beating high-quality teams that allows you to get drafted. And, yeah, that's what you want at this point, for Texas football that we haven't seen in the last decade and some change.
Yeah, keep an eye on Bryson Rogers, too, the receiver from Ohio State, who is visiting Alabama. I think he's visiting Texas this upcoming weekend. And he's a redshirt freshman who has gotten a lot of buzz because he's just like he's got blazing speed and he said Will Howard ain't it too, because that Ohio State's wide receiver you right now with Olave and Harrison Jr. and Garrett Wilson and the list goes on. That's weird. That's very weird. So the only thing I can think of is this dude Will Howard. I don't know if he's an Ohio State guy. He might be cool for Kansas State and Colin Klein's system, but now Colin Klein's off the College Station and Will Howard's out here talking about we got to beat Michigan and shit. That sounds gravy, but I don't know if Will Howard's the dude. Like if I'm a receiver and I'm looking at Will Howard, I'm like, all right, sure, I guess, but you're a long way out. I know Kyle McCord didn't give him as much as they would have hoped of, but yeah, you're a long way out from Justin Fields and CJ Stroud. Yeah, Bryson Rogers, 6'2", 185 pounds. He's got from what I'm hearing, awesome, catch radius, great speed. He's from Florida. And so Wiregrass Ranch, Florida, Zephyr Hills, Florida. So just keep an eye on that one because he's a name I've heard that I think Texas is very keyed in on as a potential transfer portal addition to the offense. And look, you got Ryan Wingo, you got Freddie Dubose coming in, you got Parker Livingstone coming in, and
the next Shipley.
Yeah, the tall Shipley.
He's tall, huh?
He's 6'4".
Okay.
Can run. He can run. Don't sleep on him.
And country as hell. I've been seeing this fit out there with the cowboy hats and stuff. Yeah, Shipley country as hell too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Chris Jackson said, he is born and bred Texas. He is going to be all about our culture.
Yep.
And everyone's like, can that white boy run and catch? That's what we need to know.
That's what I'm saying.
That white boy run and catch.
That's why I always fear. I've said it with you multiple times. When a white boy that's a receiver signs with Texas, there's a different pressure on the dude. It's just that Jordan Shipley set the bar so high. He's the greatest wide receiver to ever put on the burnt orange, and he's Caucasian. It's amazing. It's all the brothers that have lined up and pointed at that ref before the snap. All the brothers. We got a white boy. That's the best receiver ever. So every time a white boy comes in, the first thought that Texas fans have is he going to be the next Shipley. That's what it is. Oh boy, that I don't even remember his name. That transferred to USC. What's his name?
Jake Smith.
Jake Smith couldn't handle it. Jake Smith that's what they were saying about Jake. They were like, Jake got this speed. He could be the next Shipley. Even Shipley's brother had to deal with it. It was worse for him. I can't even remember his first name right now. Jackson. It was rough for him because they were like, dog, you good and all, but you supposed to be like bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Jackson, it was tough. Feel bad for him. So Parker Livingstone, you gonna feel it. You're gonna feel it very soon. Once you touch down on the campus, what is that? Next week? Once you touch down on the campus, you're just gonna have it, and you ain't gonna be able to help it. You ain't gonna be able to stop it. Embrace it as much as you can. Work hard, try to be your own man. But oh yeah, man, Jordan Shipley, that's special. That's a special dude.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, look, when A.D. Mitchell left Georgia, everyone was like, oh, man, Georgia. They lost Todd Monken to the Ravens. They lost Stetson Bennett to being 26 years old. They lost Carson, then Carson Beck rolled in, new receivers rolled in, and Georgia was right there. So that's going to be the ultimate challenge for Texas because you've got most of your offensive line coming back with Jake Majors saying he's coming back. You got 4 of your 5 starters. I think there's a lot of excitement about Cam Williams at the tackle position. And then, defensive line wise, Alfred Collins saying he's coming back with Vernon Broughton is a big deal. Barron Sorrell saying he's coming back is a big deal. Because I think you've got some guys who are coming. Colin Simmons could be special as a freshman. He could be Ant Hill type special. And if you can have those guys up front who can stop the run and you got some pass rush help coming in, then that certainly helps your defense because you're going to be starting over at safety. I mean, outside of Michael Taft, Jaron Thompson's moving on. Keaton Crawford's in the portal. You've got Andrew Makuba coming in from Clemson, and you've got Derek Williams, who I think is going to be just fine. And I like the corner situation. They just got to get all tied together and connected. And that's, Jahdae Barron, he accepted his Senior Bowl invitation. I don't know what I know he's talking things over, but I still had sources saying he's still 70-30 gone. So I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting because he had a tough year. I mean, he did not have the year he wanted, and some of his worst games were at the end. So, look, I think Jahdae Barron's going to be fine. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's looking at and that. But, yeah, as of today, trying to replace all that receiving or pass catching talent, I should say, because JT Sanders is in there. Jonathan Brooks is in there. They were both among the top 5. That's a lot, but they've been recruiting like crazy at that position. So next man up, let's see. I've heard great things about Ryan Niblett. Let's see what Ryan Niblett's got. DeAndre Moore, they think he's a slot receiver. They also think Ryan Niblett's a slot receiver. So let's see what we got. Ryan Wingo's an outside receiver. And, Matt Golden's an outside receiver. Matt Golden will probably walk in as the replacement for A.D. Mitchell. Who knows what Bryson Rodgers has? Hell, Texas might be just fine at the pass catching position. We know Gunnar Helm is going to be the, tight end 1.
Yeah, which is huge.
And there was a weird thing over the weekend where Juan Davis showed up in the portal and then he disappeared from the portal. And
I saw that.
The way that Jeff Banks, the tight ends coach, was talking to me about Juan Davis down at the Sugar Bowl, They're like, this guy has maybe the best hands on the team. So if JT Sanders is moving on, there is no reason for Juan Davis to be moving on. This is his chance. This is going to be his chance to show what he can do. He's ahead of, Spencer Shannon and Will Randall, the two young guys they recruited. They're excited about Jordan Washington, the incoming tight end, but Gunnar Helm is your do-it-all guy. He can block. He's a better blocker than JT Sanders. He can catch. Now he's not going to run away from people, but they should be okay at tight end is what I'm trying to say. That's the long-winded way of saying I think they're going to be okay at tight end. I mean, they got lucky. Everyone except, JT had the ankle and he missed, like a game and a half, but
should have missed more than that. Red River shootout.
But Gunnar Helm, he stayed healthy and he showed up. He's productive. So
yeah, you forgot to mention on the defensive side, incoming transfer from UTSA, Trey Moore on the end. I think he can mix it up a little bit too to go along with Colin Simmons coming in. As you mentioned, Barron Sorrell and Alfred Collins coming back. So Ethan Burke, I haven't heard anything from him, but I'm assuming he's coming back just because he can't enter the draft. But again, this is a dude that's from Westlake High School. I feel like he wants to stay at Texas. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of a transition going into 2024. That's why I repeat saying this might be Steve Sarkisian's toughest task because, again, you're going to the SEC. You're riding in on a ton of momentum, so everybody's expecting you. I'm already seeing, like, way too early rankings come out, and Texas is top 4. Somebody had them at 2. Seen them top 5. So everybody's expecting this to be another 10-win team. When we saw the schedule come out a couple of weeks ago, I saw 9-3. That's just me. Just thinking all the overhaul that's happening now, I'm still seeing 9-3. I do feel a lot better about it since then due to guys like Andrew Makuba and, like I mentioned, Trey Moore and, all the signings that you're getting. But still, like, a lot of those guys, Jalen Ford, that's tough to replace, man. Like, just his IQ, his leadership. We know Jerondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. That's tough to replace. I also feel good about the defensive backs. I think Terrence Brooks, he shows flashes of being a really good corner, but he also shows flashes of just being a little immature in certain situations. I know Malik Muhammad, he had a really good freshman year. I think he's only going to get better from that, along with the guys coming in like Xavier Filsaime and Kobe Black. I think it's going to be good for them to, get a taste early as an early enrollee. But yeah, we knew this was going to happen. We were kind of bracing ourselves for it all year long. That's why we kept talking about this 2023 team to just capitalize on every opportunity. And I think they did, as just frustrating as the Washington loss was. And just knowing all the plays that you wish Texas could have back, from Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter fumbling to Quinn, not throwing the back shoulder on the last play, or freaking Sark and Jeff Banks sitting dadgum Keelan Robinson out there with a clubbed hand on kickoff return, stuff like that. It's still a very successful season, and you're one of the top 4 teams in the nation. So you got to love what you did. I saw Sark at the basketball game, which we'll get to the basketball team, unfortunately, and during the right call. Stay tuned for that, y'all, around 2:45. Unfortunately, I have to talk about that shit. But, seeing Sark and L'Oreal at the game, you could tell Sark was – that loss still hurts, man. Like, I'm glad he's out showing his face and stuff, but you could just tell, like, when they showed him, it was like, oh, Sark – it still hurts because those opportunities don't come around very often to get that close and not fully get over the hump, and it's tough to swallow. But at the end of the day, you've put yourself in a situation to where guys want to come to Texas again. You heard Xavier Filsaime talk about it. If you're from Texas, you should want to put on that burnt orange. It is, it is what it is. It's the state school. The resources are there. Now you're winning again. You trust that Stark and the development's going to be there. Oh, you can't say that they're not putting guys in the league because, again, look what the 2023 team is doing. All these guys entering the draft, about to get drafted. Like, everything's going in the right direction. So as tough as next season's going to be, I think they got still a lot of guys that could surprise a lot of people.
What is this? Juan Davis, haha. Don't be laughing at Juan Davis. Let's give him a chance. I want to see what he's all about. He's been in the pipeline for 3 years. He's got to be, he catches the ball like unbelievably. Like Jeff Banks was telling me all the one-handed catches the guy's made in practice all year. I'm not laughing.
I can't stand shit like that, man. Why do coaches do that, man? Dude don't get no clock all year long, but he's at practice Antonio Gates. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess you have to talk positive about these guys to keep them around in a way. But if I'm hearing all that, why ain't he playing? Why ain't he playing more? Why ain't he getting more looks?
Can he get a little sugar? Can he get a little?
That's what I'm saying. Let the boy get a little bit.
Can he get a little
bit? I know it's tough. JT Sanders and Gunnar Helm, they do their thing. But, yeah, Ike, we got to go out at Iverson on them. Practice. We talking about practice.
Hey, that's where it starts, Ike. That's where it starts.
Nah, man.
That's where you start to show what you can do. Man. A lot of people.
That's what Steve. You sound like Cece right now, man. Cece always get on my mind. Like, come on, Cece. We put in all the hours. It's game time. Yeah, I'm struggling in practice today, but in the game, I'll be ready. Come on, coach. Like, I just took a test. I just took an exam. It was 2 or 3 hours. You want me to come out here and shoot 300 shots? Come on, man. Y'all talking crazy. Come on. Let's wait till the game, baby. I'll show my shit there.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Talking about practice. Yeah, here's a good this is a good call. CB is on fire today. Remember John Harris? Dude was nothing but a practice body, and then all of a sudden he got in. I want to say 2017. And went for 1,000 yards, was playing with the Eagles for a minute. So yeah, sometimes they just need an opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, ask Ollie Gordon about an opportunity. Know what I'm saying? Ollie Gordon, the way that it was going for Oklahoma State, getting blown out by South Alabama and stuff, if he didn't go to Mike Gundy and be like, yo, Mike, what the hell are we doing? I'm one of the best running backs in the nation. Give me the ball. And Mike was like, okay, I guess so. And look what happened. Doak Walker Award winner. Even though I would have given it to Jonathan Brooks, but I'm a little bit biased. Still, he won the Doak Walker Award. Like you said, Chip, just got to give a person an opportunity.
Well, that's the thing. The way Sarkisian recruits, the way this staff recruits, Sarkisian knows what he's looking at. Like, he added Xavier Worthy to that first signing class, and the dude went out there and set all the freshman receiving records. Like, Sark knows how to evaluate guys who can get open in his offense. So I don't have any doubt about these receivers fighting it out and whoever ends up on the field being a difference maker. And then you got Quinn Ewers throwing it to you, a guy who's, got going on his third year in the Sarkisian offense. Watch tonight's game and see how much that experience matters, because I've been thinking Michigan's just going to run it down there. No, they're not. I don't care how good. I don't care how good Michigan's pass defense is. Michigan struggled to get to 20 points against Alabama. Now, I'm just saying, if JJ McCarthy was all that and the running game was all that, then they would have scored more than 20 in regulation. And I woke up today absolutely feeling like Michael Penix is going to do it again, and I'll take Washington.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take Washington. Yeah, Do-Rag Penix ain't playing no games. You know, again, seeing it in person, it changes you. What I saw last Monday, shit, man. Texas was there. That's what I'm saying. Surgeon, putting it on the money, you know, just not even phased, just straight up, just looking around. Oh, here come Byron Murphy. Excuse me. Oh, here come Ethan Burke. Sorry. Then just still being able to keep his eyes up the field and just throw darts, man. Like like Michigan, they better have something because that dude. And then I saw Dame Lillard, the Bucks Dame Lillard. He's giving those guys shoes and stuff before the game because they're an Adidas team, and Dame Lillard's the head honcho of Adidas basketball. And I'm just like, oh man, yeah, they're locked in. They're locked in. You could just tell Kalen DeBoer, which, again, I'm going to keep saluting Kalen DeBoer because I did question him coming from D2 ranks or whatever he was at, Sioux Falls.
D2.
Yeah, it was D2. Okay. Winning all those championships and stuff. And I was like, all right, but this ain't D2. Steve Sarkisian's been here before, this and that. Kalen DeBoer said, Zay, that don't mean shit. My team, they're going to be ready. My coaches, they going to be ready. Ryan Grubb was dialing it up. And, yeah, that's what you saw in the Sugar Bowl. So, sorry, Kalen. I'm sorry I doubted you. I damn sure don't want Jimmy Harbaugh with his cheating ass to win. I always be an asterisk on that championship if Michigan gets the dub tonight. And, obviously, the team that beat Texas, I'd rather them win anyway. So, yeah, I might be a little biased, but also just the way Penix is playing and no Michael Irvin. He does not look like Michael Vick. Michael, are you on the crack cocaine again, bruh? Like they're left-handed, but they don't play alike, dog. They don't play alike. Instead of Michael Penix dodging and throwing up the field, Michael Vick would have dodged and taken off. Michael Vick did have a hell of an arm, but that was a weird comparison. I don't know where it came from, but sure, if you want to say they're both black and left-handed, that's the only comparison I got there. Other than that, no. But Michael Penix, yeah, he's an assassin himself.
Well, and the craziest rumor I've heard in the last week is that if Harbaugh leaves for the NFL, Kalen DeBoer would be Michigan's top target. So just put that in your back pocket as you're watching this game tonight, because, I'm listening to Adam Schefter, who went to Michigan and is as plugged into the NFL world as there is. The fact that Harbaugh hired Don Yee as his agent, and Don Yee is like big time NFL agent, makes everyone suspect that Jim Harbaugh could be coaching his last game on the Michigan sideline tonight, and then heading off to coach the Chargers with Justin Herbert and whatever they got on their roster. And would Kalen DeBoer, with 9 6-year seniors move on? I mean, you're going to the Big Ten. Do you want to be at the number one school in the Big Ten, or do you want to try to recruit to Seattle against, you're going to try and convince California kids to play half their games in the middle of the country? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd leave. Sorry. That paper's different. Yeah, I'd leave in a heartbeat. Penix is gone. All those guys are gone. Take your crew with you, Kalen DeBoer. Get that paper and have some big-time success in Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's sometimes it's just the right time. That's no knock on Seattle, but everything you just named is a little bit more difficult. Those Michael Penix guys, they don't come around very often. So that receiver core doesn't come around very often. They did a good job of in a way inheriting those guys. They developed, yes, but this is only year 2. You know, you got Michael Penix in because you were his coordinator at IU, but some of those other guys, they've been there for a little bit, and you did a good job of keeping them. So, yeah, that would make sense, man. That would really make sense. I wouldn't knock him for it whatsoever, you know. And as far as hardball goes, I don't know. That Justin Herbert, yeah, that's good. And Los Angeles is fun, but I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I mean, if and this is what every Michigan fan is convincing themselves of as to how this game goes, because they saw the running lanes were there for Texas, and that Michigan will be more belligerent, stubborn. If they see running lane opportunities, they're going to take them. I'm fascinated to see if that is indeed the case, if they're able to keep Penix off the field, because there were 3 games this year where Washington had a sizable time of possession disadvantage against Utah, against Oregon, and they still won because when they had to make big plays in the passing game, they made them. Even if it was a 1-minute drive or a 2-minute drive, they got the points they needed. Yeah. I just don't think Penix, I think he's on a different level.
And they're a timely defense too, Chip. Like Muhammad, he can make plays back there. You saw Braylon Trice punching out balls for fumbles in the Sugar Bowl. They've been doing shit like that all year long. You know, like the stats might not show it, but timely plays, their defense will make them. Big 4th down stops, they'll do it. Get a big interception to swing momentum or punch out for a fumble, they'll do it. So I wouldn't be shocked if they force a couple of turnovers tonight one bit. Because, again, like they might get gutted sometimes, but then all of a sudden they'll just make a big play to put the ball in Penix's hands. And, again, with that offense, with the momentum swung like that offense, they just ride it and continue putting up points. So, yeah, I hope it's a good game. That's all I want tonight.
Yeah.
I just want to watch a good game.
I think it will be. CB asked, is Dwayne Akina coming from Arizona with Johnny Nansen? I think Dwayne Akina is probably going to get a strong consideration for the Arizona defensive coordinator position because Dwayne Akina is really good. I mean, that would be a great hire, but I just think that he's probably going to get a good look at the defensive coordinator position at Arizona. So Akina is the man. I mean, when Texas was DBU, it was Dwayne Akina. Yep. He was the one coaching Aaron Ross, Michael Griffin, Earl Thomas. Akina is he's big time. So, and if you're just tuning in, Jalen Ford has announced that he is moving on, that he will indeed go to the Senior Bowl and begin his pro career. So a lot to digest from the weekend. Again, Baron Sorrell says he's coming back. Ryan Watts says he's leaving. Jake Majors says he's coming back. Jalen Ford says he's leaving. I reported this morning, A.D. Mitchell expected to announce soon that he'll be entering the NFL draft. But Jonathan Brooks has declared for the NFL draft. J.T. Sanders is moving on to the NFL. Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford, 2 safeties who got a lot of run, are in the portal. And so is Trill Carter, which tells me that Texas is they probably like their position for Jamari Caldwell, who is the Houston defensive tackle. There was rumblings that Jamari might stay at Houston if the defensive staff, if his position coach stayed, but he's still taking visits. So Jamari Caldwell is someone Texas has had their eye on as a portal target. And so keeping an eye on that one as well. We'll talk to our man, Hank Murphy tomorrow, get the latest on all of that. And of course, Isaiah Nair has committed to Nebraska and Jalen Catalan has committed to UNLV.
University of Texas, Las Vegas.
The University of Texas, Las Vegas.
But they got him and Casey Kane, right?
Yeah. Brennan Marion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Brennan Marion. I see what you're doing over there. I understand your game. I get it.
Yeah, Brennan's he's got that personality, man. He can recruit. And of course, Alfred Collins staying. Big news that Alfred Collins is staying, because I think that gives the Texas, I mean, obviously Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau. The interesting thing is we talk about Jalen Ford moving on, is that in talking to Jeff Choate before he, remember he coached the team through the bowl game, so he was there for the Sugar Bowl, and asked him about, okay, who's the middle linebacker next year? And he said, I could see it being a rotation of Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau. And he said he called Leonga Lafau an elite pass dropper. He said this dude has radar in his zone drops that is like beyond. He said it's unbelievable.
See, here we go again. Why ain't he playing then? What do we do? What does that mean?
Well,
that's elite. If you're elite at anything, you need at 10 snaps at least. Hell, Jalen Ford played the whole game, Red River Shootout. I love David Benda. I love Anthony Hill. But if we got a guy that's elite at something like that, why isn't he touching the field? Like that's wild. Like what? All right, continue. I'm sorry. Wow.
Yeah. No, it's and then we're still waiting on David Benda to because David Benda can play middle. So if you want Ant Hill to have that flexibility to move around, then Benda, who can play anywhere, Leonga Lafau, who is really a middle, and then you've got Darren Gillette, who can play outside linebacker. You've got Anthony Hill, who can play anywhere and is not a great pass dropper yet, but give him time because he wants to be great. So I don't ever doubt guys who want to be great from improving and becoming, special at whatever they want to be special at. But, Jalen Ford was the connector between the front and back of the defense. And that part, after having all that experience, that part is going to be interesting to see who can step into that vocal role, because Anthony Hill got a lot in his freshman year and made a lot of plays. Maybe he's ready. He could be. He is an alpha. Full shot.
Yeah, Anthony Hill, what a freshman year. I mean, again, every time he hit somebody, you heard it. Like his hits were as hard as anybody, probably the hardest hitter on this team. And as a freshman, that says a lot. So yeah, there's things that he did as a freshman too that just came with a lack of experience. I remember the Wyoming game where he wasn't in this gap and they gave up that like 60-something yard run. And, just a couple of times he missed his assignment. But if Anthony Hill knows exactly where to go and knows exactly what to do, he's going to be an impact player like we saw mostly of this season. So, yeah, I expect him to kind of take over that leadership role, even if David Benta comes back. I think Ant Hill, like you said, him just being the alpha guy that he is, I think he wants that responsibility. He wants to be the guy that's the leader on the defense and make his mark on every play in every game. So, yeah, it's only been year one. Let's see what he is in year two, and hopefully he has guys around him that can help him be productive.
Yeah, this from Rex St. Charles, Dwayne Aquina, great DB coach, but his stint as defensive coordinator under Mac was average at best. Yes, it was. Larry McDuff, that was when Mac brought in Greg Robinson to be an analyst, and Greg Robinson ultimately took over the defense. RIP Greg Robinson, by the way. But Aquina, you cannot doubt, one of the best defensive backs coaches in the last 20 years in the college game. Fantastic. I mean, love Dwayne Aquina. I think all the DBs who played under Dwayne Aquina swear by him. So this is an interesting question here from Shaq. Where does Jelani McDonald play with all the safeties we've recruited and brought in? He can play nickel or he can play safety. And I think it's going to be an interesting battle at nickel because you've got Jalen Gilbo, who's a little undersized. And then you've got Jelani McDonald, who's 6'2" and thick, but can move. I'm fascinated by Jelani McDonald. So if that's going to be a competition, I mean, Austin Jordan is in there too. Austin Jordan is a Denton Ryan product. He is a warrior. I like Austin Jordan. He just needs time in a position. He's working at nickel too. So that's going to be a hell of a position battle in the spring. I will say that.
Yeah, in 2022, before he injured his ankle, Jalen Gilbo was good. Like him and Jahdae Barron, they were both really productive out there. Then when Jalen Gilbo got hurt and missed a few games, I want to say he probably missed the rest of the season. Whenever he got hurt with that ankle, it became Jahdae Barron's role, and he took it over and ran with it. And we haven't really seen Jalen Gilbo, get back to that point. I thought against Houston, he was pretty solid too. The game that they were nervous to not play Jahdae Barron, and they end up mucking that up, and Jahdae Barron played and ended up making the play of the game at the very end. But, yeah, I still have a lot of faith in Jalen Gilbo. I don't think he was quite 100%, not necessarily. He probably was physically, but I don't know if he was there mentally where he was like, okay, I'm confident enough to be as good as I was before I got hurt. I think coming into this year in 2024, given the opportunity and just having another year healthy, I think Jalen Gilbo could surprise a lot of people. And if Barron were to leave, I think he could step into that star spot and be good for the Horns. But yeah, just kind of like you want every position to be iron sharpens iron. You want it to be a competition battle, even Quinn Ewers, we know it's his job, but hey, it's okay that Arch Manning's breathing down your neck a little bit. That breath might be hot too. Hey, it is what it is. Don't mess up. That's all that's what it is. Like, don't mess up. Don't have bad games. You don't have bad games, you ain't got nothing to worry about. So that's what it is for everybody. Like, that's sports. That's life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you mess up in any job, you will get replaced / fired. So it just it is what it is. It comes with the territory. But yeah, I think Jalen Gilbo, there's something about the Port Arthur native that I really like, man. Even though he's undersized, he's tough. He's tough.
Yeah.
I just think he needs that opportunity. And if he gets that, I think he can make the best of it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really and Warren Roberson. Like, I cannot tell you how many guys have told me about Warren Roberson at corner. So throw him in the battle because Roberson is just an athletic and tough, loves contact. I'm really eager to see some of these dudes battle it out because I really like Terrence Brooks. I really like Malik Muhammad. I think Malik Muhammad is walk-in day one boundary corner. Like, I'll be amazed. But look, if someone beats him out, okay, that means they're really good because Malik Muhammad, let me make sure I'm saying this right, but yeah, Malik Muhammad had the second highest pass coverage grade on the team. Believe it or not, like 1/10 of a point behind Jaron Thompson. And Malik Muhammad had solid grades across the board. Like, he was one of the highest rated defensive players, period, with an overall grade of 78.5 from PFF, Pro Football Focus, and a grade of 70 or higher is considered above average. So Malik Muhammad was, he and Gavin Holmes, believe it or not, right there in terms of their overall play. And I don't know what, Gavin Holmes has eligibility remaining.
I see what he's about at the slot spot. I don't know if he wants to play that or if he's ever played the start position, but guarding those inside receivers, he looks like a guy that has the quickness to maybe do that. Now, does he have the mechanics and just the technique to do it? That's to be determined, but I don't know. That's somebody that with this thick secondary room, you might want to look at if you're having questions at the star spot, because he could be a bit undersized on the outside, dealing with those bigger wide receivers. And yeah, going back to Manny Muhammad, that touchdown that Jalen Polk had where Manny dove and basically tipped it, and Jalen Polk tipped it and then caught it in the end zone. Like, a lot of receivers probably don't make that catch. Jalen Polk's a Sunday guy, so he makes that catch. You know what I'm saying? That's good D. Like, I don't know what else you want Malik Muhammad to be. Obviously, you want him to actually deflect it, but he was right there. And he wasn't out of position very often all season long. So we knew just the rumblings around campus before the season started, how much he was giving these other cornerbacks a run for their money for position. And being a kid from South Oak Cliff High School, winning the state championship there, I knew he was going to come in fearless. Come on, man. You grew up in Oak Cliff. Come on. You grew up in Oak Cliff. You've seen some shit. That's kind of like when them little badass kids and boys in the hood were like, I want to go see a dead body. Like, that's one of those moments. Malik Muhammad might have had those moments. I don't know. I'm speculating, but we're talking about Oak Cliff, Dallas, Texas here. The dude probably seen some shit. So he going to come into Texas like, oh, man, this ain't scary. This is fun. Playing against the best, this is fun. This is what I do. This is what I live for. And it's in his blood. Why? Because his cousin, kinfolk, playing in the national championship tonight, and he probably going to get drafted. So those dudes, man, they're cut from a different cloth. And I love stories like that when you got family, brothers, cousins, whatever, that also play at a high level because it's all about business. You know what I'm saying? They were raised right. They were around the right coaches, etc. So Malik Muhammad, I'd find it very far out if somebody came in and tried to take any of his playing time. It seems like Terrence Brooks going to be looking over his shoulder a little bit, which, hey, makes sense. Malik Muhammad, not so much. He'll be tested, but he won't be looking over his shoulder like Terrence Brooks or Gavin Holmes, some of those other guys.
All right, now you're going to call me a homer, okay? But my man Sam Laporta with the Lions.
Yes.
6'3". They list him at 6'3", 245 pounds. Just set the rookie tight end touchdown record in the NFL. Like, that's JT Sanders. That's his measuring stick now.
Interesting.
And JT is 6'3", 245. I mean, they're like mirror images of each other. And I'm just saying, Laporta blocks his ass off. So
they ain't no mirror of each other, man.
Yeah.
If he blocks his ass off. I love JT. He means well, but he whiffed on a lot these last 2 years. He also made some big time blocks too. Let's give him that. He made some big time blocks. One comes to mind, that Quinn Ewers touchdown run against Baylor. JT Sanders, if it wasn't for his blocks, Quinn Ewers would have been tackled probably around the 15 instead of taking it into the end zone. But yeah, we all know that's what JT is going to have to improve on. That's what these scouts are going to look at and say, does he fit in our system? If he don't block, then how can we use him? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, in a way, Kyle Pitts got Arthur Smith fired. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could say Arthur Smith didn't use Kyle Pitts enough, which he didn't. He also didn't use Bijan Robinson enough. He kind of dug his own grave. But, you know, like, there's some big time tight ends that have been drafted as of late that aren't getting utilized like they should. Then you look at guys like Jake Ferguson and Sam Laporta, who haven't played too long in the league, and they're out here getting numbers. So we all know a lot of it depends on who drafts you, you know, who that quarterback is. So hopefully somebody could draft JT Sanders that's going to utilize him the right way and understand what he does very well and put him in that spot to do that very well over and over again so he could have a good career like we think he's going to have.
Yeah, he leaves as the all-time receptions leader among tight ends with 99 catches, one ahead of David Thomas, who, of course, was a 4-year player. JT did it in 3 years. We had a comment earlier about Trey Moore, the transfer from UTSA pass rusher who's coming in. And in my conversations with people who've watched Trey Moore at UTSA, they said, look at his production against teams that aren't very good and look at his production against teams like Tennessee and Texas. And so here from the 2023 season, Trey Moore had 3 sacks against Texas State, 3.5 sacks against UAB, 1.5 sacks against Florida Atlantic, and 3 sacks against East Carolina, and 2 sacks against Rice. 0 sacks, only 1 tackle against Tulane. 4 tackles against Tennessee, no sacks. So, and then in 2022, when they played Texas, he had 2.5 sacks against Florida International, 1 sack against Middle Tennessee, no sacks against Texas, and a 1/2 sack against Houston, who was ranked in 2022. So, look, the guy's got pass rush ability because even getting 14.5 sacks in a single season at that level is legit. It's going to be interesting to see how he deals with going up a notch into the Power 5. And look, you're playing against Michigan next year. You're playing against Georgia. You're in the SEC. So just thought I'd share that. I know people are going to be like, what? I'm like, I'm just telling you, go look at the numbers. Go look at his games and where a bunch of those sacks came from. And does his talent translate to the next level? So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and you got to understand, like, he probably wasn't around big-time heavy hitters for his teammates at UTSA. So when you play against those, you know, Power 5, well, I guess we got to say Power 4 now since the Pac-12 no longer exists, Power 4 conference teams, they're going to focus on the main player on the other side, and Trey Moore was that guy. So when you're the main guy and you're that focused to, okay, we can't let this guy bum rush us and we got to stop him from causing havoc, it's different than when you're at University of Texas and there's multiple guys that can muck the game up to where you can maybe get free and make some big time plays. So I think he'll be around a lot more better players, obviously, which is going to help him out because he won't be the main focus from game to game. So yeah, those stats, they aren't the best, a little worrisome, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And when teams game plan for you the way that the opposing teams probably did for him, you're going to see those numbers from time to time.
Yeah, let me give you some love for Apple Leasing. New year, how about a new car? And how about a car that you're leasing from Apple Leasing, so you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. You're not buying a used car. You're not buying someone else's used problems. You're getting into a brand new car. You're picking everything, interior, exterior. You're getting that new car smell, and you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So they don't care what car you pick. They're just going to get it for you. Whatever you want, you name the make and model, they're going to go get it for you. It's like having a car concierge. And then if you decide 2-3 years into the lease, you want to change make and model of car, no problem. The easy lease, that's what they call it. Everything's easy about Apple Leasing. Get into the car you really want to be driving. And, you lease from a dealership, they're going to lock you into that make and model of car. It's so simple. 346-9977, appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And our good friends at Brain Vault. Look, the new year, you got some new sports going off. And whether your athlete is a flag football player, lacrosse player, a cheerleader, Brain Vault, proven patented mouthguard to reduce the effects of concussion. And it's the mouthguard that Bijan Robinson wears, top of the line college football players. It's going to protect your athlete as well. And if you're the coach or the team mom, they do group fittings. They'll come to you. Just set up an appointment at brainvault.com. And audiovisual consultations, my man Tom McKay, making it so simple for you. Want you to have that man cave or the big screen of your dreams. He's going to bring you the best price on the best big screen. You don't have to do anything but call 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation. All you got to do is call 255-8678. And guess what, kids? Today's Monday, all-night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I know a bunch of y'all went to New Orleans, had great, barbecue shrimp. Well, guess what? The New Orleans barbecue shrimp is on the beginnings menu at Salt Traders, and you're getting $5 off during happy hour, which means you're eating like a king or queen for fast food prices, and you're eating high-end seafood all night happy hour tonight at Salt Traders. You got the location at Zilker and in Round Rock. And of course, Cover 3, the ultimate place to watch your favorite team. Like, you want to watch the national championship game tonight? Get to Cover 3 and inhale some of those Parmesan fries. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. That's what I'm talking about. What's your gut right now, Zay, about who wins tonight?
Washington. Yeah.
Why?
I just think Michael Penix is untouchable right now. Even if you get pressure on him. I know Michigan got pressure on Alabama, 7 sacks on Jalen Milroe, 5 in the first half. But man, the way that Penix is able just to keep his eyes up that field and dodge, different blitzes and just different pass rush lanes. And again, Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan, Westover. You got to worry about Westover, man. That dude was a problem against the Horns. It's just too much. Now, Dylan Johnson not being 100%, that does worry me a little bit, but I think they give the ball to Rodgers, and he could do a little bit with it just because Michael Penix isn't that big of a groove. So, obviously, we know Michigan, what they want to do, keep the ball out of Penix's hands and run the football to do so. But, yeah, man, it's just – Washington playing on another level right now, and if they don't have mistakes, kind of like they did in the Horns game, from the muff punt to roughing Jordan Whittington on the punt also late in the fourth quarter, I think they're going to be just fine.
Well, how about we do this? We have a $50 Cover 3 gift card that we can give away. And why don't we have a pick the winner tonight and score?
Okay.
And the closest wins the $50 Cover 3 gift card.
All right. Put it out now. Don't do it tomorrow, obviously.
Right. So we got timestamps here on the YouTube comments and on the Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Give us your winner and the score, and the closest will get a $50 gift card to Cover 3. How about that?
I like it.
That's a little something for you. So let's see those score predictions for tonight's game. Michigan, Washington. Who you got? The line is Michigan minus 5.5. It's gone up, say. It opened at 4.
That's what I'm saying. Dylan Johnson, how injured is he?
And Jack Westover has a calf injury.
Does he really?
Dylan Johnson's got a foot injury and a knee injury. I mean, wow. I mean, are they trying to tie Michael Penix one hand behind his back, see if he can pull this thing off?
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him, man. I'm telling you.
I wouldn't either. As long as Roma Dunze's playing, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan.
Man, this dude, Michael Penix, after the Sugar Bowl game, he was shouting out the homies in the pen. He was shouting out the lost homies. He was shouting out his hood in Tampa, Florida, and stuff like that. I'm like, oh.
Tampa Tech.
I'm like, this dude is cut from a different cloth, man, while wearing the do-rag, nonetheless. This dude's cut from a different cloth, man. He is. Used to be a runner. Now precision passer. That's 6 years is 6 years. That's a long time playing college football. But I want to see some type of growth. You know what I'm saying? All those leg injuries that you had, okay. He realized I can't do this no more. I can't run like this no more. I can't play like this no more. I know that's what the scouts are going to say when they're going over his whole list on pros and cons. They're going to say, these injuries, they scare us a little bit. But, I mean, are you saying the same thing about, guys like Joe Burrow? Come on now. Joe Burrow's been hurt a lot during his NFL career, but you still take him top 5. So you take that risk for that production, man. Like Michael Penix, he gonna be a steal somewhere. That's just telling you. Seeing that ball fly through the air, man. First play, second play, what was it? Where Jalen Polk just toasted Terrence Brooks and then shook the hell out of Jaron Thompson.
Yeah.
That was what? The
Second play.
Second play. See that
77 yards.
I looked at that thing. I'm over there like, oh my gosh. That is so pretty. And sure enough, this Jalen Polk right on the money. Juking dudes. Good luck, Michigan. Like that. I don't know what Vegas is trying to do. I don't know what they're trying to do. But if Michigan wins tonight, hey, I wouldn't say they deserve it because sign stealing. Remember that, but still.
Here's the thing, and if you're just tuning in, we're gonna do a $50 Cover 3 gift card giveaway. You know, put your score prediction for tonight's national championship game in the comments on the YouTube channel and on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. And as long as your prediction is in before kickoff, you're in. You're in the mix for the $50 gift card at Cover 3. Hopefully we can scroll through these comments all the way back. Otherwise, we need to be writing them all down. But we got you.
Yeah, I think we can when it ends.
We got you.
We'll be able to, or BK will figure it out. He's got it.
Yeah, BK is the man.
Yeah, he's got
Just
it.
kidding, BK. I mean, you are the man, but we'll try to stay on top of it as well. So, by the way, early, it's mixed. It's like half and half right now. So this is good. That means it should be a good game. But here's the thing about Penix. I just think this guy is operating on FM and everyone else is on AM. I mean, he is what he did to Texas's defense. Woo! And for Texas to still have a chance to win it at the end. Man. But Michigan, the thing about Michigan is their special teams were terrible against Alabama.
Awful.
Like that happens again tonight. And that's Texas. They turned it over twice and it killed them. Third quarter. Woo. Washington had the ball 12 minutes, 39 seconds of the 15. That was the longest quarter in Texas football history.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, can we get the offense on the field in the third quarter? Ooh. And people watched that game and the line's still going up for Michigan. I'm like, man, Michael Penix gets no respect.
That's what I'm saying. Like they still got a lot to play for. Like they've been doing this underdog mentality all year long. And Jonathan said, I'm petty like Zay, go blue. Yeah, just because they beat Texas, now you want them to lose. See, I'm the opposite, Jonathan. Like I want the team that beat Texas to go on and win the national championship. But I get what you're doing there. That underdog mentality stuff, if you believe in it, then that could take you a long way. And Kalen DeBoer, that's all the bulletin board material you need. Like, again, you're an undefeated team. You're undefeated all year long. Vegas says that Oregon's going to beat you by 9 points. And you go and beat them. Now people are picking Texas to win. You beat them. Now people are picking Michigan to win. So it's nothing. This ain't uncharted territory or anything. You're very comfortable being in this spot if you're the Huskies. So yeah, I got you dubbed tonight. You know, that's just Michael Penix, man. And again, Braylon Trice needs more credit too. That defense, Muhammad, the tackle that's Polynesian, we can't pronounce his name. Like even though they can be vulnerable, they'll make the plays at the right moment. They're doing it all year long. You know, they'll keep it close when they need to keep it close. They'll make that interception. You know, they were blitzing Quinn Ewers like crazy. That offensive line for Texas was in shambles in that Sugar Bowl last week. Like, they were just missing assignments. Guys were running loose. DJ Campbell looking around. Christian Jones, false starts. Just like a team in Texas that I was very comfortable in the offensive line to handle their business, and they didn't. So I think this Washington team, they could surprise you. And if Michigan doesn't bring it, this could be a double-digit game, in my opinion, with how high-powered that offense is.
Yeah, and the low-scoring games that Washington played in this year were in bad weather.
Right.
Like Oregon State game, the Washington State game. So in the comfortable confines of NRG Stadium, we saw him in a controlled environment in the Superdome. Look pretty good. Just saying.
Pretty good.
Look pretty good. Just saying.
Yo, speaking of NRG, man, shout out to the Houston Texans, man. Shout out to the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud. Well done, fellas. Well done. You got crazy Stephen A. Smith saying, ain't no black coach should ever go to Houston after they did Lovie Smith and my man the year before. They got rid of those dudes 2 years. D'Amico Ryans said, nah, man, hold my beer. Y'all relax. You just got to get the right guys to buy in. Shout out. And also, all the Texans fans that were hating on Lovie Smith, y'all owe him an apology. Oh, Black Santa Claus, y'all need to say sorry to him because all I heard was Lovie Smith's an effing idiot. Damn him. He should have been fired for winning that game against the Colts in 2022 and allowing the Texans to get the second pick instead of number one. Hey, a lot of these Carolina Panther fans are already out on the Bryce Young thing, which is unfair to him. Like, let's give a guy a little bit of time. I mean, Troy Aikman went 1 for 11 and Peyton Manning threw like 27 interceptions his first year. So let's give some guys grace here. But still, CJ Stroud, yeah, he looks like that dude. 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, breaking records, one of the biggest touchdown to interception ratios we've ever seen. Like, that's so impressive, man. Like, that's what the Texans did this year, winning that division, and the Jaguars, they coughed it up. Like, Texas fans, you should be happy that wide receiver coach Chris Jackson's there because those wide receivers this season for Jacksonville, they ain't live up with Calvin Ridley, by the way. They definitely didn't live up to what they did in 2022. So if you don't think coaching's a big deal, to hell it ain't. It is. It's a very big deal from everybody. So yeah, man, shout out to the Texans. They deserve that AFC South, and they got the Browns coming into town, NRG, next week or this week coming up, Sunday, I think. And it's gonna be a good matchup. That's gonna be a good matchup because the Browns beat the hell out of them a couple of weeks ago, and Amari Cooper broke some records in that ass whooping, like 200 and something 60 yards through the air. They better find out where number 2 is. But yeah, CJ Stroud, it seemed like every time he takes the snap, he's gonna give you a chance to win. I like that dude, man. He's shown me a lot because I didn't know about him. That whole Ohio State curse, like that kind of can muck with you a little bit. Ohio State quarterback curse. It's just like, all right, CJ Stroud, are you going to be the next one to just underachieve when you get to that next level? And again, it's only been 1 year, but to win the division, you're going to win Rookie of the Year. You got a first-year head coach, and now you win your division and you're in the playoffs. And in the way, the AFC is kind of wide open. Like, Baltimore's probably picked to win it. They won it all, but still, it's Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. He hasn't proven anything in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes and them boys, they don't look as good, which I get not playing Patrick Mahomes this week, Chip, but with how bad they've been, you want some type of chemistry and some type of just flow going into the playoffs. You're just trusting Patrick Mahomes at this point. Miami didn't look good yesterday. Buffalo's look good as of late, but it's still wide open in the AFC. NFC too. Wide open. Wide open. This is one of the most – I have no idea who's going to win the Super Bowl. No idea. Cowboys have a good shot. Like, I have zero idea of who's going to win it.
Well, I mean, the Ravens, I think you still have to say are the favorites. But to yours and my credit, you and I both picked the Texans in our picks, and we both won. We both went 2-1 in our picks. You had the Texans and the Chiefs. You had the Chiefs plus 3.5. They won. you had the Dolphins plus 2.5, and they lost. I had Detroit minus 3.5. They won and covered. Texans covered. And my stupid pick of the week was the Commanders to cover the 13. That was.
Oh, man.
I told you that was a bad pick. I said, do not follow that pick.
Woo.
But my other picks were Saints minus 3 and Vegas minus 3. Those were nice.
Yeah. Yeah, Arthur Smith, happy Black Monday, dog. Him and Ron Rivera, happy Black Monday. Both of those coaches got the boot. And Arthur Smith, like,
well, how about first of all, how about the ending of that game?
That's where I was getting to. Yes, thank you, Chip.
They're supposed to take the victory formation, and Jameis Winston overrules Dennis Allen, and they run it in for a touchdown. They look like they're going to do the victory formation, and then they run it in for a touchdown. And Arthur Smith runs over to Dennis Allen's like, what the bleep was that? And Dennis Allen's like, I told him to take a knee. And like, what does that say about Dennis Allen, his command and control of that team?
Zero.
Like, do you fire Jameis Winston immediately?
Oh, yeah. You get rid of his toxic ass. Yes. Yeah.
Like Dennis Allen, it's like, dude, I told you to take a knee.
That's so classless, Jameis Winston. That's just, when you're in victory formation, that's bad. If they were just like running the play, normal formation, power eye, wishbone, whatever, cool. But victory formation, and then you run it in, that's wild. And you're already up by 20-something. That's wild, Jameis. And look, it's the NFL, whatever, but yeah, Jameis Winston, you deserve to, because again, you're showing up your coach too. You're showing up your coach. And do I think Arthur Smith should have said something? No, Arthur Smith, you don't have any right to say anything. It's your fault that you went 7-10 3 straight years, and you're not utilizing Bijan Robinson. The fact that Bijan Robinson broke like the total yardage record for rookies in Atlanta, I don't know how he did that. That just shows how freaking good he is, because he barely got the ball all year. Like, that just shows how great Bijan Robinson is, because he barely got the pill all season long. And Arthur Smith, him and that Tyler Algier, just trying to give him too much love. Like, that's what cost him his job. You know what I'm saying? And they should have stuck with, I know people are going to say I'm a homer because I love Taylor Heineke, and yeah, I do, but it's more of a joking thing. On the real, Desmond Ridder should have been on the bench a long time ago. If you were to play Taylor Heineke way more games than Desmond Ridder, and you're trying to do this Desmond Ridder experience, if it's worth your job, Arthur Smith, then fine. Like, that's why you got hit with Black Monday. If that's worth your job, because the locker room knows who the guy should be. And that team don't play hard when Desmond Ridder's out there. They don't, because they don't have confidence in Desmond Ridder. You know what I'm saying? They don't have much confidence in Taylor Heineke, but yeah, that Desmond Ridder thing, it's been 2 years. They need to give up on it. He ain't it. He's a backup at best.
He ain't it.
Not maybe he might have a Geno Smith resurrection in his career later on, but that's very rare. Those Geno Smiths, very rare stories. And look at that. Geno ain't in the playoffs this year. So Arthur Smith deserves everything he got. And now Atlanta, they got to start back at the drawing board.
All right. Well, listen, if you're playing along in our Cover 3 gift card competition by giving us your prediction for tonight's national championship game, you only get one entry. You don't get to pick both sides. My man Sam submitted a pick for Michigan, and then he submitted a pick for Washington. Love you, but your first entry is your only entry.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We can't be having people submitting 10 different predictions. You get one.
That's funny.
Just saying. Yeah. So give us your score, your winner, and the person who is the closest will win the $50 Cover 3 gift card. All right. Let's get to the chip shot. And look, I just want to kind of recap all the staying and going that occurred over the weekend for the Longhorns before my man Zay takes us to Longhorns basketball. But you got Jonathan Brooks now headed to the NFL, Jatavian Sanders, Byron Murphy headed to the NFL. You've got Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford, Trill Carter in the portal. Baron Sorrell is staying. Ryan Watts is leaving. Jake Majors is returning. Jalen Ford is leaving. And I reported earlier today that A.D. Mitchell is expected to announce he will leave and enter his name in the NFL draft. And Jalen Ford announced his formal decision on his social media during our show. And so Texas losing its top 5 pass catchers from the 2023 season. But if there's one position that Texas should absolutely reload under Steve Sarkisian, it's quarterback and receiver, because you are going to play in a pro style offense under Steve Sarkisian. You are going to throw it. And that means receivers need to catch it. And there's a lot of opportunity. Now, I think we learned this year, you got to be a top 3 receiver to guarantee yourself reps in a game, because there's not a whole lot of subbing, or at least there wasn't. And look, it's understandable. Xavier Worthy is top 5 all time. A.D. Mitchell finished top 5 in touchdown receptions in a season and has caught a touchdown pass in 5 straight college football playoff games. Jordan Whittington probably deserved more looks. He was open, just wasn't high enough in the progression. And his farewell social media post was very touching, Jordan Whittington. But I don't worry as much about what's going on at receiver. And I think Gunnar Helm will be fine at tight end. I think we saw, Jonathan Brooks, love the guy. Can't wait to see what he does in the league, because I think he's going to be a grinder. I hope he gets with the right team, a team that values him and features him and gives him a chance to show all of his skills, because I think Jonathan Brooks is kind of a NFL team's dream, low-key guy who's just going to grind. And, we're still waiting on the official announcement from Quinn Ewers. But every indication I've gotten is he's going to return to Texas. So, I think you look at this, I think it was 9 starts that Texas has lost to the portal. And, a couple of them were, obviously Jaron Thompson had more starts than that, but they're bringing in guys who are clearly going to have an impact, and that's understandable for Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford to get into the portal. But I think right now you got some big time good news with Alfred Collins saying he's coming back. Jake Majors, solid. Jake Majors was solid this year. So having that experience at center. Did anyone watch the Alabama-Michigan game and how many snaps that center was throwing all over the place? Like 4th and goal from the 31. Milroe wasn't ready for that snap. It goes flying by him. And that guy just committed to Ohio State. Seth McLaughlin, the Alabama center, his snaps were terrible. Like, if you ever are complaining about what you're seeing at Texas, go watch Alabama play Michigan, and Jalen Milroe was like a shortstop trying to field grounders back there, trying to catch those snaps. They were awful. And that dude packed and went to Ohio State. I don't get it. But
yeah, we saw with Jake Majors leaving in the Oklahoma game early in that first quarter how much he meant to the team. You know, they couldn't get that back. And even though it was 34-30 with OU winning, I think if Majors would have played, it could have been a different ball game.
Yeah, I agree, because first and goal from the 1. They didn't get in.
They didn't get in. Absolutely.
So, all right, Zay. Let's move to the right call.
Do we have to? Good God. Before we get to the right call, let's talk about something positive, and that's Covert BK, the Covert Automotive Group, family-owned automotive dealerships that have been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years, and they've been just giving the customer a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Buick, Ram, Jeep, Cadillac, Chrysler, and Dodge. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK. Hey, it took us up there to New Orleans and got us back safe and sound in the GMC Yukon. It was just plushed out. The rims were fired, tinted. Hey, they got all that type of stuff at Covert BK, and you can check it out on covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, I guess it's time for the right call, where I am being forced to talk Texas basketball. Yeah, I guess I don't even know what I saw on Saturday night, Chip. I mean, at the end of the day,
what's going on with the front court?
That's the thing. That's the biggest issue. The backcourt solid. Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter. You got Asmus, Hunter combined for 38 points. You want that. But Dylan Mitchell, he was solid too. 7 for 14 from the field, 16 points. But the front court, as you said, they've had problems. And they had all the types of problems against Texas Tech going against Warren Washington, who I think was the player of the game. Yes, Pop Isaacs had 21. Yes, Joe Toussaint took over the first half. But Warren Washington, his presence offensively and defensively for the Red Raiders, I think that was it. And come on, SD, new coach, that's not even close to the solution. We gave Steve Sarkisian 3 years to get things changed. He went 5-7 in the first year, and now we're talking about Coach Terry, who took a team to the Elite Eight after he took over for Chris Beard. Let's get rid of him now. I don't think that's the answer. I think Coach Terry has to make some adjustments. The first one I would make is getting Brock Cunningham out of the starting lineup. Brock, it's over. It's time. Go back to the bench, bro. Doesn't mean we're not playing you anymore, but you're on the bench, fam. Like, you're a bench player. You ignite that spark coming off the bench. We got to give Dylan Dessou more minutes. And Caden Shedrick, you can't have 2-point games anymore and get dominated in the post by guys like Warren Washington. Again, Warren Washington, 7-footer, he's a solid player, but Caden Shedrick, if you're going to get worked on those basic-ass moves, then Texas doesn't have a chance to not – let alone make the tournament this year. You want to even talk about going far in the tournament. We're trying to make the tournament. This is a team that has 0 quad 1 wins. I still can't believe they're ranked right now. They're at 25 with their loss to Texas Tech. They were ranked 20th. And you got to go face a team in Cincinnati tomorrow night that just beat BYU, who was ranked 12th by double digits in Provo. So I'm not liking this one bit. You got a stretch of 4 games where you got to play BYU, Oklahoma, Baylor, and Houston. You got to play Houston twice. You still got to go to Lawrence. With what I saw last night, Chip, this is an NIT team. And thank goodness our boss is Brad Kellner. He's not going to force us to watch that shit like we had to do at the other places we were at, because I don't watch NIT basketball. Something I can't do. I can't do it. I won't do it. I love the game too much to watch that low-level quality of hoops, especially when March Madness is going on. I don't care how much I love Texas. I will not do that. So, again, Rodney Terry, you got to make some adjustments, bro. The front court right now has been trash. Zurich Oyema, where his minutes go? We're just not playing him anymore. I know he's a free throw liability, but at least he gives you some toughness. I would have thrown him in there. Like, throw him in there and to mix it up a little bit. Defensively for the Horns, they're not stopping nobody. Ain't no way a team should shoot 42% from the field and 46% from three. That's not good. Like, you got to play tougher than that. You got to have more pride than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Pop Isaacs was beating guys off the dribble. Joe Toussaint was, just shooting the ball in Max Asmith's face. And, Max Asmith, again, he plays hard defensively. He tries, but his size, he is a liability defensively. Guys are going to shoot right over the top of him. Joe Toussaint did multiple times. Pop Isaac did multiple times. Pop Isaac, they made him look like Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. You know how Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, Chris Jackson, he used to really elevate on his jumper? Pop Isaacs does a terrific job at that with his Josh Giddey self. So I'm nervous. I really am, because what I'm seeing right now is an NIT team. Some of the shots Dylan Mitchell, even though he was good, some of the shots that he took, I don't like them. They'll get a steal chip. One play, Dylan Dessou gets a steal. He pushes it up to Dylan Mitchell. Dylan Mitchell's pushing the rock, and he tries to make a pass for a guy cutting on the fast break. It goes right to a Texas Tech player. It was a horrible pass. We go back to the first half. Caden Shedrick has a possession where he has a dunk. He misses the dunk. Texas Tech goes back on the other end. They miss a shot. You get the ball for a fast break. Tyrese Hunter tries to throw a lob to Dylan Mitchell. It goes smooth out of bounds. Shit like that cannot happen. You play smart basketball. Screw the lob. Screw the lob. When you're in the game, when you're battling like that, it better be a sure thing. You can't be throwing it over guys' heads. You can't be having ill-advised turnovers. You know what I'm saying? Brock Cunningham, he has to be better. Like, we all love Brock, but if Brock's just going to foul and not make any shots, Brock's worthless.
Right. He can't play 32 minutes and Dylan Dessou play 19
doesn't
minutes.
make sense. Minutes restriction or not, we got to start Dylan Dessou. Brock's a spark player. The only reason why he was starting is because Dylan Dessou was hurt and Caden Shedrick was hurt, which he might be hurt again, because I saw him after Pop Isaacs had that finish to kind of ice the game with around 3 minutes left. Caden Shedrick, he got up and he was holding his back and stuff. So I still don't understand the IT Horton, Kendall Weaver rotation. Both of those guys had 9 minutes. Like, IT Horton had a good game against UT Arlington, and then you come in to this game and he barely plays. So, yeah, it's not looking too good, man. It really isn't. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit worried about this team moving forward, because they don't have any identity. I mean, yes, you have Max Asmith. We know he could shoot and light it up, but I feel at times he thinks that he knows the offensive struggles that they have, so he feels like he has to force certain shots. Like, he'll get these, dribble handoffs in the corner, and he'll just chunk it up. And it's like, bro, there's like 25 seconds on the shot clock. I get that you love the corner shot, and that's where your hot spot is. But, man, as good as you are, you can take better shots at times. And sometimes guards think, okay, if I don't take this shot now, then we're going to end up giving the ball to Caden Shedrick one-on-one in the post, and he's not going to give us nothing, which he didn't. Again, Caden Shedrick and Brock Cunningham, you only get 200 minutes for your starting five in the game, so you have to figure out who those minutes are going to. 200 minutes total, 40 apiece for the five that are in there. Simple math. If Caden Shedrick and Brock Cunningham are going to combine for 60 and only give you 2 points, you're an NIT team. You're an NIT team. And you like Zurich Oyema, I throw him in there to see what he could do. You need some toughness or something, but Caden Shedrick and Brock Cunningham, they cannot play the way they did. You got to find Dylan Dessou somewhere to put him and get him going a little bit more, because he still had 9 points on 19 minutes. I like that ratio. That's not bad. He just has to get more reps. And again, I don't know if he's on a minutes restriction or not. The dude did miss 8 months. That's a lot, but I don't know how this team is ranked. I really don't. The fact that they're ranked 25th, like tomorrow night going into Cincinnati, that's going to be like, they better bring it, because what I saw with Cincinnati and Provo, how they made a solid BYU team look that's been really good all year long up to this point and beat them by double digits. yeah, it could be a problem tomorrow, and you could easily go 0-2 in the Big 12. But yeah, Coach Terry, they just bad turnovers, not getting the ball in the right spot or not making the easy points. They got to win their one-on-one matchups in the post. Dessou, Shedrick, and Dylan Mitchell. They can't get beat in the post either. Again, Warren Washington, he was the player of the game for me for Texas Tech. It's so easy for Pop Isaacs to get that call. I understand that. But Warren Robinson, 7 foot, man, he was blocking dunks. Texas had multiple dunk attempts that he blocked. It's like, damn. Then they would just, if Texas would, I'm losing my shit here. Chip, it doesn't make any sense to put a very good defender on a player if you're going to switch everything. That doesn't make any sense. Coach Terry, I love you, your family. You and my pops have known each other for over 40 years. That don't make no sense. They put Dylan Mitchell on Joe Toussaint to start the game. And Fran Versilla was like, oh, yeah, this is a good matchup. This is a good change by Coach Terry. And then the first time Joe Toussaint comes off a screen, Dylan Mitchell switches his man. And I'm over here like, what are we doing? And then all of a sudden, Texas Tech, which their coach did a good job, shout out to Grant McCaslin, he did a good job with just taking advantage of matchups. They would get Pop Isaacs on guys like Brock Cunningham, and he'd blow by them, and then you would have to help. They'd hit the big man, and they'd get layups, or Texas would foul. And I will always say in college basketball, till I 6 feet under, if a team makes more free throws than you shoot, this doesn't matter on the NBA. There's way more possessions. In college basketball, it matters. If a team makes more free throws than you shoot, you probably ain't going to win that game. You probably ain't going to win. Texas Tech made 15. Texas only took 14. That's a problem. So they better look in the mirror, man, because this could get dark really fast. And the Texas team that you and I, Chip, we kind of had our question marks on going back to the orange and white game. Where would the points go? We see there's talent there, but can it all come together with all the injuries and stuff and guys coming back, no identity? Again, it could get really dark for this team. I hope they look in the mirror and they can overcome it. I think they can, but the Big 12 ain't going to get any easier.
Yeah, well said. There were times during that Texas Tech basketball game, I felt like I was watching a Shaka Smart coached team at Texas because guys were just, there was no intensity. There was no intensity to the defense. And Rodney Terry grew up with Rick Barnes, and Rick Barnes demanded defense. If you didn't play defense, you weren't going to be on the floor. And I get you're trying to meld a bunch of newcomers together, but we felt like coming in, and maybe I got to find out what's going on with Onyema, because there's no excuse for him not to get any minutes in that game. He must be hurt or something, but
he's not going to give you much offensively, but he's going to play hard.
Right.
He's going to be athletic out there. I remember when all we heard about Caden Shedrick leaving Virginia was he didn't get the opportunity to be the offensive player that he thought he was going to be. Tony Bennett is a national championship coach. Like, he's won at the highest level. So I think he knows if you're good enough to get the ball and do something with it. And if you are, he's going to give you opportunities to do so. He's no dummy. I don't care what kind of pace they ran. Caden Shedrick doesn't have any bag to his game. I am finding that out. Yes, you could do well against these G5 teams, if some of the bigs might be 6'7" and stuff. But when you play against somebody like a Warren Washington that's been at 4 different stops, is over like 23 years old and is around 7 foot, like, teams are just going to start trapping Tyrese Hunter and Max Asmus off every screen from now on. I would live with Dylan Mitchell scoring and attacking. I would live with Brock Cunningham and Caden Shedrick doing the same thing. Hell, even Dylan Dessou at this point, because Dylan Dessou isn't 100% there yet. He still makes some mistakes where you're like, okay, this dude's still working the kinks out. But Yeah, that's what Tech started doing. Every time Max Abmas and Tyrese Hunter started coming off screens or those dribble loops and dribble drives that Coach Terry likes to run, they started getting double teamed and started getting more intense pressure to where they couldn't have those looks to score like they were doing at certain points of the game. So who else is going to step up? And nobody did. That could be very problematic for the Horns moving forward. And yeah, it's tough. And that's why, like Max Abmas, that's why he feels the need to shoot some bad shots at times, because he knows that. He knows, like, damn, if we give the ball in the post to Shedrick and he's one-on-one, nobody's helping. Everybody's like, oh, we'll live. We like our chances against the big man. And if he scores, okay, we'll live. At least we got the ball out of Hunter and Abmas' hands. Teams are going to start adjusting to that. And, again, you have no quad one wins on the schedule right now. This was one of the weaker schedules in the nation. The only good teams you played, you lost to, and now you just lost to Texas Tech. You're 11-3 again. I don't know how you're ranked. You're nowhere near any of the good stats on KenPom. So, again, this team right now, it screams NIT, and that's very unfortunate because the talent is way better than that.
Well, there's time to get it together, but I get it. Dazoo's only been back with the team for about 4 or 5 games, but you gotta see that defensive intensity increasing, and that's what I didn't see in that game. They looked like they were holding on for dear life and waiting for the end, and that can't be it, because you did have Tyrese Hunter shooting 50%, Abmas shooting 50%, 4 of 7 from 3, Dylan Mitchell shooting 50%. But Caden Shedrick, 1 of 7 from, you're right. He struggled against the big man from Marquette too. And that's a concern, because he's got to be able to draw defensive attention and then find the open man. And they're not in sync. They're not connected yet. So, and then, I talked about Kendall Weaver. Here's a guy who gives you max effort every time he's on the floor. He got 9 minutes.
Yeah. He airballed the 3, and that was it.
Yeah.
He had a wide open 3. He airballed it badly. It was a brutal shot. And that was it. that was it. And I don't know. Sometimes you got to let guys play through mistakes. But again, it's kind of like what we talk about with Sark and the wide receivers. Like, are you going to take Abmas and Hunter out when they're the only ones producing, to put these other guys in? Do you go small? Because Tech was bigger than them.
For sure.
Joe Toussaint, that dude's built like prime Priest Holmes. While you got Max Abmas, who's built like Cat Williams. No diss to Max Abmas, but he's a little light in the ass. He can hoop. He's an assassin, but the dude's like 5'10", $165. Around there, it seems like. He is very small, and every team knows that going in. Whoever has Abmas on him, that's what the scouting report is, Chip. If you have Abmas guarding you, attack him. Attack him. If Texas wants to do all this switching and stuff, which NBA you switch, college you switch at times. You don't want to switch all the time because you don't have enough guys that are around the same position. If Texas had a lot of 6'6" to 6'9" guys that are all versatile and stuff like that, then you switch. But there's just too many mismatches out there that Texas got caught in. And again, you got to salute Texas Tech. They exposed them. There was a play early in the first half. Joe Toussaint, he had the ball on the short corner, and he's doing all these pivots and stuff. And Kendall Weaver and Dylan Dessou, they're right there for a double team. Both of those guys just leave. And Joe Toussaint's looking around, and he's like, oh, I have a layup. And they just give up a layup. Then there's another play that everybody's diving on the floor, and Texas Tech, they get on the floor and they got the ball, and everybody's like fake hustling. And then the dude on the floor goes Magic Johnson and drops a dime and gets an assist for a layup. Shit like that can't happen. It
fake hustling.
Happen. Fake hustling. Why isn't nobody grabbing the ball? How can somebody be by the goal, be on the ground with the basketball, nobody get a jump ball or anything, and that guy with the ball is able to drop a dime and get an assist for a cutting layup off of it. How does that ever happen? There's just dumb stuff that you're seeing from this Texas basketball team. And the turnovers that I threw out earlier, again, this team screams NIT. And I love Coach Terry. He is family, but there has to be some changes made. There has to be, because if you keep playing like this and you don't find an identity and your big man can't do anything offensively and you're continuing the switch and your guards are getting beat off the dribble and you're having to overhelp, again, this team's going to be NIT eligible. And I'm not watching that. I'm not watching NIT, Trey. Damn that. I'm not watching that.
Nope.
BK is going to have to give me a bonus or something if I'm watching the Texas NIT team, because I'm not doing it.
And I want to give a quick shout out to Paul, who I bumped into at Randall's over the weekend, who said he listens to us on Texas Sports Unfiltered every day, and when he misses an episode, he is on the podcast. So Paul, in front of Randall's, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks.
Happy
Paul.
New Year. Yeah. Rodney Terry's got some he's got some work to do.
Zay, as far as your NIT point goes, rule number 1 of New Orleans is you have to assume everybody is drunk. Rule number 1 of the NIT is you don't watch the NIT, because fuck that.
I mean, when we had to watch it a few years ago because of our other job, that was tough times, man. That was one of the darkest times of this business for me.
It's the closest to going full Aggie that a Texas program has ever gone, by announcing themselves as national champs after they won the NIT.
That was a bad one.
Completely embarrassing, and it's something that needs to continue to be brought up to the end of time to make sure we don't pull some stupid shit like that again.
The highlight of the Shaka Smart era.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was one of it was one of the biggest highlights. You're right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought we'd be further along at this point, and I sure as hell thought the front court would be more connected and looking like it was going to be rim protection. Not yet.
Shedrick looked like he really hurt his back near the end of that game, too. I don't know what his status is. He was moving like I have throughout the course of 2023 and early 2024, and that's with like a bad hip and back. I hope everything's okay with him, because if he's out, then things become even more dire, because he has been one of the bright spots in a front court that is not, well, I guess it has lived up to expectations, because we didn't have much expectations, but it just hasn't been very good. That was an area of focus for this coaching staff in the offseason, and things are not as good as they need to be for Texas to make any noise come March.
Yeah, him getting hurt, definitely unfortunate. I think that, I don't know, it was always suspicious to me, because you come from Virginia, and Tony Bennett's no dummy. So his whole thing was he wanted to be more of a focal point offensively. And it's like, dude, Tony Bennett's won a national championship. If you're a good offensive player, you're going to get the ball. It's not like he's just saying, okay, I don't like you, Caden Shedrick. I'm not going to give you the pill and, whatever. We'll lose these games to Duke and North Carolina. I don't give a damn. No, Tony Bennett's no dummy. He's a national champion coach. So Caden Shedrick coming here, like, are you capable of being that offensive player? Because 1 for 7 with easy looks, like these are just jump hooks in the middle of the lane. Like, this should be textbook. This should be money every time. That's what you want. Like, every big man wants one-on-one matchups. Like, as Joel Embiid never gets one-on-one matchups. Nikola Jokic never gets one-on-one matchups in the post. Are you kidding me? And if they do, that's because they have just excellent shooting around them. But Texas, knowing that Hunter and Max Asmus have been playing so well, those guys are going to help off them. So they're going to live with Shedrick shooting that jump hook or doing whatever he's doing. And if he's not connecting, It's going to be tough, man, because I look around the Big 12. That Cincinnati beating BYU on Saturday, and Texas has Cincinnati tomorrow. The Big 12 is brutal. Like, Texas might be one of the worst teams in the Big 12 if they keep this up.
Doomsday.
I'm telling you, you got U of H twice. If we had to make a bracket today, I'm picking Kelvin Sampson's team to win it all. LJ Cryer and Jamal Shedd are ridiculous.
Did I see that BYU is like a top 15 team right now too?
That's what I'm saying. BYU's top 15. You got Baylor. They're going to be tough. Kansas, which Kansas got one of the most bogus calls I've ever seen in my life this past Saturday against TCU. That's a damn shame. I get Fog Allen Fieldhouse. They get a lot of calls there, but that was one of the worst flagrant foul calls I've ever seen in my life that completely changed the game and gave Kansas the upper hand. But still, you got to deal with that. Like, that's what I'm saying. This schedule doesn't favor Texas at all. So, all right, Chip, I'm with Trey for the next 23 minutes. You could go, man. I appreciate you, man. Go Lions. Congrats.
Love y'all.
Love you too, man.
What's up?
What's up, man? God, that Texas game, Texas Tech pissed me off. That pissed me off.
It was disappointing because Texas has played arguably 3 games this year where it was a toss-up or they were actually an underdog. People may count LSU, but LSU is not in a great spot right now basketball-wise. So those 3 games are UConn, Marquette, and even Texas Tech doesn't count. What is the third game that I'm thinking of? I guess there's not really a third game.
No, there's not.
2 games against really good competition so far. They lost both of those games, and now they're losing games in conference play against middling competition at home.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time. There's 2 months to get this whole thing figured out, but it does feel like they're out of sorts, and they've also lifted pretty light through the non-conference schedule to help with what that overall schedule looks like. The problem with that in this era of advanced metrics in college basketball, and BK pointed this out during the 12-1 show today, Joe Lunardi, before the loss on Saturday, had them as a last 4 in team because they haven't shown him anything so far this year. So now they're likely on the outside looking in, to your point about buckle up for the NIT. They need to get it figured out and not just be closer in these games than getting blown out by double digits at home to a middle-of-the-pack team in the conference. They're going to have to start beating some of these ranked teams, or they will not only very quickly find themselves all the way out of the top 25, they're hanging on for dear life right now, but with no real aspirations for the actual tournament in March. And at that point, Rodney Terry's seat becomes very hot for the next season, to the point where if they underachieve like this again, that's probably going to be it for him. And that would be disappointing because we saw a lot out of Rodney Terry last year. I get it that it was Chris Beard's roster, and that's where Chris Beard is at his best in constructing rosters. Rodney Terry showed himself to be a great leader of men, a steadying influence during a really messed up time for this program after Beard gets fired mid-season. And I look at him as a pretty good in-game tactician too. But right now it ain't jiving, and part of the problem, maybe this is just a general issue with college basketball, but it's why roster construction is so important for anybody who works as a coach in the college game right now. It was the biggest question with Rodney Terry, and it looks like it's one that's still unanswered right now. It looks like the talent that he amassed is not gelling, and quite frankly, some of those guys aren't that talented.
Yeah, I expected more from IT Horton at this point. I think Kendall Weaver still has a lot of potential, but his shot needs to come along a little bit more. He had a bad air ball against Texas Tech. And as good as Max Asmus is offensively, defensively, he's just a liability. Not because he's in the wrong spot or he's not trying. I'm not saying that. It's just his size doesn't allow him to be a good defender. So when you're like 5'10", 5'11", $170, and you got Joe Toussaint coming at you, who's a smooth 210, physical, throwing that body around, like that's a matchup. That's nightmare for somebody like Asmus, to where the rest of your 4 teammates, they have to overhelp off of their man just to help you out, which causes a whole bunch of just mismatches around the court that Texas Tech exposed Saturday night. And their big man, Warren Washington, he was able to get those buckets inside that Caden Shedrick couldn't, So, yeah, Trey, like, again, Rodney Terry, I still think he needs time. I mean, we've given Steve Sarkisian 3 years to change the culture. The dude was 5-7, and Rodney Terry has shown some things, but luckily for him, going to the SEC might be good, leaving the Big 12, playing different caliber teams and, just not the gauntlet that the Big 12 is year after year. But, yeah, this team right now, as talented as they are, sometimes it just doesn't fit. And obviously they have more games to play and there's a lot to still figure out, but I could easily see this team just not figuring it out too. And Dessou just not being able to fully get back to 100% where he feels comfortable to be that guy that we saw in March Madness last year, and just bringing in all these guys from the transfer portal, not making it mesh. Like what? Yeah, CB telling us Shaka got 6 years. Like, damn. Like, some guys need time, but also sometimes you can see the writing on the wall. And again, I think Coach Terry, he needs more time to keep on building this culture, and he's got some good recruits coming in. But yeah, right now, this 2024 team, they're in trouble. They're in trouble.
And I would argue that you could see a couple years in that Shaka Smart was not going to be the guy either. But
yeah,
fluky things happen, and he kept recruiting really good classes too. Look, I know Asmus is a prolific scorer, and that's really been on display, especially against some of the lesser competition this year. As a basketball team, let's say above the high school level, you can't get away with having 2 small guys in your backcourt. And I know that Hunter is not as small as Asmus is, but he's still a small guy, relatively speaking. And Asmus, in being an effective scorer, needs the ball in his hands. I don't want the ball in Asmus's hands regularly. I want the ball passed to him and him creating a shot off of that. The ball needs to be in Hunter's hands. Hunter can be a good scorer, but he's also someone who gets other dudes involved on offense too. So Asmus, for me, is a little bit reminiscent of what Marcus Carr was these last few years, which I think took away from Hunter's effectiveness too as the point guard of this basketball team. The issue, as you just brought up, is that once you get to the defensive end, this team is completely screwed in defending the perimeter.
Yeah, Pop Isaacs and Joe Toussaint, they did whatever they wanted offensively. And sometimes there was one play at the top of the key tray, Pop Isaacs just looked Max Asmus right in his grill and just elevated. Like I told Chip, he reminds me of, I know you remember this name, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, previously known as Chris Jackson. The way that he used to elevate on this jumper, like he wasn't the biggest guy, but he used to jump really high on that jumper, and it would be very hard to block. Pop Isaacs with his Josh Giddey self, he was doing that all night. And yeah, it's just the defense is problematic. You're right. Like it's hard to win with guards that small. I mean, Baylor, when they won the national championship with Davion Mitchell and Jared Butler, like those guys, they're playing in the NBA.
6'4", 6'5", yeah.
Yeah, like Davion Mitchell's around 6'2". Jared Butler, I want to say, is around 6'4". But again, those dudes got drafted. Then they had Maceo Teague, and Scott Drew just had everything clicking that year. But besides that, this UConn team that won it this past year, their starting 5 was 6'6" and up. Yep. Tristan Newton, who plays point guard for him, that does a terrific job, who who hurt Texas pretty bad when they played them in New York. He's 6'6", running their show. Like, that's a big difference, man. You're able to switch on defense. And that's, again, Coach Terry, like, how are we not seeing that from the defensive standpoint? Like, okay, I have a lot of small guards out here. If they switch off on the wrong guys, then they're going to get taken advantage of. Like, you can't switch everything. Sometimes you just got to fight over the screen. Hopefully, your big man is good enough to help and get back to his man. You can mix it up sometimes. Sometimes you can go over the screen. Sometimes you can go under. Sometimes you can ice the man. Sometimes you can trap him. Like, you got to mix it up that way. But just straight up switching, that's a lazy way to go about it, man. It's very NBA. In the NBA, the only reason why they do it is because they play 82 games and you could just conserve energy by switching all the time. That's why a lot of people can't watch it, because they're not playing that hard, because they're just switching everything. So they got to figure it out.
Yeah, I was having a hard time with the defense down low for Texas too. I know that there were moments where there were contested shots and guys were just making nice shots, nice layups or things right around the bucket, but there were way too many examples of guards driving in and having something pretty easy off the glass at their disposal. And that obviously speaks more to the Texas bigs not getting into position to help their guards out when their man does get by, whether it's Dylan Mitchell, who I know he had a couple of blocks in that game, or Shedrick, or whoever the big guy is down there. Dylan Dessou counts as a big guy down there as well. Even though he's only 6'9", he's got a good wingspan to block shots at times, even if he's not as prolific in terms of the athleticism as a Dylan Mitchell is. Like, those guys also haven't been pulling their weight on the defensive end of the floor. And so when you're struggling to score and you're giving up way too many buckets, especially down the stretch in games like what we saw on Saturday night, it's a recipe for an L.
Yeah. Defense, you're going to see it being taught differently from here on out in college basketball, because they changed the charge rule. You can no longer be late by any means, like even close to late. Like, if the person gathers, you better be there, or it's going to be a blocking every time. Used to be they gather and take off, and you could kind of, I wouldn't say slide under them, but you could get over there while they're like gathering and taking off. And it was more of like a bang, bang play. You just kind of, whatever the ref thought at the moment, I don't know. It was more just opinionated. Now it's no matter what. If they're gathering and about to take off and you're not there, if you're not set, ready to go, it's not going to be a charge. And I think certain teams, they're having a bad time rotating, because they're like, okay, I'm not going to get the call anyway, so I might as well go for blocks, and which will result in fouls. And I think that's going to be an issue for a while for some of these coaches trying to teach it.
I'm happy to hear about that rule change, by the way. The charge rule has become ridiculous over time. So to see them try and reset that, in a sense, it forces the defense to actually try and make a play on the ball versus step under a guy who beat his man, who is getting to the bucket faster than any defender can. There's always going to be an adjustment with a major rule change on that. That's actually good for the sport, though. Hey, by the way, because I don't follow basketball closely, especially the NBA, I saw a video floating around about LeBron elevating from the dotted line. I'm like, the dotted line? What the fuck? What is the half circle going in from the free throw line on the NBA level now? What does that signify?
Half circle?
Yeah, there's like a half circle going. It's like going in from the actual charity stripe, like into the paint.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know the dunk you're talking about when Bron dunked on Paul George, but I can't think of the line you're talking about. Like, they always have the circle for a jump ball for the NBA. They have that. They've always had that circle around the free throw line. So when they do a jump ball, that's
that's what it is. You're right about that. I'm looking at the video now. Okay.
Yeah, that's the line they're talking about.
I'm like, what the hell does the dotted line have to do with anything? Because I feel like it's been a solid line up to this point, maybe.
Yeah.
Nobody, or at least on this channel, we're not calling for Rodney Terry to be let go after this season if they don't make the tournament. But the heat has turned up on his job if that happens. You only go so many years not making the tournament with the resources you have at Texas and the ability to get top flight talent to stay down for too long. And that's the reality of things. I know it can feel short-sighted at times, but you don't want to waste too much time in college basketball. Now, granted, Chris Beard is showing example after example that you can turn things around pretty quickly, but you also don't want it to remain down for too long. And if Rodney Terry misses the tournament this year, a year after they make it to the Elite Eight, then there's going to be some legitimate questions asked. And if you can't get things going in year 2, then those questions not only become more pronounced, you have to start asking yourself, how quickly do we need to pull the trigger here to shift directions, considering how much more competitive things are getting in the NIL era. You're going to be in a new conference next year as well, which, as they just mentioned, could help out. But also, this is the second biggest moneymaker for most athletics departments, and Texas is no different. So you can't allow it to remain uncompetitive and missing the tournament year after year for long before you have to make that change. It's just the reality of things. I would love to give every coach who came here 4 or 5 years to truly get his guys in his system going, but this is not 1985. That's just not realistic anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, I love Coach Terry. You know, we all know he's family of mine. The dude held me when I was snotty nose and in Pampers. But what I saw on Saturday is unacceptable. That's just, they completely outplayed you to where you're thinking, oh, Texas Tech just wants it more. They're playing harder. They're fighting. They're the tougher team. You know, that can't happen. Hey, that's what I saw on Saturday is one of those practices or one of those games to where you say, all right, guys, we got practice in about 2 hours. I'll let y'all go fuel up, get some treatment, but we're hitting the court again. It might be midnight till we get out, but y'all ain't going to embarrass me like that. With what we got in the Big 12, that shit was embarrassing. We got to have way more pride than that. And it might start with guys like Brock Cunningham, which he needs to come off the bench from now on. Brock, your time starting. It's over, bro. You put up a donut and played 29 minutes and almost fouled out. Brock gave the Horns nothing.
I think he did foul out.
Oh, he did foul out? Okay. Yeah.
I've been saying that for the 4 or 5 years he's been there. If that guy's playing more than 20 minutes a game for you, something is not right. Yes. I get it that he does a lot of the dirty work type stuff, heavy emphasis on the dirty at times. But when they play decent to good competition, he is so far out of his element, it's not even funny.
Yeah, man. Again, he should be knocking down shots. If he's knocking down the three, you got to keep him out there. But if he's not even getting looks up, if he's not even getting open, because it's not like he's going to beat you off the dribble. So he's so one-dimensional offensively, you know? And, yeah, you might be right. Like 20 plus 25 minutes. I'll give him 25. Maybe. I don't know. I'd like to see Zurich Oyema out there. But he played no minutes.
On this team, you may be right about that. But last couple years worth of teams, especially, it's like he's playing entirely too much.
Yeah.
It's cute against, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a team that hasn't been very good these last few years. It's hard thing to pick out in the Big 12. I don't know, like an Iowa State or something.
Yeah.
Even that one's not a game.
Yeah, right. They just put in Tyrese Halliburton.
Exactly. West Virginia, maybe these last couple of years, like it's cute, or some of the scrubs on the schedule, the UTAs or UTSAs, but against really good competition, he gets exposed pretty badly. And look, I appreciate what the guy's done. He's obviously bleeds orange. He's been on this channel before. I gave him the nickname the BK Strangler, which is especially valid whenever he's growing that pedo mustache out, or that BK Strangler mustache out. And I think he does have a value, but there's also a point where his minutes mean that he's well overvalued, and it becomes a net negative for your team. And that's kind of what we saw last night, or on Saturday night.
Yeah, I agree.
He asks if Isaacs should have been allowed to play. I have not looked deeply into that story, other than I think it was a teammate's sister who was 17. So the
Josh Giddey Isaacs.
Weird. I don't know. It's a weird story. Have you looked into the details of this one at all? Because I don't have a good answer.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I feel like it's kind of a Josh Giddey-ish situation.
Yeah.
And if Josh Giddey's allowed to play, why not Pop Isaacs? Innocent and proven guilty at the end of the day. So, I mean, yeah, I wish he didn't play, because that'd be 21 points less that he would have given Texas. The dude's a heck of a player. I like his game. Like, I really do. He has a real smooth jump shot. Again, reminds me a lot of Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Just his ability to rise over certain guys and hit jumpers in uncomfortable situations. So, yeah, he's tough for Texas Tech. But let me ask you this, man, because I want to hear your opinion on it. Draymond Green, he just put out his first video since he just knocked out Yusuf Nurkic and got suspended indefinitely, and he's about to come back. And in this video, I haven't seen the whole podcast, but I've seen bits and clips. And in the clips that I've seen, he talked about his conversation with Steve Kerr, to where him and Steve Kerr cried together. And Steve Kerr told him that he needs him to change and just, he still loves him and this and that. In the video, he talks about Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, and how Draymond threatened to retire, which is really dramatic. Like, this dude just got a big contract, so I don't know why. Like, just stop acting crazy, Draymond. Just stop acting crazy. But Adam Silver was like, dude, relax. You don't need to retire. We just need to get you some help. And then he tells a story about how he was in his man cave for 2 days, and his young daughter, who couldn't be more than 5, FaceTimed him and realized he was in the man cave and took him out of the man cave into the sun, and that helped change Draymond too. So So yeah, Draymond, it's a really dramatic podcast to what I've seen. And I also saw like a quote. I didn't see the video of it, but I saw a quote of the video. I don't know how true this is, but apparently Draymond said that he didn't like Kevin Durant's comments about him, where KD said, yeah, I hope he gets the help that he needs. Draymond wasn't doing this when I was at Golden State. Draymond said he didn't like those comments. Yeah, and CB, which I definitely trust CB, he confirms that also. So I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I want to say that there's something more going on with Draymond to where he needs help and therapy, but also, dude, you're getting paid so much money. It should be a lot easier to control yourself. Like, I've seen the things that you've done on the court to put you in the position that you're in now. They're pretty valid. Like, you guys don't just turn and punch guys and kick guys in the nuts and stomp their chest and choke out Rudy Gobert. That's not normal behavior. So I don't know, man. This is a Hall of Fame guy. Draymond's a Hall of Fame player. He is. 12 games, that's not much.
So he has made a version of this mistake over and over again. And when that happens and you are clearly not properly addressing it or being as apologetic as you need to, sincerely apologetic too, by the way, not just being like, I'm so sorry that all of you guys are offended. Are you really sorry, or are you just saying that because you're just trying to get the heat off of you? I'll believe it when I see it, but I know this. And I also say this as someone who has shown some admiration for Steve Kerr over the years, because I think he is a really thoughtful dude. I think Steve Kerr is being way too soft here. I saw his comments after the incident occurred where he wasn't quite weepy just yet, but he's like, we need to be there for him. We need to make sure that he's getting the help. Sometimes you can be an enabler when you're being too supportive of somebody in a situation where you need to be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't the first time. This isn't even the second or third time. This has happened repeatedly throughout your career. You need to get it figured out, or you're not going to be a part of this organization anymore. And that pains me to say that, but it's the reality right now, because we all admitted after last season how big of a distraction you punching the shit out of one of your own teammates throughout the course of the year. And here we are again, and you're having to miss, I don't know, probably about a month's worth of games, which does also seem light to everybody's point that you just made, Zay, and what everybody's saying on YouTube comments, and I'm sure across social media right now. Like, fucking get it together, dude. You are a seasoned vet in this league. You are a Hall of Famer. It's time for you to get this aspect of things figured out, or that's it for us. Like, threaten retirement if you want to. I don't know. There's probably some team dumb enough to sign you afterwards because, well, they want to sell tickets, and they know that your shtick will sell tickets because you are one of the ultimate heels in the NBA. But you may be best off retiring if you can't get it figured out, because otherwise we're just going to get 3 or 4 more instances of this before you finally do hang them up for good.
Yeah, and I think Steve Kerr, he tries to be too objective because, again, this guy came from the Phil Jackson tree, playing for Phil and playing for guys like Pop, who he considers are his mentors when getting into the coaching business. And Phil had to deal with Dennis Rodman, which we know that was a lot. Like Dennis just randomly going to Vegas and all the partying, and Dennis, kicking cameramen and shit. Like Dennis Rodman and Draymond Green couldn't be more synonymous with one another, except that Draymond's not out here wearing dresses and shit. But if we're just talking about like how they play and how they act, like Steve Kerr's thinking, okay, Phil did this, he dealt with him, so I could do it. And you're right. Sometimes you just got to put your foot down and say, yo, enough's enough. Like when you have Jordan on your squad, it's a little bit different. But Steph's not Jordan. Like Steph's not an asshole like that. Steph's a happy-go-lucky, nice guy. You know what I'm saying? He might be an assassin and a hell of a player, one of the top 10 players ever play the game, absolutely. But Jordan had just an intimidation that Dennis Rodman respected to go along with Phil Jackson. He was still crazy, but you could hear Dennis Rodman talk about Jordan to this day. Like Jordan would go to Vegas and get him. Steph ain't going nowhere to get Draymond. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that Steph's not a leader or anything, but I'm just telling you the impact that Michael Jordan had also with Phil Jackson. So Steve Kerr needs to realize, I don't have those guys that were Mike was that intimidation and Scottie Pippen and those guys. Like, it's just a different tight-knit group with that Bulls team where they were like, yo, Jordan was like, Dennis, you ain't fucking up my rings, bro. You ain't doing that. That ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? Steph got other things going on. His wife Aisha on the cooking channel and doing stuff like that. Like, it's different, man. It's different. Like, Steve Kerr needs to be more like, if this was a Greg Popovich situation, Draymond be gone so long ago.
Yeah.
If he was with the Spurs, like, he needs to be more like Pop. And I get it. You went to war with this guy, and there's a certain loyalty and just, you feel like you owe him or entitled to keeping him around because he's a part of the reason why y'all have had success with the 4 championship rings. But nah, sometimes it's gone too far. And
the shtick is counterproductive. It's like a diva wide receiver. At some point, your talent doesn't outweigh the distraction. By the way, great thought by CB here. Jordan did knock out Steve Kerr. Maybe Steve Kerr just has Stockholm syndrome at this point. Maybe he identifies with the aggressor because he got knocked so silly by MJ back in the day. I will say this because the Draymond Green Rodman comparison is a good one. There's no fucking way Dennis Rodman would have lasted 12 years with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen in that group like Draymond Green has with Golden State right now. They would have shipped his ass out at some point. MJ would have gotten tired of that shit at some point. But they hit that sweet spot that allowed everything to coexist pretty copacetically.
Yeah, 3 years, 12 years, big difference.
Yeah,
look who it is.
It is it's the hobo whisperer. It's the New Orleans hobo whisperer.
That is exactly right, y'all. Let's not forget that. Draymond couldn't live in my world.
No, Draymond would have caught up with you and the car, and we'd all be dead right now.
Dude, that whole team is done. That team isn't going anywhere. Just tell that guy to take a hike. Get a younger player. He's not worth anything to them. Why would they even consider anything with that guy? Because they don't owe him anything. His career is his career. He's got rings, and now he's done. Move along. I don't understand that at all. They don't owe that guy anything. They don't owe him any loyalty. That's the name of the game. You got your rings. I'll take your ass to your tent camp or wherever it is. Over to your crazy camp. They don't owe that guy anything. Why is Steve Kerr even bothering it? Team's no good. Steph Curry's reaching his end of his career too. Why is everybody owing somebody something? They don't owe them shit.
They went to war with him, Buck. He's still one of the best defensive players I've ever seen. Overall, Draymond's one in this age of NBA where you can't touch nobody and everything's ticky-tack and they want the offensive players to
Draymond can't check Trey right now. That guy is not the same guy. Why are we talking about somebody that's not the same guy anymore? What is this? You don't owe anybody anything. You owe them the ability they played on a team and got championship, and he got paid. Right now, he couldn't do anything with his group. I mean, he's not worth anything to them. Go get a young guy and tell that guy to hit the road.
Yeah, I hear you, Buck.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's not valuable to them. He's just a pain in the ass to them now.
Yeah.
He's the guy who can't change with the times. His aggressive attitude is no good now. Nobody's buying into that stuff, and they're not winning. That makes it even worse.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's a good point, Buck.
That guy's less aggressive than the Texas basketball team right now. He couldn't help them. My goodness.
I think you would help them a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, he's in the same mold as like Brock Cunningham, just fouling guys and having the shit out of them. I mean, my goodness.
Yo, they do play alike.
Yeah,
they do play alike. Brock
They're
and
similar
Draymond.
right now at Draymond's career.
Yeah.
He may be scoring more than Brock, maybe.
Maybe.
Scoring more than Brock did on Saturday night. That's for sure.
He had a big goose egg.
Right.
That was sad to watch the other night. It really was. I thought this team was going to come out. Their identity is supposed to be about defense, and they look so soft and so lax defensively. The two guards can't cover anybody. They're so little. They're like little guys.
They're too small. Yeah. Max Asmus weighs the same as you, Buck.
I think I weigh him by about 6 pounds. I'm serious. But you know what I'll do? I'll go down the middle and get a foul. You can knock me down on the ground. I'll go to the free throw line. That dude is not going in the middle. He doesn't want his shot blocked. He wants to be a guy who shoots from the outside. He can get his shot off. But
dude, you try and dribble a basketball into the paint at the YMCA in my kid's 3rd grade basketball league, you're gonna get knocked down and not get back.
Are you kidding me? I will smack that ball on those kids back into the stands. I will pin those kids against the backboard.
Oh man, that'd be a sight to see.
Well, at least I'd pin them at least the bottom of the net.
Oh man,
I gotta see that, man. But
they are 8.5-foot rims. Zay, thank you for hanging out for the first 30 minutes today, man.
No problem, fellas. Love you guys.
See you, Zay. Be good, buddy.
Zay, talk to you tomorrow.
By the way, I forgot to tell Zay, thank you for saving my life the other day. I forgot all about, I was talking to him enough in the car, thanking him, but publicly, I got to thank that dude, man. That guy got nervous when he saw Zay's big ass over there.
Oh, that's what it was. I'm like, he was really close to you. Why did he slow down? That's what it was.
Yeah, Zay had the camera. He had taken the camera down like, okay, you need to stop.
It caused him to second guess. And then for whatever reason, when everybody got in the car, he got that courage back and he started hovering over to the car, the angel of death.
Oh, I'm still not buying. I never saw the guy's face. You guys are making that up.
Nobody saw his face. His face was completely enshadowed by the hood that was over it.
Gosh, that was awful.
Fucking Grim Reaper who was coming after us. And thankfully we just got out of there alive.
No, man, I am not living on a plantation anymore. I'm not going to plantation homes to spend my weekends. No thanks.
Yeah, ghost slaves floating around the house. That place was crazy, man.
I'm just glad. You know what? They did a good job for a house built in the 1800s. That's a nice house if it's out in the country somewhere and you're not afraid of the dark.
Yeah, the house owner was like, this house is built in 36. We're like, oh, 1936? That's pretty old. He's like, no, 1836.
I was like, what?
Fuck.
Zay's telling me, he goes, dude, do not go near a basement. I said, I don't think that place had a basement. He said, but if there was, do not open the door. I'm like, I'm not opening up any doors. I was in that house alone by myself a lot too. All I would have had to do is open up the door. Everybody from the streets would have poured in there and saved me or killed me, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason why the house was a double locked from the side, from the street.
Yeah, no kidding. I've done my Airbnb, never to do another one in my life.
The Airbnb was okay, and the New Orleans homeless respected that line that nobody was supposed to cross one way or the other until one of the housed crossed that line to give away some free Texas Sports Unfiltered shirts, and all the sudden,
come on, just trying to be a man of the people. Those people took care of us. They had shotguns going off, and that was not fireworks. That was ammo. They wasted good ammo on New Year's Eve, didn't they? You can't be wasting that stuff.
They had stolen some good cannons from Louis Armstrong Park from the Civil War era.
Man.
Things off.
That thing was unbelievable. I'm like, dude, you guys are wasting good ammo. Shouldn't you be shooting somebody with that instead of shooting it up? I said, eventually, that stuff has to come down too. When you shoot it straight up in the air, doesn't it have to come down? Does it keep going?
People have to be told that. Police departments across the country. I saw Houston PD put out a plea on New Year's Eve saying, hey, we understand you're excited that it's New Year's Eve. Please don't participate in celebratory gunfire at midnight.
What do they think? It just goes up in the air and evaporates?
People get
the
hurt that way.
Bullets just evaporate or something? What the hell's wrong with these people?
It's like shooting a bullet straight. You shoot a pistol straight.
Yeah.
That bullet just keeps going straight until it hits something.
Right.
It gradually starts going down and down until it does hit something, or it just ends up in the ground.
Right. That thing up in the air goes up and it comes down. And if your head's in that spot, it's coming down. It doesn't matter, because if it hits you in the shoulder or whatever, damn, that thing is coming down fast.
Did you see the video of that Alaska Airlines? Speaking of things going
yes,
up,
I did.
Video of that Alaska Airlines flight. That is terrifying.
Yeah,
that is legitimately one of my worst fears flying. Is something. Usually it's like the emergency exit, but it wasn't even an emergency exit. It was part of the paneling of this brand new airplane. Just goes.
Who put that damn paneling? Who put the paneling in that thing?
What's that?
Who the hell put the paneling back onto that thing?
I don't know, but Alaska Air has grounded every single one of those planes that they just got in an effort to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Well, I'm glad my wife is, because she travels Alaska Airline a lot. But she said, I'm on Delta. I'm like, get back on Alaska. You got a better shot. Are you kidding me? That's just one.
No
so
shit.
take your chances. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. It's just 3 of 5 hours talking on the channel, which I always love doing. Normally it's Jeff Barker at this time, but Jeff couldn't do it today. So I decided to patchwork something together with some of my favorite people to speak with. Zay to start off, you afterwards, Eric Nalin from Inside Texas,
Great.
Inside Texas YouTube channel, 4 to 4:30. And then BK is going to finish things off because there were a few other people who couldn't. And this channel could always use a little bit more Trey and BK, you know?
Absolutely. Just do it. Keep on doing it, man. I'm around right now, which is a good thing, because I'm trying to still straighten out some stuff before my wife gets home tomorrow. She will find every dirty spot that I've dirtied up here over the last 4 days. So I got to get to work in here tonight. She's that lady.
When does she get back?
She gets back tomorrow afternoon.
And she just doesn't clean up after herself?
No. I clean up after myself, but my cleaning up is different from her cleaning up. She has vacuums that go. I take like cloths and do stuff. Hers is a vacuum cleaner. I've got all these animals and stuff, and I've taken care of the 3 dogs and the 2 cats. So my wake up is 5 o'clock every morning to prepare them. If not, those 2 big dogs will knock the doors down. They don't play around.
I'll tell you, with 2 dogs right now and 2 dogs who shed a lot, I completely understand anybody who shaves their dogs regularly or gets the hypoallergenic dogs. You can vacuum and 3 hours later there's dog hair everywhere. It doesn't matter. It's like the whole postal employees going crazy because the mail never stops coming. The dog hair never stops shedding.
Yeah, we only have the one, the Schnauzer stays in, but the 2 Great Pyrenees, they're outdoors. This weather's getting just perfect for them. This is what they like. They'll lay out in the grass and sleep right through the night. They don't, this kind of weather doesn't bother, whether it's damp or not. They get an opportunity to get their coats all cleaned off and stuff, so they don't mind. But I crack the garage and they come in, and there's spots where they will sleep. Now, somebody said, well, why would you crack your door? I said, yeah, you want to go in there in the middle of the night and try to get through that door into the house? Good luck. Those dogs are really alert when the sun goes down. That's when they're at their most alert stage, is doing stuff. And plus, I've got this house next to me that they've got cows and goats and ducks. So these dogs are on the alert, because a lot of coyotes come to the fence. They can't get over to that 10-foot fence next door, but they do like the smells of those chickens and those ducks. If you leave an opening over there, those coyotes are going to find their way. And my dogs hate coyotes.
I can imagine. Coyotes are assholes.
Yeah, my dogs are praying that one of those finds a way to slip underneath this fence so that they can take off the limb. The last 2 Pyrenees I had took the limb right, took a leg right off a coyote, chewed it right off of him, and he bled out. So they like sit around waiting for coyotes to make a mistake.
Coyotes, they work and travel in packs, and they're
Yes.
always looking to cause trouble. That's like their one role, because they take the scavenger element of canids
Yes.
to the nth degree, because nobody is feeding them. So they've always got to find that food for themselves. And evolutionarily, they figured out over the years that they're best off trying to find that next meal in packs.
Well, I've got a friend that had, he had some horses, but he lives towards like Wimberley and stuff. And he has some animals on his property, or next to him, there's a guy that, like my guy next door has 5 acres. He's trying to put a whole farm on 5 acres. He's like a 20-acre farm. He's trying to do it all in 5 acres. So this thing is packed. It's disgusting. It's kind of gross. His house is a farm, and it's, I don't know what he's waiting for, Armageddon or something, but he's got like 5 cows. I'm like, this is 5 acres. You can't have that, man. What are you packing them in here? Ducks, chickens, goats now. And my dogs, all they want to do is kind of protect them. That's what those kind of dogs do. They feel like they're protectors. So my dogs are up at 2:30 in the morning, barking, going nuts because everything's active around me. But I'll tell you this, that is, it's okay for the dogs. I'm glad, because people enjoy, they enjoy seeing these dogs around here, because they know you can come down the street here at 5 in the morning, or not 5, but when it starts to get sunrise, you can see the coyotes just walking around. I mean, they're on the hunt. They're on the hunt for your cats.
Dude, if I were you and if I were your neighbors, I would be shooting to kill coyotes.
Yeah, but as I said, Trey, it's just this friend had all his little mini farm got a not a bobcat, but a cat, a lion, to get on his property. Yeah, and it took a bite out of the side of one of his horses. And that thing, I'm like, what is this? He said, here's the scrapes from the lion's paws on my horse, but here's the bite out of the side of his butt cheek. It was like, wow.
Oh my gosh.
So if you don't think these varmints will bring those kind of things out of the woodwork, if you live out in the country, and you don't have to live that far in the country to get a cat, a bobcat, or a big lion, where they'll come from miles to get food. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
My dogs wouldn't have a chance against a lion.
Their sense of smell and their hearing are exceptional, to where they can hear things that we can't even begin to fathom. Like, that's how great their distance is.
But it's dangerous to have that where there's kids around. I mean, a lion pick that kid up and take him for a ride. It's just nuts. But it's people trying to be people. My wife doesn't. I mean, I just deal with it. I don't go out of the way and say, I'm not. It's just somebody just trying to take care of life, just live. They want to be farmers, kind of in the city, but go ahead, see what it takes.
You also need to understand your limits and understand that there are pitfalls to everything. So
they don't care about the people. Believe me, they don't care about the people around them. They're not into the people around. They don't care.
If I lived out in the country, I would have dogs like you do. Like, we have dogs that are indoor dogs. I mean, we put them out in the backyard from time to time. It's where they do a lot of their business, but they're indoor dogs. But indoor, outdoor dogs have evolved to be alarm systems as much as an actual physical threat to protect you. And they can do that also.
Yeah, I just need them to be the alarm for me. I don't need them to fight off anybody. Just alarm me, let me know. I don't sleep that well anyway.
A dog's bark, especially if it's a decent bark, is a much greater deterrent than any alarm system. An alarm system will drive somebody away that is considering breaking into your house. Hearing a dog bark on the other side of that door, especially if it has any sort of authenticity to it, let's say, like it sounds like a bigger dog or a meaner dog, that person's not just leaving, they are running the other direction.
They don't know what's behind the
dogs. It's not just the case for humans, by the way. It's for other animals too.
Yes.
So to hear your big dogs barking like that will send coyotes, probably cougars, a lot of other creatures like that scurrying in a different direction.
Well, I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, it's a little bobcat. The guy says, no, this one is big. Look at the size of the bite on my horse. I'm like, well, that's not a little bobcat.
No.
That's something big, and that's coming a long way to get a bite to eat. So
Double D says he has a Rhodesian Ridgeback mix. She's our alarm. Yeah, Rhodesian Ridgebacks are crazy creatures, crazy athletic. They are insanely well trained if you train them right, but you always have to have something for them to do because otherwise they will tear shit up in and around your house.
Oh, well, this young Great Pyrenees I have right now, who's 8 months, about to get his nuts cut off here shortly because he's nonstop. The other one's been neutered, but he's 9 years old. And this other one is jumping on him, and he's probably going to hurt him eventually because he's so big, and he's bigger than the 9-year-old already. Wow. So he doesn't know his strength. And so it's time for some snippage to go on, you know?
I'm actually going down that road this year. My wife's been asking for
it. Yeah, going to settle you down a little bit too, huh?
Several years now. Now, I'm not getting the balls completely removed, but I am getting whatever's severed down there that needs to be severed to ensure that I don't procreate anymore, you know?
Yeah, no accidental. No, I did that a long, long time ago. And that was I remember doing that. And you know how everybody told me how bad that was. I remember laying there in the room and getting this little local, and then the doctor coming in, and I saw he had the tray of stuff right there when I was laying back, and he says, hey, listen, it's going to be like having a couple martinis. I said, Doc, if you're going to stick that needle in my balls, you better give me more than that. I'm going to need more than just a couple martinis. There was this long needle that goes along with that thing. I said, oh, no, I need whatever you have. I need more of it. If that's the tool you're using to neuter me, is to stick this in these nuts. I said, 2 martinis is not going to do that. He's talking about 2 martinis. I'm like, I need 6, 10. Just give me some straight Jack, but don't tell me this is all you're going to do.
I thought it was just a local anesthetic that they use to numb the area up, and you stay completely awake and aware the entire time.
No. I was knocked out. I'm one of those people. If you put some of that stuff in me, I go out. I want to be out. I was out.
The question I'm asking everybody now who has had this procedure done.
I was out for about 20 minutes. That's all it is. And you're out. I woke up and I'm like, okay, we ready? He goes, oh no, we're done. I'm like, nice.
Well, the question I have to ask though is, let's say a week or 2 later, did you feel like less of a man than you did before you got the procedure?
Dude, I was ready to get back after it in about a week and a half. I was ready to go. I had some peas on D's, like cold peas from the freezer, and sat them there and watched football. But about a week and a half, I was ready to go. I wanted to see if I said this, you're supposed to go back and find out if it worked. Dude, I didn't even check. I just went right back at it.
You're just like, screw it. I'm shooting blanks now.
Yeah. I'm like,
make that assumption.
I'm taking it on you, Doc, that you did your job. I'm not going back to check. Everything should be okay.
Well, Antonio Marty tried to go with that strategy. Unfortunately, he ended up with a couple more kids afterwards.
No, really?
I believe so.
No, it was for the good. I mean, remember, I'm one of 8 children, so I didn't have that. I was ready to rock and roll. And then when we got to 4, oh yeah. And as a matter of fact, the 3rd was born when I was on vacation, and we were on vacation in New Hampshire, and I was getting ready to go fishing, and I was in the process. I was still doing the old pullout method there for a while before I got snipped. And so I'm after it at like 5 in the morning, and I'm late for going fishing in the morning. And some of the coaches who were up in New Hampshire vacation with me banged on the window, and I was supposed to be exiting, and I made a mistake. And so that's how my daughter was born. I'm like, damn. So I got it done the minute I came back from vacation. It was like, and of course, then we went and adopted a kid. Like, what the hell's going on here?
You guys just kept resetting that clock over and over again.
Oh, man.
Freedom clock, which you completely lose as long as there's kids in the house.
I do not know how my mom and dad did it with, or both, basically my mom did it with 8 kids, 8 children. Wow. And I hear people with 11 and 12 kids. I'm like, what is going on? How did you do that back in those days? Well, back in those days, you didn't complain. You got what you ate. You ate what was on the table. You went to work. You didn't complain about working too hard. You never complained about the clothes you had. You never complained about having to sleep with 4 other people in a room. You just did it. That's the way it went.
Kids are earning income starting at like 6 or 7 in the morning. They're shining shoes or going.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Or something.
Hell yeah.
Double D, I don't need to hear a horror story like this. I have a buddy who had his vas nicked during his procedure and his balls swelled up like softballs. I don't need that to happen.
No, you get a little swelling now. Now you're not going to get off scot-free. They swell a little bit, but they don't go softball size.
I need to make sure to get ready to take some pictures then, so I can show people just how big they were at one point.
Big ball. Yeah. Oh, you'll get some swellage now.
Does the swelling stay or does it go down?
Oh, it goes down.
Is it just in the beans, or you get a
No, you just get the beans. No, just the beans.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, just the beans.
Okay.
Yeah, you just take a baseball glove and hold on to them. It's all right. It's like a big softball, no big deal. But it's for the betterment. It's for the betterment. So what about are you excited about some of the guys that have decided to stay? Baron Sorrell, I'm glad he decided to stay for another year, man. He needed it. I think he needed to, Trey. He wasn't going anywhere. I know what his mind said, but his play said no. His mind said yes, but his play said no. And I think he's made the right decision. And that's a good thing for the Texas Longhorns and that kid.
I think he's going to have more of an opportunity to shine next year.
Sure.
Which is what a guy who's playing his sort of position needs. Look, the hurries are a good stat. The stat that everybody pays more attention to is actually getting home. So for him to have a chance to add to the sack total, I think will be very beneficial for him, as will another year in the strength and conditioning program and with these Texas defensive coaches. Yeah, I'm happy Baron Sorrell is coming back, and it's great that Jake Majors is coming back too. You're only
absolutely
guy off of an offensive line that has made market improvements over these last couple of years. Like that, it doesn't completely neutralize all the receiving talent that you are about to lose. But these coaches have a contingency plan for that as well. They've been planning for that probably since before the offseason officially got going. And now we're seeing some of those things come to fruition through how they've recruited guys who are currently on the roster. And then, of course, going and getting a guy like Matthew Golden in the transfer portal.
Oh, yes.
As well. And we're going to continue that conversation, actually, with great Eric Nalin of Inside Texas, InsideTexas.com, and the Inside Texas YouTube channel. Buck, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you helping out for a half hour.
All right. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for having me on. How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing great. How you been?
Been great. I mean, the weather outside, I'm in Houston, it's quite rainy. It's like Mother Nature's way of saying she's not feeling this matchup tonight. The Horns should be in it, not Washington. They're bringing the Seattle weather down here. So I'm a little bummed out in line with the weather. But other than that, I'm great.
By the same token, you and I both wish we were heading to NRG this evening. You were in New Orleans last week, correct, for the game?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a great time.
Game notwithstanding, what was the highlight of New Orleans?
Just walking the city with my family, hanging out with some friends that I have that live there, bumping into a lot of Inside Texas subscribers and just general fans. It was a really good time. I love any city where you can walk around and then get to catch a game as well. It's New Year's Eve. It's just a lot going on, lots of activities right up my alley.
You've seen a lot of football in person. The Rose Bowl may be the only other environment that compares for me, but there's something so unique about just entering that stadium, just from the 2 times that I've had the chance to do so in early 2019 and the last week as well. Do you get that sense too whenever you were attending that game in person, Eric?
Yeah, it was electric. There was a lot of buildup to it too. It was so late in the day. We were all we had to go find a place that was suitable for my 5-year-old to watch. So we went to a hotel bar and it was just crawling with UT fans, just outnumbered them, probably 3 or 4 to 1, it seemed like, watching the Alabama-Michigan game. And you had the buildup. So I think there's, a lot of that went into it. And then, walking over to the stadium from where we were, there's just, there was a lot of electricity. I don't know. I think the game to me that stands out is always OU. That's you walking into that stadium, it feels like you're getting ready for a fist fight. This one was a little bit more festive, I would say. But, yeah, it was definitely a lively environment. It's New Orleans around New Year's and an 8 o'clock game.
So we're not going to lament the loss last week too much. We've all talked enough about it through the end of last week. And there's plenty of going on in this Texas program right now, namely guys who are making decisions on their immediate futures, whether to stick in Austin, whether to go pro, whether to transfer someplace else, as well as guys who are choosing to bring their talents to Austin as well. Let's start here, Eric, because Texas is losing their top 4 wide receivers from this past season. 3 guys who are going pro with JT Sanders, Xavier Worthy, and now A.D. Mitchell, and then Jordan Whittington, who is out of eligibility now and will likely be earning an NFL paycheck for the foreseeable future as well. What are you seeing right now out of Steve Sarkisian and his staff, and I guess the makeup of this roster that has you not as concerned with the future at wide receiver and tight ends for Texas?
Well, number one at receiver, I love the addition of Matthew Golden. He's got experience. I think he's an explosive receiver. I think he's right in line with with what Steve Sarkisian's seeking in a wide receiver. He's a deep threat. He can break a tackle. He's a vertical threat for sure. I think he can run the whole route tree. He's explosive. I think if you went back and saw him as a freshman when he had a better quarterback or a better passing game under Clayton Tune, I think you would have expected a lot more out of him this season. The changing quarterback, his numbers weren't quite what you would hope, but he had a good game, 88 yards and 2 touchdowns against Texas. He's an explosive player. He's a kick returner, so he's going to help fill the void left by Keelan Robinson and Xavier Worthy. And then I'm a huge believer in Jonte Cook. Always have been a big believer in Cook since I saw him as a freshman at DeSoto. I think he's going to be 55, 60 catches next year, whether they line him up inside or in the slot. Him and Golden working off each other are going to give defenses a lot to worry about. The big question is, what happens over at boundary receiver? Do they put Golden there, or do they seek out somebody else that they've got an offer out to C.J. Daniels, who visited yesterday from Liberty, wide receiver from Liberty, who was very productive with Caden Salter. We hadn't seen him in a fully weaponized passing attack. So we're talking about a guy that could probably have 75, 80 catches instead of 55 like he had this past season. We'll see if they can get him. I'm pretty optimistic. And then you got Ryan Wingo, who, I think even though he's going to be inexperienced and Sark doesn't like to rotate his receivers a lot, he's got a lot of things that translate to the game immediately. You don't have to question whether or not his size and strength and speed are going to translate. He's day one ready in that regard. Then he just has to get on the same page with the quarterback and understand the playbook and read coverages. But I think he'll be a quick learner in that regard. He's already off to a good start as far as, he was getting a lot of coaching as much as the coaches could before he even got on campus. So I think he'll hit the ground running. But I mean, it's, they're going to have a running attack to make things a lot easier. For the passing attack, there's going to be a mutual relationship in that regard. I think the passing attack, third-year Quinn, I think the passing attack is going to be perfectly fine next year.
So speaking of Quinn Ewers coming back obviously really negates all the talent being lost at wide receiver, and he's just having to reestablish rapport with his new wide receivers. He has a week to decide what he's going to do. I feel like you guys have felt pretty strongly that Quinn will be returning for next season. Is that still where you are? Opinion?
Yeah, I mean that's bled through our coverage since for going back almost 4 or 5 weeks now probably. We expect him to be back, and I think once Malik Murphy left, everybody kind of understood that was at least part of the reason. I expect Quinn to announce that he's back whenever he feels like it. The Mannings understand it already, so we'll see.
It's amazing to me that there is a contingent of Texas fans that are arguing for Quinn Ewers to move on so the Arch Manning era can start. It's just one of those moments, Eric, where it proves to me that not just Texas fans, but sports fans really cannot have nice things.
Yeah.
I understand that sometimes the grass is actually greener, but to have gone as long as Texas had without consistent play at quarterback, and I realize Sam Ehlinger was an exception, although there was a little bit that was left to be desired with Sam Ehlinger as a thrower too. To have a guy like Quinn Ewers who has taken the steps that he has from one season to another, but to potentially get a third year of that, of a former 5-star who was the top quarterback in his class before he reclassified to enroll in Ohio State early. I guess it's just amusing to me is the bottom line that we can't have nice things sometimes, including at quarterback.
Yeah, I think fans are just projecting immediate greatness on Manning, in part because of his last name, in part because of his stature and his talent. I think he's going to be fantastic. I think he's probably going to be no slight to Quinn. Eventually, I think he'll probably be the best quarterback they've had as far as a passer coming out of the school, pretty much ever. So I think there's reasons to be excited about it, but you can't make up for experience in one offseason with, he had what he play in 2 or 3 games this past year and very limited. I mean, there's no, it's senseless to me to want Arch to start next year over Quinn. That doesn't make any sense. So I think you're going to see a different Quinn next year. We knew we were pretty accurate on what Quinn was going to be this year, better, but not certainly not a finished product. I think he got better throughout the season. And I think next year you're going to see him a lot more comfortable in the drop back passing game. I think his recognition of coverage is going to be a lot better. He's going to become a lot better, well-rounded quarterback. And I think he's probably going to be a front runner for the Heisman. So, I think it's easy for fans to want what's next and project greatness on somebody that's just a blank slate. But, I'm excited about Quinn coming back, assuming that he does follow through.
I'm completely confused on guys still having COVID years. I thought this year was the end of it, but apparently it's not. Having said that, though, it's big that Jake Majors will be coming back for one more year. What are your expectations for this offensive line now that Jake Majors will be returning for one more year, considering that they only lose Christian Jones off that right side?
Yeah, it's still going to be interesting to track because you're going to have some competition. Are they going to move Hayden Conner over to right tackle to compete with Cameron Williams? If they do that, then you've got Neto Umeozulu and Cole Hudson battling it out for left guard. I'm a big fan of Hudson. I haven't seen nearly as much as Umeozulu. Of course, he's got significant upside. Both of them are, I think, significant upgrades as far as run blockers over Hayden Conner. Jake Majors, of course, coming back. I hate that he got hurt versus OU, but I'm happy for him in that he finally started getting the credit he deserved once he started missing some time. Fans were not appreciating him enough. DJ Campbell, I think, is going to be much improved. He'll start, moving a little faster as far as his processing speed. He got better throughout the entire season, I felt. I expect him to have a big off season. I think he's going to be a really good road grader over there. If you pair him with Cameron Williams in the run game, you've got something serious on that side. That's going to be, 400 pounds damn near. And then you got Hayden Conner and Cameron Williams. Hayden is probably a better pass protector right now, and that's important at right tackle. So Cam's going to have to tighten up his kick step, get a little quicker. But it's overall the offensive line is going to be the best we've seen in quite some time. It's finally going to have experience pretty much across the board, especially if Cole Hudson wins a job.
Cam Williams is always going to be a big, heavy dude. How important is it for him to get more control on his overall physique, though, this offseason in order for things to start clicking?
Yeah, he's fluctuated a little bit like us fat dads have throughout December. He's fluctuated in his time. He got down to about 330, 340, his first offseason at Texas. So I think he's probably back up around 360 or so. I probably want him down around 340, but it's really, the right size is wherever he's comfortable, wherever he's, holding up. And he's going to get a good barometer going up against Colin Simmons in practice. If you can stay in front of Colin Simmons, then it really doesn't matter what your weight is. But, yeah, they're going to want to get him as quick as possible, and that'll entail leaning down a little bit. He's going to have to go up against some really good pass rushers in the SEC. So, we'll see. But I think, he'll probably hold off Hayden Conner, I think. But, I don't know. Hayden's a better pass protector than he is run blocker, and you're gonna select for that at tackle.
You think running back? Gosh, and I know it's hard to look at this so many months out before the 2024 season gets going, but considering the Thunder and Lightning combo that CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue provided you once Jonathan Brooks went down to an injury, is that your starting and depth chart backfield for Texas in 2024? Those two guys, because there's a lot of talent that's on the roster right now, and some other talented dudes that are coming in with Gibson and Clark too.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a timeshare between those two. They play off each other well. I think they're going to want to run maybe outside a little bit more next year, just because Jaden Blue excels in open space. I think they're going to throw the balls to them more. They're going to get more targets in the passing game. Jaden Blue is exceptional at getting open down the sideline, as we've seen. He's got elite speed for running back. And I think CJ Baxter is going to be, a much more assertive, much more confident, much more powerful runner next year. We saw glimpses of it this season, but not quite as much as some had hoped. I think he's going to mature quite a bit as a running back. He's going to get a lot more comfortable within the running schemes. And so those two are going to get the lion's share of the carries. But Savion Red's still there. Trey Wisner's going to get more carries. You got Jarrett Gibson coming in and Christian Clark, both early enrollees. So there's plenty of depth at running back. There's no question about it.
On the defensive side of the ball, Eric, it was great to see Barron Sorrell decide to come back for at least one more year. Why was that the smart choice for him?
Well, he doesn't quite have the production as far as a pressure player on the edge as you would like to get drafted high, but he can improve that. I think he can improve that, get a little quicker, keep refining his technique. To me, it's every bit as big because he's a great leader in the locker room. He's a great leader in the gym. He's going to be stout versus the run. You're getting ready to go into the SEC. They just lost two big defensive tackles in Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. So that's a huge component of the run defense. To have a softer edge while losing those guys would have been catastrophic. So having him there, maybe Ethan Burke moves over there. Those guys start sharing reps. I think Edge has a chance to be a strength next year.
Is Duncanville's Colin Simmons going to be a day one starter at the other edge rusher position then?
I don't know yet. I think he's got a chance to do it. He's going to be a day one player for sure. It's kind of like how we saw Anthony Hill play immediately. I don't know if he's going to start. That's going to play out throughout the spring. I'm not 100% sure they're moving Burke over to Jack. I suspect it based on some things I've heard. They also brought in Trey Moore over there from UTSA. He might play Sam in the base defense. There's a lot of different things they can do. They got some young guys they really like that need big off seasons just to get bigger, faster, stronger. But again, they've got a lot of guys they can rotate. They're a long ways away from 2021 when they got in and had to get whoever they could out of the portal.
I didn't realize Sorrell was looked at as a leader on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, who are the leaders going to be for this team next year? I know you guys just put up a piece about that in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, we've been high on Sorrell since the day he got there because of those leadership intangibles. Nobody works harder than him, and that's a good sign that he's going to maximize. Jake Majors is a respected leader for sure. Kelvin Banks is respected. Kelvin's not the most vocal guy, but everybody wants to do right by Kelvin. And I think Quinn Ewers, at least within his personality type, he's not the most outgoing guy. He's a respected leader as well. A lot of the leadership in the coming years is going to come from the 2023 players. That class is loaded with leadership ability. Malik Muhammad, Anthony Hill, Arch Manning. It's one after another. All those guys were successful in high school. All those guys helped lead their teams to national championship or state championships, with the exception of Arch. There's just a lot of leadership in the lower ranks. But the good thing about the culture is they're keeping it moving. They're not having to start it from ground zero. So the culture is largely in place. That it's a lot easier to keep it moving rather than getting something going. So culture's in a good spot. But there's not that de facto Jordan Whittington, Rashawn Johnson type leader. At least yet. Now, if Jahdae Barron comes back, which, some are still holding out hope for, I haven't entirely ruled that one out. He might become the voice of the defensive side of the ball, but, that remains to be seen.
It would be so interesting if Jahdae Barron would come back, because he seemed like maybe as big of a foregone conclusion on the defensive side of the ball as Xavier Worthy was throughout the course of this season. But he had some weird games at the end of the year. Maybe he was a little bit dinged up. Maybe he was playing out of position. What would be his rationale for coming back? It does seem like he is a guy who is ready to get that NFL paycheck.
He's been that way. Finances can be a good motivator. Him and Xavier are two peas in a pod, rolling around town, taking pictures, living that pro lifestyle already. Not in a bad way. They're good dudes. They work hard. But I think he probably didn't get the grade that he wanted. He's not hearing the sort of talking from scouts, and he's not getting the feedback that he would feel confident about leaving right now. And, maybe he came back. If he came back, he played a little bit more corner. It could improve his value. They never really moved him to nickel because he couldn't play corner. That happens with a lot of players, but that wasn't the reason for him. They moved him to nickel because they wanted a corner there. So if the knock on him is, maybe he doesn't have corner ability, maybe he asks for more time at corner, and that would kill two birds with one stone. You can give more depth at corner. There's not they just lost Ryan Watts. They're still pretty young there with some of the freshmen coming in. And then you can also get Jalen Gilbo on the field a little bit more too, which would keep him happy. You've got to get these snaps allocated to everybody. Otherwise, guys are going to get antsy and hit the portal.
I feel like Barron kicking to the outside becomes Muhammad and Barron as the corners, with Brooks maybe providing depth on one side. Is that how you see things too?
Well, I don't want to get everybody's hopes up with Barron, all this Barron talk about him coming back, because we don't know it. But Barron could play either corner spot. Malik Muhammad could play either corner spot. And I think Terrence Brooks probably profiles better to the boundary despite him playing to the field. I don't know that for 100%. And I need to do some more investigation on why they play him there. But I'm not as down on Terrence Brooks as some other people. I think, he did struggle in a couple games this year. They just happened to be two high profile games, but overall, I think Terrence Brooks is going to be a really good player. I don't know. I think Barron's ultimate position in the NFL probably is nickel. But if he played corner a little bit more and Lockta had some good game tape going against some lead wide receivers, I think it would probably help his draft cause. But we'll see. I mean, by the time we're off the air, maybe he's already gone pro. We don't know, but we do know that he's going over all his options with his inner circle. And the fact that he's not in there yet, that gives us that, coupled with our information, there's a real chance he comes back. We're just not sure if it's going to happen.
I know you guys reported after the game last Monday that Ryan Watts was a possibility to return to Texas, but he needed to show a willingness to consider some reps at safety in the offseason. Clearly, if that was proposed to him, he was not accepting of that because not only is he not coming back to Texas, he's going to try and go pro, which is maybe a little bit surprising. Does that surprise you at all? And what is that willingness to play safety? Because if he's going to stick in the NFL, it does feel like that move is inevitable.
Yeah, it does surprise me to some degree because, if I were him, I would want some familiarity playing safety. It's a whole different position than corner. It looks the same at times, but there's a lot more going on for a safety than there is for a corner. So it did surprise me. I think he was somewhat open to it. Based on what I was hearing, he was at least thinking it over. But for him to go pro, it's, he's always, since I've known him since he was a junior in high school, that guy's always wanted to play corner. I thought maybe reality might set in a little bit. I don't want to knock him if he wants to go try playing corner in the NFL. I hope it works out for him for sure. He was a great Longhorn. I just think that, lack of makeup speed is probably going to hurt him in the NFL, especially because a lot of those wide receivers are, he's not going to be the biggest DB on the field anymore. He's not going to be the biggest skill player on the field anymore. He's going to have wide receivers that are bigger than him, that move better than him. And so, it's going to be interesting, but I hope it works out for him. He was a good Longhorn, played very physical football for Texas. And he helped lead the charge back to prominence for UT.
Safety is the position that I pay closest attention to on defense, Eric. So you can imagine how I was pulling my hair out this year at times. Safety left a lot to be desired. Happy that Derek Williams is obviously going to be back next year. He was one of the brightest and most consistent performers this year. Michael Taft, too. I know he's a little bit limited physically, but there is something to be said for a guy who is always around the football. But based on player movement, guys like Jaron Thompson entering the portal, some other backup safeties as well who weren't ever going to see the field. I don't know what Keaton Crawford's official outcome is just yet, but it looks like he's not going to be a part of the roster. But some of the guys coming in, including Makuba from Clemson, are you feeling better at safety right now versus what we saw throughout the course of 2023?
I mean, I feel better about the talent level. Experience is always a concern. Experience goes a long way at safety. I know we saw experienced players like Jaron Thompson. He got beat over the top a few times, but experience is very important at that position, just like quarterback and linebacker. So on paper, I feel really good about it. Just the overall, the talent increase is pretty clear. I'm going to write up an article on that. They've lost 7 DBs, whether to the NFL or to the portal. I think it's 7. It would be 8 with Jahdae Barron. It's either 7 or 8 overall, all said and told, depending on what Barron does. So that's a lot of turnover, and cohesion in the secondary is important. Again, we feel good about the corners, at least pretty good. And I feel good about Derek Williams and Michael Taft. If they have to start those two next year, they're probably in pretty good shape. But depth behind them is a concern. Makuba, I think, has a chance, depending on what Barron comes back. See, that's part of the value add if Barron comes back. If Barron came back, he's at nickel, and Makuba probably stays at field safety. That's where he's played his best football at Clemson. And that's why Barron coming back could be big, just beyond nickel playing at a high level. It could have downward effects on safety as well. I'm a believer in Taft. I felt Taft was the best safety this year. At times, he's the best DB, regardless of position. I don't know if that's great for the program, but it's great for Michael Taft and how much work he's put in. So he'll be good. And I think they're going to mix up their coverages more than we saw last year. Probably not nearly as much cover 4. I think they'll be in cover 3. Put Derek Williams down on the slot. You got Taft roaming center field. It could work. But then you got Jelani McDonald, who's a very exciting football player. We saw him on special teams this year. He played last year at star nickel. I never felt he was going to stick there just because the coverage duties are a little bit too difficult for somebody his size. But he's certainly an athletic upgrade at safety. And then you got Xavier Filsaime coming in. You got Jordan Johnson-Rebel coming in, who has a high football IQ and could probably play a little earlier than people realize. So, they're throwing bodies at the problem, and they're increasing the baseline talent at the position. How quickly can it come together? Now that remains to be seen.
I'm not sure of what to make for linebacker next year. Jalen Ford just officially announced that he's gone. Again, another one of those COVID guys. I had no idea that he had a year of eligibility left if he wanted it, but it's probably for the best that he moves on to the NFL now, as much as it hurts to lose his productivity. Anthony Hill played reps at that regular linebacker spot, even if he was a little bit of a liability in pass coverage. Really saw David Benda come on later in the year as well. And then, of course, Maurice Blackwell, when he got healthy, provided some really nice reps for this team too. What does linebacker look like for Texas next season as it stands right now?
I think there's a good chance that Anthony Hill moves over to Mike and takes over for Jalen Ford's spot. That would be obviously Jalen Ford had 10.5 tackles for loss this year. You put an athlete like Anthony Hill there who had 5 sacks, that's not going to tail off much. So We know he's going to be good downhill. I'm a believer in Anthony playing in reverse and coverage as well. Coverage is a lot of times coverage isn't just athleticism and mobility and fluidity. It's understanding of where to be. It's recognition, using your eyes, having your eyes in the right place. And I think that requires time. That goes back to the experience that we were talking about at safety. So if he goes there, then that gets pretty cleared up. You could have Leonga Lafau behind him at Mike, who's terrific in coverage. And then at will, you would keep Maurice Blackwell, David Benda, and with the younger guys competing like Darian Gillette. Samaje Burrell could probably play either of the linebacker spots. They've got a lot of bodies. They got a brand new linebacker coach. So in some ways, that's good. I love what Jeff Choate has done, but now a new set of eyes will probably have them fixing things, that maybe Choate got them to where they needed to be in some regards, but a new set of eyes can always help you see things that you didn't see prior. So I think there's plenty of talent to work with. I'm not too worried about linebacker next year. I think Anthony Hill is going to be a early round draft pick. In the days of yore when linebackers were better prioritized by the NFL, he'd be a first round draft pick. So I think they're going to be in good hands at Mike. And then, we'll see what happens at will. They've got bodies, they've got athletes, and they've got some experience. Just not sure how it's going to play out. But Darian Gillette will be one we'll watch closely in the spring because he's got significant athleticism. Maybe he becomes the guy on third down, whether he use off the edge or blitzing.
Texas just replaced Jeff Choate, who has taken the job at Nevada, with former Arizona DC Johnny Nansen. I don't know a whole lot about the guy. He is the co-DC here now with Pete Kwiatkowski. What can you tell the people about Coach Nansen?
No, he's a home run hire. Absolutely home run hire. He was with Steve Sarkisian going back to Washington, 2009. Before that, he played at Washington State. He played linebacker at Washington State. Coached in the smaller ranks at Idaho and Idaho State, I believe. Followed Sark from Washington to USC, stayed on at USC after Sark's departure. Was at UCLA. Recently has graduated from position coach to coordinator, did a sensational job revitalizing the Wildcat defense. He's a heck of a coach. He's coached multiple positions. The reason he's coached so many different positions is people have always tried to find a home for him on a staff because he's a terrific recruiter. Sark loves the West Coast. He loves recruiting that area. Right now, USC's down a bit. There's players to be had in ways that isn't always the case out there. And now they got a hammer, a guy that can go out there and recruit for Texas in the West Coast. He's got tons of ties, tons of familiarity with high school coaches. He's recruited at an extremely high level throughout his career. I think I counted up, he's landed 26 total 4 or 5 stars, and that's just the guys he's given credit for. He's not just going to recruit linebackers. He's going to be a volume recruiter and recruit different positions. So really, it's a home run hire.
You think we see a change from one of the position coaches in the secondary? I know some questions have been asked about Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, but ultimately, do those guys still have their jobs come spring and into the next season?
Yeah, I haven't heard any talk about them departing or leaving. You never know what can happen if the next coaching domino could shake something loose. Maybe they would leave for that. I don't think their jobs are in jeopardy. If you look at the talent across the board at every position, they've got a lot more experience and or talent than what Blake Gideon was working with. Derek Williams was a 5-star but had no experience. They're not losing NFL guys at safety. So Blake Gideon hasn't had the same benefit that Bo Davis had. Bo Davis inherited a hell of a room. They just needed time to be coached up. A lot of these other coaches have better rooms to work with. Terry Joseph had a true freshman and Ryan Watts, who was injured for much of the year. And when he wasn't injured, he did suffer getting beat deep a little bit. And then Terrence Brooks is still pretty young. And he's going to have a young room again next year, but at least they'll have talent. So I don't know. Fans are always looking for a scapegoat. Whatever it's the perceived reason they lost, that's the next guy that needs to be fired. I think that Sark is going to stick by his guys and realize what I just said. Those guys are getting the talent in place. Now they just need to get some experience.
Why are our kids calling us fat, Eric?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The kid has no respect. Put food on his table. The kid just had Christmas. I mean, it's right in the shadows of Christmas too. He's calling me fat. It's terrible.
Did things slack off a little bit during this football season? I know you guys are busy as hell over there. That's why you have the best info in the business. I mean, what was going on that led to him calling you fat? You just letting the physique drop a little bit?
I didn't eat as well as I should have. It's the holidays, and then December was crazy. We had so much. Last December, I didn't have the slack off, but there was nothing to write about. There was hardly any portal activity. There was no real intrigue around signing day. This year we had a lot more intrigue around signing day, portal activity, playoffs. I didn't have time to work out. And apparently I had time to eat bad though. So I don't know. Got to reprioritize some things.
Well, I try and explain to mine too. You realize part of the reason why I eat as poorly as I do is because of y'all, right? Like we do pizza and ice cream. Yeah, I love that too, but we do that more because of you guys.
Yeah, it's them. It's their diet. It's chicken nuggets and Cheetos. It's whatever's easy for them. It's funny. My wife batch cooks for our dogs, and so the dogs are eating ground turkey, rice, carrots, sweet potatoes, all these things. And I'm like, I just need to eat that more.
Yeah, just get a couple scoops for yourself, and there's lunch and dinner for most meals out of the week.
Absolutely.
As far as the gym goes, you and I, you're mid-40s, right?
Yeah, 45.
Yeah, you and I are the same age. I turned 46 at the end of this week. So we got to be careful about how we work out, though. We're not going for PRs anymore. We're just trying to do the lifts that help maintain a certain level of strength, maybe give a little bit of muscle tone. But at the end of the day, we're not trying to hurt ourselves at the gym like we may have been 20 plus years ago,
Yeah, that's part of the problem, though, is because I was in there today and these two younger guys, this guy's, I don't know, he's probably a little bit bigger than me. He's, I don't know, early 20s. He had 275 on the bench and he struggled to get 3. And, in your mind, you're thinking about the good old days when that was nothing. It's hard. The younger guys mess us up. Again, it's the younger guys giving us the business. I'm over there doing kettlebells to help work on mobility and not dying of old age. And they're throwing around, what's semi-serious weight. I still squat like a real man. I don't deadlift like a real man. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you gotta it's reprioritize. When you're 20, it's about vanity. When it's 30, it's about strength. And when it's you're in your 40s, it's about not getting hurt.
What do you mean by squatting like a real man? You're putting like 200-300 on your back or something and squatting?
No, I mean, I'm up in the mid 2s, but I'm doing real reps and I'm doing a lot of them. And I haven't given up on that. I don't see many people in the gym my age actually doing real squats these days. So that's where I feel, at least still confident a little bit. I'm not doing much real weight, but again, I'm just trying not to get hurt.
Are you going ass to grass on your squats?
Yeah, if I'm going lighter, I do. I changed that up. I changed my stances up quite a bit, just depending on what I feel like doing. I changed the rep range up quite a bit. Some days feel like going heavier. Some days, if I go lighter, I'm going to go ass to grass for sure.
See, I can't do that. I've got to do trap bar deadlifts if I want to do some variation of the squat. I just put any amount of weight on my back, or even doing like a landmine squat. For whatever reason, it really messes with my thoracic spine, which makes me sound especially like an old guy right now.
Well, you're 46 in a week. Maybe I'll have that problem in June when I'm a week away from being 46. But until then, it's going to be squats for me.
So I know that cold plunges are a big deal right now, and I've just gotten into these. And I got to tell you, it's not only exhilarating, I see some positive benefits. Have you dipped into that world at all, considering that you're talking about things like mobility and recovery?
I haven't. I went into Lake Tahoe after a pair of Ray-Bans at about 7 o'clock in the morning one time, and I don't feel like I ever need to be in cold water ever again, to be honest with you. But I have. I've seen a lot of the replies about the cold plunge. I know it's all the rage. Yeah, I haven't done that. I just don't know.
It's scary every time I get in the water, but after I'm done with the 3 to 5 minutes, I'm glad I did it. So take that for what it's worth. He is Eric Nalin. Check him out, InsideTexas.com, the Inside Texas YouTube channel. Those guys do awesome work over there. I've been a big believer in that for a long time now, as anybody who has listened or watched over the years knows, and it's a pleasure to get to catch up, Eric. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it.
Sure thing. Awesome. Goes Eric Nalin, Inside Texas, and I'm joined for the last 30 minutes by my regular broadcasting partner in crime from 12 to 1, helping out from 4:30 to 5 today. It is BK. What's up, dude?
Speaking of the gym, I just got back.
From
said gym.
What was the workout today?
Stairmaster.
Are you a freaking 48-year-old chick?
Do you know of any that are single?
Yeah. You don't mind some baggage.
What kind of baggage are we talking about here?
Kids, mortgages, things like that.
Okay. Baggage, not saggage. That's good. I appreciate that. I don't know. Like, I didn't have a lot of time. I knew I was jumping on here at 4:30 with you, and I had a call that lasted a little longer than I wanted. So I'm like, I wanted to do some sort of leg workout today, but I also wanted to break a sweat. And I had like 30 minutes. And I'm like, all right, what is the best way to kill 30 minutes, but also do both of those things that I was looking to do. And it felt like the Stairmaster was the answer to that.
How many flights did you climb according to the machine?
100.
What?
Yeah, 100 flights. Is that
Wow.
good?
So you were going pretty quickly then, too.
I'm cooked, dude. Like, I'm not sore yet because I literally just got out the shower. I got back from the gym 15 minutes ago, hopped in the shower real quick and came over here. But like, I just know there's a chance, like, after sitting for 30 minutes just with you right here, that I'm going to have a tough time standing up because I will be sore. I stretched before and after. I always make sure to do that because when I don't, it's bad. But I don't know if that's gonna save me today because I haven't used a Stairmaster in years and I don't do legs very much. If you've ever met me, I've got chicken legs for legs. So it's gonna be unkind to me, I think. So hearing Eric talking about squatting 275 and 20s for vanity. No, I'm in my 20s hoping to not get hurt. Like what he and you were doing in your 40s is what I'm doing in my 20s. Like get in good enough shape and not get injured while doing that.
I rescind my criticism because you were not doing the female stair stepper workout where you're like doing the kind of a side lunge and stretching your other leg out in between every step. I mean, it is truly absurd to watch at the gym. I'm not watching closely, but I'm just like glancing over like, what the hell do you think you're doing right now? Whatever it is, you're on your phone, you're sending text messages, you're reading People magazine articles. This is not a form of physical exercise that is giving you any additional benefit beyond the few calories you're burning right now.
Well, I didn't tell you, I do have underwater aerobics at 5:30 after the show. So don't give me too much credit for not being an old woman yet. There's still some old lady qualities that I have, for better or for worse.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, that was great, man. I mean, Eric's the best inside Texas. They do great work. And that was, I'm going to isolate that. If you missed any of it, I'm going to isolate that whole conversation and post it as a separate video on the YouTubes tonight. So if you want that sort of full overlook or overview or outlook, those are three different words I could have combined into one. You'll get that. You'll get to watch that tonight. But that was fun, man. Good conversation. And yeah, a lot of questions, obviously, with this Texas team because a lot of dudes are leaving. I think we expected just about everybody who has announced that they are leaving to leave. But still, now that we're actually seeing it come to fruition, it's like, oh, shit, we got some holes to fill.
Well, and apparently Jalen Ford, he announced within the last couple of hours that he's leaving too. I guess he was under that COVID umbrella, just like Jake Majors, who's choosing to stay next year, which we're happy about. So yeah, this was expected. Pretty much everybody, maybe with the exception of Ryan Watts, who has left. We were saying halfway through the year, these guys are probably leaving. If anything, you've got the benefit of Quinn Ewers probably coming back next year. So he was a guy in the preseason that a lot of people expected, especially if Texas was playing in the college football playoff, that Quinn Ewers would be gone. So if you get him back, then all of a sudden that becomes a net positive versus what the expectation was in the preseason.
That's a great point. Yeah, if you would have told me before the year that Texas would win the Big 12 and be the number 3 seed in the college football playoff, I would have told you that, okay, Quinn Ewers is leaving and he's going to be a first-round pick. And it doesn't seem like either of those are happening. And if he did leave, he wouldn't be a first-round pick. So not a slight at Quinn. I mean, I heard Eric say, like, he clearly took a step, and you and I have talked about it. He was significantly better this year than he was last year, but still some things that can be improved. And obviously him getting hurt and missing a couple of games didn't help his draft stock either. So, yeah, and that's – I don't want to say that offsets everything else if Quinn comes back because, you know, your top 5 pass catchers are gone because number 5 was Jonathan Brooks.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Your top 5 pass catchers are gone. Your top running back is gone. Some big-time playmakers on defense. I would argue the 3 to 4 best players on defense, and the 4th would be Jahdae Barron if he decides to leave. But the 2 D linemen, Jalen Ford, and then potentially Jahdae Barron, like those guys are all gone. So it's a lot. You've got bodies. You've recruited incredibly well. And the difference between Sark and Tom and Charlie and End of Mac is you feel good that these guys are going to get developed. Like with the last 2 coaching staffs, we were never in a situation close to this. But if we were, and we were losing this many bodies, it's like, oh God, like, can we actually develop anybody else to, you know, make sure that we're okay? you feel good that this coaching staff, with what we've seen from them through 3 years, is going to be able to develop some guys. But there's going to be some growing pains for sure. And obviously that matchup in Ann Arbor in week 2 looms, because that is a tough early season test when you're trying to break in as many new faces as Texas likely will be.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Michigan loses off of this team that's going to be playing for a championship tonight.
They could lose their coach, which would be huge. Like, I think they will lose their coach. A lot of people are like, if Michigan wins, Harbaugh is gone. I think Harbaugh is gone regardless, because there are 3 or 4 NFL teams that I think would offer him, and he's going to get a lot of money, and there could be a Pete Carroll situation going on to where it's like, I could be getting in trouble here soon, so I'm going to just dip while I can. But McCarthy's gone. Like, he's not a senior, but he's potential first-round pick, so I think he'd be coming back. Corum's gone, and a lot of that defense is gone too. I don't know about their offensive line, but yeah, like especially if Quinn Ewers is back, it's going to be a game that Texas can win. I mean, shit, they went on the road to Alabama and beat this Alabama team this year. Like, if they could do that, I know it's a different iteration of Texas. We just talked about how much they're losing off of this team, but like, if you can go on the road and win at that place, then you can go on the road and win at Michigan. So it's a great question, though. Like, both teams playing tonight are going to lose a ton. I mean, this is Washington's year, and it might be Michigan's too if Jim Harbaugh leaves, but Michigan is Michigan. I feel like they'll be fine. But with all the 6-year seniors that Washington has, and they've got this incredible quarterback and this ridiculous roster of talent that I don't know if they'll be able to get again. And oh, by the way, I don't know if like Kalen DeBoer is going to get better offers. And if Jim Harbaugh leaves, the word on the street, Trey, is that Michigan would go after Kalen DeBoer. How funny would that be?
Wow.
This is the time for Washington in this game, because they could take a big step back. Michigan, they're losing a lot. They'll still probably be good. Same thing with Texas. Like, both of these teams will probably be in the top 10, if not the top 5, going into that September matchup, I guess, later this year. I can't call it next year. Later this year now.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Michigan's depth chart right now. Their top 2 receivers are seniors, Johnson and Wilson. Pretty much everybody on their offensive line is a grad transfer and or senior. McCarthy, I guess, is technically a junior, I guess, according to our lads, but nothing I've seen suggests that he's coming back. Blake Corum is a senior. They've got 2 tight ends that one is a senior, the other's a sophomore. Barner's a senior, Loveland's a sophomore. And then, as you said, they got a bunch of upperclassmen on defense, some of whom technically have a year of eligibility left, but there's a good chance we see a handful of those guys go pro too. So yeah, Michigan could be in serious reload next year. And I feel good about Texas, not just with the idea of reload, but even though they're losing a lot of key guys, they're still bringing a lot of guys back. And to get 4 out of 5 starters back on the offensive line makes all of those losses on offense a little bit easier to handle, especially if and when Quinn Ewers ends up coming back too.
If you didn't believe me before this year, I mean, football is won and lost in the trenches. Like, it ain't a coincidence that Texas had its best year in forever when they had its best offensive and defensive lines in forever. So, I mean, golly, Texas, when's the last time they've had an offensive lineman drafted in the first round? It's still Mike Williams, right? Like, that's not going to change this year. Christian Jones will be a first-round pick. Kelvin Banks will be next year. You've got like a few guys who will be draft picks. There was a long stretch where Texas didn't have an offensive lineman drafted at all. Like, they went like 8 or 9 years in between somebody on the 08 team to like Connor Williams, where they had no offensive lineman drafted, period. And now it's like every single guy that's on this offensive line is probably going to be a draft pick at some point. So that's huge. And then, yeah, defensive line. I mean, you've got 2 borderline first-round picks going pro this year, and you're going to be fine there, I think, even though you're losing those 2 guys. So, yeah, I mean, Texas, it's good. Like you said, they've got 4 offensive linemen back, and there have been years where Texas has brought 4 linemen back, but they all sucked. And it's like, well, you know, you hope. Like, normally it's a good thing, but if you're bringing back shitty players, is it a good thing if they're coming back? This year, it's like, no, you feel good about all 4 of the guys, and like you and Eric were talking about, you feel good about some of the guys who could be at right tackle too, replacing Christian Jones. So that's huge. Like that is why you feel like this thing, I don't know if predicting Texas to be 3 in the final CFP rankings next season feels smart considering the schedule and considering what they lose, but it feels sensible to not predict some major drop off from this team.
Yeah, right tackle is one of those spots that I realize that Hayden Connor may kick out there. Perhaps Cam Williams starts to get it. That's one that I'm keeping a close eye on right now. And ultimately, wouldn't be surprised if Texas gets through spring and is trying to find somebody who can plug into that spot for at least a year if Cam Williams isn't ready yet. I mean, this is a guy who's about to enter his third year in the program. And when he's been out there, it really hasn't looked good. I mean, it's a matter of not just him maybe not being physically ready just yet in terms of like what he needs to be able to do to be successful as a run and pass blocker. But apparently there are some issues with him just not knowing what he's supposed to be doing at times. And that was an issue to a lesser degree with DJ Campbell throughout the course of the year. So if that's what your right side is, that can potentially spell disaster against a talented defense who has a smart coordinator who sees those sorts of things.
That's an issue that I have too, just not knowing what I'm supposed to be doing at times. So I can't get too critical of a kid who has that problem. But
that defines 12-1 most days. Both of us.
Yes, it does.
Like, oh shit, those two again?
I know. And there are so many days where we just don't even talk before the show. We're just like, fuck it. We'll figure it out. And usually it works. It's why we're award winners, mind you. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously you hope it gets figured out. If Cam Williams isn't ready, they do have alternative options. They can always help with backs and tight ends and obvious passing situations next year. Because I feel good about Cam Williams, the run blocker, but can he be mobile enough to go up against fast edge rushers in the SEC? And there are a ton of those. That's a concern that I have right now. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And I'm excited. Like, I don't know what Johnny Nansen does, but when I see co-DC, I know he's linebackers coach, but I see co-DC, and I know he's coached like every position group on a defense before. It's like, okay, maybe that guy can help with a bunch of guys on defense too, to help these edge rushers, this defense, but also in turn that helps the offensive line as well. And the rest of the offense just kind of practice against different techniques that Texas could see next year. So excited about that. But yeah, it's a weird off season. I hate that it's already started. Would have been a lot more fun to have all of these conversations after confetti falling on us tonight in Houston. But once again, it's like this team could very well win 10 games. If they win one of Georgia or Michigan, easier said than done, because those could be your 3 reigning champions in college football after tonight, then they're going to win 10 games, maybe 11, obviously. They lose both of those, then you're worried about Oklahoma. I know A&M's been down. I know Arkansas has been down. You're still talking about rivalry games on the road. There could be another slip up somewhere on your schedule. Then you're talking about 9-3, which would feel like a disappointment. But if you can win one of those 2 huge games, you did it this year, it got you to the playoff. If you can get to 10-2 next year, you're going to make the playoff. With 12 teams in the SEC and you have a win over Michigan or Georgia, like, you're going to make the playoff. So you'd love to go 11-1. How you'd love to go 12-0, because that's the next step from this year. But like, you find one of those massive, massive wins with the expanded postseason, I think we're going to be in a good spot to be in the CFP once more.
Speaking of the CFP, you and I didn't talk about this earlier. Are you still feeling good about Michigan beating Washington tonight in Houston?
Oh, there's a game tonight, isn't there?
Yeah.
I don't really want to watch. I will, but I don't want to. Yeah, I am. And maybe it's foolish. And I'm rooting for Washington. I can't remember if I said it this morning or with you. Like, normally I root against any team that knocks my favorite team out of the playoffs, because I'm just petty like that. Like, I wanted Miami to get boat raced by UConn in the Final Four last year. Any team that knocks the Cowboys out of the playoffs, I'm going to be rooting against them. Like, that's generally how I operate. But I don't know. I'll be rooting for this Washington team tonight. Like, likable bunch. I don't feel wronged by what happened last week. They were the better team. I think they beat us fair and square. Were the officials questionable at times? Yes, but they were the better side last week. So I don't hold any sort of animosity towards them. And I just don't like Michigan. Never have. Man, they're a bunch of cheaters. And I don't want this title to get vacated in 5 years. And I think if Michigan wins, there's a chance this title gets vacated in 5 years. So my heart says Washington, but my head says Michigan. I think they're going to learn from what Texas didn't do. And they're going to realize that Washington's run defense is not that good. And it's so big for Michigan to get a lead in this game. Texas could never get a lead last week, right? Because we said it. Like, I think Sark wants to get a lead. He wants to run the football. kill the clock, keep Michael Penix on the sideline. Problem was Texas was playing catch up, especially in the second half after those 2 fumbles that the Longhorn running backs had. They couldn't do that. I think Michigan early is going to just run the ball against Washington. That's Michigan's strength. That seems to be a weakness for Washington. And because of that, I think, Michigan's going to win the time of possession battle. They'll hold the ball for 38 minutes, and they'll win a much lower scoring game than what we saw at the Superdome last week. You?
I'm to the point now where I think Washington ends up winning it going away.
Really?
Even though Michigan has a better secondary. Yeah, I'm still too smitten by what we saw to Michael Penix a week ago, and I think that he continues that. I think that this Washington team dealt with injury issues midway through the year that led to some closer games than what they probably would have wanted, that led to people asking, I think, what were valid questions considering the personnel that was available. But it instilled a sort of toughness and grittiness in this Washington football team that was on display last week. Even though they did let Texas back into the game a couple different times, by the way, because that muffed punt was a huge moment of that game in the first half that allowed Texas to ultimately tie it up at 14 before it was a tie game at halftime at 21. And then just some very curious things happened near the end of the game that gave Texas a chance to actually win it at the end. I think Washington is a little bit more dialed in than they were last Monday, and they don't let this one slip like that. Yeah, I have Washington winning it by low double digits, so somewhere between 10 and 14 points.
Yeah, can Michigan win on first down, right? In the first half last week, Washington averaged 10.6 yards of play on first down. I mean, that's absurd. So they didn't – like the Alamo Bowl, it was Washington picking up every third down it wanted to pick up. That wasn't the story last week. It was just Washington didn't need third downs because they were picking up first downs so easily on early downs. Can Michigan actually knock them off schedule a little bit? Felt like Texas really couldn't do that, especially in the first 30 minutes. And, I mean, look, it feels so Texas, and this is my UTSD kicking in, but it's like for Michael Penix Jr. to lay an egg tonight and just look like shit. Doesn't it? It's like that guy literally played the game of his life. And he's played some great games, obviously. He was the Heisman runner-up this year. It's not like he came out of nowhere to ball out last week. He's a beast. He should be a first-round pick. I saw Mel Kiper now have him as his number 10 overall prospect on his big board. Like, the guy's a stud. But doesn't it feel like, shit, Texas. Classic Texas. They couldn't stop that guy, and Michigan made him look like crap a week later. Like, I think Michael Penix is going to struggle a little bit. And once again, I think it's more Michigan just kind of owning the football, owning time of possession. So Washington has got to play from behind, and it won't work for him.
Dude, that will seriously piss me the fuck off if Michael Penix has a bad game tonight.
He throws 2 picks. He takes 3 sacks, but it's not like, oh, it's because they got an amazing pass rush. It's just because he panicked actually for the first time in a month. And just like, instead of scrambling, he's like, oh, I can't use my legs anymore. They don't work. I only use those against Texas. Like, if that shit happens tonight, I'm going to be livid, and we're going to be getting dunked on Twitter by rival fan bases.
I need that not to happen because I've been able to handle that loss okay. I mean, it sucked. I was pissed off leaving the Superdome last Monday. But I've handled it okay. I've been able to say, you know what, this is all relative. It's great that we got here. It was a great season. I'm not going to diminish the season. And it was an all-time performance at quarterback for Michael Penix. We all agreed. I've never seen a better performance in person than what he did throwing the football. Even our buddy KD, who has watched a lot of college football, more than just about anybody I know, just more than just about anybody on the planet, is like, that performance was insane. If he were to lay an egg tonight, it would be completely surprising. But that would sting a lot.
Yeah, 29 of 38, 430 yards last week. And I still
last week, like, how did he even not complete 9 passes? Like, I can't even think of 9 passes that fell short.
I remember 2 of his incompletions. One of them was a throwaway, and the other one was like to some tight end, and it was his only miss, like where he was just really inaccurate. He was rolling out and kind of threw it across his body. Should have been a first down in the first half, but he threw it behind his receiver, and that was like the one big stop that Texas got in the first half, and it felt like the only stop they got all game. Yeah, he's a beast. He's really good, and it'll be fun. Like, I think it'll be a good game. It'll be better than last year, obviously. That bar is low. but like Washington's significantly better than TCU, and this year's Michigan team is significantly worse than last year's Georgia team. So we're not going to get anything like that. But no, Michigan, I'm a little surprised the line is 5.5 and the fact that it's gone up this week. But
wow.
Despite being surprised at what the line is, I think I'd call my cousin and say, take the Wolverines.
Well, Washington has embraced the hate like Texas has all year long. And that's just more motivation for them. And tell me if this does anything for you one way or the other. This is a pregame shot of J.J. McCarthy getting himself focused here at NRG.
Sitting on the goalpost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his bit. Like he does that before every game. Obviously, it's getting more pomp and circumstance now that it's the playoff and the national championship. But
okay,
yeah, whatever works. It's worked for him to this point. He's was a Heisman candidate for a while, and then Michigan's like, we don't need you. We're just going to run the ball a bunch. But he could still be a first-round pick in a few months. So
it's his credit, because I've been critical of him over the last month. He made plays last week when he needed to.
Yeah, that last drive. I mean, I don't want to say people forget. We just have been so focused on the Texas game that we didn't really deep dive into the Rose Bowl. I mean, Michigan was down with like 4 minutes left, and they had to go the length of the field. Their idiot punt returner screwed up. They had to go the length of the field against Alabama to score that touchdown to force overtime. So, and obviously they scored and got the stand in overtime. So, no, much maligned. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's Michael Penix. Like I said it last week, I think he's the 4th best quarterback in the playoff, but he's not bad. He's not a liability. He's still like a top 15 QB in the nation this year. So he's going to have to make plays. I mean, of course, Michigan wants to run the ball, and Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards are going to have to be awesome for the Wolverines to get this dub. But obviously, McCarthy's going to have to go out there and make some plays. Washington's pass defense played better than I thought they would last week, but still, they showed some holes. And you look at their regular season numbers, and that's not an amazing bunch back there. So I think, McCarthy's going to step up and turn some heads and improve his draft stock with the strong performance down in H-Town.
Trying to think if there's anything that we missed from the NFL weekends. We didn't really talk Buffalo, Miami earlier. The Bills, who looked like they were en route to an L last night, end up getting their shit together in part because of a 95-yard punt return touchdown. And then Josh Allen turned into the, Dr. Jekyll version of Josh Allen versus the Mr. Hyde version that's been on display at times this year. And Buffalo takes advantage of a Miami team that is, I know Philadelphia is a pretty injured group right now too. Miami is getting completely fucked by the injury gods right now.
Dude, we had a lot of collapses down the stretch from like teams that we thought were legit Super Bowl contenders. Now, some of them are still in the playoffs. You've got Jacksonville, who was 8-3, and people were like, are they the best team in the AFC? And they missed the playoffs. So, Miami didn't collapse that hard. They're still in the playoffs, but they had this division. I mean, Buffalo won their last 5 games, and Miami obviously had to completely fall apart. They somehow beat Dallas at the last second, but outside of that, they just don't look like the same team that they were. Injuries definitely a part of that. Jalen Waddle going out did not help them at all.
No.
But, yeah, they collapsed. Obviously, Philadelphia, you brought them up. They've collapsed. Just if you asked people a month and a half ago about Philadelphia, Miami, like that would have been a very reasonable Super Bowl prediction. Like, yeah, it's Philadelphia, Miami. Sure. Because I think at one point they were the 2 top seeds in their conference. And now it's like no chance. Like they're both more likely to lose in the first round than they are to make it to the Super Bowl right now. So just insane. Yeah, obviously some teams got hot at the right time. Buffalo's one of them. But 3 or 4 just like a month and a half ago teams that you would have potentially picked to be in Vegas in February. Now it's like they've got no shot.
Well, and Miami's punishment for losing their last 2 games to Baltimore and Buffalo is that they get to play their first round game in Kansas City next week. And, oh, by the way, it's going to be teens or single digits temperature-wise in Kansas City. I don't know if there's any precipitation that's in the forecast, but Kansas City is getting exactly what they need to ensure at least another second-round visit, if not an opportunity to make it all the way back to the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl. The AFC is wide open right now other than Baltimore. And Baltimore has had some pretty bad choke jobs if you go back several years now, including 2019, where where they chose to sit their guys the last week of the regular season, even though they had a first-round bye, and got fucking boat raced by the Titans that year in that incredible Derrick Henry season.
Yeah, the 6th seed. And at that point, there were only 6 teams in the playoffs in each conference. Right? Tennessee went on the road. They won their first game in Foxborough. I think that was Tom Brady's last game as a Patriot.
Yep.
And then, they went on the road and beat the MVP, and that was an embarrassing loss. So that's, until you do it, people are going to ask questions about you in the playoffs. Like I heard Chip and Zay talking about it. Lamar Jackson's probably going to win MVP. He shouldn't, but he's probably going to win MVP. It's like, what more can you do in the regular season? But there are still people who are like, oh, he hadn't done it in the playoffs. So that's where it's at right now with Lamar Jackson. But Baltimore clearly looks like the best team in football. I know San Francisco is still a trendy pick, but they played a few weeks ago, and that game wasn't even close.
No.
So Baltimore, it's Baltimore's conference to lose. But, I mean, if they, we could get Chiefs-Bills round 2. The Bills aren't losing to the Steelers. And if the Chiefs beat Miami, then we'll get Chiefs-Bills in Buffalo, which is interesting.
I'll tell you, the Steelers would have been an interesting they're still an interesting team. They would have been a team that could potentially pull off an upset if they weren't going to be missing Watt this weekend. But missing Watt is too big a blow on that defense. They may have accidentally stumbled into something with Mason Rudolph, though.
He's playing okay. He is playing okay. And I don't know what they're going to do at QB next year because, they're not going to have a high draft pick. And there's not a bunch of free agents out there. And I don't think we're going to have an Aaron Rodgers type of trade this offseason. So it's Tiny Hands Pickett and Mason Rudolph, I guess, duking it out to see who goes 9-8 next year.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll also see if an NFL team is dumb enough to pick Mitchell to Bitchell up as their backup quarterback next season, too.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope teams are smart enough, but Carson Wentz started a game yesterday, so anything is possible.
Dude, I heard people talking about how good he was. Somebody may want to sign him as their starting quarterback next year. It's like, we've been through this before.
Yeah.
No, don't let one game in a matchup where neither team cared enough to actually play their starting quarterback convince you that Carson Wentz is worthy of starters reps ever again.
Yeah, I hope the Commanders bring him back. Why not? Why not? Don't take a QB number 2 overall. Bring Carson Wentz back. Come on, he was number 2 draft pick a few years ago.
Yeah.
Bring him home. Buffalo, Kansas City. I mean, that game was epic, right? That was the Kadarius Toney offsides game. So in Buffalo would be favored to win that, but we'll see. I mean, Kansas City has never played a road playoff game. If Buffalo wins, then Kansas City will still, or that streak will end. Excuse me. They'll have to play a road playoff game.
Wait, ever in their history or in the Pat Mahomes era?
Sorry. Yeah, they have in their history. In the Mahomes-Reed era, they've never played a road playoff game. And they haven't been 1 seed every year. They've been a 2 seed, and the 1 seed will just lose before the AFC Championship game, so they'll get to Baltimore 2019. I was at the game against Tennessee that Kansas City won. It's just they've been so lucky. They've been awesome too, but they've been so lucky to not have to play a single road game in the postseason. That probably changes if they win this week. I guess if they lose, that streak will stay alive, but it probably changes next weekend.
Obviously, Buffalo, when they play home games in January, have a serious advantage. If there's a team that does kind of neutralize that, though, just based on where they play, but also those types of games that they've played in their home stadium over the years, it is the Chiefs.
I don't know who I'm going to pick.
I don't either.
Also, the game's on Peacock. That's exciting.
That just why? Why do we have to do that?
Playoff games. Really? Whoa. There's an echo. Are you hearing an echo?
No, but here's what I have to do to make that better.
I heard this happen with you and Kevin the other day. I was hearing myself, and that's a terrifying sound. Hearing yourself speak. It's the worst part of this gig. Just having to go back and listen.
Random moments, the other person will start to hear an echo, and I just have to exit the studio and come back, and it should be fine now.
Yeah, I was saying I heard that with you and KD last week, and it's right near 5 o'clock when it happens too, isn't it?
Yeah.
At least with Kevin last time. I don't know if it's happened more than that, but I was listening to you and KD when it happened last Thursday, I guess, and it was 4:50.
Could you actually hear it over the app or via YouTube also?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I can't hear it on my end.
Yeah, I don't know what, but it's fixed now. All good.
It's fixed when we're done for the day.
I know. I don't know who I'm picking. Last thing, I don't know who I'm picking in Dolphins Chiefs, because betting on the Chiefs right now feels stupid, but the Dolphins are reeling. So when we make our picks later in the week, like I have no clue. I guess you lean KC because it's home and the weather and whatever, but like those are two bad teams right now.
Miami would have won last night had they just kept running the football. They were really good at running the football in the first half. And then for some reason, they decided to put more on Tua's shoulders, despite the fact that he's obviously down a big receiver with Jalen Waddle being out. And, Tyreek Hill can do so much for you, and he is that big of a difference maker. Miami is going to have to not just run the ball well initially, they're going to have to run the ball consistently throughout the course of this game. But ultimately, I can't pick against Pat Mahomes at home in the playoffs. As bad as they've been this year, not falling for that trap. It's like picking against, although that eventually bit me in the ass in our picks this year. It's like picking against Georgia this season or picking against San Francisco, all of which eventually bit me in the ass. So I may have just talked myself into picking the Dolphins on Saturday.
Well, shout out to the NFL script writers. The last thing I'll say before you close us out, McCarthy versus the Packers, Tyreek Hill going back to Kansas City. Obviously, Lions, Rams with the trade with the two franchise quarterbacks a couple of years ago. I mean, it's Deshaun Watson. I know he's not playing, but the fact that it's the team the Texans traded Deshaun Watson to going to Houston to play this weekend. The script writers, man, they were on one this year. They got it right for the wild card weekend.
Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, two dog shit teams that nobody cares about playing on Monday Night Football. I mean, they completely nailed this shit.
Yes, that's the one. I should have started with that.
All right. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it today.
Great job, man. Great job.
For BK and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We will be back tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. All the way until 5 p.m., just like today. In the meantime, y'all have a great rest of the night and hook 'em.